Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. The Los Angeles Dodgers won the World Series last night after defeating the New York Yankees 7-6. Yankees blew a 5-run lead. And that's it. Dodgers in 5. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan of the Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis, is coming up next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Our favorite reason to choose Diamonds Direct over any other jeweler? Free service for life with no fine print. That's right. When you buy your engagement ring or any piece of jewelry at Diamonds Direct, you will never have to pay a dime in the future for sizing, cleaning, or routine maintenance. Even if she accidentally knocks out a side accent diamond, Diamonds Direct will replace it free. Now, other stores claim to offer warranties, but the catch is that they won't honor it unless you bring your ring in for regular inspections. But at Diamonds Direct, inspections are never required. There's no gotcha clause. No fine print, no looking for ways to void the warranty. Plain and simple, at Diamonds Direct, we stand behind what we sell, and we're committed to service it at no charge for life, period. It's all part of our commitment to provide you with the ultimate in value and total confidence before, during, and long after your purchase. Diamonds Direct, the jeweler you can trust with a no questions asked 100% free lifetime warranty with no strings attached. Come see us to learn more. Proud to call the Steel City home. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
Download the Par-Mar Rewards app today for some big gas and grocery savings. Dan Zangrili here to tell you that loyalty has its rewards at Par-Mar stores. Remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette goes deep when it comes to Steelers coverage with all the hard-hitting, up-to-the-minute news you need about your Pittsburgh Steelers. Have a real-time chat with Post-Gazette reporters and columnists. Send your burning questions and hot takes to our mailbags. And tune in to get an earful on all things black and gold from experts on the North Shore Drive podcast. Check out postgazette.com for insights on your favorite pros from our pros at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette.
It was 50 years ago today, a tribute to the Beatles featuring Christopher Cross, David Pack, original lead singer of Ambrosia, Maxie Priest, Jason Sheff, longtime lead singer of Chicago, and Badfinger featuring Joey Mullen, performing their hits, plus favorites from Let It Be and Hey Jude. Friday, November 15th, Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall. Get reserved seats at librarymusichall.com. Produced by Dresky Entertainment.
It's Nicholas Harry Callis here from the Fan Morning Show, and I did what you all thought I wouldn't do. I started Awaken 180. It was time, and yeah, it's easy. 21 pounds down in my first week, a ways to go, but I'll get there. Go to awaken180weightloss.com.
What's better than one win? 3 wins. With Straight Savings, you keep your own phone, get one line for only $25 a month with real unlimited data, and get rewarded with a $200 phone credit after 12 months. It's a win-win-win. Head to Walmart or visit straighttalk.com today. Switch to Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Straight Savings Plan enrollment requires compatible unlocked device and new line of service. Bonus device credit requires 12 months of active service. Offer ends if eligibility requirements are no longer met. Taxes and fees apply. For network management practices, see Straight Talk's terms and conditions.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline nasal spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the Early Morning Show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. And it's the Fan Early Morning Show. It's presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro. And happy Halloween. I brought a friend in with me. The ghost in my profile picture on social media is present with me today. And Doran and Crowley asked me what his name was, and I did not have an answer. Never named him. So I'm sure we may do that throughout the day. Name the ghost on my head. I love Halloween, though. It's pretty cool. Bethel Park had a Halloween parade this past weekend, and it was just cool to go through the parade and see all the costumes from all of the people that came out and attended. I mean, Halloween's great. I mean, you never get to see that right in every day. People dressing up and looking all spooky or just, having a good time in this particular way. So it's cool to see. It's cool to see that. And I always loved Halloween, especially for the candy as well. Can't have that too often anymore, being on Awaken 180. But Halloween's a great holiday, and it's the gateway into the holiday season. I mean, it's I'm sure this year is going to fly by even faster now. I mean, I know Thanksgiving will be here before we know it, and then it'll be Christmas. Now, the other winter holidays, New Year's, and then we'll be turning the page into 2025 before we know it. So, happy Halloween to you. If you're doing any kind of party activities tonight, if you have a costume that you'll be wearing, hey, let me know. 412-928-9370. Mainly going to talk about sports this morning. A few things to address. I mean, a lot of things to talk about, still a lot of subject matter to get into. I want to more thoroughly dive into the Deontay Johnson trade to the Baltimore Ravens, because I still have some opinions on that. Didn't quite have time to really dive into those yesterday. I had a curious question as well. Just listening this morning on the radio to Amy Lawrence, the show before this one, got me thinking, and just seeing some opinions on social media of New York Yankee fans upset with Aaron Boone, and everybody starting to seem to want to anoint Dave Roberts as a Hall of Fame manager. So part of me just thinks, and again, because we're in a different perspective here, the Pirates, haven't won in a while, second longest drought in Major League Baseball for a World Series. I mean, how good of a manager do you have to be to manage teams like the Dodgers and the Yankees? Now, again, I mean, Yankee fans upset. Aaron Boone apparently didn't do certain things throughout the series. And apparently, I mean, there's a bunch of people trying to tear him down, despite even getting there, and they haven't been there in 15 years, so there's that. And then Dave Roberts, he's missed the World Series plenty of times while having a team with a giant payroll and a whole lot of superstars on it. And, I mean, you did it. You did it twice. I mean, some don't regard the World Series in 2020 to be all that impressive just because it was a shortened season. It didn't feel as satisfying. This was the real deal, for sure. This World Series was the real deal. Went through the entire process. Had an even more extended playoff format than even before. So that just makes me beg the question, though. I just was thinking about it. Like, how? I mean, it's impressive. You win the World Series. That's something to hold in high esteem. But like, how good of a manager do you have to be to manage super teams like that? And I mean, do you find it more impressive that the Dodgers? I mean, Dave Roberts was there since I want to say 2015. 2016. He's been there and had a superstar roster for years and years and years. And now's the first full season World Series that they've won after winning the NL West all but one time since 2013. Or like Aaron Boone in the New York Yankees, right? Like having all these superstars at his disposal. And I mean, Aaron Boone came in at a time the Yankees had rebuilt. They had Aaron Judge and a bunch of other young superstars coming up. And Aaron Boone came in at a time where Aaron Judge was becoming established. And they had a lot of young players coming up. Gleyber Torres made his Major League debut in that time. So, I mean, I just wonder, like, is it more impressive? I mean, do you find it impressive when a head coach or a manager wins with a team like that? Or, I mean, do you really appreciate whenever other teams win it with maybe managers that have to actually use strengths and weaknesses and, pivot and make moves and get the best out of players that aren't maybe, the superstar-worthy players, but, like, you have a team that's well-rounded. If that makes sense. Like there's not a roster where, anybody, it seems like, could be the right move, where you actually have to use each player's individual strengths and weaknesses to try to maneuver a game. I think it goes back to the same question as well if we talk about, do you like a World Series that has teams like the Yankees and the Dodgers? I know Jason Mackey from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, now our colleague here at 93.7 The Fan, said that he would rather have a World Series like last season with the Texas Rangers and the Arizona Diamondbacks. Because those two teams, you don't see them in it all the time. And the Texas Rangers, I mean, for me, it was exciting to some extent to see the Texas Rangers win their first in franchise history. And the Diamondbacks have only won one prior, and the Diamondbacks are historic for being the fastest expansion team to win a championship in North American sports. So, I mean, it's just curious. It just made me think with everybody talking about the World Series, like, I mean, how impressive can you really be as a manager when you have a super team? Like, how much on the manager is it, to put together a lineup or use a stacked bullpen? I mean, I know you got to manage fatigue sometimes with pitchers, and you got to know your players enough to some extent, but, like, at one point, you have such a good team that there's just no wrong answers, right? Like, you've got a whole stacked roster in there, and really no move that you make could be the wrong move. I mean, again, I look at this from the Pirates' perspective, too. I think that whoever manages the Pirates into the playoffs and hopefully a championship here, sometime soon, like, that to me is more impressive. Like, like the manager that's able to take this team through the playoffs or into and perhaps winning a World Series. Again, we can hope. Like, that's the manager, whether it's Derek Shelton or maybe somebody else down the line in the future. Like, whoever that manager would be, I'm sitting there like, yeah, that's way more impressive. to maneuver the strengths, guys like Paul Skeens, Brian Reynolds, and mix it with some of the role players that may come through the roster, through the organization. Just food for thought there, though. 412-928-9370. You're welcome to call. Get to football here in just a second. Just wanted to mention that, though, with the World Series being over, baseball season officially over, and I'm a little bit sad about that. And we all found out yesterday, if you didn't know already, I am a Yankees fan, so that was a rough one. Root for the Pirates still, too. I like having an American League team and a National League team. In the good spirit of the two competing leagues, I am a fan of each. But I've always said this, though. I have said this publicly. This is true. If they met in the World Series, I would lean toward the Pirates because, of course, it's been a while since they've won it. And yeah, I'd like to see the hometown team win a championship. So just putting that on record too. I would, if it came down to the two, I would rather see the Pirates win, and I would root for the Pirates, and I would go full Pittsburgh for that series. All right, football talk. So Pitt football. I mean, if you want to talk about Pitt as well, there's not too much to talk about, I think, going into this game against SMU. I mean, Pitt's undefeated, and that's the big storyline, and I think that's going to be the biggest storyline going forward is how do the Pitt Panthers stay undefeated. Now, actually, this is a piece of news while I'm thinking about it, while I got all these stories swirling through my head. It seems Pat Narduzzi yesterday has confirmed that Eli Holstein's good to go, and he will start on Saturday. So that is big news. That is something to mention. Eli Holstein's going to start. The injury that took him out of last week's win did not seem to affect him enough long term. So he's, was out there for a little bit, sat down, and now he's going to be playing against SMU this weekend. We got 2 more days till that. No Steelers football this weekend. It is the bye week, and I not coincidentally, took off for vacation on their bye week because we'll have no football. Other than Pitt football, of course, but no Steelers football to react to next week. So, yeah, I'll be gone for the entire week. And then that following Monday, I'll get to react to the game against the Washington Commanders. It'll be that Sunday, November 10th. And hopefully be reacting to more Pitt undefeated status. But no, I'm excited for this Pitt team. I mean, it's great to see. The football team's really exciting to watch. The backyard brawl, I think it was an honor to be there, just to watch. And again, this is somebody who's never been, growing up, a huge college football fan, but kind of getting into this, getting deep into Pitt football now. Somebody is a part of the media. I mean, they're a great team, and college football is really cool, and it's nice to root for the hometown team. I've got a few alumni that have come through the family, and just like watching them play, whether it's on TV most of the time, but the one time I got to go out and watch the game against WVU live, I mean, I was struggling to keep it, what is the word I'm looking for? Keep myself restrained in the press box. Because when you're in the press box, you're not supposed to have any outbursts. So not that I was screaming or anything, but I think when they blocked the punt in that game against WVU, I was getting a little excited. I was like, oh, look at that. And then I looked at Jeff, and then I'm like, I can't do that. Sorry. So that was one of the few outbursts that I had. But just watching, it's hard to contain your excitement. And so we're going to have Eli Holstein for this game on Sunday. Pat Narduzzi confirmed yesterday. So all good news there. You get your starting quarterback to play in this game, and you're playing a ranked opponent, SMU. So I'm excited, and I hope that Pitt can continue the undefeated ride, going for 8-0. 412-928-9370. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan in the Morning Show. If you want to call, feel free. If you want to talk about Pitt and what you're excited for this Saturday. Nothing, again, to talk about really with the Steelers in terms of playing a game, because they're going to have their bye week, so they will not play this weekend. They're going into their bye week at 6-2. Just from what we talked about at the beginning of the season, it seemed like this second half of the year, the games after their bye week were going to be the tougher ones on the schedule. And now that the season's progressed, the Browns not as much of a threat. The Bengals don't seem like as much of a threat. The Ravens still kind of a threat, but losing to the Browns was interesting, right? Was a blunder by them, and the Steelers capitalized, and the Steelers going into the bye week in first place. So I guess the conversation can still be had. I mean, how legitimate do you think this second half schedule is now, watching how a lot of these teams have performed that we thought were going to do well, but aren't doing as well maybe as we thought before? But the Steelers did what they had to do if we're talking about what we wanted them to do mostly through the first half of the season, which was, have a winning record, win more often than not. And I think that I'd say personally, just from hearing what expectations were and mixing those with my own expectations, they've exceeded expectations going into the bye week. So, and then Deontay Johnson, I do want to touch on him a little bit as well later on, because I still have some opinions on him being on the Baltimore Ravens now, how he could help them or maybe hurt them, just depending on his reputation as a wide receiver, especially from his time in Pittsburgh. We'll talk about it. 412-928-9370. I do have a caller on the line right now that wants to talk, so let's get it going. Good morning. What's your name?
I'm Al from Chester. I've talked to you a couple of times.
All right. What's up?
No, I just wanted to talk a little baseball and Bob Nutting. And I've watched the Pirates since, my first game was at Forbes, so I'm older. But, I've never seen a owner cry the blues so much, and really doesn't have a reason to. He keeps saying that we're one of the smallest markets in baseball, but that is not true. We are right in the middle, and just the latest with Rowdy, when he cut Rowdy off the day before he was to get a bonus. It's just the latest in a long string of being cheap. And I don't think he'll ever have a championship here.
Oh yeah, thanks for the call. I don't want to get too deep into that. I mean, we're done with the Pirates. We kind of sent them off at the beginning of the playoffs, so that's not quite what I was going for. I certainly appreciate the sentiment though, but that's not. I didn't plan to talk about the Pirates that in depth this morning, so I'll kind of pass. But I appreciate you expressing your opinion. We'll get more into the Pirates, of course, when spring comes around again. But yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say right now. I mean, they didn't make the playoffs this year, and I personally will hope for a brighter future. If you think differently, hey, I don't know, can't stop you. But I have optimism, and I will continue to have blind optimism. You know me, I kind of just hope for the best and move forward with that. But I mean, you have your opinion, and that's all right. You're allowed to have your opinion for sure. Appreciate the call, though, and again, appreciate trying to start up a conversation this morning. You can have a phone line as well out there. I got plenty of open lines, 412-928-9370. I'll take a quick break. I'll come back, talk more, and I'll touch on Deontay Johnson a little bit in that next segment, and just about what I think about his move to the Baltimore Ravens from the Carolina Panthers. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis, and you're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the Fan Early Morning Show.
The Fan Early Morning Show for the Average Joe, presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro.
I'm Taylor Bisciotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. Colts head coach Shane Steichen announcing Joe Flacco will be the starting quarterback moving forward over Anthony Richardson, saying Joe gives us the best chance to win right now, and the team is not giving up on Anthony Richardson by any means.
Obviously, it's a difficult thing, but again, it's my obligation to 53 guys in this organization, to win football games. And right now, I'm focused on the present. Winning football games, and we'll get to the future when we have to get to the future.
Panthers head coach Dave Canales says Bryce Young will start again this week against the Saints, despite Andy Dalton fully participating in practice Wednesday after missing last week with a thumb injury. Jameis Winston will remain the Browns starter moving forward, according to head coach Kevin Stefanski. And Packers quarterback Jordan Love says it's realistic he can play Sunday against the Lions, despite being limited in practice Wednesday with a groin injury. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon.
You get the idea. And now, get yours with $1 any size soft drink. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
No major incidents or accidents to report as we begin the Thursday morning rush. Traffic on all three parkways as well as Route 28 are up to speed. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing us that the HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North as well as the Crosstown. You can use them with two or more in your vehicle for the remainder of the morning rush until 10 o'clock this morning. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
Football season is heating up, and Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action while watching football. The app is really simple to use. Pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 100 times your money. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code PRIMETIME and get $50 credit instantly when you play $5. That's code PRIMETIME on Prize Picks to get $50 credit instantly when you play $5. Prize Picks, run your game. Must be present in certain states where it is lawful to wager. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Lowe's knows you want to get even more value for the holiday. That's why as a My Lowe's Rewards member, you get new member deals every week on everyday essentials, tools, and more. And you earn points when you shop. More points equal more rewards to help you save on holiday and more. Not a member? Join for free today at Lowe's.com/MyLowe'sRewards because Lowe's knows deals. Program subject to terms and conditions. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. See Lowe's.com/terms for full details. Subject to change.
Hey, Colin Dunlap with you. Listen here. We're getting into those cold months. You better get into that four-wheel drive. You want an F-150, you want a Bronco, you want to explore anything where you can get around town because it's going to get cold and it's going to get, well, the roads are going to get messy. Schultz Ford, bunch of locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. Always online, 24/7, 365, schultzford.com. You could check it out. Heck, you could shop in the middle of the night at schultzford.com. Gigantic selection of inventory, every single thing that you need. All those locations. And let me tell you about the customer service. Richard Bazzi and his staff, no one will treat you better. So the leaves are falling right now, right? It's autumn. It's going to be snow falling sometime soon. Make sure you get into a four-wheel drive right now. All those great locations and always online at schultzford.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
You know what's scary? All the stuff that could be hiding in your carpet, all the dirt everywhere that needs to be taken care of. It's time to get ready for the spooky season by eliminating all of that. Don't ghost your carpet this fall. Halloween brings out the best in people, but it also brings out the scariest dirt from all the foot traffic. That was supposed to be scary. Go with it. Let's get it all zero-resified by calling the cleaning pros at Zero Res. They're going to walk you through the entire process, make sure you're completely satisfied with the cleaning before they leave. It's an amazing experience, and right now you can get your entire home zero-resified. 3 rooms of carpet cleaning starting at just $129. And get the ghosts and goblins out of your ductwork as well. $75 off air duct cleaning this month. The only thing scarier than all the dirt hiding in your carpet? Missing out on this deal. Schedule your appointment at ZeroResPGH.com or give them a call, 412-701-1188, and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Talking sports into Berg. Early.
Good morning, sir.
Back now to more of the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's the Fan Early Morning Show. My name is Nicholas Henry Callis, and this is Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Got a few more minutes to talk with you before we move forward with the daytime shows. Fan Early Morning Show is presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro. Kind of getting into a lull here, just with talking a little bit, because what do you do when your sports teams are good? I've noticed that there's a lack of calls and reactions whenever the teams are doing well. What can you say about Pitt? Pitt's undefeated. Pitt's going to have its quarterback, despite a little bit of injury worry from last week. Steelers 6-2. I mean, what do you say? Not really to say. Both teams playing well right now. We could criticize the Penguins, but that's kind of in the opposite direction. The Penguins are now on a steep decline. They're really struggling, and they're at the bottom of the Eastern Conference. They don't play again. I think Friday they play again. That's their next game. Maybe it's tonight. I forget. Let me look that up real quick for you, just so I don't give you any misinformation. No, I lied. They're playing the Anaheim Ducks tonight. Okay, gotcha. So they're playing tonight, and then they end the homestand with a game on Saturday at 7 o'clock at night against the Montreal Canadiens. Okay. So they play tonight. I mean, they're what they are, and we just, I guess we just got to go with the ups and downs of the season, but there may be a lot more downs than ups for the Penguins this season. But yeah, not really much to talk about. I mean, everything's pretty straightforward. There's nothing really ambiguous about any of the teams. There is one factor, though, that could impact the Steelers moving forward. They have not played the Ravens yet this season. They will do that 2 times after the bye week. But really, what do you do? I guess that's the big question, is what do you do about Deontay Johnson being on the Ravens? How much of a threat is he? So, for those of you that's saying that Deontay Johnson should have been acquired again by the Steelers, I know it seems like a desperate move and the Steelers need that wide receiver help. I would not have brought Deontay Johnson back, though, so I'm glad that they didn't. I think that he's just got an attitude problem and he gets in his own head way too much. And I think that the Ravens are going to most likely suffer from whatever nonsense that he brings as well, and they're going to have to deal with that. While they ultimately, though, have an improved offense with his presence. But, I mean, Deontay has dropped passes and missed big-time opportunities when he was with the Steelers, and when he's dropped passes, he's gotten in his own head. And, I mean, Yeah, not blocking is a big one. Now, again, it may have just been a Steelers thing. Deontay is going to be a complementary piece into this offense for the Ravens, so it's not like it was when he was on the Steelers where he was regarded as the number one wide receiver on the team whenever he was here. So we'll just have to see. He has been lifted, though, from the banishment to Carolina, so, I guess he can be grateful for that. But, yeah, I still foresee a lot of behavioral issues with him there. Maybe not as outspoken just because, again, he's not wide receiver one there like he was here in Pittsburgh. But I do think he's going to get in his own head, and I don't think he's going to be able to make as many clutch plays in those situations. Now, maybe they don't need him to do that, right? Because, again, he's just going to be another complementary piece to the established guys that they already have in the wide receiver core. But yeah, I still think he's going to, individually, he's going to have his struggles. I don't think that he's the answer. And I certainly don't believe that that coming back to Pittsburgh would have been the best option there. So anybody that has that opinion out there, I can't say I agree. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet, 24 Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com today. High of 78, low of 57, partly cloudy skies. 50% chance of rain tomorrow, but trick-or-treating tonight should be some pretty on-par fall weather. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. The Fan Morning Show pre-show with Crowley and Dorans next right here on The Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan's Fan About Town. WPIAL playoff football is here. Attend a game near you. Visit gofan.co/WPIAL to get your tickets or tune in to 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, the flagship station of the WPIAL for our award-winning coverage. Friday Night Lights on KDKA is powered by Bowser Chevrolet. It's harvest season. Stop by Salem's Market today for your farm-to-table fresh and local produce. Perfect for soups and stews. Open every day. 29th and Penn in the Strip and 1850 Center Avenue in the Hill District. Find more at salemsmarketgrill.com. Book your stay at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Enjoy free valet parking and breakfast while being right in the heart of all the action. Whether it's a weekend getaway or a staycation, they have you covered. Book today at thelandinghotelpgh.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor.
Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
It's football season, and Uber Eats is dropping undefeated deals on all your game day favorites. This week, score buy one, get one free Crunchwrap Supremes from Taco Bell, only on Uber Eats. Craving even more? We've got you covered with game day deals on pizza, burgers, wings, and more all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Order Taco Bell for game day now through November 17, 2024. Second item of equal or lesser value. Terms apply. See app for details.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
To understand what makes Diamonds Direct so different than other jewelry stores, you have to go back 60 years, when a diamond cutter became well known for his exceptional craftsmanship. His diamond cutting business flourished for decades. Then his sons got involved and started selling these exceptional diamonds to upscale jewelry stores here in America. After a few years, these wholesalers decided to change the game and started selling these precious diamonds direct to the public at the same prices they had sold to the jewelry stores. The no middleman concept became an instant success, and Diamonds Direct was born. Today, Diamonds Direct provides that extraordinary value to people all over America, leading the industry with the highest quality diamonds that still come straight from the best cutters, offered at the guaranteed best prices, period. Diamonds Direct, a truly revolutionary concept with a unique history, rooted in quality, committed to excellence, and always focused on value. Proud to call the Steel City home. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor.
Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Cordell Traffic Cam taking a look at the Parkway East, starting to get heavier in volume between Edgewood, Swiss Valley, and the Squirrel Hill tunnels, but remains mainly steady. Parkway West, a little bit heavy at the Fort Pitt Tunnel entrance as well. Route 28, the Parkway North are up to speed. The HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North. Meanwhile, work on the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Watch for right lane closures in both directions between the Cranberry and Allegheny Valley interchanges. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Crowley, Dickerson, Callis behind the glass. Boo! Got him. Happy Halloween!
Are you happy this month is basically over? Now you don't have to worry about me jumping out anywhere.
I would say I feel like you took it easy on me, but you scared me a couple of times early, and so regardless of whether or not you scared me again, I was scared the entire month.
Exactly. That was the method. Like, it was a psychological method.
It's
more
genius.
Than anything.
It really is.
Because I knew that, if I got you a couple times early, that there wasn't one day that you walked into the studio where you weren't looking over your shoulder. And that is scarier than actually getting scared.
It's 100% right. It's like you ran the read option a couple times on the first scripted drive, then the entire game I was feeling like you were going to run it again.
Yeah, it's like playing like football, 10 years ago. You get blindside blocked, and now you're looking left and looking right every single time. That's
right. Hines Ward hit me from behind, first play of the game, and now my tongue's hanging out.
Yep.
Rest of the game.
You're looking, where's he at?
It's frankly brilliant.
That was a method. Because you know what? I can't just scare you every day. That's
tiresome.
Yeah, but that's messed up, too. I don't want you to have to feel, that you're going to get scared, but then I wanted you to feel like you're going to get scared without scaring you.
My heart was beating out of my chest this morning. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
the last few days you beat me here probably by a significant margin. I've been dragging ass. And today I got here and your truck wasn't here, but I thought you were probably here.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you parked the truck in a different location, and I walked up the steps, and it was just an uncomfortable morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got my second coffee real late because I got the first coffee real late because instead of getting coffee right away, I just came and sat right in here. Because I figured if you open the door, I would hear you open the door.
Right.
But if you jumped out at me, well, nothing I could do.
I mean, it doesn't mean it won't happen from now until next October.
Well, that's bull.
Why? Why?
The month is over.
But I mean, I watch horror movies every single day. Like
And we've been watching one up in here.
2 of them.
What do we got on the right TV?
We have Halloween 2, the Rob Zombie version, 2009.
I'm into it.
Yeah.
I kind of am sad we have to do the show.
Right. You've been paying attention to it, and I gave you some nuggets, too, of different characters that are in this movie that have played other characters in horror movies before.
Like this poor cop.
Yes.
Whose daughter was just brutally you-know-whatted.
Yes.
He was the voice of Chucky.
Correct.
His voice is scary.
Yes.
Yeah.
It sounds like Chucky.
Yeah.
If you listen to him.
Callis, how you doing?
I am so excited.
Callis has a ghost balloon on his head?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We were supposed to dress up, didn't?
Oh, yeah. I forgot.
I was going to be Arthur Smith, and then I didn't feel like shaving my beard and just leaving the mustache because I don't need the world to see my jawline that doesn't exist. And then I figured, okay, let's pivot. Who's the most popular coach on the Steelers right now? Danny Smith.
Yes.
So I was going to be Danny Smith.
Can I have a bunch of gum in your mouth?
I was going to put a bunch of gum in my mouth. I was going to wear the same exact costume, which is just Steelers gear that I had ready to be Arthur Smith. Then I was going to spray my hair white.
Oh.
But I forgot to buy the white spray.
Yeah.
So then that was out.
Sorry.
And didn't realize until it was like 9 o'clock last night, and I ain't going out.
Right.
So there you go.
Where did you get that balloon ghost?
There was a little Green Tree Halloween event that I got to MC on Saturday at the Green Tree Fire Hall. Yeah.
You MC'd.
And so Mike the Balloon Guy was like, I got something for you. Because I wanted a ghost, but I didn't realize he made ghost hats. So the ghost's arms are wrapped around my head, and the legs are sitting on my shoulders like I'm giving him a piggyback ride.
I love balloon animals. I love balloon art. Kids love that kind of stuff. I didn't like whenever they would make it in front of me as a kid because I hate the squeaky sound.
Oh.
Gives me shivers down my spine.
Mm-hmm.
Never liked it.
Did the clown make it for you, or was it just a balloon guy? Because back in the day, it would be a clown that would make it.
Are clowns running out of steam here? Are we doing less clowns than we used to be doing?
I think they're getting canceled, but not like for like doing anything bad, but just like the thought of clowns are not universal anymore. Clowns were supposed to make you happy and laugh back whenever probably our parents were growing up. It's like, oh, we have a clown at this party. Oh, clown, they're funny. And then it just shifted because of horror movies, and I think it made everybody scared of clowns.
Yeah.
And now it's like, we don't need clowns.
I don't
around.
think I ever attended a single party with a clown in my entire life.
I don't think I did, but but McDonald's whenever we were little was big.
That's true.
And then Ronald McDonald was a clown, and there's a lady that just walked by with a cowboy hat and all black. I swear to God, I swear. And she just looked at me. She didn't even smile. She just looked.
You don't know who it is?
Nope.
Great.
No idea.
Awesome.
That was wild looking. But I remember looking at pictures of my like first, second, third birthday being at McDonald's and taking pictures with Ronald McDonald.
Oh man, back in the day, going to the fun zone or whatever the hell they called it.
The ball pit.
The ball pit, which just had to have been a petri dish for disease.
Oh yeah, but there
my
weren't
God.
diseases back then. I mean,
No, we didn't care.
No, we were talking about before. I mean, the parents were probably smoking while we were having opening gifts. You look at those old pictures; they're all messed up and faded, and you see like a bunch of parents in the background, like with stupid-looking faces and having a cigarette in their hand,
bell bottoms, and like giant glasses,
big hair,
smoking cigs, eating a quarter pounder with cheese. Little Jimmy's in the ball pit bleeding, and nobody cares. That blood would just stay in there,
right,
for years.
Look.
I think that's a man. Ah!
It's not.
We got people walking around in costumes. We lazied it up. Let's just call it what it is.
Yeah.
Because you were going to be Tomlin.
I was.
And Callis was going to be Andy Reid, but at least Callis is in the spirit of Halloween.
Look.
He's got a balloon animal. Oh, I can't be scared.
We're watching Halloween. I got them all prepped.
Yeah, I saw you walking in. Bubba's got a scary clown mask on right now.
Mm-hmm. You can't get us. Come on. I'm the king, man. I'm the king.
Texter, John Wayne Gacy ruined the clown.
That is true. That is true.
I'm not familiar.
He was a...
Oh!
Yeah.
That guy.
Yeah. Yeah, he ruined it. That is true. Very true. Great text. Great text.
Texter, Zombies Halloween 2 is the worst in the entire series. Is that what we're watching?
That's what we're watching.
If this is the worst, sign me up.
Yeah.
Because I ain't seen any of them, and this got me going.
Well,
oh, God, this poor lady's getting it, too. Jeez Louise!
Well, yeah, they took it in a whole different direction. If you're a fan of the originals, like, you wouldn't be a fan of this one.
Because he was just a regular evil dude, Michael Myers, right? And then they made him a zombie?
No. Rob Zombie, like the musician, he's a horror movie director, and he made this movie. He made the first and the second one, and it's a remake of the original ones, but he's, like, very twisted and dark, and he made him, like, superhuman.
I'm such an idiot. Texter, I went to a childhood friend's party when I was 6, and there was a clown, and I kicked him in the nuts because it was right after my old sisters made me watch it. Watch what?
It. The movie It.
Man, I'm on top of it.
I can see where you got messed up there, though. It.
Texter, Dorn and Nick work with a clown every day. Hey!
That's not nice.
Screw off, man. How rude.
I like that one.
Callis, you can't eat candy today.
Yeah, I got protein bars that'll supplement. I'll be fine. I'm not falling for the allure of nasty food anymore.
Someone left a bag of little mini candies in there. Kit Kats, some Hershey bars. What's your number one candy?
Ooh, probably those caramel apple suckers, lollipops.
Those are good.
Yeah.
I'm not a lollipop guy.
I'm not either, just those.
Those two, I mean, they taste outstanding. They're very, my wife loves them.
I had like 5 last night.
5?
Yeah, probably like 5 of them. But if I had to go like chocolate, I'd have to go just Reese's.
Oh, my God.
Like I could, especially, I like the Reese's eggs on Easter.
Oh, yeah.
Those are better than the actual Reese's.
I agree, and same with the pumpkins.
Yes.
I feel like there's more peanut butter in there.
Yes.
And there's this salty deliciousness about them, too.
Oh, my God.
They are so addicting. I don't know that I've had one this Halloween season.
I haven't either.
Oh, my God. I'm going to hammer them tonight.
I'm going to steal them all out of my kids' bags.
Oh, yeah.
That's the funny thing. Like, kids dump it out. They have their own pals. And then I'm like, wait a minute. Hold on. Dad tax.
Absolutely,
Dad tax. I go in and I get the ones that I want.
Did you ever see the Jimmy Kimmel thing? Where
the kids?
The kids.
Oh, that's good.
I ate all your candy, and then they cry.
That's really good.
So mean. Tried to do it to Nora last year, and she was like, "It's okay, Daddy."
Oh.
I was like, "You." I'm just kidding. You called me on it. You're such a sweet kid. I think Wayne Gretzky, right? He's got all the records. I think Reese's is the Wayne Gretzky of candy.
Yeah.
I think it is far and away the best. I don't think it's even close. My number 2, Mr. Goodbar.
Yeah, what's the Mario Lemieux? Mr. Goodbar.
Love the Mr. Goodbar.
I love Mr. Goodbar.
Underrated.
I don't know if they're number 2, though. I don't think people were clamoring. I think probably like Kit Kat, Twix, or Snickers.
I like Kit Kats. I like Snickers. Not a big Twix guy.
Not either.
I like the Take 5. Or I don't know if they're still making them.
I think so.
Yeah. Those were they were new. They're not new anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But they kind of broke in to fight the traditional candies.
When did they come out? Well, they came out like art when we were coming out, right? It wasn't that long ago.
Traditional Hershey's bars are good. But I'll tell you what, we went to the Saris place for my daughter's birthday last week, and Saris clears, man. The Saris chocolate bar's better. It's so good. What do you?
Oh, yeah, they're for real good.
So good.
I get those at the
pretzel
gas station.
rods?
Yes, I get those at the gas station.
2004,
2004, look at that.
How about that? So Ben Roethlisberger's rookie season, the Take 5. God, what a time to be alive!
Yeah, junior high school.
Jeez!
Awesome.
Actually, funny you bring that up. Halloween 2004, Ben Roethlisberger beat the New England Patriots in his rookie season.
Here or there?
Here. The play action to Plexico Burress. Bang.
How do you remember all those games?
This is such a classic. I mean, this is formative years. I'm probably hammering a take 5, sitting on my buddy Pat Hundley's couch, watching Ben Roethlisberger find Plexico on a play-action bomb. Oh, what a time to be alive. The Shea Townsend, a pick 6 against good old Tommy Brady. Broke their streak of 21 consecutive regular season victories. Texter, 100 grand candy bars are underrated.
Is that the same year that the Steelers played the Patriots in the playoffs?
Yes.
AFC?
AFC Championship.
Right.
Yeah, it didn't go as well. Plexico dropped the ball that game. That's not fair. Texter, everybody hates on Fifth Avenues. What's a Fifth Avenue candy bar?
I haven't had one of those in a while. I couldn't pinpoint it.
I'm on it.
Couldn't pinpoint it.
Oh, yeah, I can't say I've ever really been down that path. So perhaps underrated.
Did you use a pillowcase whenever you were trick-or-treating?
Oh, yeah, for that, sure.
Yeah. No, you didn't.
I did, yeah.
You did?
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I feel like every kid had to use a pillowcase.
Back in the day, pillowcases were the way to go.
Right. I don't know. Do kids do that now? I don't know.
I don't know.
I'll check tonight.
I can't remember what my daughter's done.
I can't remember either.
I drove past a house today that had all kind of toilet paper up in their trees for Devil's Night.
Mm-hmm.
And back in the day, we used to do stuff like that, but we would do it at our friends' houses where we knew, like, the parents didn't care. Now I drive past it, and my whole worldview has changed as a father, and I'm like, I hope they like this kid. I hope they're not being mean to a particular kid here.
Right.
You know?
And then, if it's your kid that the trees in your front yard are getting toilet papered, it's like, man, I got to clean that mess up.
I know. You do think of it from that standpoint now.
Man, who's going to clean that up? Me.
Me. As a kid, you'd love jumping in those piles of leaves, too, but now it's like, I got to rake all this mess.
Yeah, I'm like, what's in the leaves? Bugs.
Perhaps a squirrel.
A squirrel.
Texter, whatchamacallit, best candy bar ever. What do you mean?
That's pretty good. I think there's a
They
bunch
forget
of
what
things.
it's called? That's terrible. Texter, here's a good question. Do you put your chocolate in the freezer or not? I certainly do.
Yes.
I won't. Okay.
Not all of it, but
process.
half.
Yes.
Yeah.
It depends on the candy, too.
Right.
A regular Reese's, I will put in the freezer.
Yes.
The thick ones, I don't. I don't like to put the pumpkins or the eggs because then they're too thick.
Right.
I got to bite through the hard, frozen exterior.
Yes.
I like putting those Girl Scout cookies in the freezer.
Oh, I never did that.
Thin Mints. Buddy.
Never did that.
Oh, yeah.
That sounds pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
Huh.
Butterfingers.
Not a big fan. I'll eat them, but not a big fan.
They're okay. They get stuck in your teeth.
Yeah.
I used to have a palate expander to the surprise of no one. Are you familiar with these? Did you have one of those?
No, they're like underneath the bridge of your mouth, right?
Yeah, you turn the key every night, and it just widens the gap. Ugh. I think pretty much just breaks the bone in the top of your mouth.
Uh-huh.
At least that's my understanding. Like a medieval torture device.
Right.
But you would eat a Butterfinger, and it would get stuck in your teeth, and then stuff would get stuck underneath the thing in the top, and that kind of ruined Butterfingers for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Texter, worst candy ever, Cowtails. Not a fan.
I like Cowtails.
Oh, get out of here.
They are good.
What a junk candy,
Why?
man.
Why? They're good.
They suck.
What?
Yeah. I heard TK yesterday say his favorite candies are Carmelos, and I do wonder if, when my grandma died, if her soul took over his body.
Werther's.
I mean, what are we doing? I love Carmelos. Penguins gonna make playoffs? Let me get some Carmelos. I mean, people like what they like, but I was totally stunned by that.
Carmelos.
Perhaps it's a Canadian thing.
Right.
Carmelos.
They have some good different snacks and candies in Canada.
Do they?
Mm-hmm. They do.
Rolos.
What? Oh.
Texter, what do you drink with your Reese's? I'll tell you what it is a big night for. A little apple cider and some whiskey.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
A Guinness, perhaps.
Uh-huh. I'm going to have me my Jackos.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if I have any pumpkin beers left.
Man.
What's the weather going to be like tonight?
I think it's going to be really nice.
I want it to at least be in like the low 50s.
I think we're getting like 70. I think, right?
High today is 77. Oh, my God. It's going to be in the 70s for trick-or-treat time.
Yep.
74 at 6, 71 at 8. Oh, my God.
Mm-hmm. Nice night. Usually rains. I remember it raining a lot when we were little.
Oh, my God, yes. I remember it snowing one Halloween.
Yeah.
I was one of the 101 Dalmatians. And I wore a jean jacket over my costume.
How old were you? 13?
This was last year. Texter, do they still make candy cigarettes? They do. My father-in-law always has candy cigarettes.
They still make those? Wow.
They still do, yeah.
Oh, didn't Zeiss have at the casino?
Yes.
Yeah. A couple years ago?
Yes. Texter, Malo cups. Oh, yeah. Worst.
Isn't that like the Carmelos? Or am I? No, those are caramel.
Malo cups, I think, have
marshmallow.
Yeah, in the middle.
Yeah.
Which, okay, good concept, but if I'm going to have something stuffed in my chocolate, I want it to be peanut butter.
Correct.
Texter, my buddy who is 52 TP'd my house last night. Is there an age limit to this?
Yes. Yes. What?
If I were 52 and my buddy did it, I'm calling the cops.
Yeah, absolutely.
Lock his ass up.
Who has time to do that?
Oh, my God. My buddy who is 52 TP'd my house.
I'd be so mad if one of my boys did that to me.
I think like 18's too old.
Yeah.
Texter, have you had whole hog pumpkin beer? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Is that good?
Oh, yeah. It might be my favorite.
What?
Yeah, it's really good.
I think you actually told me about that.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I need to get some of that. Are the pumpkin beers going to go away now because Halloween is over, or does that continue to Thanksgiving? Because you still have like the pumpkinish feel up until Thanksgiving, right?
They really should continue to make them. I don't know though. We're going to start seeing Christmas beers pretty soon.
What would you rather? What do you like better? Like the Oktoberfest pumpkin or Christmas?
Yeah, the Oktoberfest.
I do get excited for Christmas beers though because of the. I don't know. I love the Oktoberfest and the pumpkin beers. Favorite beer of all time is Jacko, but I get excited whenever the or the Christmas beers start coming out too because I like the taste of those as well.
Which ones? I'm trying to even think of a Christmas beer. I mean, there's
Great Lakes.
Oh, that is good.
Yeah, 2 times IPA.
That is good.
Yeah.
You're right about that. Yeah, both of those are good.
Sam Adams Christmas.
That's good.
Yeah.
Okay, good point by you. I do like Troeg's Mad Elf, but like
that is too much.
Yeah, I can have like 2 a season.
Right.
Like there was one year I bought a bunch because it is good. And then it sat there basically for a year.
Same here. Yeah. I looked at my fridge last night to get a drink, and I have the bucket at the bottom of the fridge has Mad Elf in it.
It's like 12%.
Yeah, it's insane.
It's good, but you can't. You can buy a 6-pack, maybe get through the season with it. Texter. Uh-oh. I got to ask Bill Shaner from Hampton Beer. Pumpkin beers production has ended. Christmas beers will be out soon. But you should be able to get pumpkin beers on clearance.
Oh.
How about that?
We need to hit up Bill, like you just said, because I need to.
He's our guy. I'll tell you what's good is Yam Jam from. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
What is it? Is it a Christmas or is it like a October?
What happened to me?
Oh, no. Is there a Thanksgiving beer?
Yam Jam.
Is that what okay? Yeah, that makes sense. Yams. You can't even think.
Dancing, no. There we go. Jeez,
oh, okay.
Please, holy cow. Brain not working. Buffering.
That's tough.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sam Adams Cold Snap. That's what you were talking about. It's good.
That is probably my 3rd favorite.
It's really good, yeah.
Yep.
Really
very
good.
Smooth.
Really good.
Very, very smooth. That doesn't come out till after Christmas, though, I think.
The thing is, though, it's not cold. It's not.
Yeah. Yep.
Like, tonight would be a perfect night. I mean, I still will have a beer probably, but tonight at 50 degrees would be perfect for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's 6:04.
It's Halloween.
Got sucked into the Halloween conversation.
We're allowed. It's a holiday.
That's true. All right. Ben Roethlisberger talked about the Steelers' offense, and I don't think it's surprising what he said. But is he right? We shall get into it. Pat Bostic going to join us for a couple of hours today. We'll get into Pitt. They've got a massive matchup. Penn State, massive matchup. 2 games that pair a pair of ranked teams this week, and it's Pitt, SMU, and it's Penn State and Ohio State. We'll get into those games. A lot of football talk. World Series, Garrett Cole, what a disaster for him last night. So much to get to, so little time. Boo! We're back in 30 seconds. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
I do want to throw this caution flag out there that we do have to be a little bit understanding that how good are the defenses we played so far. They've been down some DBs. They've been thin in the secondary. What's going to happen when all of a sudden we play a team that's got a really good secondary, that's got a great pass rush? They can double a guy or maybe not double George and put a really good guy on Austin, or Van Jefferson stepped up great last night for the team. I think that was huge. You've got to have guys that step up and make plays to help fill that void. And so, but I just want to pump the brakes a little bit just because we don't know what we're going to get when we face a really good defense.
Sure.
But they're doing what they have to do right now. That's all that matters.
Good morning, everybody. It's Halloween. We got Halloween-themed music today. It's never been done before in the history of radio. We're talking about candies. We're talking about pumpkin beers. We are celebrating Doran's favorite day of the year all morning long. I can't wait to get Pat Bostic's take on Halloween candy. Maybe I'll see him trick-or-treating.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
We live in the same-ish neighborhood.
Yeah.
He lives by my in-laws. Perhaps we'll make a jaunt over that way.
Yeah. I wonder where he's going to be. Maybe Rich Rod or something.
I hate you.
No, you don't.
I mean, I love you, but low blow.
I didn't know.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. That was the voice of Ben Roethlisberger, who says, pump the brakes on your optimism about this Steelers offense, saying, wait until they play a good defense. Talking about, hey, teams are going to start double-teaming George Pickens. It's going to make it harder on them. I agree with that point. It's why we've talked chapter and verse ad nauseum about the Steelers' need to add a number 2 or another number 1 kind of wide receiver. But as for they haven't played good defenses thing, Ben, that is poppycock. Not true. They have played good defenses, and I feel like I was actually a little unfair about the Giants' defense going into the last game. The Giants, they're sacking a quarterback 4.5 times a game. It's one of the highest marks in modern NFL history. They get after the quarterback, and Russell Wilson was sacked 4 times in the game, but guess what? They still moved the ball to the tune of 400-plus yards. So points allowed per game. The Chargers are first in the NFL. Steelers played them, Steelers beat them. Broncos, 3rd. Steelers played them, Steelers beat them. Jets, 11th. Steelers played them, Steelers beat them. Giants, 14th. Steelers played them, Steelers beat them. Indy, actually 13th in scoring defense in the NFL. Giants and Jets are 1st and 6th, respectively, in the league in sacks. The Jets 4th in total defense. The Giants 17th in total defense. So it's not like they're playing boobs out there. It's not like they're playing the Carolina Panthers. And really, for the purposes of this conversation, do we even need to dissect what they did prior to Russell Wilson playing? Like, does that matter? Pump the brakes on the offense. Okay, forget about the first 6 games. How have they looked with Russell Wilson, and who did they play with Russ? They played a couple of defenses that, okay, maybe they're not great. They're also, in my opinion, Doran, not bad.
Well, how many defenses are they going to play that are really good, though, even moving forward? That's another question, too. I mean, you do want to you want to look at it and see, like, okay, these are the defense that they played with Justin Fields. But we all know that it was a particular offense that they ran. The offense looks different. It was a different layout for Justin Fields against these defenses. And then you look at what the offense was with Russell Wilson, what it has been, and moving forward. What are the Ravens' defense?
Not good.
Right. What are the Bengals' defense?
Really not good.
What's the Browns been doing this year?
They played a good defensive game, I suppose, last time out, and maybe they were bolstered by not having to watch the quarterback who has sucked the soul out of them on the other sideline. But even last year when people said they were great, they were terrible on the road. I'm not a huge believer in them.
What about the Eagles? Have they been the same defense as they have been? I don't think so.
I think they're getting better.
They're getting better. I mean, the Chiefs have a good defense, but moving forward, okay, when are they going to play a really good defense? What defense in the NFL is extremely good?
Right. Even the Steelers' defense, that is statistically outstanding, they just gave up 150 yards on the ground. That's what defense looks like in 2024. Even the great defenses, you're going to go, really?
Right.
It doesn't look like the 2000 Ravens or the 08 Steelers or the 2010 Steelers or the, Titans from 2008, even the 2015 Denver Broncos. Like, when you play elite defense anymore, you're still going to leak. You're still going to give up some big plays. The rules are designed that way. Like, you look at the Steelers statistically, and when any talking heads nationally talk about the Steelers' defense, they're like, man, that defense is good. And they are, because it's all relative. You compare them to other defenses, and if we sit here and we gnash our teeth and we white-knuckle it up with this Steelers defense, think about what everyone else around the league is doing when their defense isn't giving up 14.9 points per game.
Mm-hmm.
So you should be, if you're good offensively, able to move the ball on just about anybody.
I kind of look at it like this. I mean, the perception of this defense and what the Steelers did is they won the game and they moved the football was the Chargers. And you had the two outside backers and Bosa and Khalil Mack. And then on the back end, you had the safety. I always forget his name. Derwin James. Like, that was one of the, better defense, at least on paper. And Justin Fields had one of his better passing outings that game.
Throwing the ball over the middle of the field, spread it in around. They scored on 2 consecutive drives. Would have been 3 if they didn't run out the clock. They're averaging 5.5 more points per game than they did last year. And at a certain point, we're going to have to stop comparing them to last year's offense because that's not the goal, to be better than that. The goal is to be good. They're a point away from being top 10, and they've only played the quarterback they want to play for 2 games.
Right.
I think there's a lot more reason to be optimistic about this offense than pessimistic. Another area that they've actually struggled percentage-wise is in the red zone. There's only a few teams that have been worse in the red zone than the Steelers. Steelers are converting 46% of the time down there. I think that's going to turn around. Russ was really good in the red zone last year. They should have had 2 touchdowns added to that ledger in the previous game, and it wasn't play calling. It wasn't like they couldn't execute. One guy's foot doesn't get down, and then you get a penalty that was unnecessary on another touchdown. Not to mention, Van Jefferson needs to sit down. Like, these are all things that can be cleaned up. We've seen bad red zone offense.
Yes.
Like, oh, no, you can't run the ball down there. Now you got to throw. Well, you don't have anybody to throw to. That looks bad. This, to me, percentage aside, doesn't look like a bad red zone offense.
No.
Like, I think they're going to be fine there.
Yes. They are close. The dam's going to break at some point.
Yes.
It's going to break.
And that was the talking point from Arthur Smith earlier in the year with Justin Fields. I really feel that way now with Russell Wilson. I do wonder if Ben is a little jaded. Potential Hall of Fame quarterbacks in here. Offense looks the best that it has since 2018 with 400 yards consecutively in games. And I'm not even crushing the guy for it.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's, human nature.
It's Ben. I mean, he'll give praise whenever he knows that somebody's not close to what he is.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he gave praise to Kenny a lot, and he knew all day that Kenny was not going to be a Hall of Fame quarterback. He knows that Justin Fields is probably not going to be a Hall of Fame quarterback, so he'll give praise. But whenever you get a guy that already has basically that title in here, doesn't like that, doesn't want to share that spot.
He thinks that they can win, I think, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is a quarterback that can do something that they haven't done in 7 years, and that's win a playoff game. And I think the human emotion there's a little bit of jealousy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that it's bad. It's just, I think, reality. This is an offense that put up 32 points against that Jets defense we were talking about, and 19 points against the Giants, which isn't going to be good enough. But if you analyze it beyond the numbers, it looked a lot better than those numbers. They moved the ball effortlessly. They had the 1 3-and-out to start the third quarter, and I went, come on now. Apart from that, they moved it. They hit deep shots. They've run the ball now for over 100 yards in what, 7 of the 8 games that they've played. They're a top 10 rushing offense. They're a top 15 scoring offense. And again, they've only played the quarterback that they think is the best option, and clearly is the best option 2 times. So Ben can poo-poo the success and say, hey, let's pump the brakes all he wants. But what would the numbers be if Russell Wilson played all 8 games? They might already be a top 10 offense in the NFL.
Yeah.
We would like to talk to you via the phones at 412-928-9370. Do you buy that the Steelers' offense is on the right track, that it can be a top 10 unit in the league? Or are you like Ben saying, okay, there's more I need to see? And if so, what do you need to see? Give us a ring, 412-928-9370. We'd love to talk to you on this Halloween morning. Fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And you can text us, brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We look forward to your phone calls coming up next. And Pat Meyer talking about one of the few disappointments on the Steelers offense. First, though, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pat Narduzzi confirmed yesterday during his show that you can listen to right here on 93.7 The Fan that Eli Holstein will be healthy enough to play this Saturday in the game against SMU. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Want to keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Kamala Harris gets that everyday costs are too high. She has real plans to tackle price gouging, cut taxes for middle-class families, and make life more affordable. Her opponent's plan?
Donald Trump plans to impose what is, in effect, a national sales tax. On everyday products, it will mean higher prices on just about every one of your daily needs. A Trump tax on gas, a Trump tax on food, a Trump tax on clothing, a Trump tax on over-the-counter medication. Donald Trump's plan would cost a typical family $3,900 a year. When everyday prices are too high, he will make them even higher.
Kamala Harris, a better plan for lowering costs for a future we can afford. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC's responsible for the content of this advertising.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world. Turning to the best in the business for websites, go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Clouds and sun today, the high 80.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Lowe's knows you want to get even more value for the holiday. That's why as a MyLowe's Rewards member, you get new member deals every week on everyday essentials, tools, and more. And you earn points when you shop. More points equal more rewards to help you save on holiday and more. Not a member? Join for free today at Lowe's.com/MyLowe'sRewards because Lowe's knows deals. Program subject to terms and conditions. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. See Lowe's.com/terms for full details. Subject to change.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizon. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. Congratulations to the LA Dodgers who rallied from a 5-0 deficit in Game 5 to win the World Series in 5 games. Series MVP Freddie Freeman was amazing. He secured his place in Cooperstown with 4 homers, a dozen RBIs, and his second ring. As for the Yankees, that's a whole nother story. I'm Boomer Esiason.
When I wake up
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West inbound getting a little bit heavier according to our Cordell and Cordell traffic cams. This is between the runaway truck sand pile and the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East also getting heavy right around Edgewood, Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28 remains mainly up to speed from Harmer down to the north side. Same story for the Parkway North main line heading from I-79 down to and across the southbound Veterans Bridge and onto the Crosstown. That's steady as you head over toward the Boulevard of the Allies and the Liberty Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Roger's been awesome. I mean, his attitude, he's nothing but listening. He just got to learn. He's got to focus. I think he's just got to focus each and every play. He plays a lot of good plays. You watch him and it's like, wow, he does some really good things. And I think it's just more him just, again, young. Hasn't played a whole NFL season. He's 23 years old. It just, he's going to grow. But the thing that Broderick is a confident kid. He plays hard. He loves the game. You just got to continue learning. We just got to get him to learn it faster.
Pat Meyer, Steelers offensive line coach, talking about their right tackle, Broderick Jones. says he needs to focus a little bit, but praised his attitude. And I don't think Broderick Jones at any point has had an attitude issue. I feel like he has regressed. If we're talking about areas of concern for the Steelers offense, I still worry about the offensive line, Doran. You're going to get Zach Frazier back. I'll tell you what's not concerning to me, though, is where it's going to go, like what this offensive line could be. And I'm optimistic-ish because after the bye, each of the last few years, the Steelers' running game had picked up and the Steelers' offensive line had played a lot better. Just continuity, gelling, all those kind of words. And this year, they've been a really good rushing team, and they hadn't been the last few years prior to the bye. So maybe they'll be jumping off from a better point, or maybe this is just what they are, and what they are is a top 10 rushing offense in the league. I'm not sure. But next season, Zach Frazier, Troy Fautanu, Broderick Jones going to continue to get experience. We'll see what happens with Dan Moore Jr. You've got Mason McCormick. All these guys are getting valuable reps, and a couple of them they don't really want to be playing or playing the position they're playing right now. So the future, I think, is bright for the offensive line. But I am a little bit concerned about your traditional drop-back passing game if and when the Steelers trail in some games.
I'm really concerned with Broderick Jones. It just looks like, just some of the things that are almost second nature to the offensive tackle position. And really the things that he did last year, he has regressed a lot. And he's the weakest link right now. You have somebody that's like Mason McCormick who is thrust into that guard position with James Daniels being out. And, you're hoping that he would have a redshirt year, Mason McCormick, and sit behind James Daniels. James Daniels' contract's up at the end of the year. Then he just slides in that position in his second year. But Mason McCormick looks, like 50 times better than Broderick Jones. I know it's two different positions, but he's a young guy just getting his feet wet. If Broderick Jones just figures it out just a little bit, this offensive line could be that much better.
Yeah.
They've had so many configurations, too. That's tough, man. Like, it's already tough, as you were saying, like getting the continuity, getting on the same page, working as a unit. But whenever you have so many moving parts, it's hard to find that rhythm, really. And Broderick Jones, you just hope. And, there was one play, I think that maybe it was a sack on Russ that I was paying attention to, because I shifted my eyes. I was like, let me just watch the offensive line, because I never really do. I kind of see the offensive line. I don't watch them in my peripheral when I watch a football game. And I watched Broderick, and he had help. And Najee chipped on one of the pass rushers, and Broderick just got pushed backwards, and I think it was a sack. And I'm like, man, he had help, and he's just getting worked like that. Like, what is going on? His feet don't even look right. His hands, he just looks like he's a tad bit slow. I don't know if it's like probably an inspiration thing that he needs or some confidence or whatever it is, but I know that he's not he's not, like you said, a malcontent or anything.
No.
And, he works hard. It's just something's not clicking with him right now. And if it does click, this offensive line can be pretty good because it's done its job really thus far.
From a talent standpoint, he's got it, and I think the line's got it. There's a lot of talent on that offensive line. You can't crush him for being young, because you're going to make mistakes when you're young and you're learning and you're playing at the NFL level for the first time. Problem for me with Broderick at this point is he played 11 games, started 11 games last year at right tackle. And look, I was critical about the way that the Steelers utilized him this offseason and their plan and flip-flopping him and this, that, and the other thing. He's played 19 games at right tackle now in the NFL. You need to start to get it. Like, it can't be about the Steelers' misusing of him at this point. Like, now it's on him.
Right.
So now he's got to figure it out. I don't want to continuously bash them for how they've messed with his head. You've been playing the same position now for 18, 19 games. Like, you got to figure it out. He's played more in the NFL than in college.
And you did well.
Yes. Well, we talked about the running game after the bye. The running game after he was inserted at right tackle really played better last year. So I don't know what the reason is for his regression. Perhaps there really is something to the elbow injury, but you would think that just gets better as the year goes on.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're going to get healthy.
Yeah.
And you get used to it.
Right.
Like,
I don't buy that. It's more his feet and just confidence.
Yeah.
You can just tell. Like, he's just not even getting out on his sets.
Well, you're an expert, and we've had Trey Essex on, and he's obviously an offensive line expert, and he poo-pooed the injury thing. Chris Hoke has poo-pooed the injury thing, that it's bigger than that. So they need him to figure it out, obviously, because if not, then you have a difficult decision this offseason. Do you pay Dan Moore Jr.? You probably don't want to, because you have 2 first-round picks that you'd like to just play at tackle on rookie contracts. You're going to have to pay a quarterback. You don't want to have to throw that kind of money at Dan Moore, but they might have to. So we'll see. But he's been a huge disappointment to this point.
Yep.
Maybe the biggest disappointment on the team.
Probably.
I think he is.
Probably. Actually, yes. Yes. Mm-hmm. Man.
I mean, Roman Wilson's season has been disappointing as I'm kind of thinking aloud here.
But he's a rookie.
And it's through no fault of his own. You get hurt.
Yeah.
Like, it's not your fault you get hurt. Like, that just sucks. I can't think of anybody else who's been a bigger disappointment than Broderick Jones. And I hope he'll figure it out. He's got the talent to figure it out. I think he's got a good head on his shoulders. But through 19 games in the NFL, you're not getting the returns on him that you thought you would. 412-928-9370. Alfredo Roberts is the Steelers tight ends coach, Doran.
Mm-hmm.
And he said something yesterday he didn't want to say, and I watched it like 10 times, the clip on 937thefan.com. I laughed every time. We're going to play that for you when we come back. What did he say? Why is it important? First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The New York Yankees blew a 5-run lead in Game 5 of the World Series, and the Los Angeles Dodgers ended up winning. So the Dodgers win in 5, 2024 World Series Championship. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
When I wake up, The best mornings
In the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I put on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
I love fall weather. The crisp air, the falling leaves, until someone in my family catches a chill outside. Luckily, Kohl's has deals on all things cozy. I got 20% off comfy layers and warm denim, $10 off because I spent over $50, and earned Kohl's cash. Now we're ready to bundle up and get back out there, thanks to Kohl's. Select styles. Offers end November 3rd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
The open border is one of the largest forces driving up costs of basic necessities. Each illegal immigrant costs taxpayers nearly $9,000 per year, according to the Federation for American Immigration Reform. Total cost since 2021, $72.8 billion. Fentanyl continues to pour in, bringing more countless, senseless deaths every year. We cannot afford to let this dangerous agenda continue. This election, reject reckless spending and demand real border security. Advocate for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
Hey everyone, it's Doran Dickerson. Do you want to feel more confident when you smile? People give me compliments all the time about my smile. It's been 2 years since my smile makeover, and my only regret is that I didn't do it sooner. For my veneer treatment, I only trusted the best cosmetic dentist in Pittsburgh. Doctors Brian and Rob Klaich of Cranberry Dental Studio, and my experience was incredible. Request a free virtual consultation by visiting cranberrydentalstudio.com or check out their award-winning smile makeovers on their Instagram at Cranberry Dental Studio.
Look out! Here comes Wrong Way Rob Matzy. Always flying the wrong way. Matzy sent millions of your tax dollars to Philadelphia, while here in Beaver County, we needed help. In fact, Rob Matzy votes 99% of the time with the woke Philadelphia liberals. And Rob Matzy's not lying straight when it comes to our values. Rob Matzy voted to make it easier to let violent criminals back on the street. Matzy even voted to let biological males on girls' sports teams and in their locker rooms, which With Wrong Way Rob Matsey in the cockpit, it's all left wing. Rob Matsey doesn't share our values anymore. A lifetime on the taxpayer dime made him forget where he's from. To Rob Matsey, Beaver County's just flyover country. But there's hope. Michael Parrish shares our values. He'll fight for jobs, lower taxes, and make life affordable again. Michael Parrish, he shares our values. One of us for a change.
Paid for by HRCC, authorized by Michael Parrish.
You hear that? That's the sound of another year counting down. Another year missing your revenue goal. Another year wondering why your marketing isn't more effective. Another year worried about next year. The clock is ticking, but you still have time. Time to contact the experts at Scale Marketing. Scale Marketing is a full-service marketing agency who is expert in lead generation and revenue growth. How expert? Our clients see an average of 20% growth in the first year alone, with sustained growth from there. It's all part of our process. From your traditional marketing to social media to paid search, we'll take a forensic approach, digging deep to find the root problems in your marketing strategy. Then we'll fix them fast. At Scale Marketing, we can't stop the clock, but we can change your company's future. Find out how you can make your marketing budget work harder and drive more revenue. Contact us at scalemarketing.com. That's scalemarketing.com.
Let's face it. Nowadays, most companies have to rely on dozens of expensive, disconnected platforms to run their business. And even then, things can get a little, well, stressful. But with Odoo's all-in-one management software, packed with a suite of fully integrated business applications, every process is streamlined. Tasks are automated, and success is just a few clicks away. See how Odoo can take your business to the next level at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You don't expect a guy to be 6'7" and 300 plus. Oh, I said that out loud. He is a big
264,
man.
you mean?
Yeah. That's what I meant. 264.
Alfredo Roberts, Steelers tight end coach. Oh, yeah, Darnell Washington, 6'7", 300. Not like it's some big secret. Darnell Washington listed at 265.
No way.
I mean, give me a break.
I mean, he's not 20 pounds more than me.
Wow.
Put it that way.
Had not thought about it like that.
Right.
He's definitely 3 bills.
Oh, yeah.
Solid.
Oh, yeah.
He ain't no chubby guy running around out there.
No. But he is 300 plus.
I'm really happy that they found a way to utilize him because you don't get a lot of guys, even in the NFL, that look like him.
No. I'm really happy that, I mean, knock on wood, he isn't injured. And he came in injured. He got injured last year. His knees have been an issue, even in college, probably because of his weight and his size. And having to run and cut and do those things on, with that carrying that weight with your knees, like that's just not a recipe that you want.
Yeah.
But knock on wood, he looks pretty good.
Darn, what do you have on the TV here? Man, there's full nudity going on in this horror movie over
turn
here.
That off. Oops. That ain't my fault. That's your fault. You called for it. You called for it. I'm not going to put you on blast, but you did call for that.
You said this is a channel here. They'll give you the full horror movie. They're not. It's not the censored version. And I'm sorry, you're talking about Darnell Washington and his knees, and all I see are some breasts over your left shoulder. Very distracting. Whoa.
Oops.
Legally, I think we're fine if that were on the web stream.
Correct.
Yeah, so we're good.
Oh, so I can put it back on?
Well, do you want me to be invested in the show?
Well,
I wouldn't mind.
There is not.
I wouldn't mind.
There's nothing better in life than when you catch a glimpse of something you're not supposed to catch a glimpse of.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, I did not expect to see that in the workplace.
Right.
And very distracting.
Oops.
My apologies. What I want to see from Darnell Washington, who has 11 catches and 120 yards for the Steelers this year, already doubling up his receiving yards from last year, I'd like to see more of him in the red zone. I'd like to see more of him in the red zone. I'd like to see more Pat Freiermuth in the red zone. I think with Russell Wilson, we're going to see more of that. But that seems to me the most obvious thing in the world. This guy is 6'7". He is an absolute matchup nightmare. They had him one-on-one with a corner it was the first play of the game, wasn't it?
Whenever he caught it?
Yeah, 29-yard catch.
And he just bounced right off of him?
Oh, my God.
Didn't even push off the guy. He just kind of leaned into him. The guy just fell right
down.
Right on his face.
To
be able to run like that?
So that's what I was going to say. He didn't run like a super-duper fast 40 or anything like that, but his football speed seems elite. I mean, those long strides. He's a freak of nature.
He'd have been a first-round pick if he didn't have the injuries.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then he shared a lot of the passing reps with Brock Bowers, which rightfully so. Look what Brock Bowers is doing. But, he was predominantly a blocking tight end at Georgia. But whenever he did get the ball thrown to him, he did the things that we've been seeing him do this year at Georgia. So, he's a really good football player. To be able to move like that at that size and to be able to block like that, you just don't see that anymore. I mean, the last blocking full, balanced tight end that could do it all was Gronk, and that's a dying breed. I don't know if there's any other tight ends out there that could do the two things right now.
What's his face in San Francisco is a pretty good blocker.
Yeah, Kittle's pretty good.
Kittle's good.
Yeah.
You don't get a lot of it from Taylor Swift's guy.
No, none.
The blocking. And even Freiermuth, I think he's been better this year.
Because he hasn't been put in positions.
Game. Yeah.
He hasn't been put in the positions where he can't win the blocking matchup. And that's what happened. Like, he wasn't an inline, hey, I'm going to go reach block a big 9 technique or an outside backer and try to cut him off and let the running back get the edge.
You can't be throwing 9 technique around with XX Exorcist on in the background. You can't be throwing these football terms around expect it to land
I'm trying to get your mind out of the gutter. I'm trying hard.
Sometimes I think ideas don't even land when you're paying attention.
That's right.
Yeah. I'm trying. That's my fault. I forgot that was on.
But you're right. Arthur Smith's such a tight end friendly coach. He's not asking Freiermuth to do things like they would ask him in the past.
Right.
Like, he's not your inline blow a dude off the ball tight end.
No.
It's not to say he's a bad blocker, but you need to give him the advantageous matchups.
Right.
Now, Darnell Washington, they've had him on the field a ton, and, I mean, he's coming down on DNs.
Yep.
He's blowing outside linebackers up.
Mm-hmm.
He's a freak. I just want to see them use him more in the red zone. Another reason why I'm not so worried about their red zone touchdown percentage. Like, they actually have weapons to use down there. We say they're lacking at wide receiver too, and they are. But once they get down to that area, I think there's room to grow because there are guys that I think their skill sets, they wind up fitting that area of the field. Texter, you stole my joke. Yeah, the XX Exorcist was a text line.
Oh, that wasn't yours?
No, it wasn't. That was not mine.
No, I want to put it back on.
What was that movie?
Devil's Rejects. Yeah.
Throw that in my notes on the old iPhone.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Did you see that Cale Berger is Post Malone today? That's who he dressed up for at Halloween.
What does he look like?
He just, I think he Sharpied a bunch of stuff onto his face.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I'm sure a lot of people around the office will get that outfit. They'll understand it.
Post Malone?
Yeah, I doubt it.
I don't know. He tattooed face. There's only a couple of guys that come to mind. Mike Tyson, which he's not. Post Malone would be my number 2 face tattoo guy.
Would he?
Yeah.
All right.
No, I don't think Woody had a face tattoo. Buzz would have made fun of him. It's terrible.
I come in peace.
412-928-9370, the phone number, if you want to talk tight ends or other
you're really
things.
Messed up.
It was staggering. I mean, that's a big TV, Doran.
If Bostic was in there, he'd start sweating.
It's a big TV, and it was a close-up shot. Man. All right. Spray bottle. Injury report brought to you by Shenderovich, and Fishman. They've got your back, not your wallet. Michael Pruitt back for the Steelers. Made a catch last week. That's what they want to be. So there you go. There's your injury report brought to you by Shenderovich, and Fishman. They've got your back, not your wallet. Herbig should be back. Zach Frazier should be back. Cordero Patterson should be back. Cam Sutton going to be back. So we always say, they're getting the bye at the right time. Nobody got hurt in the Giants game. You're going to get a handful of guys back you would think, against Washington, and they should be as healthy as they've been, frankly, all year when the second half of the season resumes. It's a big deal.
Huge.
All right, coming up next, Halloween question for you, Doran.
Okay.
As it is Halloween. Texter, come on, Crowd Dog, act like you've seen a breast before. Again, it was just the surprise of seeing it here. Like, I don't see them here. It doesn't happen here. And it was staggering to me. Shocking.
My fault. Sorry.
Thank you.
Won't happen again.
Texter, convert Darnell Washington to right tackle. We talked about that before.
We did.
But, I mean.
He's effective in the passing game, so.
Exactly.
If he couldn't move, that's what I would have done. That's the reason why I said that was because of the knee problems.
Yes.
And I didn't think he could move as well anymore, but clearly he can.
If the knee injury were to, knock on for Micah here, if the knee injury were to resurface at any point this year, that would be a massive loss for them now.
Yeah.
He is instrumental to what they're doing on that side of the ball. And I think if he had played with Russell Wilson all season, we might be talking about a guy that has like 500 receiving yards by the end of the year. He's got 120 right now. Now, he had the one last week, but the week before he had 4 catches. I mean, he might wind up being a 400-yard receiver by the end of the season if he does stay healthy, which would be massive for this team. All right, Halloween question coming up next. Pat Bostic in at 7 o'clock. We are off the rails already on this Halloween Thursday. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pat Narduzzi confirmed on his radio show yesterday, you can listen to every week right here on the Fan during Pitt football season. Narduzzi confirmed that Eli Holstein will indeed play on Saturday against SMU. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Cordell and Cordell Traffic Cam taking a look at Route 28. Steady for the most part, however, getting heavier now past the 31st Street Bridge and down toward the East Ohio Street and Veterans Bridge off-ramps. Meanwhile, the Parkway West is heavy near the top of Green Tree Hill, then jammed just below Parkway Center to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East, you're heavy there at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan, and preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellmann's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes, from buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store, and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
The NBA is back, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action. And right now, FanDuel is giving everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do to catch every tip-off and buzzer beater is place any $5 bet on the NBA to get 3 months of NBA League Pass, courtesy of FanDuel. Man, I've gotten an early look at Oklahoma City. Chet Holmgren, unbelievable. He's a guy that I would be watching really, really closely. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to make every moment more this season. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY. Make every moment more with FanDuel, official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. After 3-month free trial, the full price of League Pass will be automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime, no refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
As you prepare to cast your vote, ask yourself, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Grocery prices up 26%. Gas prices tripled. Home prices skyrocketed by 46%. Kamala Harris's failures have left Americans struggling. Plus, the border crisis. Over 10 million illegals have entered in the last 4 years, threatening our safety and security. Enough is enough. Stop the chaos. Vote for change. Right for America PAC paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
So the presidential is here, and you're trying to decide your vote, right?
Trump, Harris, Harris, Trump. I've gone back and forth.
And what about Senate?
Well, I've always voted for Casey before, but this time
I'll tell you what did it for me. Transgenders in sports. Bob Casey supports letting biological males play girls' sports. It's just not right.
You know, and it's Harris, too. It's too far out. It's not just fair play. It's taking scholarships from our girls.
Right. And Bob Casey backed the Biden-Harris policies on using tax dollars to pay for transgender transition surgery.
Kamala Harris even wants to pay for gender transition for prisoners. I saw that on TV.
Bob Casey is 100% on board with the crazy transgender agenda. It's nuts.
And we don't need any more nuts in Washington.
Bob Casey may be normal on some things, but he's nutty on this.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for the United States Senate, and I approve this message.
Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick and NRSC.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle. And their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Inc.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Pat Bostic going to join us from 7 o'clock until 9. Big Pitt news came out yesterday on the Pat Narduzzi show. Eli Holstein, Doran Dickerson, has been cleared to play against SMU.
Correct.
I'm a little bit surprised. Not that he was cleared, but that Narduzzi said it. I just thought we would find out moments before kickoff that Eli Holstein was good to go. Little gamesmanship kind of deal.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised, too.
Yeah.
Kind of surprised.
He likes to hold those cards close to his chest.
And I guess SMU's quarterback, they tried to do the same deal, saying that he got injured in the last play of their game last week, and he was questionable this week, but he's going to give it a go.
He's giving it a go.
Oh.
They've won with both of their quarterbacks this year, SMU has. And their starter had a lot of preseason hype, but the backup, I think, is getting paid, and he's fairly well known as well.
Has the line moved now that has been announced?
It has not, at last I checked, which was about an hour ago. I would think it would move a little bit, at the very least.
8 still?
I had it at 7.5.
7.5, 8, jeez.
Yeah. Whoopsies.
Okay.
Clicked the wrong thing.
Okay.
Yeah, it is right now 7.5.
Okay.
Yeah. Which I still don't understand.
Me neither.
But we'll talk more about that with Pat Bostic. Bill Hillgrove going to be joining us as well in the 7 o'clock hour. But it is Halloween, Doran's favorite day of the year. I do like Halloween, too. What are we handing out at the Dickerson abode tonight?
Oh, the deal, the Reese's, the Snickers, the
variety,
the lollipops that I talked about, the apple caramel lollipops. Those are mine. I have 2 bags of them, so they don't get handed out.
Those are just for Daddy.
Those are just for Daddy. But yeah, just the normal, run of the mill candy. What about you?
We're handing out Oreos,
like the small packs.
Yeah. I don't know why.
Whose decision was that?
That was my wife. She went to like Sam's Club or one of those big stores and bought a whole bunch of stuff for my daughter's birthday party last week, and she just bought like a giant thing of Oreos.
I would like that.
I love Oreos.
What about chips? Like a little bag of chips people do.
Never minded that.
Never minded
little
that either.
variety.
Yeah.
Never minded that.
Remember the popcorn ball?
Yes.
Get that?
Yes. Which was fine.
Yeah.
There's not much I am anti. Most of the time, people are giving out the good stuff.
Yeah.
You don't need to give out the king size. It's always appreciated if you do. It should never be expected. If you get the mini ones, you get the mini ones. A lot of times, if they're the mini ones, you'll get the old courtesy. Hey, 2. You could take 2.
Right.
Kids take 2. I did see a really funny video on the TikTok, Doran, of a setup that had a cooler on one side, and it said for adults only, and then the other side kids only. And then when the dad went to lift up the cooler, some dude popped out and scared the bejesus out of him.
Oh, that is good.
It's genius.
That is good.
Yeah.
That's what the parents do in my neighborhood. Like, you walk around with your kids get candy, parents hand a beer.
You got a little solo cup action going on?
Just walk around with it. I mean, it's our neighborhood.
Open container?
Well, it's our neighborhood.
You're just flirting with disaster.
Koozie.
Yeah.
I guess. I don't know. I don't pay attention.
I will have one beverage tonight.
You'll have multiple.
No, I can't. Typically, it warms you up, but it'll be in the 70s, so you don't really need to be warmed up. But you do want to feel good.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if I'm walking around. I think my youngest still needs to be walked around, but my two oldest, they can
just go.
They go by themselves.
Just go do your thing.
I can't trust them with my youngest yet, or probably ever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
they'll just be like, yeah, forget him. Like, hey, Jace, can you watch Jax? Yeah, I got him. Then all of a sudden, Jace will be down the street and Jax will be wandering in somebody's house in somebody's bathroom, brushing his teeth. Hey, Jax is here brushing his teeth. He's sleeping over.
Callis, are you handing out candy for your parents tonight? Are you the one? You're the jolly Callis sitting there on the porch inviting children?
No. I'll probably be working tonight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's no fun.
No fun.
Texter, handing out ramen noodles and microwave popcorn.
Microwave popcorn would be all right, not ramen noodles.
I don't mind the ramen noodles. Ramen noodles are good.
You've got ramen noodles before?
Never once.
Never.
Never once. Never heard of that? No. Texter, my daughter loves the caramel apple lollies, but they get in her hair. Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll happen.
They're so good.
You know what sucks? Candy corn.
Yep.
Hate it.
100%.
Hate it. Kale's playing the guitar in the hallway because he's Post Malone.
Oh.
All right, Pat Bostic going to join us for the next 2 hours. He'll be in studio next. Fan Weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Of course, going to get into Russell Wilson and have some quarterback evaluation conversations with Pat. Then we'll get into the Pitt game and their big matchup against SMU. Fan Weather, like I said, brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 24 Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com.
For today, expect partly to mostly cloudy skies and windy conditions with a high of 80 degrees. Southwest winds of 15 to 20 miles per hour, occasionally gusting to near 30 miles per hour. Overnight, mostly cloudy with scattered showers arriving, especially after 9 to 10 p.m. Temperatures in the mid to upper 60s. And on Friday, mostly cloudy in the morning, then becoming partly cloudy in the afternoon. Morning high of 67 with temperatures steady in the 50s through the rest of the day. I'm KDKA First Alert meteorologist Trey Fulbright with your forecast.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Did you know the cost to American taxpayers of each illegal immigrant is nearly $9,000 per year, according to the Federation for American Immigration Reform?
Total cost since 2021, $72.8 billion.
Our current leaders in Washington have irresponsibly allowed over 7 million illegals to enter the U.S., 5 times the number of illegal immigrants from our prior elected officials.
While millions of illegals place massive pressure on public programs, fentanyl pours across our borders, causing countless deaths. Washington leaves the door open, and we pay.
Elected officials aren't just ignoring us. They're willfully defying the law they swore to uphold.
We cannot afford to let this dangerous agenda continue.
It's time our nation has a secure border.
This election, reject reckless spending and demand real border security.
Advocate for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
Build up to Black Friday with savings all month long at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save up to $500 on select LG major appliances. And get holiday inflatables for under $20. Because Lowe's knows deals. Valid 10/24 through 11/5. Applies to select LG major appliances only. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. See Lowe's.com for details and qualifying items. While supplies last.
Football is back, and ESPN Bet is bringing fans exciting new features and promotions to elevate your game day. Get in on trending parlays in the all-new Parlay Lounge experience. Check out one-of-a-kind offers from ESPN personalities and boost your winnings with Profit Boost all season long. The official sportsbook of ESPN has football fans covered. Download the ESPN Bet app today. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
It was 50 years ago today. A tribute to the Beatles featuring Christopher Cross, David Pack, original lead singer of Ambrosia, Maxie Priest, Jason Sheff, longtime lead singer of Chicago, and Badfinger featuring Joey Mullen, performing their hits, plus favorites from Let It Be and Hey Jude. Friday, November 15th, Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall. Get reserved seats at librarymusichall.com. Produced by Dresky Entertainment.
Hey, this is Matt Barnes, NBA champ, and I'm thrilled to be partnering with the National Urban League to make sure you know the power of your vote. Black men have always led, and now it's time to lead our communities to standing up against those who want to silence us. There's so much on the line this election, from criminal justice, police reform, to jobs, economic opportunities, and education. All these issues affect our family's future. Our communities need your voices, so use yours at the ballot box. Please vote.
Paid for by the National Urban League.
We're always made to feel like one person can't make a difference, but everyone has a single person in our life that's made a difference. Maybe it was a parent, a neighbor, a teacher, a mentor. So when people say that your vote doesn't matter, you know that one person can and has made a difference. So why would you not use every opportunity to make a difference in someone else's life? That's what voting can do. It provides the power of a single voice, joining with millions of other single voices to make a difference. Because even that person who changed your life, they may have been just a single person to you, but they all had people who made a difference to them. They were never just a single person, but a collective of all the people who had made impacts in their lives. So this November, use your voice and vote to make a difference. Go to votehq.org to learn how to vote this election season. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
Real quick, raise your hand if you want to lose an additional 4 bands a year. Go ahead and put your hands up. Put your hands up. You voted for Kamala Harris. Oh, okay, my fault. Good, because I don't think people understand that voting for Trump means you will lose an additional $4,000 to $5,000 a year. If Trump is elected, he plans to add a 60% tariff on all imports from China. Anything in your house that says made in China, take the price that you paid for and add 60%. He plans to add a 20% tariff on all imports coming from every other country. With Kamala Harris's opportunity economy, she's not hitting you with the sales tax of doom. She's providing tax cuts to the middle and working class, so that means you will save an additional $4,000 to $5,000 a year. Plus the $25,000 she's literally handing to new homebuyers. Like, you know who to vote for in this November's election. It's Kamala Harris. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC is responsible for the content of this advertisement.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Thursday morning rush getting awful crowded. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Save 50% on installation of Gutter Helmet during their fall sale. This month only, 888-5 Helmet. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam taking a look at the Parkway West. You're jammed solid there near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East, you're stacked at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28 getting heavier as well from the Route 8 at the bypass down past Shaler Waterworks, and then again from the 31st Street Bridge down toward East Ohio Street. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fall into savings with Gutter Helmets. Save 50% off installation and enjoy 0 down, 0 payments for 1 year. Don't risk costly water damages. Gutter Helmet guarantees clog-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for your no-cost free estimate today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Tons of football, obviously, on today's show. Pitt with a big matchup against SMU Saturday night, 8 p.m. It's also Halloween. And someone texts in at 412-928-9370. I'm handing out my phone number to hot single moms.
You are?
No, someone texted in. Said that. No, do you think I got that kind of riz, Doran?
Oh, you use the word riz for real?
Yeah.
I'm surprised you used it in the right context.
If someone of my age uses the word riz, does that immediately negate the riz?
Yes.
Yeah, thought so.
Yes.
Pat Bostic with us in studio until 9 o'clock. We got Bill Hillgrove coming on at 7:50. Pat brought to us by Gatorade, available at Giant Eagle stores. How you doing, Mr. Bostic? Good morning to you, and a happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween to you. Good morning. I'm doing great.
What are we handing out tonight, Patty?
An assortment of small candy, I think.
Variety.
Yeah, I think there's Snickers and Reese's and.
You have a ton of kids in your area.
I think there might be some Whoppers in there.
A Whopper?
Milky Way. We have a lot of kids. So, not in our house specifically, but just in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And I heard you guys talking about the adult cooler. There will be several of
Very
those.
good.
Yes.
Is that something everyone's doing these days?
I think so.
I think it is. 412-928-9370. Text us. You're doing the whole adult Halloween thing. You know, Halloween evolves, right? You're a kid, trick or treat, and then you get a little bit older, and there's Devil's Night, and you're looking to get scared, and that's just basically Doran's entire existence. Then you get to college, and the parties, and the partial nudity with the costumes.
Yes.
And then you become our age, and you're schlepping the kids around, and you might want a beverage or two.
Yes.
The evolution of Halloween.
Where did trick or treat originate? Like, what is the?
I'm on it.
What is the trick part? Where are they tricking? Are they tricking with the costumes? Or kids tricking the people asking for the candy? Because every time a kid comes to your door,
If anyone should know, it's you.
I don't. I was thinking about it last night. My kids asked me, actually.
What is going on with this seat over here? The can light's not on.
Mm-hmm.
This thing, it sounds like it's reverberating in my ears. I got to move again.
That's what Whaley said yesterday. He's like, who sits over here outside of me?
Yeah, he was blaming you.
Yeah.
Thought it was your fault.
He's blaming me. He's here during the week first. He was here first.
He wasn't blaming you. Look at me trying to stir the pot already. Trick-or-treating, according to AI here on the Google.com, trick-or-treating has multiple origins, including the Celtic festival of Samhain, the Scottish practice of guising, and the German-American tradition of bell-snickling. Well, I'm happy we cleared that up. Yeah, clearly, Doran, it's because of guising and bell-snickling.
Right.
I mean, like, you should have known that.
Sorry.
Naturally, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Bell-snickling.
What the hell is that?
I'm looking that up now next.
You just went down a rabbit hole, bud.
I did. We're trying to inform the people today. What is bell-snickling? When people immigrated to Pennsylvania, they brought their German traditions with them. Bell-snickle was known in Pennsylvania in the early 1800s. Among Pennsylvania Germans, bell-snickle is the character who visits homes prior to Christmas to check up on the behavior of the children. All right, the more I Google, the less I feel like we know.
Yep.
So I'm going to stop that right now.
I heard Pennsylvania in there, so maybe Pennsylvania's got something to do with this.
We stake some claim to the whole thing.
Maybe,
We do.
Maybe it started here, Doran.
Yeah, there we go.
Maybe it all started at an Imperial with a young Doran Dickerson. A young Doran Dickerson walking around scaring the bejesus out of people with Michael Myers concert.
Are you trying to scare people tonight?
Oh, God, yes, he is.
Probably. Yeah, probably. I think I might bring out the chainsaw.
They're
The chainsaw? A real chainsaw?
Yeah.
Don't, Doran.
What?
I care about you. Don't mess around with a real chainsaw.
Why?
Because you could hurt yourself, A. B, you could maim a child.
No, I'm not going to do that.
Well, not intentionally.
You guys ever go to those haunted yard places, haunted house places where you they have the fake chainsaws where they actually put them on your arm, but it's like rubber?
Yeah.
Yep. No, I don't like that.
You ever been at 100 Acre Manor?
Mm-hmm.
I have not. I haven't done it since high school. I mean, that's like
big first date kind of deal, or big date kind of deal.
My wife and I did that in high school.
That's not a good idea, though. That's not a great idea for a first date.
No, you got to be manly.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about. You got to be there for them when the chainsaw guy's bearing down.
Can you imagine Crowley?
Exactly. Yeah. Jumping into Leanna's arms.
Help me!
Help me! Not you, me!
The hell with you? Hold me!
Right. Bad first date.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text us, brought to you by Egger Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We will get into the Pitt matchup in full format about 7:35. We've got Bill Hillgrove at 7:50. You're going to spend a lot of time on Pitt season. Going to spend a ton of time on the matchup against SMU. It's a huge one for Pitt. Obviously, Penn State with a big one against Ohio State. So a lot of college football to get to. But we start with you, Pat, not with Bell snicking, but with Russell Wilson and what he's been able to add to the Steelers' offense. Are you seeing anything right now that is unsustainable?
No, I'm not. I think the only thing that would be unsustainable is the pass protection. I think that would be the one thing that concerns me moving forward. The Giants had a good front. Obviously, Dexter Lawrence. I mean, they chose to try to have a back block him on one play, which wasn't. That was McCormick who whiffed. But Broderick Jones. I think Dan Moore's gotten better. I feel like the left side's in pretty good stead. The right side, you have concerns about. But I mean, there's guys getting involved in the passing. We've seen more from Van Jefferson with Russell Wilson. We've seen more from Darnell Washington with Russell Wilson. The distribution of the football is much better. The deep ball is more in play. I feel like it's more catchable. And, I hear people say, like, well, he's not mobile. I disagree.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he's extending plays. I mean, the touchdown pass was clinic in terms of rolling to your right, beautiful throw in the back of the end zone, call back, obviously, for the face mask. But, no, I don't see anything that's unsustainable. And the biggest thing for me is just the presence of it. The pre-snap stuff and getting into the right play. You can just tell that he's got a command, and it's a confidence that emanates throughout the offense. I was watching a Gruden clip. Gruden did a breakdown. His stuff's phenomenal, by the way.
Yeah, it is. It's
not just the feeling nicey stuff, which is hilarious. Woo. But the actual breakdown stuff, he said it, man. Like, when you got a quarterback in that huddle that emanates confidence, it spreads to everyone else. And they got a young offense. And that's so important. And you can just see they're playing for him. And it's different.
Is this offense, whenever you watch the games, you watch the last two games with Russell Wilson, I think that we can agree that the offense looks different than what it did again with Justin Fields at quarterback. Mm-hmm. But whenever you watch these games, is this offense predictable? Like, can you see, like, what they're running? Like, this isn't calculus type offense whenever you see it. I mean, you got rollouts, you got boots.
Yep.
You have, the normal traditional, play action. Is it very predictable?
I think you know what they want to do. Yeah, and that's everybody week 7, week 8. I mean, there's not a team in the NFL that's worth a damn that's going week to week changing who they are. They want to run the ball. Najee's running the ball better than he's ever run it in his career because he's got confidence in the scheme. And Arthur Smith is tailoring what they're doing in the run game around him. Russ is a very good play action quarterback. He is mobile enough to move the pocket. He's not a guy that's going to sit in there at 5'10" and a half or whatever he actually is and look down the middle of the field and consistently make throws. They are who they are, but they find a way. The best offenses find a way to mask it and break tendencies when necessary. So, I laugh a little bit. Though they're predictable, I could call the play out. Well, yeah, I mean, that's who team. I mean, SMU is going to run zone read. That's who they are. They're not going to line up under center and change it up this week because they don't want to be predictable. I think there's at this point in the season, there's an identity to it. And it'll be incumbent on Arthur Smith to doctor it up and window dress it so it isn't just like tendencies aren't 70%, in a given formation or a given down a distance. They're closer to 60-40, 50-50.
People don't buy into this because I don't know if it's the majority of our listeners, but there's a lot of folks out there who don't think Mike Tomlin's as good of a coach as he actually is. After the bye, they are really good at changing tendencies. Like, I don't think people realize how little time during a game week in season you have to do stuff. I mean, your first practice is on Wednesday. You're reviewing stuff sometimes on the plane, but you're reviewing stuff on Mondays, and then you get into more on Tuesday. Like, you don't have a ton of time. You're trying to break tendency, but it's not until you have a couple of weeks here where you can really sit down and look at things full form, where you really can shift things, and they generally do offensively and defensively, and they have the last couple of years. 412-928-9370. It's the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service. Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You've talked about the traditional drop-back passing game. We'll get into that a little bit coming up next. Areas perhaps of concern for the Steelers offense. And then I want to get into this SMU Pitt game. I am chomping at the bit to discuss with you guys. Maybe a little kicker talk, Bostic. Another 57-yarder for Ben Sauls last week in the dismantling of Syracuse. Ton of football, Pitt and Steelers, and a little bit of Penn State as we move forward. Right now, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Yankees blew a 5-run lead in Game 5 of the World Series, lost to the Dodgers 7-6, making the Los Angeles Dodgers the 2024 World Series champions. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle. And their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Inc.
Want more? Sure you do. More friends, a little more time, a few more laughs. More is a good thing, unless you're talking about risk of serious illness from a respiratory virus. But as we get older, we're more at risk for severe flu, COVID-19, and RSV. Worst birthday presents ever, right? But vaccines lower your risk, so you can keep doing more of all life's good stuff. Get started at vaccines.gov. Risk less, do more. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Celebrate the spooky season with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of these huge savings. Spell it backwards or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res!
It's Nicholas Harry Callis here from the Fan Morning Show, and I did what you all thought I wouldn't do. I started Awaken 180. It was time, and yeah, it's easy. 21 pounds down in my first week, a ways to go, but I'll get there. Go to awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, what are you doing up on the step stool?
About to clean these light fixtures. The whole family's coming over, and if there's even a speck of dust in the house, my abuela will find it.
Here, I got a Swiffer duster to help with that.
A Swiffer what?
A Swiffer duster. It has this cool extendable handle that reaches 6 feet to get high and low, with fluffy dusters that easily trap and lock dust.
So, no more step stool?
No more step stool.
Easily trap and lock dust from hard-to-reach places with the Swiffer duster. Love it or your money back.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Paid for by government. Now is the time to fill your vault with Morgan's Silver Bars. Grab your piece of America's silver legacy with this special offer. These spectacular shining silver bars featuring a crisp image of the iconic Morgan silver dollar, a legendary coin that has captivated collectors for generations. Americans treasure owning silver silver bars and coins, putting them away for themselves and their loved ones. Call now to secure 1-ounce silver bars minted in 99.9% pure silver and made in the USA. You'll be glad you did. Hurry, don't miss out on this special deal. Save $10 per silver bar. The more you buy, the more you save. Limit of 25 bars per customer. Call to learn more. Plus, with qualifying orders, you'll receive a free Morgan Silver Dollar. That's a $59.95 value and free shipping. Call 1-800-222-3967 now to secure your 1-ounce Morgan Silver Dollar bars. That's 1-800-222-3967.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Boomer Science with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there, open roads, endless horizon. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. So who are the scariest defensive players in the NFL? Imagine being an offensive coordinator watching spine-chilling videos of the Giants' sexy Dexy Lawrence. How about Vegas's Max Crosby, San Fran's Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, and Pittsburgh's TJ Watt whistling through the graveyard of sacked signal callers? Kind of terrifying if you ask me. Oh, happy Halloween, everybody. I'm Boomer Esiason.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Shop early, save big, all month long during Black Friday build-up at Lowe's. Right now, get select pre-lit artificial Christmas trees starting at just $59.98. Don't wait to save. Shop these deals today, in-store or online, because Lowe's knows deals. Discount taken at time of purchase while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A little bit of trouble in the morning rush. This report brought to you by Valvoline. In the Greenfield section of the city, crews on the scene of an accident at the intersection of Alexis and Celine Streets. Watch for delays. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam taking a look at the Parkway East that's jammed back around the Wilkinsburg interchange to the Squirrel Hill tunnels, while the Parkway West is stacked near the top of Green Tree Hill. Route 28 remains heavy past the Route 8 at the bypass, and then again just past the 40th Street Bridge down toward East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change wants to help ease your oil change-anxiety with a few moments of automotive peace.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Real quick, so the Dodgers win the World Series last night. The Yankees were up 5-0. You had back-to-back homers from Judge and should have been Pirate Jazz Chisholm. And the place was going bonkers. Well, there were a couple of errors in the top of the fifth, and Garrett Cole was on the mound, and he could have gotten out of it. Ground ball to first. It looked like Freeman could have run to the bag and got the out. If not, Garrett Cole should have been running hard to the bag, was not, and then next thing you know, it's 5-5. Here's an article I'm looking at on ESPN.com. And this drives me up a wall. What's funny? Me coughing? I got something in my throat.
What's funny is
your mic's not on.
What's funny is you muted it. You turned your mic off, and the whole world heard you cough. Because like you can at least do it discreetly. Like if I just go, "Oh my God, I have to cough."
I'm trying to be a professional over here. We're supposed to move past it. We don't get distracted on this show.
Yeah, right.
So ESPN.com, they write a piece about how the Dodgers, well, the stars did their part, but really it's about the supporting cast because no team in Major League Baseball lost more players due to injury or more games due to injury than the Dodgers this year. Dude, when your payroll's $800 million and you lose guys, the next guy's pretty good too.
Yes, no question. I don't feel bad for him.
No.
I don't feel sorry for him.
That's the biggest advantage, frankly, to having these gargantuan payrolls. Yes, you have the stars, and that's massive. I mean, it's super important. But if, God forbid, next year the Pirates are in contention and Paul Skeens has to miss 6 starts, you're done.
Done.
You're done. The Dodgers, Tyler Glasnow's hurt. Just next starter comes in from the minor leagues, he's throwing 100 miles an hour.
Mm-hmm.
So, give them credit. They're this plucky story, this team that was able to battle their way through injury. Shut the hell up. Drives me nuts.
The Dodgers.
The damn Dodgers. All right. So, Garrett Cole screwed it up, and I don't have anything against Garrett Cole, but when you leave to go get paid all that money and then you blow it, I'm not going to pretend like I don't take a little bit of satisfaction from it. Texter, Rizzo, not Freeman. You're right. Thank you. I am dumb. Just a award-winning Marconi kind of segment for me.
Mm-hmm.
All right, back to the Steelers before we dive headfirst into Pitt's matchup against SMU coming up in about 10 minutes. Anything that worries you about this Steelers offense?
Like I said, the pass pro, the right side of the offensive line. At some point, the working in the middle of the field, I think it's a convenient narrative because obviously the analytics and stats are there. I'm not sure how noticed it is by the opposition. I don't think they're going to do anything different. You're going to bracket Pickens. You're going to bracket Pickens anyway, regardless of whether or not they're going to throw it down the field. No, I think. Listen, if you would have told me they're going into the open week, into the bye week 6-2, and playing like this on offense, I would have taken it. I would have absolutely taken it. Are they invincible? Are they without any warts? No. I mean, they've got some things they have to mask, and I'm hopeful that Arthur Smith and his experience, he'll be able to diagnose those things during the bye week and try to find a way to mask them as much as possible. But I think what they wanted when they went out and got Russell Wilson is what they're getting from Russell Wilson right now. And that's veteran quarterback playing with a little bit of a youthful edge to him and bringing a leadership to that offense that it has not had in a long time. And I even say that about Kenny and Mason. I mean, it's different now when you're in the huddle with a guy that won a Super Bowl, he's won a world championship. So, and I think he's genuinely grateful to be here, which probably wasn't. Denver was a little bit different circumstance for him. So, no, I'm optimistic. Now, can they go toe-to-toe with Kansas City? And listen, Kansas City they're not lighting the world on fire offensively right now. They're running the ball and playing really good defense.
Really good D.
So you kind of like where they sit, to be honest with you.
Are they the most balanced team in the NFL?
One of.
Mm-hmm.
One of. I mean, I'd definitely put Kansas City up there as being one of the more balanced teams. I think they are. And I think when Jaylen Warren's 100%, he gives them a change of pace. And I think Cordero Patterson gives them a little bit. They're not the best offensive line in football. I think they've got some serious holes up there, but they've been able to still run the ball effectively. And that pays going into November and December to be able to be balanced like that.
I am worried, to circle all the way back, about the drop-back passing game, because I do think at that point you will at times need to use the middle of the field. Everything's gone according to plan, basically, for them. You know, the Jets game, they were behind, but the Beanie Bishop interception got them right back into the game. So if you want to run the ball, play action, boot, stuff like that, it's still there. If you're down, 2 scores in the third quarter, that might change things. And I just wonder what that looks like. One thing we haven't seen, at least in my untrained eye, is the bad sacks from Russell Wilson. Like some of these sacks we've seen, okay, either your guy gets blown up immediately or there's guys covered down the field. I haven't yelled at the TV going, Russ, what are you doing? I don't think once yet. He's been sacked 5 times through 2 games. I don't put any of them on him.
No, he's done a good job in that regard, and I was concerned because he's been one of the more sacked quarterbacks in the NFL. But this is a different story here.
Mm-hmm.
They're asking him to play differently. They needed him to play in Denver. And one thing to consider about the middle of the field is when you are a balanced offense and you run the football effectively, Doran knows this as well as me, what's that going to elicit from a defense? You're going to get a lot of single high safety. You're going to get a lot of eighth guy in the box. When you're single high safety, where's that safety typically? The middle of the field. He's not cheating to one side or the other. So you've got one-on-ones where? Outside. Now, they're still throwing the ball in the inner cylinder, like the crossing routes to Calvin Austin. That ball could be caught anywhere from the upright to the numbers in the NFL. Like, it's just a matter of where it opens up. So I don't think this is, hey, we're only throwing one-on-one and out-breaking routes. Like that, I don't see that as much as maybe we've seen that in the past. And I also think some of where the ball goes is dictated by the schematics of the defense. And I think the schematics of the defense are being dictated in large part to the Pittsburgh's ability to run the football, which is exactly what they want, to get George Pickens the matchups that he seems to feast on.
Do you think that's Russ identifying that, or is it a collective? I mean, it clearly is a collective. It's Arthur Smith and Russ, but you think it's like when Russ is out there, what he sees is what he is maybe changing to and going to?
Yeah, I mean, I think, whether you're checking run to run or run to pass, it typically has to do either with something up front in the run to run case or where the force or support player is. And if you get a support player in the box, I mean, if you get a two high safety look and you're the Steelers and it's 1st and 10, run the ball. If you get a single high safety look and it's 1st and 10 and you're not backed up, you got one-on-one. Now, NFL defenses, I'm not saying they're going to spin to one high safety like 10 seconds before the ball's snapped, but you may have some indicators based on front, based on alignment, based on situation that tell you, okay, they're going to spin here and go to one high because we're in two tight end and this is our tendency. That's where I think they can get into the Masters program a little bit is, okay, what's our tendency in two tight end with Darnell and Pat when we're in 2x2? Or we're in, a spread set where we've got double tight either side. What's our tendency? Okay, we're getting this coverage 75% of the time. Because teams watch other teams play and what's been successful. So that's where you can start to say, oh, break this tendency. We're going to get this coverage. Let's take this shot. Let's run this play. That's where you can have some fun with it. But I do think that by virtue of the balance and the rushing attacks, I think consistency and explosiveness at times, teams are unwilling to sit back in a two-deep safety defense, save for 3rd and long.
I mean, the Steelers had like a dozen plays at 10 or more yards in the game.
It's explosive as it ever looked.
Mike, it's just night and day different. And 9 20-plus yard plays in the last 2 weeks, pretty good. All right, let's flip over to Pitt. They know a little bit about explosive offense, at least the way they played the first 5 or so weeks of the season. Breaking news from Pat Narduzzi last night. We'll tell you what that is when we come back. Has there been any line movement on what Dorn and I consider to be a weird gambling line in this game? We'll get to all of it with Pat Bostic and with Bill Hillgrove for the next half hour or so. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
New York Yankees blew a 5-run lead in Game 5 of the World Series. It was a must-win for them. They were down 3-1, and they lost 7-6. Los Angeles Dodgers are the 2024 World Series champions in Major League Baseball. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Did you know the cost to American taxpayers of each illegal immigrant is nearly $9,000 per year, according to the Federation for American Immigration Reform?
Total cost since 2021, $72.8 billion.
Our current leaders in Washington have irresponsibly allowed over 7 million illegals to enter the U.S., 5 times the number of illegal immigrants from our prior elected officials.
While millions of illegals place massive pressure on public programs, fentanyl pours across our borders, causing countless deaths. Washington leaves the door open, and we pay.
Elected officials aren't just ignoring us. They're willfully defying the law they swore to uphold.
We cannot afford to let this dangerous agenda continue.
It's time our nation has a secure border.
This election, reject reckless spending and demand real border security.
Advocate for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
I'm Malcolm Kenyatta, and I approve this message. Firefighters, teachers, law enforcement, they watch out for us every day. And so many of their organizations have endorsed our campaign. From the American Federation of Teachers to the Pittsburgh firefighters, I'm Malcolm Kenyatta. As PA's next Auditor General, I'll fight to stop hospitals and big drug companies from ripping us off and ensure your tax dollars actually go where they're meant to. Because Pennsylvania needs an Auditor General who will stand up for all of us.
Paid for by Malcolm for PA PAC. So the presidential is here, and you're trying to decide your vote, right?
Trump, Harris, Harris, Trump. I've gone back and forth.
And what about Senate?
Well, I've always voted for Casey before, but this time
I'll tell you what did it for me. Transgenders in sports. Bob Casey supports letting biological males play girls' sports. It's just not right.
You know, and it's Harris, too. It's too far out. It's not just fair play. It's taking scholarships from our girls.
Right. And Bob Casey backed the Biden-Harris policies on using tax dollars to pay for transgender transition surgery.
Kamala Harris even wants to pay for gender transition for prisoners. I saw that on TV.
Bob Casey is 100% on board with the crazy transgender agenda. It's nuts.
And we don't need any more nuts in Washington.
Bob Casey may be normal on some things, but he's nutty on this.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for United States Senate, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Friends of Dave McCormick and NRSC.
Look out! Here comes Wrong Way Rob Matsey. Always flying the wrong way. Matsey sent millions of your tax dollars to Philadelphia. While here in Beaver County, we needed help. In fact, Rob Matsey votes 99% of the time with the woke Philadelphia liberals. And Rob Matsey's not lying straight when it comes to our values. Rob Matsey voted to make it easier to let violent criminals back on the street. Matsey even voted to let biological males on girls' sports teams and in their locker rooms. With Wrong Way Rob Matsey in the cockpit, it's all left wing. Rob Matsey doesn't share our values anymore. A lifetime on the taxpayer dime made him forget where he's from. To Rob Matsey, Beaver County's just flyover country. But there's hope. Michael Parrish shares our values. He'll fight for jobs, lower taxes, and make life affordable again. Michael Parrish, he shares our values. One of us for a change.
Paid for by HRCC, authorized by Michael Parrish.
Kamala Harris gets that everyday costs are too high. She has real plans to tackle price gouging, cut taxes for middle-class families, and make life more affordable. Her opponent's plan?
Donald Trump plans to impose what is, in effect, a national sales tax. On everyday products, it will mean higher prices on just about every one of your daily needs. A Trump tax on gas, a Trump tax on food, a Trump tax on clothing, a Trump tax on over-the-counter medication. Donald Trump's plan would cost a typical family $3,900 a year. When everyday prices are too high, he will make them even higher.
Kamala Harris, a better plan for lowering costs for a future we can afford. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC's responsible for the content of this advertising.
When I wake up, the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Shop early, save big all month long during Black Friday build-up at Lowe's. Right now, get select pre-lit artificial Christmas trees starting at just $59.98. Don't wait to save. Shop these deals today, in-store or online. Because Lowe's knows deals. Discount taken at time of purchase while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show. Listen, please. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Getting into Pitt. Bill Hillgrove joining us in the next segment. Pat Bostic with us until 9 o'clock. But we just went down a John Gruden rabbit hole. I did not know he coached at the University of Pittsburgh.
Sure did.
1991, the last stop he had in college before going to the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
So he used it as a springboard. He now coaches, because he got canceled and tossed out of the league, he coaches in the European League of Football, the Seaman Milano. It's in Milan, Italy. European League of Football.
So he lives in Italy?
Milano.
No. He's probably coaching remote.
He's an advisor, yeah.
He coaches
He ain't coaching, and he's got too much content out there.
It has him listed as an advisor. Yeah, the content's great.
Oh, he's the best. I mean, he's
a freak.
I miss him on Monday Night Football.
Me too.
I mean,
he's good.
Side note, Aikman had me a little bit lost on Monday night.
I thought he was terrible.
That's what he said too.
I mean, I think I did agree with him to some degree about the illegal shift.
Yeah.
That was a motion.
Right.
Like
That's what
they got lucky on that one.
So I think letter of the law, okay, you can call it.
You have to get set and then motion. I think he broke the huddle, never got set and then moved.
Yeah.
But
you don't see that
it wasn't because he didn't stop at the end of the play, before the ball snapped. It was because something he did when he broke the huddle.
He wouldn't shut up about it.
Oh my gosh.
And he was just going on and on and on. A couple of other things, too. He was out to lunch. But let's talk about this Pitt matchup. On the road, SMU. Should be a lot of Pitt fans there from what I'm seeing on the social media. Pitt, a 7.5-point underdog. Pat Narduzzi says last night that Eli Holstein is cleared to go. So Eli Holstein will be Pitt's starting quarterback in this game. And yet this morning still, 7.5-point underdog. What am I missing, guys? Like what do they know that we don't know, or what's going on here?
I mean, we've talked about this for the past couple of days, and Pat, I asked you offline, like, what is the deal here? I can't figure it out. I have no idea.
No, I don't. I mean, I will say this: SMU plays really good at home. They save for the BYU game. They've won. I think they've won double-digit home conference games in a row. It's been a place they've been successful, particularly under Rhett Lashley. They're coming off a game they should have lost against Duke. I mean, they turned the ball over 6 times in the game and won. Duke missed 2 field goals and an extra point in the game. And so that's fluky. You think they're going to come back and play better. Pitt's coming off a game where they won by a decided margin as a result of forcing 5 turnovers. So are the odds makers saying, hey, something's got to normalize here and we're going to favor the home team? I don't know. I don't know those people. I don't know how they think. Both quarterbacks were questionable at best, to put it the way the coaches have. Sounds like obviously Jennings is going to go and Eli Holstein's going to play. So I will say this, man. I mean, just looking at this is the best team Pitt's played to this point. I mean, I said that about Cal. I felt that way then. This team's better. They're better on offense. They're more consistent. They've got 17 transfers in the 2 deep on offense and 18 transfers in the 2 deep on defense. And these are the schools, right? It's Miami, Arkansas, Miami, Georgia, Oklahoma. It's not like
blue bloods we're talking.
Right. So they're getting guys on the rebound that either are from the Southeast and went to a different area, or from Texas and went to a different school, and they've got a lot of money with which to work at SMU. I mean, I think they've
always have.
They got a decent payroll. So this will be, I think this game. I thought the Carolina game, Carolina probably had more talent than Pitt. They looked the part more than Pitt. That was the one game I felt like that. Okay, there's a disparity here, and Pitt was able to win, obviously pretty handily. This game, I think SMU has more talent. Are they a better team? I don't think so. I think they're very evenly matched. I think Clemson obviously will have superior talent in some areas, and then Louisville have a lot of talent. But when you look at them on paper, man, like this SMU team, they're a Power 4 team. I mean, they've got really good talent at every position. The only position they really don't have transfers at is quarterback. That's the only one.
I look at you mentioned what they've done at home. Their only loss against BYU. BYU, obviously a really good football team. Another team that Vegas doesn't seem to like all that much. Every time I look up, BYU's an underdog, and they don't lose. They beat TCU 66-42. That's a rivalry game. 66 points they hung on them. Beat Florida State 42-16. Not that Florida State's good, but they are talented. And then they go on the road and beat Louisville 34-27 when Louisville was in the top 25. I'm not sitting here saying SMU's not good. I don't know that there's a lot of teams in college football that I would take as a 7.5-point favorite over Pitt right now. And I think that there is a certain level of disrespect that Pitt is dealing with right now, and I think that aids them. Like, I think that is such a Narduzzi wheelhouse thing. Like, oh, okay, we're going on the road, we're undefeated, and you think that they're more than a touchdown favorite over us? I think Narduzzi loves that kind of stuff, and I think he's as good as anybody in the country at stirring the pot a little bit with that. Like, he's going to have these guys itching to go.
Especially the way the defense has been playing the last two games, and especially clearly the last game. You had 9 days to prepare, too. Like, that's very significant, especially for college football. And whenever you're playing significant football games and your defense played the way that it did and created so many turnovers, and you got a young quarterback who's trying to figure his way back to what he was doing in the beginning of the year, having that 9 days, and clearly Holstein is ready to go. But that's what I don't understand about the line, too, because, what was it, overtime in the Duke game for SMU?
Night game, overtime.
Night game, overtime. You got Pitt has 9 games to prepare. Yeah, they're banged up. That's just, if you're Narduzzi, you're absolutely right, Crowley. Like, you're using this as fuel, and especially the way your defense has been playing.
I tell you one thing that will be interesting to watch, because I just pulled up the forecast, and it's improved for the game.
Yes, thank goodness.
The rain, it's scattered thunderstorms now as opposed to like a deluge. Oh. I will say this: if you're the odds makers and you think it's going to be a torrential downpour, SMU's got the number 1 rush offense and rush defense in the ACC. So they're the best rushing team, and they have the best rushing defense. You'd seldom say over Pat Narduzzi's tenure that Pitt it would be beneficial for it to be clear skies and blue skies, and bad weather would not benefit Pitt. This would be a year where that would be the exception, right? It'd be different. So if the forecast improves, Pitt's got the better passing game, by far, in my opinion. Now, in terms of like drop back throw it, the RPOs and stuff, SMU's talented out there. But be interesting to see if it continues to improve. Does that impact the line? Are people saying, okay, the bad weather favors the home team in this one? They're going to run the ball. I think the over-under is 58.5, which is the lowest I've seen for a Pitt game in some time.
Yeah. Yep.
Are they favoring the possession, run-the-ball type team?
If I may, deluge. I mean, just excellent word usage. I mean, that's great stuff right there.
Big word.
A man who likes to use a lot of big words. It's why he's been doing his job at the highest level for a long time. Billy Hilly's going to join us coming up next. I think we need to get more into Pitt, too, at 8 o'clock. There's more meat on this bone. There's more discussion to be had here, including Holstein hasn't played his best football the last 2 games, and still Pitt 2-0 the last 2 games. So we'll get to all that with Hillgrove. A little bit more than that in the 8 o'clock hour. We'll get back to Steelers as well. Right now, it's a Callis headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
On his weekly radio show every Wednesday during Pitt football season, Pat Narduzzi did confirm that Eli Holstein will play against SMU this weekend. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway North heavy approaching Bellevue, Westview down toward Perrysville, and then again as you approach McKnight Road all the way down to the north side. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass, heading down toward East Ohio Street, while the Parkway West is jammed inbound at the top of Green Tree Hill, outbound a little heavy at Green Tree, and the Parkway East, that stacks at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We're always made to feel like one person can't make a difference, but everyone has a single person in our life that's made a difference. Maybe it was a parent, a neighbor, a teacher, a mentor. So when people say that your vote doesn't matter, you know that one person can and has made a difference. So why would you not use every opportunity to make a difference in someone else's life? That's what voting can do. It provides the power of a single voice, joining with millions of other single voices to make a difference. Because even that person who changed your life, they may have been just a single person to you, but they all had people who made a difference to them. They were never just a single person, but a collective of all the people who had made impacts in their lives. So this November, use your voice and vote to make a difference. Go to votehq.org to learn how to vote this election season. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmitt Smith on behalf of The Pen, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable. And one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. You get the idea. And now, get yours with $1 any size soft drink. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7, The Fan, the official betting partner of the NBA. And right now, everybody out there listening with FanDuel can get 3 months of NBA League Pass. And it's really simple. All you have to do to catch every game, every big shot, every buzzer beater is place any $5 bet on the NBA to get 3 months of NBA League Pass courtesy of FanDuel. So we got a lot of fans out there that like the Indiana Pacers because of TJ McConnell. You want to make a bet on Indiana to do something this year, $5 bet, you do that, and then you're going to be able to watch them for 3 months. Not only that, but how about other guys like Bub Carrington, left Pitt, now with the Washington Wizards. Here's your chance to watch them on a week-in, week-out basis. FanDuel.com/Andrew to watch today. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. After 3 month free trial, the full price of League Pass will be automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime, no refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle. And their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024, Inc.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get it.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection, Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19 in Peters Township celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Pit Breakdown with Doran, Pat, and Bill Hillgrove. Brought to you by Gatorade, available at Giant Eagle stores. And Bill Hillgrove joins us now. Good morning to you, Bill.
A tough one, SMU. Wow. I look at their defense. I think all but 2 defensive backs are transfers. And, a lot of them from Miami and big-time programs. So I think the Panthers have their work cut out. But I think both quarterbacks are going to play, so it should be fun.
Yeah, as you said, Billy, Holstein, he's going to play. They've had 9 days to prepare, but you've seen a lot of young quarterbacks, and you know the roller coaster of being a young quarterback. And do you worry about Eli Holstein? Hasn't been himself in the last couple games, and had a nice throw last game down the middle. Could that be something of confidence going into this game, or are you worried a little bit about the young freshman quarterback?
I'm not worried. He's shown me in the past he's got bounce back ability, the ability to forget any bad stuff that happens. So, I'm pretty confident he'll play well. Meantime, his counterpart Jennings, I saw him get hurt in the Duke game, and he went back in, and they say he's going to play, but he hadn't up until yesterday been cleared for a full practice. So I imagine he'll practice today and tomorrow, and he'll be ready to go. He's a great athlete. And Brashard Smith, their running back, 6.4 yards a carry, certainly one of the better backs in the league. And on defense, they've got a couple of bell ringers, and they got one of their tackles, I think, weighs 348 pounds. So I'm going to be interested to put the eyeball on him on Saturday.
Yeah, it'll be tough to move. Panthers last played SMU in Texas, Billy, in 1983. The Cotton Bowl Classic in 1983. Wasn't a very memorable game. Wasn't a very memorable game, but what do you remember about the matchup? That was really when both programs were at the height of their powers.
Yeah, I think the final was 7-6, so it wasn't a shootout. I remember Joe McCall fumbling at the goal line, and that hurt the Panthers. And, at that point, they started like gangbusters. And then, at that point in the season, in the bowl game, they were kind of in a funk. So, that's why Danny Marino went where he did, because they kind of blamed him for the whole, soft part of the second part of the season being soft. So, that's what I remember. I couldn't do the game. We weren't allowed then, so I had to be on the sideline, and I could sense the frustration on that sideline.
Bill, what do you make of Pitt being a 7.5-point dog in this one?
Well, like I say, SMU is very good. They only have one loss, none in conference, and they're considered one of the better teams in the country. So, yeah, it kind of surprised me a little bit. I thought it'd be less than 7.5, but those people out in Lost Wages, Nevada, are very, very objective. So we'll see what plays out.
What are you guys doing this weekend? Get a big old steak, barbecue?
Yeah.
Well, no. Friday night, Jamie plays Calipari in an exhibition basketball game, so we'll probably go over to Fort Worth and check that out.
Little TCU Arkansas.
Yeah.
How about that?
Yeah, good match.
Might get a steak with Jamie after the game, huh?
Yeah, he's excited. How about Billy? Pitt Hoops opens up on Monday night.
Yeah.
How about your level of excitement about that team? They seem to have a lot of parts.
I really see their rotation being 8 or 9. I didn't know about the secret scrimmage, but word got out that they took on Cincinnati, and Cincinnati rebounded better. Pitt shot it better, and that tells me Pitt played the better defense. So, they're going to be a fine defensive team. You can't say enough about Ishmael Leggett. The sixth man of the year last year, and now in the starting lineup, and he's putting up great numbers. And for the exhibition game against Point Park, I watched him, and his footwork on defense is almost flawless. So, it's going to be a fun year. Corhan is a great addition at the 5-hole, because we really haven't had a true back-to-the-basket center for a while. He fills that role very nicely.
Cincinnati, one of the top 20 teams in the country in the AP poll coming in as well. Bill, have safe travel, have fun calling the game, and we'll talk to you next week. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Enjoyed it. H2P.
Bill Hillgrove.
Thanks, Billy.
No kicker talk? I mean,
it's what is understood does not need to be said.
Right. It's understood now.
Namaste.
Mm-hmm.
All right, coming up next, massive matchup as we've been talking about for Pitt. Huge one for Penn State and Ohio State, except I kind of don't think it is. Oh, yeah, I'll explain that when we come back. Back into the Steelers as well in the 8 o'clock hour. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 24 Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, oh my gosh, high 78.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle. And their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Inc.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win. It's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Located next to PNC Park, Acroshore Stadium, and Stage AE, McFadden's on the North Shore is Pittsburgh's premier destination to catch all the college football games this fall. Enjoy $4 Icy Light 16-ounce cans all day Saturday.
You don't marry someone you can live with. You marry the person you can't live without. This famous quote speaks wonders. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz of Urbanowitz Jewelers. For over 40 years, the Urbanowitz family has been helping couples get engaged. We have a huge inventory of designer lines and all the classics. Buying an engagement ring online, sight unseen, can be risky. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, you can see it, touch it, and trust who you're buying it from. Let us help you find the perfect engagement ring for the one you can't live without. Urbanowitz Jewelers in Castee Village and Peters Township.
Crowley here for Guardian Protection. Why is a Guardian Protection floodlight security camera so great at protecting your property? Well, you get crystal clear recorded video and two-way audio so you can identify and speak to trespassers. And guess what? You can set this camera for full floodlight, strobe light, or a combination of flood and red and blue warning lights. And right now, with a Guardian Smart Home Security System installation, you can get 50% off a Guardian floodlight security camera. Visit guardianprotection.com/fan. Limited time offer, new customers only, terms apply.
Starting stronger starts at AutoZone, where they've got battery solutions in the form of free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes them America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
As you prepare to cast your vote, ask yourself, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Grocery prices up 26%. Gas prices tripled. Home prices skyrocketed by 46%. Kamala Harris's failures have left Americans struggling. Plus the border crisis. Over 10 million illegals have entered in the last 4 years, threatening our safety and security. Enough is enough. Stop the chaos. Vote for change. Right for America PAC paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Seeing heavier traffic now on the inbound Parkway north as you head past Bellevue Westview, and then again past Venture Street down toward East Street, and then across the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge coming off the North Shore Expressway. Veterans Bridge also heavy across the span and jammed on the crosstown over past 6th and 7th Avenues. Parkway West, you're stacked near the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Pat Bostic with us for another hour, brought to you by Gatorade, available at Giant Eagle stores. And the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. A couple of big games on Saturday. Only 2 matchups between ranked teams this week. At noon, it's Penn State, Ohio State. And then at 8 p.m., it is the Pitt Panthers at SMU. We've spent a lot of time on Pitt. We're going to continue to do that. But I got a take on this Ohio State-Penn State game, guys. First of all, I don't know if Drew Aller's going to play, though he practiced yesterday, and there were 15 minutes of practice available to the media. He looked fine. So he might play, he might not play. Looks like he's going to play. If not, it's Bo Prabula, who can run the ball very well, a highly recruited guy. And I know there's a lot of pressure on James Franklin, right? You got to win these games. And I know that there is a lot of pressure on Ryan Day. Now, he's won this game, but he's lost some of the other big games, Michigan, playoff games, lost to Oregon this year. This is a big game. I'm not going to pretend like it's not. But if Penn State loses to Ohio State and then runs the table against Washington, Purdue, Minnesota, and Maryland, guess what? They're going to be a playoff team. If Ohio State loses to Penn State and beats Indiana in their penultimate game of the season at home at the Horseshoe, they're going to be a playoff team with 2 losses. I think the loser of this game winds up probably getting in anyway. And it's the only thing, as I sit here right now, that I don't like about the college football playoff. Like, this was such a pressure-packed game for both coaches before the season, and to an extent it is now. But if you lose, so what? Like, kind of. You're still going to get in. Now, Penn State wouldn't be able to win the Big Ten, and that would stink for them. But you lose to Ohio State, you're a one-loss team, you're going to make the playoff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think for Penn State that is true. I think if Ohio State would get beat by, like, 35.
Sure.
I think the eye test would be a problem, given the loss to Oregon and so forth. But listen, I think these are 2 coaches, particularly for Franklin, that he just hasn't won the big one. Mm-hmm. And I think for that reason, this is a really big game for Penn State. I also happen to think that Prabula might be as good or better than Aller.
Yep.
I'm not an Aller believer. I think he's good. I don't think he's great. And I think Prabula gave him a lot in that Wisconsin game. It gave them a lot of confidence. So, be interesting. And I think they have another dimension with him, obviously the running game.
Yep.
But this is a huge game for Penn State. For Ohio State, yeah, it's big. It's not Michigan, though. When you walk around and say you're unrivaled, guess who your rivals become? Top 5 teams. And they haven't beaten them. So here's their chance. At home.
At home.
I mean, this is a line in the sand type game for Penn State, and honestly, I think they're the better team.
Penn State,
yeah.
I'm not sold on either team. I'm just like not. I mean, like they neither of them are juggernauts in my opinion right now this year at least. But I know that Day and Franklin, like they are desperate for this game. Like they're desperate. Like especially Franklin, as Pat just said, is desperate. And then Day, I mean, their standards are different than everybody else, right?
Yes.
Their standards are way different. And winning this game for Ohio State, it's a big game, and you always, there's always questions around Day for some reason. And with all the money that they have and they spend on players, I mean, they let a guy like Cal McCord walk because they felt like that there was a better option. Like, that's where they're at. They're in a different realm, a different sphere of college football. For Franklin, like, you have to win this game, in my opinion, because if you don't, you really can't afford to stub your toe. Not that they would, but, like, there has been close games for Penn State this year.
Sure.
Like, that's why I haven't been sold.
They really struggled with Ball State.
Yes.
They were down double digits against
Bowling
USC.
Green.
Bowling Green. One of those schools. Either way, unacceptable. Still won the game. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I think the same thing with Ohio State. Ohio State had a tough time against Nebraska last week. I mean, that was tight.
Right.
They lose against the best team they've played in Oregon. Again, tight, but they lost. Yeah, I thought Ohio State would kind of drub everyone on their schedule this year.
So did I.
Including Oregon. Like, I thought they were by far the best team in college football, and they have not performed to that level. Your point about the expectations there is right. Why is Ryan Day sometimes questioned, maybe by a minority of the fan base, but by enough? Well, it's because they're expected to go 10, 11, 12 wins every year.
And beat Michigan.
Which
they should this year.
In the last 2, they haven't, and yes, they should. And then Oregon comes in, and you lose to them, like the new team in the conference that you're supposed to own. So they haven't lived up to their expectation. I still think 7 teams got to make it. Apart from the 5 teams that are guaranteed a spot for being conference champions, 7 teams got to make it. Ohio State at 2 losses, I still think is going to make it. And I think Penn State with 1 loss is going to make it. So big game, huge game. But in terms of the college football playoff, I still think they get in.
And
both
inconsequential. And that is there a prohibitive best team in college football right now?
No.
I don't see one.
No.
I don't see a Georgia or a Bama from a few years ago that just
or Texas
would just listen. You got Vanderbilt beating Alabama. You've got Vanderbilt, beating a lot of teams. I mean, there's just the SEC looks up for grabs. I mean, it's wide open. Now the Big Ten, I would agree. I mean, because of reputation, I think Penn State and Ohio State get in. I don't think there's any question, unless they, of course, stumble against a team they should beat. But you say Ohio State plays Indiana?
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be a big game.
Sure.
Game. I mean,
it's in the shoe.
Indiana's probably going to be undefeated.
Yep.
If Indiana's undefeated at that point and Ohio State loses to Penn State, they have 2 losses. You wouldn't put Indiana in if they lose to Ohio State with 1 loss?
I would almost guarantee, and maybe this is just me being a cynical dude, that a 2-loss Ohio State team that beats Indiana gets in over a 1-loss Indiana.
Let's say Ohio State beats Penn State.
Right. That's what,
And then loses to Indiana.
Yes, and with 2 losses.
Then Indiana's in. And Penn State's probably in as a 1-loss team. But you go head-to-head.
So I think Ohio State will beat Indiana. I think Indiana's really good. They've also played no one, which I hate that argument because you win the games that are on your schedule.
You play who's on your schedule.
No doubt about it. But I'm talking about from a college football playoff committee standpoint, they've beat no one. And if they lose then to Ohio State, I think that spells disaster for them, unfortunately, because they are a good football team, regardless of who they've played. They're a good football team. But if Ohio State, let's say, loses to Penn State, but beats an undefeated Indiana, that's the quality win they'll need, being Ohio State, to get in with 2 losses. As for Pitt, Eli Holstein, the offense hasn't looked itself the last couple of weeks. I think the Syracuse game kind of freaky because Syracuse has the ball for 42 damn minutes because they throw 5 interceptions and 3 of them get returned for touchdowns. So it's not like Eli Holstein had a chance to get into rhythm. What are you guys seeing from Holstein for why he hasn't been as, let's call it, dynamic as he was through the first, 5 games of the season?
I think that, first of all, Cal did a really good job defensively. I thought in that game he pressed for the first time unnecessarily. You turn the ball over, you lose your left tackle in the game. I think there's some circumstantial things that probably affected play calling, and I think that he was on edge a little bit. And it didn't need him to play like Hercules in the game to win. I think it's Syracuse. If he goes out and finishes that last drive when he leaves the game, throws a touchdown pass, and that's a third of the game, and throws for, $190 or something, we're talking a little bit differently today. But I do think for a young player that's had success, a couple things are going to happen. You got to deal with that. You got to deal with that on a day-to-day basis in the locker room, with the media, on campus, all those things. And when things don't go well, you tend to try to, hey, I got to make a play. I got to be the guy, right? You don't have to be. And check the ball down to Desmond Reed. That'll be just fine. Throw it in the flat to Gavin. That'll be just fine. Then that stuff will open up. The other thing is you're going to get defenses doing different things to you. I mean, you see teams starting to play 3 safety looks. You start to see, they played a couple teams that play an odd front, and they like to mix things up coverage-wise with a lot of guys standing up. That's a different look for a young quarterback than he probably saw in high school. So it's an evolution, it's a process, but I think he'll be just fine. The ball he threw to Poppy on the post for the touchdown is, watch that throw 10 times over and remind yourself that there's not a lot of guys that can make that play, and you're just got to keep moving forward.
Yeah, that's basically what I was going to say too. Like with being a young player and having success, sometimes you get that false vision of, hey, this works, so I'm going to keep doing it. I'm going to keep, taking shots because I'm completing them. Like even the pass to Dejon Reynolds against West Virginia, like that is, it was a great play, but sometimes in your mind you're like, oh man, I could just throw it up. I could take the shots. Then you get out of your form. Like, you get out of your form because you have this false sense of, oh, things have been successful. I don't necessarily need to go check it down. I don't need to, wait for something else to open up. I'm going to take this shot, or I'm going to throw it this way because I've been making those throws. I think he got into a little of that in the past couple games of, I don't really necessarily need to play. And no, this isn't like, he's not a good teammate or anything. I don't necessarily need to play within the structure of playing quarterback in the offense and look at my, this read, that read, that read. Hey, let's be smart. Let's go do this. Because I've had so much success of, hey, if those reads aren't open real quick, I know that I could throw it up and somebody's going to make a play.
Yeah.
So being a young quarterback, you have to understand that, even if those things do look open, after a while, you still have to play smart and play within the offense.
Redshirt freshman, 7th start of his career was last week. He can be fine. He can be okay.
He
can be good.
Darn good player. The other thing, too, is you think of the circumstances of the Cincinnati game and the West Virginia game. You're down double digits in both games. You're playing differently. The whole tone and tenor of the game is different. Against Cal, it's a one-possession game. Your defense is playing really well. You're kind of between that, I'm going to cut it loose and try to make a play, or I'm going to try not to lose the game. And then certainly Syracuse, you're up 28-0 before you can blink. And that's a totally different mindset. They also need to be better on third down as an offense. I mean, in the games where they've played poorly, they've at times not converted on third downs. I thought they got, honestly, a little bit cute against Syracuse.
Mm-hmm.
They tried to hurry up and run the ball on third down, assuming they're probably going to go for it on fourth, and they had negative yardage plays on both situations and had to punt. With an offensive tempo, if you don't get first downs, this sounds very it sounds very academic, but it's true. If you don't get first downs, your drives go really quickly. You've got to string first downs together, and when you get to money down, you got to convert. And I think they got to give him more options in those situations. Run an RPO, hurry up stuff at that point in time. I think they can do a little bit better to get that rhythm and fluidity in the offense to allow him to get into he had no chance to get into a rhythm against Syracuse. No chance because of how the game went.
Holstein cleared to play, by the way, for those of you who missed that last night on the Pat Narduzzi show. Same with Jennings, the quarterback at SMU. The injury report brought to you by Shenderovich and Fishman. They've got your back, not your wallet. An interesting report just dropped in the last couple of minutes about the wide receivers the Steelers are looking at right now as the trade deadline approaches. We'll get into that coming up next. We're going to go around the NFL coming up at 8:50. So much more left to do with Pat Bostic. Stick around. Right now it's a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Yes, Eli Holstein has been cleared to play, according to Pat Narduzzi on his weekly show during the football season that happens every Wednesday, and you can listen to it right here on 93.7 The Fan. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now, here's Dorn.
Nearly everyone will need a lawyer at some point in life, but how do you find the right lawyer for your specific situation? The Allegheny County Bar Association Lawyer Referral Service is your trusted source for finding the right attorney for your specific case. It can be an employment situation, a tax issue, a real estate dispute, a DUI, you name it. The Bar Association will help you find the right lawyer. There's no fee to use the service, and you get a free 30-minute consultation with your lawyer. Check out their website, getapittsburghlawyer.com, or give them a call, 412-261-5555, and explain your situation. That's 412-261-5555, or getapittsburghlawyer.com.
Real quick, raise your hand if you want to lose an additional 4 bands a year. Go ahead and put your hands up. Put your hands up. You voted for Kamala Harris. Oh, okay. My fault. Good, because I don't think people understand that voting for Trump means you will lose an additional $4,000 to $5,000 a year. If Trump is elected, he plans to add a 60% tariff on all imports from China. Anything in your house that says made in China, take the price that you paid for and add 60%. He plans to add a 20% tariff on all imports coming from every other country. With Kamala Harris's opportunity economy, she's not hitting you with the sales tax of doom. She's providing tax cuts to the middle and working class, so that means you will save an additional $4,000 to $5,000 a year. Plus the $25,000 she's literally handing to new homebuyers. Like, you know who to vote for in this November's election. It's Kamala Harris. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Did you know the cost to American taxpayers of each illegal immigrant is nearly $9,000 per year, according to the Federation for American Immigration Reform?
Total cost since 2021, $72.8 billion.
Our current leaders in Washington have irresponsibly allowed over 7 million illegals to enter the U.S., 5 times the number of illegal immigrants from our prior elected officials.
While millions of illegals place massive pressure on public programs, fentanyl pours across our borders, causing countless deaths. Washington leaves the door open, and we pay.
Elected officials aren't just ignoring us, they're willfully defying the law they swore to uphold.
We cannot afford to let this dangerous agenda continue.
It's time our nation has a secure border.
This election, reject reckless spending and demand real border security.
Advocate for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
Mommy, want to play a game with me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with Dayquil VapoCool. It's Dayquil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
Come on, honey. Let's let Mommy rest.
You guys are amazing. And so is Dayquil VapoCool.
Dayquil VapoCool, the vaporizing daytime coughing, aching, fever, power through your day medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
You hear that? That's the sound of another year counting down. Another year missing your revenue goal. Another year wondering why your marketing isn't more effective. Another year worried about next year. The clock is ticking, but you still have time. Time to contact the experts at Scale Marketing. Scale Marketing is a full-service marketing agency who is expert in lead generation and revenue growth. How expert? Our clients see an average of 20% growth in the first year alone, with sustained growth from there. It's all part of our process. From your traditional marketing to social media to paid search, we'll take a forensic approach, digging deep to find the root problems in your marketing strategy. Then we'll fix them fast. At Scale Marketing, we can't stop the clock, but we can change your company's future. Find out how you can make your marketing budget work harder and drive more revenue. Contact us at scalemarketing.com. That's scalemarketing.com.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan, and preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellmann's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes, from buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store, and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. It's Halloween, folks, and here in New York, nothing scarier outside of Freddie Freeman than the Giants and Jets who have concocted a witch's brew of putrid football that has dropped them into my feeble 5 at numbers 28 and 29. The Titans' defanged attack is offensive. The Saints have melted like the Wicked Witch of the West, and the Panthers' Bryce Young will age all too quickly. I'm Boomer Esiason.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Lots of vehicles still on the roadways. This report brought to you by two men and a junk truck. We had an earlier accident cleared from the outbound Parkway West near Carnegie. Leftover slowdowns, however, greeting you at the top of Green Tree Hill down toward that Carnegie interchange. Inbound, you remain jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg. Route 28, you are heavy past the Fox Chapel Road area heading toward the Highland Park Bridge. And then again from the Route 8 at the bypass, you're heavy toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
When Two Men and a Junk Truck takes your junk, we do our best to avoid the landfill by repurposing, recycling, and donating. And you can book us online. twomenandajuncktruck.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can shoot us a text, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. There's an NFL insider out there, Tony Pauline. He's broken a lot of news before. He says the Steelers are attached to three names. Three guys the Steelers are monitoring right now to bring in at the wide receiver position. Two guys we've talked about. Another guy I don't think makes a lot of sense. So Darius Slayton, one of the names, duh. Mike Williams of the Jets, we've talked about that. The third name, Courtland Sutton of the Denver Broncos. And I like the player. We talked about him in the offseason. I don't know why they'd want to move him. They're 5-3.
Right.
You're trying to evaluate a rookie quarterback.
Yep.
Don't you want your rookie quarterback to get better? Don't you want him to have weapons to get better? I understand that they think, they being the Denver Broncos, that he's going to renegotiate his contract at the end of the season, and so there are financial ramifications here. I get it. But wouldn't you want to hold on to your quarterback's whoopee, his blankie, his secret weapon? I think yes.
There's no chance in this lifetime when we watch NFL football that the Denver Broncos are going to send an asset to Russell Wilson.
That's a good point.
They
didn't even
can't
think about
stand.
that.
They're already paying him $40 million. You think that they're going to trade one of their best skill players to help Russell Wilson? So I'm going to give you a receiver and pay you $40 million to not play for us. There's no chance in this world.
I'd sign up for Slayton right now.
Yes.
Oh, I would too. That's a very strong take by you, Doran, and one that I am ashamed that I did not come to think of myself.
There's absolutely no chance. They sat him down because sat Russell Wilson down because they didn't want to pay. Okay, it's one thing, Sean Payton, he has no control over who gets traded or not, but the team, the front office, the ownership sat him down, Russell Wilson, because they didn't want to pay him extra money of playing.
Didn't want to get hurt, then they didn't want to pay him, yeah.
And then those people are going to send him Courtland Sutton? There's no chance.
It's a wise take, Mr. Dickerson.
I mean, it's twofold. I mean, it's both things. You're not taking a good receiver away from a young quarterback, and you're not trading him, you're right, Doran, to the guy that you are paying a lot of money to win the Pittsburgh Steelers football games right now. It's not going to happen.
No.
It doesn't make any sense. Slayton or Mike Williams, I'd take either one. But, yeah, Darius Slayton would be the guy.
Just saw him carve you up.
Yep.
Yes. And as much as I like Van Jefferson since Russell Wilson's addition, with the exception of not sitting down in the back of the end zone, and as good as Calvin Austin looked the other day, neither one of those guys are Darius Slayton. And by the by, both guys would still be on the football team. So, yeah, go get me Darius Slayton. If it costs a fourth-round pick, I do it. I sign in blood for that right now.
I have another take, too, because there's people out there that have tweeted us and said that, oh, if you guys know so much and you think it's that easy, you should just be the GM of, trading and getting players, getting a receiver in here. Oh, if it was that easy, then everybody would be a GM. We're talking about a GM that traded Chase Claypool for a second-round pick. If he could do that, he could send a fourth-round pick to get somebody.
Yep.
Seriously. So this isn't like rocket science. It doesn't take like hours upon hours of investing your time into figuring out if this is going to be a fit or not. If we want to give up an asset, we're talking about a general manager that traded away Chase Claypool and got a second-round pick and then used that for Joey Porter Jr. He can get something done.
He knows what he's doing.
It's not as hard as you think right now.
They got to do something.
Yes.
At that position. And Slayton, to me, fits the bill the best. He'll be a number 2. It's exactly what you need.
Mm-hmm.
It's exactly what you need. Even like Cooper Kupp, which sounds like he's staying put. I mean, I thought that was a stretch. This one doesn't seem like as much of a stretch to me.
I think Darius Slayton is better right now than DeAndre Hopkins is. Do you?
Right now, yes.
More productive. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Been more active.
And that was a 4th-round pick. I mean, none of these guys have gone for a king's ransom. Not one of them. So it's not like the Steelers are going to have to give up massive assets. I know the report, who was it from? Mike Garafolo the other day said that the Giants basically are asking for a lot for Darius Slayton. Yeah, that's the way it goes.
They need a lot.
You ask for a lot, and then you settle, and you wind up meeting in some middle ground, which could be, if they're asking for a lot, okay, what are you asking for, a 3rd-round pick? That ain't going to happen. You want a 4th-round pick? Okay, bang, there it goes. It's done. I mean, they do need a lot.
They need a lot.
And the way you do that is you build up by accruing draft picks.
Problem is they've got an anchor of debt they're paying to their quarterback, and he can't play.
No, he's not very good. But at this point, their season's over. I mean, you're not contending for jack crap. They're talking about effort issues on the defensive side. There's a whole ton of infighting there.
Right.
Get Darius Slayton the hell out of there and get a 4th-round pick, and it helps the Steelers, and you're not giving up a ton. I mean, it makes sense for both sides. I do think, to your point, Doran, Omar Khan's going to get something done. If he doesn't, I'll be very disappointed.
Right.
Because they needed a wide receiver all offseason. They cleared cap space whenever they restructured Alex Highsmith before the draft. If they've known they need a wide receiver, they're going to get one. If it's Mike Williams, does that satisfy everyone? Probably not, because the other names are more high profile. But even Mike Williams would help the team. I think now, and we talked about this yesterday, Doran, as more wide receivers get traded, and now maybe more teams #enter the chat, like maybe Houston needs a wide receiver now with Diggs going down for the season. Like, I think there's this feeling in Steelers Nation that they're not going to get a guy, and so now it is, well, they don't need a guy. No, they still need a guy.
Mm-hmm.
Just because you think they're not going to do it, you don't have to line up to defend the general manager prior to the deadline. I think they're going to get a guy. And I'm leaning towards it being Darius Slayton. They probably shouldn't have let him leave the field.
No, I would have
Monday Night Football.
No.
walked over to their suite and said, "Let's do it."
Right now.
He looks really good.
Right now.
They were sitting together. Art and Mara. Aren't they like related?
Oh, they're tight.
Yeah, well, they're part of they're the OGs.
Yeah, they're related, right?
Well, there's a Rooney Mara.
Yeah, it's Art's sister, or Dan Rooney's sister.
Don't do it.
Married Amara.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what it was.
Yeah. Remember that time we couldn't figure out how the royal family worked?
Oh man,
I still don't.
I still don't. That's where I am on all this. But I know her name is Rooney Mara, and she was in this cool movie that my wife and I watched.
Dragon Tattoo.
Girl with the dragon tattoo. She's badass.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
She was in Nightmare on Elm Street. The remake.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Did not know that.
This is great. New fact.
Kate Mara.
Mm-hmm.
Kate Mara, her sister. She's a big time actress.
Kate Mara.
I think she was in.
Are they related?
She was in that sniper movie
Yeah,
with Mark
Shooter.
Wahlberg. Shooter.
Right.
Oh yeah, she was in House of Cards too.
Right.
She gets run over by a train. Spoiler alert.
Jesus Christ.
You guys had.
I just started watching that.
No, you didn't.
I'm on season 2.
Well, she died in season 1.
No, she didn't.
Yes, she did.
No, she did not.
When does Kate Mara die in House of Cards? There's no way you picked up a Kevin Spacey show years after the fact. Now that he got canceled.
It was more for Jenny from Forrest Gump. That's why I wanted to watch it. Not Kevin Spacey. That's his wife, Jenny. Robin something.
She's good.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it, she does die in season 2. Spoiler alert.
See?
Sorry to ruin it for everybody out there who's lining up to, again, watch the Kevin Spacey series. All right, let's take a look around the NFL coming up next. Maybe some other wide receivers that are out there. We'll do that when we come back. How do the Steelers compare to the AFC's elite? We haven't asked Bostic that question. We shall when we come back. But first, it's a Callis headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins, they play tonight at 7 o'clock against the Anaheim Ducks. Right now the Penguins are on a 6-game losing streak, and they're at the bottom of the Eastern Conference with 7 points in the standings right now. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle. And their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Inc.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Get your holidays started with the perfect tree in your perfect style from the Home Depot. Whether you want something that you can assemble in a few clicks, steal the show with over 2,000 color-changing bulbs, or a tree with lights that can be controlled by remote or foot pedal. The Home Depot has it all in our huge assortment of premium trees. Plus, get free delivery on over 2 million items this holiday from the Home Depot. Subject to availability. See homedepot.com/delivery for details.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My entire family's obsessed with all things Wicked, but my kids can't stop watching the trailer, and now they're having a Wicked-themed sleepover. Do you think our internet can handle all of the streaming and memeing going on?
Well, we've engineered our Xfinity gateways to handle hundreds of devices at once, so they can all stay magically connected.
Wow. Are you a wizard?
I wish. No, just someone that won't let a bad connection burst your internet bubble.
Now through November 12th, get thrillifyingly fast 300 megabit Xfinity internet with unlimited data included for just $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. Keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen. And see Wicked, only in theaters November 22nd. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan to auto start bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $90 a month. Actual speeds vary.
If you or someone you know suffered any injuries involving a deployed airbag, you could be entitled to compensation. Morgan & Morgan has already recovered millions. Get America's largest injury law firm fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining has Sewer Hydrojet with camera black and gold special $299. Most other companies charge $600 to $1,500. Don't just snake your sewer, clean it. Fast, effective, and affordable. Call Metz 412-872-4105.
They don't call her Confiscation Kamala for nothing. Don't take it from us.
And I support a mandatory buyback program.
A mandatory buyback program? That means the government forcing you to turn in your firearms. To what lengths would Kamala go? Well, she doesn't even support the individual right to own a firearm.
I'm prepared to take executive action and put in place a ban on the importation of assault weapons into our country.
We get it. Sometimes it's tough to understand what she's talking about. But on the Second Amendment and your rights, Confiscation Kamala has been crystal clear. Her gun control agenda comes straight from that petri dish of bad ideas that is California. She can claim to be a gun owner all she wants, but we all know she's the same anti-gun California radical she's always been. Don't be left defenseless. Defeat Confiscation Kamala. Vote Trump like your life depends on it, because it does. NRA Political Victory Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. NRAPVF.org.
As you prepare to cast your vote, ask yourself, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Grocery prices up 26%. Gas prices tripled. Home prices skyrocketed by 46%. Kamala Harris's failures have left Americans struggling. Plus the border crisis. Over 10 million illegals have entered in the last 4 years, threatening our safety and security. Enough is enough. Stop the chaos. Vote for change. Right for America PAC paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
In the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Here's a text, 412-928-9370. You can text us all morning long. I heard NFL insider Pat Kerwin pushing hard for the Steelers and Tyler Lockett. I ask again, why would the Seahawks trade Tyler Lockett?
Mm-hmm.
They are tied atop the NFC West.
Didn't they just pay him?
I don't remember.
I think so in the offseason.
I mean, they're 4-4. They're not any great shakes, but that's good enough for first place in the NFC West. Tied with the Niners, tied with the surprising upstart Cardinals, and don't look now. Objects in the mirror are closer than they appear.
Michael Myers is entering the building.
Rams are 3-4. Who's dressed up as Michael Myers? I don't like this.
They're coming to get you. I have a little surprise for you.
No, you don't.
Okay. Got a surprise.
I don't know who that is, but...
It's Marty. You can tell by the way he walks.
It's definitely Marty.
There are certain people that would actually be more frightening if they came in, if they took the mask off. Those people shall not be named or aired out on the air.
Aired out.
Look, I would love Tyler Lockett. I just
ain't gonna happen.
I don't see it. Now, sometimes the record doesn't always tell the story because you have to take the realistic look at where you are. Like, are we actually good? I don't. Are the Seahawks good? I don't know. I haven't watched every minute that they've played, but at 4-4, it's a tough sell.
Well, DK Metcalf's been out too for a couple weeks, so they're not going to do it. And he's like almost. I mean,
not a spring chicken.
He's Calvin. I mean, Calvin Austin's him. That's what they want him to be. Calvin Austin.
Right.
Is to be Tyler Lockett. They're like the small receiver that can get open across the middle. I don't know if you really need to go that direction again, have two of those guys.
He at this point in his career is more of a true slot than Cooper Kupp is.
Yes.
And people were knocking the Kupp thing because they thought he was too much of a slot. Tweet from Mike talking about House of Cards. Bro, that's the biggest spoiler you could have given to that show. It came out 13 years ago. Like, how long is the spoiler thing a thing?
Forever.
I don't think so. You sit here talking about all these horror movies, like the ones that came out in 1988, giving spoilers away. What's the cutoff? What's the
like Rotten Tomatoes
statute of limitations?
Like that was 36 years ago.
You're fine, Crowley. I wouldn't worry about it.
Thank you. Texter, are we interested in Tyler Boyd? Would do that.
Would do it too.
Should have done it.
Had an opportunity to do it.
Yep.
Would it come cheap?
Very.
Mm-hmm.
Man,
Probably not going to do it.
Tennessee.
Tough.
Stink.
They stink. Levis,
Tough.
no good. Mason Rudolph is Mason Rudolph. Okay, so how about this question?
Mm-hmm.
And Doran and I talked about this. If Russell Wilson had started from game one, do we think we'd be having the same wide receiver conversations? Or would Van Jefferson look that much better? Calvin Austin look that much better? Dare I say Scotty Miller, probably not, look that much better? And maybe we wouldn't think they would need a wide receiver.
Yes, we'd be having those conversations because they were preparing this offseason for Russell Wilson to be the starter and still went after Brandon Ayuk. And we're at the altar. So, yes, we're having that conversation. Because everyone would be so tantalized by them getting a big-name wide receiver. And
see, I don't like this. I don't know who this is. And at this point, I'm afraid that it's actually the real Michael Myers. They've just walked into the studio behind me.
I can't.
Go scare Callis. He's jumpier.
I think I know who that is.
It's Andy, the web guy, because I can smell his cologne.
Yes.
You know people by their cologne?
I do.
Cologne mixed with cigarettes, yeah.
That's right.
I lost my train of thought. But yes, they'd still be going after a wide. People would still want them to get a wide receiver. Would they need one? Maybe not. But we'd be having this conversation.
Someone texting Gabe Davis. Okay. Someone says, forget Mike Myers. How about Jacoby Myers? Would do that, too.
Yeah.
But he's more of a slot guy as well. Texter, Bruce Willis was dead the entire movie in The Sixth Sense. No longer a spoiler. That's an ultimate, like, if you spoiled that back then, you absolutely have ruined the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's a big one.
You remember whenever Shady McCoy, he had the screening for the Endgame?
Yeah.
I think it was Endgame, and that's whenever Tony Stark died.
Yep.
And he tweeted it out.
Spoiler!
No, but he tweeted it out.
Yeah.
Like, he saw the movie before everybody.
Stark died!
He's like, man, they killed Tony Stark.
I do remember that.
People were crushing him.
Oh.
Absolutely ruined
That's
it.
shady, though.
Yep. He didn't even care.
If that is one of the movies in my life that I had to go see in theaters, I'm not a big theater guy, to the surprise of no one. I don't like, being around people. I'm claustrophobic, things of that nature. Yeah, germs, just all of it. If I'd have seen that tweet before I saw the movie, I would have lost it.
Yep.
And, I have no other reason to hate Shady McCoy. None. Nothing comes to the top of mind on that guy.
No.
Massive spoiler of that. It would have been furious.
That was one of the that was probably the top I've ever seen. Like, and then the outrage that came from it was, I've never seen anything like it.
That'd have been like spoiling Star Wars Return of the Jedi. Wow, can you believe that Darth Vader's Luke's daddy? Like, you can't tweet that. If Twitter was around back then, that would have been a capital offense.
Mm-hmm.
Are the Steelers better than the Ravens?
Baltimore can't stop anybody.
No, they can't.
So I have a hard time saying they're better, but they can certainly beat them. They're as good, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Doran?
It's pretty close. Pretty close.
Here's what worries me. We haven't talked about this at all because we talked about the offense. Steelers can't stop the run. That was a bad offensive line for New York and two pedestrian tailbacks.
Hey, how about, so I thought about it like this. I think they were okay with not stopping the run. I think they're so game plan specific. I think against the Giants, they're like, we want to stop Daniel Jones running. We don't care if that Tracy kid or Singletary runs on us. Oh, so be it. If they do that, they can get as many yards as possible. We'll still win the game.
Good point.
We don't want Daniel Jones to beat us because if he only had like 4 yards rushing, he usually has like 30, 40. And whenever he does do that, their whole offense opens up.
Right, but you're playing against a terrible offense.
Mm-hmm.
You should be able to play cover 2 and stop the run with that defense. That's what worries me. You can go out and get Patrick Queen. He hadn't really done much. Landon Roberts has been their best run stopper.
Absolutely.
By a mile.
It's when the Steelers, not to do this thing, football nowhere, but like when they go nickel, they get run on. I mean, it's been happening all year.
Well, and Baltimore's going to make you do that.
Yes.
That's what worries me about playing a team like that.
I don't think it'll happen with Cam Sutton. I think Beanie Bishop, like, you can run the ball.
He's 5'9".
whenever he's in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I mean, come on. But I think Cam Sutton, he's a veteran. Like, he just plays that position differently.
And from a recognition standpoint,
Right.
he's seen it all.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think that I'm hoping at least it might change a little bit.
Someone texts in and says that they got scabies from a movie theater seat once.
Scabies? Crowley won't be going back. Some dude just got killed with a pitchfork in this movie.
In the barn.
What's this called?
Halloween 4.
I've never seen
Return of Michael Myers.
Spoiler
1988.
alert. Spoiler alert. Scabies, a contagious skin condition caused by microscopic mites that...
Did they acknowledge? Did they acknowledge it though? Moving forward, that it's like, oh, that was weird.
So my thought on this, and now we're way off the rails, but who
I
cares?
thought
It's
Leia hooked up
Halloween.
with Billy D. Williams. What's his name?
No, he didn't hook up with Billy D. Williams.
Yeah. Billy D. Williams was hooking up with Princess Leia. I'm telling you.
Maybe in real life, not in the movie.
In the movie. What's his name? What's his name in the
Lando
movie?
Calrissian.
Lando was getting that.
I don't think so.
Yes, he was.
Because him and Han were brothers.
Look how
man.
they flirt.
They were guys.
Look how they flirt.
Well, he flirted with her. She didn't reciprocate.
Okay, all right.
What are we doing?
I am so lost.
My
right
whole
now.
theory is George Lucas didn't really think the thing through. Like, George Lucas ain't thinking like, oh, Luke's the son and Leia's the daughter. He didn't think it all through.
You don't think that was a part of the storyline? Like, let's put a little incest in here.
I don't
see if people can figure it out.
I don't think, unless that is like the biggest red herring of all time. Oh, they can't be siblings because they played tonsil hockey.
So it was never like acknowledged.
It was acknowledged that they made out.
Yeah.
They didn't acknowledge it.
Any additional insight you want to give us on movies?
Think I'm good.
Any thoughts?
No.
Do you think the Steelers are better than the Ravens?
I think they're more complete, yeah. I think they can beat you multiple ways, which is insane to say because I thought they had one path to victory early in the year.
Yep.
And the last 2 years. Run the ball, play defense, don't turn it over. That's all you got. Now they can hit the deep ball. They can run the ball more effectively than they have the last few years. Special teams, the best in the league. Defensively, they're taking the ball away. They're giving up 15 points a game. Yeah, I think they're better. How about that? Been a weird show, been a fun show. We'll go around the NFL coming up next. I can't wait to hear you guys' reaction to this. I hope you haven't seen it. Maybe you have. We'll talk about it when we come back. But first, a Callus headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pat Narduzzi on his weekly radio show during the college football season said yesterday that Eli Holstein will start and will play against SMU this weekend. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Ross Township crews on the scene of an accident. The intersection of McKnight and McIntyre Roads. Watch for delays around that. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill inbound. Outbound heavy as you head past Parkway Center down toward Carnegie. We may have another accident in that area. Parkway East, you're jammed at Wilkinsburg, while Route 28 and the Parkway North are fairly steady. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle. And their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Inc.
So the presidential is here, and you're trying to decide your vote, right?
Trump, Harris, Harris, Trump. I've gone back and forth.
And what about Senate?
Well, I've always voted for Casey before, but this time
I'll tell you what did it for me. Transgenders in sports. Bob Casey supports letting biological males play girls' sports. It's just not right.
You know, and it's Harris, too. It's too far out. It's not just fair play. It's taking scholarships from our girls.
Right. And Bob Casey backed the Biden-Harris policies on using tax dollars to pay for transgender transition surgery.
Kamala Harris even wants to pay for gender transition for prisoners. I saw that on TV.
Yeah, Bob Casey is 100% on board with the crazy transgender agenda. It's nuts.
And we don't need any more nuts in Washington.
Bob Casey may be normal on some things, but he's nutty on this.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for United States Senate, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Friends of Dave McCormick and NRSC.
To understand what makes Diamonds Direct different, you have to understand our history. It goes back 60 years to a renowned diamond cutter overseas. From there came years of diamond cutting, manufacturing, and wholesaling, supplying exquisite fine diamonds only to high-end jewelers. Then eventually the wholesalers started selling direct to the public, and that started a revolution. Today, we are a global diamond powerhouse with hundreds of thousands of customers and an impeccable reputation. But our core values are the same as always. Our diamonds are the highest quality cut by the best craftsmen. Our prices are the most compelling. Our selection is staggering. Our warranties and guarantees are rock solid. And our people are laser focused on helping you find the diamond of your dreams. So as the story unfolds, as the revolution continues, we invite you to experience a jewelry shopping experience unlike any other. Born in excellence, rooted in determination, and thriving in passion. Diamonds Direct. Showroom hours, directions, and more online at diamondsdirect.com. Proud to call the Steel City home. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompeani. Hey, are you considering an electric vehicle but you're worried about the costs of a home charger? Worry no more. When you buy or lease a new EV from No. 1 Cochran Kia, you'll receive a $1,500 credit toward your charger purchase and installation. This offer is exclusively available at No. 1 Cochran Kia this October only. Simply mention this ad when you buy, and the $1,500 home charger credit is yours. No. 1 Cochran Kia has also partnered with Treehouse, a nationally renowned world-renowned electrical contractor that can handle the entire permitting and installation process. Get your EV and a $1,500 credit toward your home charger purchase now at #1 Cochran Kia. Shop their EV inventory online at CochranKia.com. May not stack with other offer. New in stock only. Promo does not increase price of vehicle. Ends 10/31/24.
Kamala Harris gets that everyday costs are too high. She has real plans to tackle price gouging, cut taxes for middle-class families, and make life more affordable. Her opponent's plan?
Donald Trump plans to impose what is, in effect, a national sales tax. On everyday products, it will mean higher prices on just about every one of your daily needs. A Trump tax on gas, a Trump tax on food, a Trump tax on clothing, a Trump tax on over-the-counter medication. Donald Trump's plan would cost a typical family $3,900 a year. When everyday prices are too high, he will make them even higher.
Kamala Harris, a better plan for lowering costs for a future we can afford. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC's responsible for the content of this advertising.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
$50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. And we're going around the NFL, brought to you by Champ Tires, all brands in every size. So,
the autumn wind is a pirate, frolicking to and fro.
So, I guess Jeff Lurie of the Philadelphia Eagles, Saquon Barkley, and Jalen Hurts all were golfing with former President Barack Obama the other day. But Saquon said, actually, point of clarification, I wasn't golfing. I just hung out with all of them. Because in his contract, it says that he can't golf.
Why?
I don't know.
That's wild.
I'm wondering if he's got some sort of Charles Barkley-esque kind of swing or something that would prohibit him from staying healthy through golfing. Like
I don't know. I've heard of skiing.
Yes.
Skiing contracts.
Like
sure.
Ben, I'm sure they told him to quit with the motorcycle riding after his accident.
Golfing.
I've heard ATVing. I've heard some guys not even able to go play like rec basketball because you don't want them to tear their ACLs. But golfing, my man, hey, you were almost the MVP of the league, and then you got your contract. You can say no to that. Are they worried? The pure speculation. Just throwing it. Is it a gambling thing? Like they don't want him gambling?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I've never heard of that before.
I just searched Saquon Barkley golf, and he plays a decent amount of golf.
Right. Saquon golfs.
You're talking about Hurts.
Did I say
Hurts?
Yeah, Hurts.
Yeah, you said Saquon.
Screw the whole thing up.
Hurts.
I was thinking about Han Solo's future wife making out with her brother, which we reviewed the tape during the break there, and it's a solid 3.5-second smooch between brother and sister Princess Leia and Luke Skywalker.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not a.
I have no idea why you wouldn't be able to play golf. That's in your contract. Like
if you don't want, who's the little guy running around? Kyler Murray for the Cardinals. If you say, hey, you can't play video games, it's taking up too much of your time, I guess.
Guy running around.
I've just never heard of anything like that.
No, that's pretty crazy.
Like, are they? Like, he must have a golf addiction or something. All right, that's going to do it for our time with Pathy Bostic. You're hopping on a bird tomorrow, going out to Dallas, Texas.
Going down to Dallas,
where apparently you're going to be going and seeing Jerry World, little tour.
I am going to Jerry World with a group. It'll be good. Apparently, there's like a hologram of Jerry Jones that you get to interact with.
So weird.
So I'm going to tell him his team stinks.
Yeah, tell him we said hi.
You should tell him on behalf of radio people everywhere to get bent. Yeah. He's threatening people's jobs. You tell that hologram. And now we've come full circle because really, things really pick up in Star Wars with the hologram that comes out of R2-D2. Obi-Wan Kenobi, you're our only hope.
Does he make out with anybody?
It's the sound he makes. But I don't think he makes out with any other droids or anything like that, no. That's my R2-D2 sound. It's actually a very good one.
Gosh.
A very good one.
It hurt my ear.
Mm-hmm. All right, safe travels.
It's been enjoyable. Thank you.
It has been fun today.
All
Little
right.
Halloween theme.
Okay, bye.
See ya.
Bye, Pat.
Pat Bostic. All right, coming up next, yet another NFL analyst says the Steelers could see themselves in New Orleans playing for the Super Bowl at the end of the year. Who said it? We'll react. We'll talk about it when we come back. First, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet, 24 Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high is 78.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
This fall, escape to the mountains for the ultimate gaming getaway and the perfect chance to win big at the casino at Nemacolin. This season, experience explosive jackpot prizes like black and gold football tickets, free play, and a brand new Ford F-350 Tremor. Featuring the newest slots, thrilling table games, and a stunning high roller lounge, your next big jackpot is waiting for you at the casino at Nemacolin. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Must be 21 and over with ID to enter the casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You okay?
Sorry, I can't sleep with this cough.
Sounds like you need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with NyQuil VapoCool. It's NyQuil plus a rush of Vicks vapors.
Whoa.
So you ready to get some sleep? Thank you, NyQuil VapoCool.
NyQuil VapoCool, the vaporizing nighttime coughing, aching, fever, best sleep with a cold medicine. And to vaporize sore throat pain, try Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
My name is Norma. I'm a two-time Trump voter. I will not be voting for Trump this time around. I'm voting for Kamala Harris. I cannot support Trump again because I don't trust him. I feel he's a liar. I feel he's for himself. I feel like he's going to take our country down a really evil, dark path. I want to be on the right side of history, and voting for Trump would be on the wrong side of history.
Republican Accountability PAC, Inc. paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertisement, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. ra-pac.org.
Gatorade, the world's most popular sports drink, designed to rehydrate, replenish, and refuel. It feels the best because it is the best. Gatorade, is it in you? Find Gatorade at your local Giant Eagle and Market District stores. Gatorade and Giant Eagle are proud supporters of high school football in Western Pennsylvania and athletes everywhere. Gatorade, is it in you?
I'm Malcolm Kenyatta, and I approve this message. Firefighters, teachers, law enforcement, they watch out for us every day. And so many of their organizations have endorsed our campaign. From the American Federation of Teachers to the Pittsburgh firefighters. I'm Malcolm Kenyatta. As PA's next Auditor General, I'll fight to stop hospitals and big drug companies from ripping us off and ensure your tax dollars actually go where they're meant to. Because Pennsylvania needs an Auditor General who will stand up for all of us.
Paid for by Malcolm for PA PAC.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of the NFL. Here we go with Week 9, and right now new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. And the game we're talking about is a shocker as far as the line is concerned. It's the Jets and Texans. The game is in New York tonight, and guess what? The Jets are favored in this game. Yes, that's right. The first place Texans are playing against a team that has lost 5 in a row, and New York is favored. That makes me want to bet New York because the odds makers, they're very smart, these people at FanDuel. They are a step ahead. What do they know about this game that we don't? New York just went to New England and lost, and Houston has C.J. Stroud and a top-notch defense. So I'm going to take the Jets in this game, FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions supply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The open border is one of the largest forces driving up costs of basic necessities. Each illegal immigrant costs taxpayers nearly $9,000 per year, according to the Federation for American Immigration Reform. Total cost since 2021, $72.8 billion. Fentanyl continues to pour in, bringing more countless, senseless deaths every year. We cannot afford to let this dangerous agenda continue. This election, reject reckless spending and demand real border security. Advocate for America, paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Ross Township, crews still on the scene of an earlier accident tying up the intersection of McKnight and McIntyre Roads. Meanwhile, the Parkway West remains jammed inbound near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound delays approaching Parkway Center down toward Carnegie, where we had an earlier accident near the Carnegie interchange. Parkway East, you're jammed at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
When you look at the Super Bowls, right, teams that I'll just go as far back as Tampa and Tom Brady. Okay. Tampa Bay had lights-out defense with Tom Brady. I understand we won't give our guy who works with us all the love, but that defense was lights out.
Yeah.
Okay, and when you look at Kansas City's Super Bowl titles that they've won, those defenses in Spagnuolo hit pay dirt come playoff time. And even in the Super Bowls, they were the ones that kind of carried Patrick Mahomes to a degree.
The Rams defense came up really big.
The Rams, I mean, you just look at championship teams. Yeah. When we won our championship, man, we slapped the Raiders like they didn't even belong on the defensive side of the ball. Although our offense, we were able to generate points, but they were able to give us the ball, give us short fields, things of that nature. That's why when you start to think about it, I think the Pittsburgh Steelers, man, if Russ can do what he's been doing the last couple games and continue to get better and show us what some of that same magic that he had in the Seattle Super Bowl runs, the Steelers, we might be talking about the Steelers in New Orleans.
Keyshawn Johnson. Now add him to the list. James Jones, another analyst, thinks the Steelers could go to the Super Bowl, Doran. And Keyshawn there talking about the complete team that the Steelers are. And that's something we've really talked about all week long. You don't have to be the best offense in the league, but can you be a top 10 offense while having a top 10 defense, while having the best special teams? It's hard to think that a team like that can't have a chance to represent the conference. Doesn't mean they have to be the favorite, but if you can win multiple different ways, I don't know that some of these other teams in conference can do it that way. Like Houston just lost one of their best players. He can be out for the year, Stephon Diggs. Baltimore can't stop a nosebleed defensively. Buffalo had yet to really be able to get over the hump come the playoffs. The Ravens, same there. Okay, and the Kansas City Chiefs are the Kansas City Chiefs. I guess the question I'm asking is, why not us, Doran? Why can't I be singing, Pittsburgh's going to the Super Bowl?
I mean, because it's a long season.
Yep.
And they have yet to get in the conference play or into division play. You just do the Steelers have enough on offense? And that's where I'm still stuck. Like, I think Russ has done a good job. Arthur Smith has done a good job, but if you are going to beat the Kansas City Chiefs, if you're going to beat the Buffalo Bills, if you're going to beat the Baltimore Ravens whenever it does count, you're going to have to put up points, and it's going to have to be flawless. I think that they could. Like, I'm not saying that I don't think that way, but it's gonna take a lot, and that's usually what happens during the NFL season. I mean, not every team is the Chiefs that win Super Bowls, that can go and just do the same thing every year, and they just are better. You know, they have a better quarterback. There's teams that have to put everything together. Every single game counts. I mean, think about the Steelers in 2005 and how they got in. You know, that was not the best team, but they just figured out and they hit their ground running at the right time.
Yes.
They played a somewhat complete football. You can win like that in the NFL.
They're going to get a wide receiver, I now think. Caboli thinks. Fittipaldo thinks. Anybody we trust, anybody with eyes, anybody that's paying attention to the team thinks they're going to get a wide receiver, which would also add to them being a complete football team. This is what you have to do because you're right. Like, Chiefs don't need to be perfect because they've got the ultimate eraser. Like Tom Brady, when things wouldn't go right for the Patriots, he'll just make up for it by being spectacular. And if you're going to contend with those teams, you got to be able to win multiple ways. You got to be complete. 412-928-9370 brings me to what I wanted to get to in this segment, Doran, which is what our friend Ray Fittipaldo wrote in the Post-Gazette. Reasons for concern about the Steelers going forward, and then some reasons for optimism going forward. And I actually think that you can find positives in the negative and vice versa. Are you ready?
Yep.
All right, here we go. Pull this up here. Red zone offense, yes, is one of the reasons for concern. 46%. Only the Giants, Cowboys, Chargers, and Dolphins are converting at a lower percentage. And he's got that as a big worry for them. I'm not concerned about red zone at all. At all. We talked about it earlier. Darnell Washington, I think, could be more of a weapon down there. Russell Wilson threw 20 touchdowns in the red zone last year. Like, okay, the numbers aren't good to this point. I think they're actually going to be good in that regard going forward. 2 in the red zone against the Giants. 2 touchdowns wind up not counting. I still saw the ball go into the end zone.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got that as a concern. I guess it can be a question mark, but I don't think that this is something that's going to wind up plaguing them the rest of the year.
And you also have Justin Fields, who probably will be effective in the red zone, too. I mean, if you do have these issues moving forward where you can't put the ball in the end zone, you can alter your offense in the red zone by having Justin Fields with the read option and let him do his thing to garner touchdowns. Like, I still think that that's a viable option for the Steelers whenever Justin Fields is healthy again, which he will be after the bye week, is that if there are struggles and you just can't score touchdowns, you have a quarterback that can pull it, that can throw it, that can run it, that can hand it off. It can do multiple things that he has shown he can do that, and that's why you won games in the beginning of the season was him doing those things.
Yeah, he was number 1 in the league in rushing touchdowns before he got pulled for Russell Wilson. Like, he could do it.
Mm-hmm.
He could do it. Here's another reason for concern, according to Ray Fittipaldo. Again, something we've touched on, the rush defense. He writes, 3 teams have now rushed for more than 100 yards against the Steelers. They'll be challenged even more after the bye. NFL's top 3 rushing teams, Ravens, 2 with them. Commanders and Eagles await the Steelers in the second half of the season. Yeah, it's an interesting point you brought up, though, about Cam Sutton and how that might help. Like, they get run on in the nickel. They've faced... You ready for more of this, Doran? And maybe this time boobs aren't going to pop up in the corner whenever I try to bring up Goofy. Oh, nope, there we go. We've been watching horror movies all day long here because it is Halloween, and there tends to be some nudity in these. And, boy, ain't that perfect timing right there. That's ridiculous. The Steelers have faced 11 personnel more than any team in football, Doran. So teams trying to spread the Steelers out and throw it a little bit on them, or spread them out and then run it a little bit on them. But Cam Sutton, a better run defender in the slot, of course, than a guy like Beanie Bishop, who's 5'9".
Yep.
And I think generally listed at 5'9".
Yes.
Now, that's not going to solve all the issues. I have real concern about Keanu Benton stopping the run. I don't think he's playing the position that they have earmarked him to play for the future.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think he'll be an end. And now they have him playing more on top of the center, depending on the package they're throwing out there.
Right.
Good pass rusher, but yeah, I guess I would say I am concerned a little bit about the rush defense.
Yeah, if there's anything, that'd be that.
Yeah.
And, I threw out the theory of the game plan specific and letting certain, players beat you and you living with that. And, even last game with the running attack of the Giants and the running backs and Tracy having as many yards as he did, I really do believe that they were like, we don't want Daniel Jones running the football, so we'll live with Tracy. If he beats us, then shame on us, really.
Yeah, seriously.
But they didn't. And, they racked up a lot of yards, but they were okay with, I think, that.
Yeah, they still only gave up 18 points.
Yeah.
And, look, when you've got Hayward, you've got Watt, you've got Highsmith, you've got Minka. I mean, Elliott's been a ball hawk. Jackson's been a ball hawk. Beanie Bishop has come into it and been a ball hawk. 3 picks the last 2 weeks. Like, you just assume that one of those guys is going to make a game-changing play. And the Steelers are second in the NFL in turnover differential, and they've forced the second most takeaways in the league. That's one of the reasons for optimism from Ray. As for the rush defense, it's not just the rush defense, though. Like, they're 22nd in the league in passing defense. And, I mean, I think that concerns me more than allowing yards on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
But both things are happening. Again, points are the most important thing, and they're second in the league. But they have not yet, in my opinion, faced that elite of the elite offense. The Jets have elite players, not an elite offense. Same thing with the Cowboys. Elite players haven't been an elite offense, and yet they were able to go for over 400 yards. Weirdly, I'm more concerned about the defense and how they handle Washington and the Ravens and the Bengals twice and the Eagles and Kansas City. They're playing a ton of good offenses in the second half. How's the defense going to look against those teams? Because the yards have been there, but the points, that hasn't necessarily shown itself on the scoreboard. So that, I guess, I'm concerned about. But Keyshawn Johnson thinks they could go to Super Bowl.
So does James Jones. There's two former players.
Who do we trust more? Keyshawn. Did you know that Charles Borges, who's going to be in with us next week, by the way, Cal's taking the whole week off next week, bye week.
That's right.
Hadn't been off the entire time he's been the producer. He's taking the whole week off. We got Charles Borges for a couple of days. He stopped being a Jets fan and became a Buccaneers fan because Keyshawn Johnson switched teams and he was his all-time favorite player.
Traded.
Yeah.
19.
Hell of a player,
Yes,
Keyshawn.
Yep.
Kind of enigmatic. An enigma.
Mm-hmm.
One of those kind of guys.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. How about reasons? Another reason for pessimism, according to Ray. He said injuries. I'm actually, I look at this. I feel good about the Steelers.
They're going to be, pretty much healthy, right?
Yeah, they've dealt with a lot of injuries, but coming out of the bye, they should have everybody healthy. Like, they're not going to get Faltanu back. They're not. I don't think, although Aziz Ansari, or whatever his name is, the wide receiver coach, said Roman Wilson's probably going to play at some point and be able to help them. I don't know about that. Like, not going to get those guys back. But everyone else will be healthy and ready to go.
Yeah.
Like, it's been bad, but that doesn't mean it's going to keep being bad. Every team's going to face injuries.
Absolutely.
But you can't predict that. And all the guys that are hurt should be back and healthy next week. So I actually look at that and think, they're okay.
Yep.
Pretty good spot. What say you? 412-928-9370. Do you agree with Keyshawn Johnson that the Steelers are a complete team and could wind up in New Orleans playing for the Super Bowl? 412-928-9370. You can text us. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We asked a question about Justin Fields when he was playing well. I'll ask the same question to you, Dorn, about Russell Wilson. That's next, but first, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Eli Holstein will play on Saturday. Pat Narduzzi confirmed it on his radio show last night. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
They don't call her Confiscation Kamala for nothing. Don't take it from us.
And I support a mandatory buyback program.
A mandatory buyback program? That means the government forcing you to turn in your firearms. To what lengths would Kamala go? Well, she doesn't even support the individual right to own a firearm.
I'm prepared to take executive action and put in place a ban on the importation of assault weapons into our country.
We get it. Sometimes it's tough to understand what she's talking about. But on the Second Amendment and your rights, Confiscation Kamala has been crystal clear. Her gun control agenda comes straight from that petri dish of bad ideas that is California. She can claim to be a gun owner all she wants, but we all know she's the same anti-gun California radical she's always been. Don't be left defenseless. Defeat Confiscation Kamala. Vote Trump like your life depends on it, because it does. NRA Political Victory Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. NRAPVF.org.
Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty from the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. We are here to help. At the Disc Institute, our treatment, intradisc arthrosis, is non-surgical, safe and gentle, and highly effective. 412-906-9600.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Terms and conditions apply.
Do you have a bachelor degree? Are you interested in becoming a nurse? Waynesburg University has an affordable online pathway for students to earn their BSN in just 1 year. Financial aid is available. If you want to become a nurse, visit waynesburg.edu.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm going to have to find a new genius, or two half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Halloween's coming alive at Target. Jackie and Gordy, the Jack-O-Lanterns, here with last chance Halloween deals. Looks like Mom's got the old pumpkin bucket stocked with the best candy, starting at $5.99.
Lucky pumpkin bucket. Oh, there's Dad party planning with a same-day delivery order.
Yes, it's a BOGO 50% off pizza party with Target Circle. Plus, buy 3, save 40% on soda 12 packs with Target Circle.
Nice saves, Dad.
Make your Halloween come alive at Target. Need it last minute? Get same-day delivery with Target Circle 360. Restrictions apply.
Order for Jennifer C. Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double hot, double whip, double sleeve? Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine? Hey, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year? Well, I do now. Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year? Yeah, you just said that. Did you say I just said that? Yeah, I'm cutting you off. Did you say you're cutting me off?
You earn, we match. Unlimited cashback match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
What if I told you that there was a single management software that could handle your CRM, accounting, manufacturing, marketing, inventory, sales, and everything in between for a fraction of the cost of the dozens of disconnected platforms most companies rely on to manage their business? Sounds pretty good, right? Well, that's Odoo. Odoo is the end-all, be-all for any business of any size, and it's ready to help your company reach the next level and beyond. Learn more at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Shop early, save big, all month long during Black Friday build-up at Lowe's. Right now, get select pre-lit artificial Christmas trees starting at just $59.98. Don't wait to save. Shop these deals today, in-store or online, because Lowe's knows deals. Discount taken at time of purchase while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. 13 is a Halloween lucky number. How about Kansas City riding a ridiculous 13-game winning streak? But Detroit may sneak up on them in my power rankings. Buffalo is coasting atop the AFC East. Philly's peaking in the nick of time. And Green Bay's proven that love isn't everything. Minnesota, Pittsburgh, Houston, Baltimore, and Washington. All hail, Jaden. Complete the top 10. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Robinhood is introducing forecast contracts so you can trade the presidential election. Through Robinhood, you can now trade financial derivatives contracts on who will win the U.S. presidential election, Harris or Trump, and watch as contract prices react to real-time market sentiment. Each contract you own will pay $1 on January 8, 2025 if that candidate is confirmed as the next U.S. president by Congress. Learn more about the presidential election contracts on Robinhood at robinhood.com/election. The risk of loss in trading commodities interest can be substantial. You should therefore carefully consider whether such trading is suitable for you in light of your financial condition. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Commodity interest trading is not appropriate for everyone. Displayed prices are based on real-time market sentiment. This event contract is offered by Robinhood Derivatives, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm. Exchange and regulatory fees apply. Learn more at robinhood.com/election.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
All Parkway West inbound delays now as you approach the runaway truck sand pile down to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound recovering from an earlier accident cleared near Carnegie. You're pretty well slow from Banksville heavy all the way down past that Carnegie interchange. Parkway East, you are jammed at Edgewood Squissvale. Route 28 is fairly steady. Cross the river, though. Watch for work on Butler Street, which is causing delays in both directions between the 62nd Street Bridge and One Wild Place. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, so spoiler alert, Halloween 4 is on in here. It's on AMC. And I have not seen these movies.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Myers, as I'm finding out, bad guy.
Yes.
But he doesn't kill kids.
No.
So even the worst of the worst has a line.
Yes.
I always find that fascinating. Like, whoa, that'd be too much. Can't go there. I'll do anything else, not the kids.
If you know the top four, which is basically Freddy, Jason, Michael, and if you want to throw Leatherface in there, or like Scream, or any of the names that you know, they don't kill kids. Well, kinda, and they don't kill animals.
Oh, great.
Yeah. Except for Michael Myers, he eats dogs.
He eats dogs.
Yeah, that's what he eats.
Pretty big exception there.
Right.
Except for Michael Myers, he eats
but I don't think
dogs.
Yeah.
They're eating the dogs.
Yeah. Yep.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I have a question we asked about Justin Fields. I want to ask it about Russell Wilson in a minute here. But, all right, to make a horror movie, and I'm not an expert like you are, I think there's certain things you need to have. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Bad guy.
Yep.
Hot chicks.
Yes.
I think generally you got to have the hot chicks.
Yes.
You got to have characters that are built up enough to like, but are not really like super important, so you can kill them off.
Well, and the one character that you hate that you want to see die.
Yes.
You need that person that was like, oh, I can't. When is that happening? When are they going to get him? Get him out of here. He's so annoying.
What else do we need for the perfect Halloween movie?
Woods.
Got to have the woods.
Yes. If we're talking like 80s, if you wanted to make a nice 80s, you need woods, you need a killer, a stalker, you need...
Incompetent police force.
Yes.
All the time. Police force doesn't know their ass from a hole in the ground.
Yes, you need like branches on the ground so everybody falls all the time because everybody seems to fall because they're probably nervous of running.
You need generally incompetent like main characters. Like we're watching in this, the mom's driving, Michael Myers he's right behind me. Michael Myers on top of the vehicle, and she's swerving all over the place. Hey, lady, slam on the brakes.
See, like, that's the funny thing is, because you can say that because you're watching the movie, but you never know how you would react in a situation like that.
I'm slamming on the brakes.
How would you react in such a tense situation?
Listen, you slam on the brakes. I know Michael Myers is badass and all, but that's inertia. He gonna keep going. You stop, you're going 50 miles an hour, you slam on the brakes, he's going to continue forward at 50 miles an hour. He ain't that strong.
You missed the end of the scene, though. They did break.
They did break, but then you have to worry about, so say it's your kid that's in the front seat. What if they go through the windshield?
Oh,
so
that's
you can't
right.
Just slam.
You know what, Doran, you're right, because the kid wasn't buckled in.
Right.
The kid's on the floorboards there.
Mm-hmm. Can't just, react. So there's a lot of things that I think people are like, yeah, why wouldn't you do this? But you don't know unless you're in that situation how you would actually react.
Fair enough.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, this coming from a guy who once called 911 on his mother-in-law because I thought she was trying to kidnap my wife.
I think if you want to make a very, like a scary horror movie, to me, if I were to make one, which I probably will by time that my time's up here on Earth, I will write a script. Like, I will keep it as real as possible and believable as possible. Because, like, whenever you see a monster, like, it's, like, fake. Like, I would make it so real
with you
that it could happen.
Yeah, what was the movie we were watching yesterday where Michael Myers is in space?
Jason X.
Same deal.
Yeah. He was in space. Like, that's dumb.
That doesn't scare me.
No.
Never going to be in space.
No.
And if I was, I'd be scared enough as is.
Right. And it was in, like, year 2120.
Yeah.
100-some years from now.
Yeah, that doesn't get me. You're right. You need a villain like The Shining. That'll get me. Realistic.
Kinda. Is it?
What's not realistic?
I mean, it's, it's like haunted stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, but, like, exorcism stuff can get me because you can squint, you can feel it, you can see it.
Mm-hmm.
But when there's a monster, nah.
Like Michael Myers is supposed to be scary because he was a real person. Like he was a kid.
Right.
That lost his mind, was in a psych ward, and was only supposed to be like 6 foot, 180 pounds. He was never meant to be like this imposing figure. Was just like your neighbor that was a kid that freaked out, and now the house is still there because nobody wants to live in it. And he was in a psych ward, then he broke out of the psych ward, and he's looking for his sister. And you're in his way.
See, that is scary.
Right. It's a simple concept.
But if he had 6 arms, not as scary.
Right.
Something like that. Texter, Matt Canada, without a doubt, the sheriff of that police force. He already rocks the straw hat. Would never happen on Arthur Smith's watch. Arthur Smith could be a police chief in a small town.
He really could. He could be a Hopper in Stranger Things.
Are we getting another one of those?
Yeah, it's coming out soon. Next year.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I thought it usually came out around this time of the year.
So did I.
Halloween time. Yeah.
Those are good.
Texter, wait, what? Called 911 on your mother-in-law? Backstory? I told it a million times.
Yeah.
One time I thought she followed my wife home. My wife called me all freaked out. We had an alley behind our house where we used to live, and I ran outside with a kitchen knife to scare the assailant away. They drove off. I called 911, and then my mother-in-law called us and was like, hey, why were you running out back? It was very weird. I just drove away. I have a question about Justin Fields and Russell Wilson that we were supposed to talk about in this segment and didn't. We will do so coming up next. But first, I remind you, the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Right now, it's a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins, they play tonight at 7 o'clock against the Anaheim Ducks. The Penguins right now on a 6-game losing streak. They have 7 points in the standings. They're at the bottom of the division. For more, excuse me, not the division, the Eastern Conference. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
He stepped up to serve his country, deployed to Iraq. Now Chris DeLuzio is fighting for Western PA families in Congress.
I'm Mike Solanowski, president of FOP Lodge 91. Chris has had the back of local law enforcement. It's why we gave him our endorsement. Chris is a real one. He's protected Western PA families, and he's the right man for the job.
I'm Chris DeLuzio, and I approve this message. I joined the Navy after 9/11 to protect our freedom. Now it's what I fight for every day in Congress. Freedom from greedy corporations that raise costs and price gouge working families, and freedom from extremists trying to cut Social Security and Medicare and attacking our fundamental rights. I'm fighting the big corporations to lower costs and get families relief, and I'll always protect Social Security and Medicare. Because the freedom I defended is about helping our families achieve the American dream.
Chris DeLuzio for Congress. Endorsed by the Fraternal Order of Police. Paid for by Chris DeLuzio for Congress.
Nicholas Harry Callis from the Fan Morning Show here, and let me be honest for a minute. I'm overweight. I understand that, but I hated admitting how bad it got. I had over 400 pounds at 25 years old. Just a few years ago, I was constantly working out. I was playing college baseball, hanging around 225 pounds in the best shape of my life. But then I stopped playing, and weight started creeping on. And the more I gained, the more I avoided checking the scale. Well, now I'm done avoiding it. Now I'm making a 180 with the solution for weight loss, Awaken 180 Weight Loss. I'm fresh off my first week, and I've already dropped 21 pounds. That's 21 pounds in 1 week. Now, you may be in a different place, and you may have smaller strides to make, but get to it before it spirals like it spiraled with me. And if Awaken 180 can work for me, it can work for anyone. I'm satisfied after meals. I feel incredible. Crowley even said I look thinner. Again, it's been just 1 week. What's stopping you? Go online for a consultation at awaken180weightloss.com. That's awaken180weightloss.com.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle. And their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age stage of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Inc.
Robinhood is introducing forecast contracts so you can trade the presidential election. Through Robinhood, you can now trade financial derivatives contracts on who will win the U.S. presidential election, Harris or Trump, and watch as contract prices react to real-time market sentiment. Each contract you own will pay $1 on January 8th, 2025 if that candidate is confirmed as the next U.S. president by Congress. Learn more about the presidential election contracts on Robinhood at robinhood.com/election. The risk of loss in trading commodities interest can be substantial. You should therefore carefully consider whether such trading is suitable for you in light of your financial condition. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Commodity interest trading is not appropriate for everyone. Displayed prices are based on real-time market sentiment. This event contract is offered by Robinhood Derivatives, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm. Exchange and regulatory fees apply. Learn more at robinhood.com/election.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The Cleveland Browns finally got back in the win column last weekend, but don't get used to it. This Sunday, they host the Chargers with Jameis Winston up against a rock-solid Los Angeles defense that's allowing the fewest points in the National Football League. The Chargers is 1.5-point favorites as a BetQL 5-star best bet. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Texter, will you guys stop talking about trading a fourth rounder? We cannot trade that fourth round pick because it's earmarked for a potential Justin Fields contingency. That is right. If Justin Fields plays 51% or more of the snaps this season, then he will be worth a fourth-round pick going back to Chicago instead of a sixth-round pick. But unless Russ gets hurt, that's not going to be the case.
Right.
But you do, I guess, have to be careful with that. The Steelers do have – I just had it here. The Steelers have 2 fifth-round picks, a sixth-round pick, an extra sixth-round pick, and 3 seventh-round picks. So you can get creative. Give a couple fifths for Darius Slayton. Who says no? No one. I'm doing that.
Yes.
We're going to do a little horror film trivia here in a couple of minutes, Doran. But we do need to get some sports in here. And so we shall. We talked when Justin Fields was playing really well about the Steelers breaking their rule and negotiating a contract with him in season. And multiple people today have asked if we would do the same thing with Russell Wilson. I'm interested in your thoughts on that. I would not. He's in his mid-30s. You see how it plays out to the end of the year. If he continues playing well, there's no drop-off, you win a playoff game or something like that, then you find a way to keep him. By hook or by crook. It doesn't really matter what it costs. You find a way to keep him. But I'm not doing that in season for a guy who's already been hurt more this year than he really has his entire career. You have to be careful about how he's aging, IMO.
Well, I don't think that he would do that either. He's smart enough. He's been around for a long time. His agent and himself, he would not do that. He'd bet money on himself for the rest of the season so he can get more money. There's no way and he's already making money this year. So he's already making what, 40 point some million dollars. So he's going to bet on himself, which he already has since the time that he's got to Pittsburgh. He's been on this kind of a revenge tour type deal. He would be like, absolutely not. We're not doing that. We'll do it at the end of the season whenever I win us an AFC championship game. You know how Russ is.
Yes.
Or whenever I win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, he says right now 6-2 he's not satisfied with. And they're not satisfied. And that it's not a big deal right now. He's got bigger aspirations. He said he wanted to feel that cold trophy again back when the Steelers wound up bringing him in. So he's got those goals on his mind. I mean, I do think Kirk Cousins got, 3 years, $150 million? I mean, You could be looking at that. You could be. I've always said Baker Mayfield, get him at $33 million, but if I'm Russ and I win a playoff game or two or more than that, and I'm the same age as Kirk Cousins, and Kirk Cousins had that track record, that's why Cousins got more money than Baker did. You know, Baker plays well in Tampa, but his career had been up and down to that point.
Kirk Cousins was so consistent in what what you're getting.
Yes, and even if maybe he wouldn't win you the big game, he'd still win you a lot of games.
He'd
Kirk
put you,
Cousins
yes, he'd keep your job as a head coach.
Man, ain't that the truth?
He'll keep your job.
So if I'm Russ and I play well the rest of the season and I stay healthy and I win a playoff game, like you might want to stay here. I'm sure he would want to stay here, but I'm also not in the business of taking discounts.
I honestly, the best case scenario, this may sound crazy, but I'm just throwing this out there, is for the Steelers to make it to the AFC Championship game and lose and offer Russ a deal, and Russ taking a hometown discount because he feels like they're so close and we were so close. I want to do it here. Man, just a lot left on the table. I don't want to do it anywhere else. I don't want to, how Russ is. That's how he is. That's how his mentality is. I'll take $30 million a year over a couple years to come back, and we're going to win it next year.
Yeah, you make a compelling argument. I mean, he is the win now guy, the win guy. It's all about wins. Sierra probably got some money, too.
Yeah, and he does, too.
He does, too. I mean, he getting $40 million. Sierra net worth.
50? 50, 60?
$20 million.
20? Oh, okay.
Yeah. She's doing well for herself. They're not hurting for money.
No.
And it's been done before. Brady did it.
Mm-hmm.
Sidney Crosby does it. Not helping him now, but you get it. It's not like it's something we haven't seen. And maybe he wants to help out Justin Fields. All right, maybe that's a bridge too far. Let him get his $10 million. I'll take my $30 million. There you go. And now you got the guy lying in wait. No. Yeah, I don't see that one. Shall we do a little horror film trivia? Doran says he cannot be stumped. I also don't know enough to ask questions, but luckily there's horror movie trivia on rd.com.
Mm-hmm.
Callis, do we want to get a little bit of Halloween music under this? He put a finger up.
Does that mean wait?
That means wait, yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right, question number one as we wait, because the radio waits for no one. What is widely considered to be the first horror movie ever made?
Ever made?
Mm-hmm. This is the one question that I've gone through that I thought might give you some trouble.
Man.
Because I'm sure it's been debated.
I mean,
1898, Doran.
Frankenstein.
You never saw it, I don't think. Maybe you have. House of the Devil?
No.
1898.
Never, yeah.
All right.
Nope.
You ever seen Jeepers Creepers?
Yes.
In Jeepers Creepers, the creeper rises every how many years to feed?
27?
23. You're
23.
in the ballpark.
Okay.
Yeah. You'll know this one. What is the name of the summer camp where Friday the 13th takes place?
Yeah. Nobi Bosque or something?
It says Camp Crystal Lake.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant the real one.
Oh.
Yeah, I knew the Camp Crystal Lake, yes.
Oh, the one that was based off.
Yeah, that's a real camp.
Oh, the place that they filmed the whole deal.
Yes.
See, I don't know about these questions now, though. You ever seen Hereditary?
Yes.
What kind of allergy does Charlie have?
Oh, God. Oh, my God.
By the by, someone texted this in earlier, and I forgot about this. This is a real thing. We carry pillowcases, back in our day.
Uh-huh.
Depending on the color of the container, it can signify a nut allergy or different kinds of food allergies.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Kids these days.
Huh.
Mm-hmm. What's the name of the possessed young girl in The Exorcist?
Reagan.
Yeah. You know which state the Blair Witch Project takes place in?
Maryland.
Yeah. In The Ring, how long do people have to live after watching the videotape?
24 hours.
7 days. That movie freaks me out.
Yeah, I was scared of that one, actually.
Needs a shower, that young lady. Put a little product in the hair. It's disgusting. Who directed Get Out?
Jordan Peele.
Yeah. This is your wheelhouse here. What year was the first Saw movie released?
Oh, no.
See, I hate trivia.
2002.
4.
Jeez.
Same year Ben Roethlisberger and the Steelers beat the Patriots.
Yep.
20 years ago today. All right.
That's it?
We could do more later.
We got 2 minutes.
Okay. There are 2 serial killers at the center of Silence of the Lambs. What are their names?
Buffalo Bill.
Yep.
Hannibal Lecter.
Bang. In Halloween, Michael Myers, as a child, kills his teenage sister. What was her name?
Judy.
Yeah.
Judith.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
All right, I gotta screen some of these first. We'll do a few more when we come back.
All right.
How about that?
Cool.
Social Media's Biggest Loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. There is a text I wanted to get to talking about these horror films and some of the incompetence. So one of my favorite things is when someone will get stabbed in the shoulder and then it's like their lower half doesn't work. So they'll just fall on the ground. There'll just be army crawling through the woods, just a trail of blood. Yo, your legs still work. Now it's time for a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
According to Pat Narduzzi on his weekly radio show during the football season on Wednesdays, you can listen to that right here on 93.7 The Fan every week. But on that show yesterday, Pat Narduzzi confirmed Eli Holstein will play on Saturday against SMU. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Trouble heading out of the South Hills. Crews on the scene of an accident now. The intersection of Banksville Avenue and Potomac. Watch for delays around that. Parkway West remains jammed approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound delays approaching Parkway Center pretty much all the way down toward Carnegie, while the Parkway East lines up at Edgewood Twistvale to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28 is fairly steady in both directions. Same story for the Parkway North. Work on Butler Street, though. Other side of the river, watch for single lane each direction restrictions between the 62nd Street Bridge and One Wild Place. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Kamala Harris was supposed to secure our southern border. During her tenure, over 10 million illegals have entered America, with more arriving every day. Kamala Harris is still the border czar.
Border czar.
Border czar.
Border czar.
And the gates are still wide open. Kamala Harris had one job, and as she admitted on the NBC Nightly News, she didn't even bother to show up for work.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I don't understand the point that you're making.
Criminal aliens murdering Americans. Cartels allowed to flood our country with poison. Women and children sold as sex slaves. Taxpayer-funded benefits for illegal aliens. That's dangerously liberal. Kamala Harris's record is no laughing matter. To learn more, go to learnaboutkamala.com. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich, and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich, and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet. Crowley here for Guardian Protection. Why is a Guardian Protection floodlight security camera so great at protecting your property? You get crystal clear recorded video and two-way audio so you can identify and speak to trespassers. It has a built-in siren to deter intruders, plus 3,000 lumen floodlights so you never miss a detail. And right now, get 50% off Guardian's floodlight security camera with a professionally installed smart home security system. Just visit GuardianProtection.com/fan. Limited time offer. New customers only. Terms apply.
We all want more. More laughs. More hangouts. More, this is the best takeout ever. Excuse me. But if you're 75 or older or 60 or older with certain health conditions, you've also got more risk of getting seriously sick from RSV. But an RSV vaccine lowers your risk. so you can keep doing more of the stuff you love.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov.
Tune in this week to kick off with Boomer and Valenti to hear the Sims Spotlight featuring Super Bowl winning quarterback Phil Simms. Brought to you by Balance of Nature. Balance of Nature supplements. Changing the world one life at a time.
We're always made to feel like one person can't make a difference. But everyone has a single person in our life that's made a difference. Maybe it was a parent, a neighbor, a teacher, a mentor. So when people say that your vote doesn't matter, you know that one person can and has made a difference. So why would you not use every opportunity to make a difference in someone else's life? That's what voting can do. It provides the power of a single voice, joining with millions of other single voices to make a difference. Because even that person who changed your life, they may have been just a single person to you, but they all had people who made a difference to them. They were never just a single person, but a collective of all the people who had made impacts in their lives. So this November, use your voice and vote to make a difference. Go to votehq.org to learn how to vote this election season. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. It is Halloween. Hope everyone has a safe and fun Halloween. We got some horror movie trivia going on here. Doran is tough to stump. Apparently, Donnie Football is a big horror flick fanatic. I did not know that.
Yes, he is. I think his dad was in the Dawn of the Dead.
Excuse me.
I think you, or his mom worked. I don't know, something like that. There, you all right?
Joked. Said, fun fact, my mom worked at the J.C. Penney in Monroeville Mall where they filmed Dawn of the Dead.
That's right.
So I'll throw a couple more horror trivia questions at Dorn in a moment here. It is the 20-year anniversary of the Steelers beating the Patriots in Ben Roethlisberger's rookie season. And you knew that day that they were, A, good, and that Ben was franchise quarterback capable. Now, he had won 4 games leading into that, and they sat there at 5-1, so he had won 5 games leading into that, and you thought, okay, he's pretty good. They had just beat Dallas. They beat Miami in like a monsoon in a game that had to be moved. That day, you knew, and sometimes you just can tell. And we've had a lot of conversations already this week. Like, if you're a Steelers fan and you're still waiting for that other shoe to drop, if you're still wondering, can this team be special, be really, really good, be great, what do you need to see? A performance like that does it. I don't know that there's that left on the schedule. Like, you beat Washington, and they're a really good football team. They don't have the mystique of those Patriots. Like, it'd be a good win. I'm not saying it wouldn't.
The Chiefs.
Second to last game of the season. Like, are we going to have to wait around until then? Because I got one.
Ravens?
See, I don't know that that'll do it for people.
Okay.
Because it's the Ravens. You know what I mean? Like, they beat the Ravens.
Right.
I think you go on the road and beat Philly.
Yeah, that's a good one.
They never win there. That has been a house of horrors for the Steelers. But sometimes you just know. And that's when you knew with that team. Then they come out the next week, they beat the Eagles. All right, you can keep playing that music. Oh, yeah. All right, Doran, some trivia.
Okay.
Which 2 slashers faced off against one another in
Freddy and Jason.
Movie released in 2003? Yeah. What is used to suppress the evil leprechaun's powers in Leprechaun?
Is it gold?
4-leaf clover.
Dang it.
That's a movie that I one time woke up in the middle of the night and it was on and I was like, what the frig? Like watching TNT, must have been basketball or something back in the day, or like a Braves game. Your favorite of all time is Candyman.
Uh-huh.
What city?
Chicago.
Yeah. Easy one. What's the name of the hotel Jack Torrance is hired to care for in The Shining?
In Colorado. Oh.
You want me to tell you?
Yeah.
Overlook Hotel.
Dang it! Should have got that one. Ridiculous.
Who directed The Birds, 1963?
Alfred Hitchcock.
Yeah. You've never seen A Quiet Place, so forget about that one. Yeah. We should have had you and Donnie compete.
Yeah, that'd have been good.
Yeah. I didn't know that about Donnie.
Yeah. We text all the time about horror movies.
Which sci-fi horror movie stars Mel Gibson and Joaquin Phoenix? I've actually seen this one. It's more freaky to me than scary. I wouldn't consider it a horror film.
I don't know. What is it?
Signs.
Oh.
Who directed the 2007 remake of Halloween?
Rob Zombie.
Yeah. Was that enough?
No, give me 2 more.
2 more. I've listened to you over these couple of years to know which movies that you're in on, that you've seen a lot. Who plays Freddy Krueger in A Nightmare on Elm Street?
Robert Englund.
See, I didn't think you'd know that one. I got no more.
You got no more?
I got no more.
You don't have 1 more.
I got no more. Who plays Chucky's love interest, Tiffany, in The Bride of Chucky? That's why I got no more, because some of them are a little too niche.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jennifer Tilly is her name.
Yes.
Nice young lady, Jennifer Tilly. There you go. You did very well.
Thank you.
Text her. Good job, Doran. I'm impressed, buddy.
Thank you. Brent was impressed, too. Sales guy Brent.
That's right. Another texter, and this is important clarification. Tommy Maddox beat the Raiders in the first game of 2004, yeah, and then he got hurt, busted his elbow up in the second game against the Ravens. Yeah, Ben won 15 games his rookie year. Not well. No, wait a second. No, he won 14 games. There you go. All right, very good. All right, Doran, you're out tomorrow.
Yes.
God only knows what me and Callis will be up to, because then Callis will be off for a full week after that.
So you guys are going to get goofy.
It's going to be. Today was goofy.
Yes, it was.
But good, but fun. Everyone, seriously, happy Halloween. Enjoy yourselves. Be careful. Aren't you supposed to inspect your children's candy?
Yes.
In a world where we're supposed to be scared of strangers, Halloween still remains perplexing to me. Don't talk to strangers, but one day a year, you can take food from them.
Yes.
You consider your neighbors strangers, though?
I mean, once I get past the ones right across my street and like 2 doors down, I don't know anybody.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like
you gotta get out more.
Block up the road.
Yeah, you got to get out more.
Oh. Do you know all the people on your street?
Yeah.
Callis, you do?
Yeah.
All right, I'll go make friends tonight. That'll be my objective, is to make friends. All right, Starkey's up next. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. 24 Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high 78.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
So the presidential is here, and you're trying to decide your vote, right?
Trump, Harris, Harris, Trump. I've gone back and forth.
And what about Senate?
Well, I've always voted for Casey before, but this time
I'll tell you what did it for me. Transgenders in sports. Bob Casey supports letting biological males play girls' sports. It's just not right.
You know, and it's Harris, too. It's too far out. It's not just fair play. It's taking scholarships from our girls.
Right. And Bob Casey backed the Biden-Harris policies on using tax dollars to pay for transgender transition surgery.
Kamala Harris even wants to pay for gender transition for prisoners. I saw that on TV.
Yeah, Bob Casey is 100% on board with the crazy transgender agenda. It's nuts.
And we don't need any more nuts in Washington.
Bob Casey may be normal on some things, but he's nutty on this.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for United States Senate, and I approve this message.
Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick and NRSC.
O'Reilly Auto Parts is honored to recognize the service of our military personnel.
To show our appreciation, O'Reilly Auto Parts is proud to offer a 10% discount on many items to all active duty, reserve, veterans, and their dependent family members. Exceptions apply. Get details at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Did you know the cost of each illegal immigrant is nearly $9,000 per year, according to the Federation for American Immigration Reform? The total cost to taxpayers since 2021 is $72.8 billion. Current Washington leaders have irresponsibly allowed entry of over 7 million illegals, 5 times the number from our prior elected officials. This election, remember, politicians aren't just ignoring us, they're willfully defying the law they swore to uphold. Advocate for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
Now that Baird and Heffron-Tillotson are one, we're proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 8 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build secure financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized master plan we'll create based on your unique goals and dreams, your financial security is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit rwbaird.com/Pittsburgh. Robert W. Baird & Company, Incorporated, member SIPC.
Real quick, raise your hand if you want to lose an additional 4 bands a year. Go ahead and put your hands up. Put your hands up. You voted for Kamala Harris. Oh, okay, my fault. Good, because I don't think people understand that voting for Trump means you will lose an additional $4,000 to $5,000 a year. If Trump is elected, he plans to add a 60% tariff on all imports from China. Anything in your house that says made in China, take the price that you paid for and add 60%. He plans to add a 20% tariff on all imports coming from every other country. With Kamala Harris's opportunity economy, she's not hitting you with the sales tax of doom. She's providing tax cuts to the middle and working class, so that means you will save an additional $4,000 to $5,000 a year. Plus the $25,000 she's literally handing to new homebuyers. Like, you know who to vote for in this November's election. It's Kamala Harris. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC is responsible for the content of this advertisement.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
More trouble on the roadways. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Make clogged gutters a thing of the past with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET. We have another accident, this one on the outbound Parkway West. It's off to the side between Greentree and Carnegie. State police on the scene. Traffic extremely heavy and slow heading past the scene with delays from Greentree down past the accident and down toward Carnegie. Meanwhile, the Parkway East, that is stacking right around Edgewood. Swissvale, Route 28 is cleared out. So has the Parkway North, the inbound Parkway West, just a little heavy past Banksville. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fall into savings with Gutter Helmet. Save 50% off installation and enjoy 0 down, 0 payments for 1 year. Don't risk costly water damages. Gutter Helmet guarantees clog-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for your no-cost free estimate today.
They don't call her confiscation Kamala for nothing. Don't take it from us.
And I support a mandatory buyback program.
A mandatory buyback program? That means the government forcing you to turn in your firearms. To what lengths would Kamala go? Well, she doesn't even support the individual right to own a firearm.
I'm prepared to take executive action and put in place a ban on the importation of assault weapons into our country.
We get it. Sometimes it's tough to understand what she's talking about. But on the Second Amendment and your rights, Confiscation Kamala has been crystal clear. Her gun control agenda comes straight from that petri dish of bad ideas that is California. She can claim to be a gun owner all she wants, but we all know she's the same anti-gun California radical she's always been. Don't be left defenseless. Defeat Confiscation Kamala. Vote Trump like your life depends on it, because it does. NRA Political Victory Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. NRAPVF.org.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7, the fan.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
I'm Austin Bechtold with your fan headlines. Penguins tonight against the Anaheim Ducks at 7 o'clock. Penguins, losers of 6 in a row, and in the bottom of the Metropolitan Division standings after losing to Marc-Andre Fleury in the Wild 5-3 on Tuesday. We'll be back on the ice against an Anaheim team right at 500, 4-4-1 in the Pacific. Last night, a thrilling Game 5 of the World Series as the LA Dodgers win the series over the Yankees. 4-1 in the series, 7-6 last night, the final. The Dodgers stormed back to score 5 unanswered runs in the 5th inning. All 5 in the 5th that were unearned. Yankees responded in the bottom half of the 6th, but the Dodgers got 2 in the top half of the 8th inning off Tommy Kahnle and the bullpen to win it and win the World Series for the first time since 2020. But before that, this COVID-shortened season that was only 60 games, back to 1988. More at 93.7 thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Hey, yo, what's up, y'all? I'm your host, Joe. Back to more of the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Is that Halloween music?
Yes, do you like it?
No.
It was just the first one that I picked here that Harry had up. To make you go boo.
Are you dressed up today?
I'm Najee Harris today.
I love that outfit.
You dressed up as Joe Starkey, the everyday golfer.
Yeah. Maybe Jim Furyk. Could I get away with that? Am I dressed as Jim Furyk today?
Possibly. I can give you that.
All right. There's some interesting costumes around here. I don't know. I didn't even know it was Halloween. I forgot till I came in here. My kid isn't young anymore. I don't think of Halloween as Halloween anymore. It's very depressing.
You know, honestly, I've gotten to the point where I think Halloween is very overrated as well because I can't go around and trick or treat anymore. And I don't really understand how I fit in the Halloween landscape anymore. You know, like I used to always dress up as a sports fan, especially when I was older, trick or treating, when you get to like, you know, the 6th and the 7th grade and the 8th grade, and then you hit that peak where you're like, all right, trick-or-treating's over. You know when it's your last ride, when it's Michael Jordan, The Last Dance, my last trick-or-treating, and you try to go all out.
Yeah.
I was a dominant trick-or-treater, Joe, I got to tell you. Oh, my gosh.
I mean,
I probably hit 200 houses a night.
I can imagine. And It was the same for me. In some ways, it was bigger than Christmas limits because you'd plan out the outfit. For me, I think the biggest one I had was an Evel Knievel suit. Remember that? The white suit with the stripes, the red and white stripes on it. You'd plan it out for months. And then, yes, that night, especially in a household where they weren't big on us having candy. They didn't like an overabundance of sugary sweets, which is probably why I'm addicted to all of them now. But, yeah, I'd go out there and, I don't know, maybe 4 bags of candy filled. I'd come home and then go out for more is what I do.
I'd have 2 big garbage bags full of candy, which is a lot. I would plan out my routes. Like beforehand, like people planned out their costumes. I planned the route I was going to take to make sure that I optimized my time the best. Make sure, because I knew what cul-de-sac had the big candy bars from the previous year. I did my scouting report. I remember
the scouting, the pregame scouting is gigantic.
I was Mike Tomlin getting ready for Halloween every year. And, man, the amount of uneaten candy that I ended up with in like the middle of December was a lot.
What's the worst candy you can get? I hear a lot of people power ranking the top 5, underrated, things like that. What's flat out the worst? And I'm not talking apples and stuff like that. We all know nobody wanted an apple. What's the worst candy that you can get in the bag, old school or new school? And I think they're largely the same. One thing that hasn't changed in this world, at least not that I can decipher all that much, is candy, now that I think of it. I didn't come in here pre-planning that take. But now that I think about it, peanut M&Ms were big then. They're big now. Butterfingers, Snickers, Milky Way.
And you haven't even gotten to the best ones yet. Kit Kats, Twix.
Yes. We're talking 50 years ago these were big, and they still are.
Regular M&Ms?
One thing that hasn't changed, candy. Maybe a little bit. What are the worst? What are the most disappointing? And I realize that's subjective. Nobody else can tell us which candy we don't like. But I'll tell you, I was mighty disappointed with Three Musketeers when I got that. And then anything along the Starburst line. You know, I didn't come here to shoot layups. I don't want Starburst. I can get Starburst anywhere. Starburst and then those little thin wafer things. What are they called? There's like 40 of them.
I know what you're talking about,
They're like Lifesavers, but they're powdery little candy wafers. Nobody wants those. Even Skittles. I don't want Skittles. That doesn't feel like Halloween. Chocolate feels like Halloween.
King-size candy bars feel like Halloween.
You want to throw in a little Zagnut? Okay. A little Payday? I can live with that. But mostly it's about chocolate candy. It's about nougat. Is that the right word? It's about caramel. It's about some sort of nut. Which doesn't sound right, I know.
No.
But perhaps almonds, perhaps peanuts, whatever it might be. I don't want to open it. Even plain M&Ms was a mild disappointment.
Oh, I love the plain M&Ms.
They're just there's nothing to them.
Especially when you get the family size M&Ms. Those are great.
No, I don't believe you. You didn't sit in your house eating plain M&Ms as a kid.
M&Ms are my favorite.
Plain over peanut?
Yes. Plain over peanut M&Ms. Incredible. Don't knock the original. I think the worst, unless you're my grandparents, is Almond Joys.
Those are the best.
Or Rounds. What are they called? Rounds?
Mounds.
Mounds, yeah, something like that.
Those are 2 of the best. I went out seeking those. Speaking of scouting reports, I knew that the Reinhardts on Forest Avenue had Almond Joys, and that wasn't all that common. So guess what? I'd either make 2 trips, one early, one late, or hire people and make candy trades. You ever make a candy trade?
Oh, yeah. I was Omar Khan of making candy trades. I was wheeling and dealing before we even got back to the house.
Me too. I didn't need to see the candy. It was, you go back and get me 2 Almond Joys from the Reinhardts. You get your pick of anything from my bag. How do you like that deal?
Pretty impressive.
Yeah,
that's your player to be named later. Your candy to be named later.
That's exactly right. What had you mildly disappointed or very disappointed when you went back and, like we all did, took inventory of the bag? What would really leave you nonplussed?
Almond Joy, Mounds, and basically there was always like one
Lifesavers.
I like Lifesavers.
What about mint? Nobody wants mint Lifesavers or gum. That's
no, I don't really want gum either.
Yeah.
I always look for the Twix, the Kit Kats, And the M&M's is like my top 3. And if there was a Hershey bar, like a big Hershey bar thrown in there too?
Only with almonds. The plain Hershey bar is under the same umbrella as plain M&M's. I don't want that. They do nothing for me. I don't want just a block of chocolate. Now, I know I said chocolate's the main ingredient here, the straw that stirs the drink, so to speak. But it can't be the only ingredient.
Before every volleyball game that I either played or managed at Baldwin, I ate a pack of M&M's.
Plain?
Plain. Maybe not every single one, but the majority, I ate a pack of M&M's as a part of my routine.
Well, good luck to everybody who's out there tonight. I hope things go well. I hope you get bags full of candy. What's the cutoff date or cutoff age for appropriate trick-or-treating?
I don't know.
I don't need to see a guy with a beard coming to my door tonight.
So if I come to your door tonight asking for candy, you'll shoo me away?
If you did, I would. Because I think of you as younger for some reason.
So what could I pass for? 18, do you think?
9.
If I shaved and went clean-faced, I would go 18?
I think you could go as a 6th grader, honestly. I really do. You're like, who's the guy we were looking at, the baseball writer the other day? Or no, the football guy. That Pomp said, that guy, Tom Pelissero.
Tom Pelissero, yeah.
He could pass for maybe 8 years old. Have you seen that guy?
Well, the specific shot that we were looking at in the live hit that he did made him look very, very young. He could probably pass his 19, 20.
High school. He could pass late high school, for sure. But I think the age, probably 14. Is that too depressing? No, it's older than that. 16. 16. If you can drive, you're... No, that's not true either, because they're going out tonight all dressed up. 18. 18.
18?
Yeah.
So senior in high school?
Yeah.
I think I stopped trick-or-treating I think it was my freshman year of high school.
Yeah.
I think that was my last year.
Isn't life depressing in that way when you're around that age? It's just a series of crushing disappointments that remind you you're no longer a kid and the world isn't so magical as you thought.
Yeah. My freshman year at times was rough. I had a big friend group that I thought was my friends, and they weren't really my friends.
Yeah.
That sucked.
Yeah.
But now they all talk to me and like me.
Well, you should all go trick-or-treating together tonight.
Maybe so.
Happy Halloween, everybody.
We didn't mention Reese's Cups, which is what a lot of people on the text line are saying.
Well, that's a staple. I was talking about the most disappointing things you could get.
Candy corn is what people said.
Yeah, of course.
And Necco wafers is what you were referring to.
If you're giving away packets of candy corn, I honestly think you should be arrested. You know that?
Packets of candy corn?
Yeah, or any form of candy corn. I think that's grounds for arrest.
I don't think I've gotten candy corn more than like once a year when I was trick-or-treating. There was not a lot of candy corn.
I will say this, though. There's been a bowl of fresh candy corn in our kitchen this Halloween season, and I've rather enjoyed it. I didn't think I would. I don't know if I've ever had fresh candy corn. It's always stale.
Like, if you go trick-or-treating and there's just a bowl of candy corn, and it's literally just candy corn and no package or anything, what are you supposed to do? Just throw it in your bag?
Call the police. I honestly think people should be arrested for that.
Interesting. Just for getting out a whole thing of candy corn where it's,
for defiling Halloween. We need to move on now, Limits. Do you want to wish everybody a happy Halloween?
Happy Halloween, everyone. If you put out a bowl of Halloween candy and it says take 1, don't take 25.
Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. So we got a lot happening today. We have Chris Hoke at 11. But we have a major story that it feels like isn't being talked about. Or maybe I'm just building a straw man. I don't know about that. Maybe I should have been a straw man for Halloween. Yes, Limits?
Yes.
In any other market in the National Hockey League right now, if you had a team with the same coach that had underachieved 2 consecutive seasons at least, but for sure 2 consecutive seasons missing the playoffs, despite having stars on the roster who were mostly healthy, and then you opened a 3rd season and started 3-7-1, and you were on a 6-game losing streak with Anaheim and Montreal coming to town, people would be talking. It would be by far the main story point. even if the Steelers were playing the Ravens on Sunday. The story today would be, are the Penguins going to fire Mike Sullivan? I've been around hockey for a long, long time as a beat writer, and then later covering the Penguins, and now more observing them from afar. And this is just the way it works in pro sports in general, but certainly in the NHL. And it's not bringing up the topic or pointing to Sullivan in any sort of mocking way or, don't let the door leave you on the way out of town kind of way. This guy's been a great coach. He brought championships here. He might be the greatest coach in Penguins history. He's the most accomplished because he has 2 cups. So it's not about that. It's about, is he still the right coach for this team, and how long do you need to see evidence to the contrary before the answer is clearly no? There's a lot of things going on with the Penguins' demise over these past few years. A lot. Obviously, it's not just the coach, right? It's age creeping in. It's player malfunction in general. It's the work of multiple general managers, including Kyle Dubas, who has now invested, what does he have, $80 million in Ryan Graves, Erik Karlsson, and Tristan Jarry over the next many years. $80 million? That wasn't Ron Hextall. People like to talk about how Dubas is handcuffed, right? Nobody handcuffed him on those deals. Those were done of his own free will. In fact, you might say those 3 players should be handcuffed for robbing him blind. City limits. So there's a lot here. But, and I'm sure that Mike Sullivan, as he has, would rail against critics, pointing out things like his style doesn't work for this roster anymore. His voice has grown old. Players don't do what he wants them to do. His tactics are not sound. Those are all opinions. He would rail against them, and he might be right in some cases in railing against them on some of those fronts. Nobody's going to sit down like a fan or a media member and know more X's and O's than Mike Sullivan. That's not going to happen. But it's also not that complicated. You have a coach whose players don't do what he wants them to do in the simplest of terms. Did I say Tomlin before? Mike Sullivan wants a team that is hard to play against. The Penguins are easy to play against. Mike Sullivan wants a team that plays responsible hockey, that makes smart puck decisions. The Penguins practice the opposite of that every single night. Mike Sullivan wants a sound defensive team. The Penguins are by far the worst defensive team in hockey right now. Worst goals against average. Odd man breaks left and right. They are a beacon of irresponsibility, and these aren't new issues. So to my way of thinking anyway, I can both respect what Mike Sullivan has done here, acknowledge that he's a very good coach, and still come to the conclusion that in this particular situation, he's not getting the job done and hasn't for a while. And man, if they lose at home to Anaheim and Montreal and are sitting there at 3-9-1 with an 8-game losing streak, I don't know of another market where the coach survives. And yet, I think here, it's almost a given that he will, which is why nobody's talking about it. It's unbelievable to me. This is a 5-alarm fire here. This is a disaster. They've lost 6 in a row. They're 3-7-1. Now you rebound and win twice in a row. Then Sully's other teams have turned it around. The Penguins did late last season, although they still didn't make the playoffs, largely because they quit around the Gensel deal. But we could have another conversation, I suppose, if they win both games. But this is when a coach would typically be fired in any market It's just a fact. And I would have to think that even Mike Sullivan knows that. I wonder if Mike Sullivan, because I can tell you any coach in any NHL market would be feeling extreme heat going into this game tonight. We've underachieved 2 years running. I mean, 1 year in the NHL is a lifetime. It's an endless season. For 2 years in a row, this team did not do what it was supposed to do. Failed to make the playoffs. I mean, this is a franchise that goes out and signs the reigning Norris Trophy 100-point guy. They go out and trade for him because they're the Penguins, owing him tens of millions of dollars, even with the Sharks picking up the deal. So please don't tell me this was somehow by design, their demise. No, they're still trying to win. There's been a couple moves, the Gensel move notably, that would speak to the opposite of that. But by and large, and in a big way, Kyle Dubas has come here and tried to win. You don't go out and make that deal if you're not trying to win. You don't sign a bunch of old guys to your bottom six, spending somewhat significant money over these past 2 years. I could point to 5 or 6 examples of multiple million-dollar players. You don't pay a goalie $30 million if you're not trying to win right now. I mean, please. You don't bring in a free agent like Ryan Graves and pay him, what's his deal, $28 million. They're designed to win now. Tom Werner said it less than a month ago. We're here to win Stanley Cups, period. He didn't add the period. He didn't need to. That's what they're here for. And not only are they not doing that anymore, they're not even making the playoffs anymore. And not only are they not doing that anymore, they're not even competing early in this season. They're the worst team in the NHL this side of the San Jose Sharks. And they've earned every bit of it. They're horrible. Their goals against is 4.27. Nobody's even close. So how are we not talking about, wow, what happens if the Penguins lose tonight? And I suppose it's the Werner backing, the fact that Sully has a couple of years left on his deal after this year, maybe the fact that he's coaching, what's this thing called, the Four Nations tournament coming up, and he's coaching the U.S. team. Does all that contribute to this? What if it reached 12 games? What if it did? What if they're on a 12-game losing streak and at the very bottom of the league? And I'm not saying, by the way, that you might not want to be at the bottom of the league at this point if you're the Penguins, but that's an entirely different conversation. This is about the head coach and whether he is extracting the most out of his team. And I think even Sully, who is very stubborn when it comes to criticism, would admit he hasn't come close to doing that for a long time now. And you can sense it. I don't need to be around the team. I've been around enough of them. When things go bad, they go bad, and there's just an air around the team like, is this the last day for the coach? In any other market, that feeling would be swallowing up the Penguins locker room right now when people walk in there, when they're watching the morning skate, whatever. And I'm not sure that it is. We're going to talk to Destiny's child, Andrew Destin, later about what the atmosphere is like around this team. But to me, especially with the Steelers on a bye week, that is by far the biggest story in this town. What to do with Mike Sullivan, what will be done with Mike Sullivan. 412-928-9370. 928-9370. You want to weigh in on Sully and the state of the Penguins. Man, this is the last team in this town that has brought us championships. And he did it. He did that too. He did that most notably. And he'll always go down as a great coach for the Penguins. But sometimes things end, and then even after things end, they keep going more sour after that, and nobody gets the Jerome Bettis send-off. Very few people do, whether it's players, GMs, coaches. Things end, man, and this looks over. I wouldn't count out the idea of the Penguins rebounding. It could happen. But, man, the game tonight and the game Saturday against two middling teams, you lose 2 more home games, you're on an 8-game losing streak, and you're 3-9-1 and probably at the bottom of the NHL standings. I just don't see how this isn't a major topic. Limits? Thoughts?
I'm in full agreement with you. I think, though, one reason why Sullivan on the hot seat is because they publicly praised him and gave him an extension last year. And it's pretty much, it starts this year. Do the Penguins want to eat that money? I don't know. But it seems like they view Kyle Dubas and Mike Sullivan as kind of tied to the hip. And I don't think they're going to move off one unless they move off the other. And they're not going to move off Dubas at this point because he's, in his second year? Sullivan should be on a hot seat. It's hockey. Other teams shuffle through coaches in and out year after year sometimes.
I think I would argue, unless you're committed to a full rebuild, like I was going to use Greg Popovich as an example, unless you're Greg Popovich or someone of that ilk, Bill Belichick back with the Patriots, but he was kind of forced out at the end too, wasn't he? Even him. Unless you're in a publicly acknowledged full rebuild like the San Antonio Spurs, I just don't think that those ancient championships should carry you forever. I don't.
No.
I just don't believe that.
They really shouldn't.
So my point there is anybody other than a Greg Popovich, a hugely accomplished coach in a full rebuild, would be feeling enormous heat and would probably be gone by now in any sport based on these parameters. Multiple consecutive seasons of at least underachievement, maybe radical underachievement, followed up by a horrific start in the third season, or whatever it is, 3 in a row and then 4, however you want to phrase it. Any coach in all of sports would be on the firing line today, in danger. And I'm not sensing that Sullivan is.
Well, welcome back to messing with mediocrity. We saw it with the Steelers for a lot of years, just barely making the playoffs or being right around 500. Maybe this year's the time they change. But the Penguins, no playoff series win since 2018 or so.
Listen, I have and we have been very critical of Mike Tomlin. There's no doubt that we have. So
the same hasn't been seen as much with Mike Sullivan, though.
Right, exactly. Comparisons along those lines. Tomlin has at least he went to the playoffs last year, if we're going to make comparisons here, right? And now his team appears to be on a major rebound.
To win a playoff game.
So maybe if you're Tom Werner, you would then argue, if we think the coach is good enough, we think we can weather storms like we've seen the past few years, and eventually will emerge like apparently, maybe, Mike Tomlin and the Steelers are doing. I guess that's the counter argument. And I think the Penguins want to be the Steelers of the NHL. I do. And I think, aren't they on the record as saying Sullivan to them is like a Belichick type figure? So there you go. 412-928-9370. Let's talk about this. Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Chris Hoke joining me for the entire 11 o'clock hour. That's going to be great. I have so many questions about him and the state of the Steelers right now. You can weigh in with City Limits on the fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And as always, Wonder Twin, our six-pack brought to you by Bet365.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Dodgers came back and beat the Yankees in the World Series last night to win the World Series in 5 games. Dodgers scored 5 unanswered runs against Garrett Cole in an inning where the Yankees had multiple different mistakes. 2 errors to load the bases. Garrett Cole didn't cover first base with a ground ball to Anthony Rizzo at first. Dodgers took full advantage to tie it. Yankees later took the lead, but the Dodgers took it back and won 7-6 to claim the crown. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh's expert in everything sewer related. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Need your sewer unclogged? Call Metz. Need trenchless sewer lining? Call Metz. Buying or selling a house and need a camera inspection? Call Metz. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. 412-872-4105.
It's Nicholas Harry Callis here from the Fan Morning Show, and I did what you all thought I wouldn't do. I started Awaken 180. It was time, and yeah, it's easy. 21 pounds down in my first week, a ways to go, but I'll get there. Go to awaken180weightloss.com.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Home ownership. At Progressive, we know it's part of the American dream. It's the land of the free and the home of student drivers ready to back into your new fence at any given time. It's firing up a round of burgers and dogs on your rusty grill with a faulty gas line that engulfs your tool shed in flames. It's also around-the-clock protection when you bundle your home and auto with Progressive, which can help keep the American dream of home ownership alive and kicking. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Sounds like wipers. If your wipers are streaking, skipping, chattering, or even worse, loud, you need to visit AutoZone and get some fresh new blades. We've got basic wipers to get you back on the road, as well as premium blades from Bosch and Rain-X. So if you're hearing this, just head to your nearest AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable. And one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards, Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get the zone, AutoZone. The first place Texans go trick-or-treating into the Jersey Swamp tonight. Unspooked by Vegas making the frightful Jets, gasp, slight favorites. Will Aaron, Cayenne, Pepper, Rogers, and Gang Green wake up from their zombie-style play against the NFL's second stingiest defense tonight? And how will C.J. Stroud adjust to life without Stephon Diggs? I wouldn't be surprised if the Jets won, but I think Houston's going to prevail 27-23. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Attention, are you or a loved one suffering complications after taking Ozempic or Wegovy? These medications may be linked to serious gastrointestinal illnesses. If you've been hospitalized and diagnosed with gastroparesis, chronic vomiting, deep vein thrombosis, or experienced intestinal blockage requiring surgery, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Call 888-900-LAW-1 today for a free consultation. That's 888-900-LAW1. Paid for by Tort Defenders. Tort Defenders is not a law firm and does not provide legal services.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable. And one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards, Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Did you know that Wendy's has any size soft drinks for just $1? Yeah, any size, anytime. Like $1 Coke, $1 Sprite, or even $1 strawberry Fanta. Okay, could we maybe switch up the sound effect, please? 'Cause I'm losing it. Wow, no, not that. Any size soft drink for just $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable. And one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards, Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Young America, Kamala Harris thinks she knows all about you.
What else do we know about this population? They are stupid.
Kamala thinks you're too stupid to realize she's to blame for overspending and record inflation.
They
are stupid.
She thinks you're too stupid to realize groceries now cost 26% more.
They are stupid.
Too stupid to see how she tripled the price of gas.
Stupid.
Kamala Harris thinks you're too stupid to notice home costs have skyrocketed, now 46% higher. Electricity is costing you 25% more. Healthcare has risen 18%, and cars are up a jaw-dropping 33%.
Bidenomics is working.
With all due respect, Madam VP, we're not that stupid. Young America, we can't afford 4 more years of Kamala Harris. To learn more, go to learnaboutkamala.com. Right for America, paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
Now is the time to get into your brand new Jeep at South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township. For a limited time, get unbeatable deals on the entire lineup of rugged, adventure-ready Jeeps. Choose from a versatile 2024 Grand Cherokee 4xe, payment starting at $399 a month for 42 months, or the 2024 Jeep Wrangler Sports S 4xe, starting at $347 a month for 36 months. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net or see a dealer for details.
Rita, Jorge, let's bring the nail gun over here.
Jose stands tall atop his sustainable flooring company.
Totally. It's renewable and moisture resistant, but we have several green options too. Or we got some beautiful reclaimed oak.
But floored by his success, he needs to hire more installers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle. And their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Inc.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Limits, tell me how many calls we have on what should be the biggest topic in town.
Well, it sure ain't lighting up like a Christmas tree, I'll tell you that.
Not lighting up like Mulsey in a craft beer house.
No.
All right.
Or Pony at a Syracuse game.
Tell you this. That tells me something that may be good for Mike Sullivan, but bad for the Penguins long term. I actually think that leads into another topic. And you may say that I did such a poor job of putting that topic into perspective. You may say it's a non-topic that nobody cares. I would say the nobody cares part really stands out with Mike Sullivan. I would say again that in any other situation in pro sports, this game tonight would carry significant meaning because we'd be wondering if the coach would be fired. Pretty accomplished coach, too. But in this situation, in this town, I think the question is always relevant. Is this a Penguin town, or is it simply an event town and a winner's town? Those would be my questions. We've seen attendance already slip. What would it be like? I mean, the darkness is coming here. We have a light bulb change happening real time. Can we get the camera on this? This is unbelievable.
Yeah, what's going on here?
Vic has entered the building with a ladder
There's Vic right there on the screen.
Call me crazy. I would have said maybe a break in the show would have been the ideal time to change a light bulb. But
I saw you starting to get very concerned, Joe, and then I got concerned.
Damn it, Vic's going to do it live on the air here. Let's there
we'll
he
do
is.
it live.
It's an emergency. He says.
Well, let's see if we can change the shots.
If you're reading right now, there's a shot of his crotch on 93.7 The Fan. That's all we see. This is live radio at its finest limits right now.
And he's got the bulb in his hand.
There he is. The bulb has been removed. Vic has the bulb. He's going over to the trash can. This is unbelievable limits. I've never seen the likes of it.
Now, there he goes out the door to retrieve the new bulb. We have to see what his 40-yard dash time might be to get the bulb, come back, replace the bulb.
The new bulb will be arriving shortly. Anyway, to make a long story longer, are people giving way less of a crap about the Penguins, and what form does that take when the darkness really hits? That's what I wonder about with this franchise. I really do. Yeah, if I were a Penguin fan, and there's many of them, this story would be hot right now, beyond hot. This would be the story. They're 3-7-1. They're on a 6-game losing streak. Are they going to move on from a Stanley Cup winning coach or not? And yet I just don't think that it's a talking point. I think the worst thing that could ever set in with a franchise perhaps is setting in here. And that's the A word, limits. You know what word I'm talking about? Apathy. Apathy. Which might actually be the best thing for Mike Sullivan, is that, okay, if it's actually true that not many people really care what happens with the Penguins at the moment, that they're just in it for sort of the nostalgia at this point, and who the coach is has no effect on that anyway, well, that's great for him.
You know why I kind of think that people aren't talking about Mike Sullivan more now than they really should is because the Steelers are 6-2 and seem like they have a quarterback. Pitt's undefeated for the first time since '82 at 7-0. Penn State's undefeated and is playing Ohio State this weekend. The World Series just went on. The Penguins are the 5th biggest story in town right now. I mean, in all reality,
I agree with that.
I would say behind the World Series.
Except for the fact that they're on a 6-game losing streak, and in any other market, in any other sport, in all of sports, this would be a game you'd be looking at saying, if they lose, is the coach going to be here tomorrow?
Should be.
Call me crazy. I think that's kind of a big story. I don't know. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not a big story.
Vic has returned.
Vic has returned with
New
the light bulb. Watch us on YouTube. This is Vic. I'm a little bit concerned about you up on the ladder. You, Limits, I'm a little bit concerned about this. He's up on a ladder with no spotter. You're not supposed to do that. An unbelievable job of twisting in the light bulb. He's risking burns to his hand, and he's done it. And it's very bright, I might add, the new light, Limits.
Yeah, it is very bright.
Yeah.
They want that shining on Chris Oak, I guess.
Let's give Vic a hand as he goes out of the
Great
building.
job, Vic.
Wonderful job. Unbelievable job by Vic. It was very painless even during the show. He kept it quiet. I appreciate that. Let's go to the couple of callers we do have on whether the Penguins coach should and will get fired.
Let's start with Dave in North Huntington.
What's up, Dave?
Hey, guys. Yeah, Sully should have been fired at minimum 2 years ago, if not 3 years ago.
See, that's where I'll jump in. I'll jump in early on you, and then I'll let you finish with whatever you want. I actually think if you say 2 years ago, that would have been after what I think was a pretty good team, honestly, that was undone by goaltending misfortunes that were not of Sully's doing. But that's neither here nor there. You and I clearly agree that the last 2 seasons have been fairly disastrous, and this is even worse, right?
Right. And, you know, to me, one of his biggest sins, he never changes his game plan, his plans, whatever. A good coach adjusts his plans for the talent he has. He refuses to do it. He refuses to protect Sidney Crosby and Malkin. It drives you nuts. I know you don't want goons and all that, but you need to have some kind of protection for Sidney Crosby, too, at the same time.
And that's why we did a blessing for Jack St. Ivany yesterday. The Saint.
Yesterday was fantastic. I was so glad to hear you do that, Joe. It was Seriously,
Yeah.
someone needs to finally step up.
Yes.
And you're right. It is becoming apathetic when it comes to the Penguins because it's the same story over and over. I thought Fenway Sports Group was supposed to be, this big conglomerate, lots of money, care about winning, everything else. They should fire Dubas and Sullivan, as far as I'm concerned, just for giving Jari the freaking contract they gave him last year.
Yes.
Why?
Thank you for the call. There's a lot there. And that sort of leads into the topic of something we touched on yesterday. It's like, I was trying to think of what the best analogy is here. Oh, limitless wonder. It's like winding up in a place you didn't intend to be, but you realize it's the right place for you. So why not just stay? I went to Wilmington, North Carolina when I was, 20 with my friend Marshall Reinhardt, the same family that had Almond Joys every Halloween.
Wow, I know a Reinhardt family too, actually.
So I drank for a week, and then I decided I'm going to live in Wilmington, North Carolina. It's sort of like that. Now, I wasn't thinking all that clearly, but let's say I had gone there and got the feeling, you know what, I don't know how I got here, but this is awesome. This is the right place. I think I'll just stay. That's the Penguins arriving at the bottom of the NHL. It's not awesome. Nobody would say that. But it might very well be the right place, and they might have gotten there earlier than intended. But they're there. Why not stay? This is the place to be. You have your talk with Sidney Crosby. Is this something you'd be willing to wade through with us or not? If not, obviously we understand, and you'll go wherever you want to go. You'll do whatever you want to do. We were going to get here anyway. You know that. We know that. And we're here. We've arrived. Look around, everybody. I don't see any Tampa Bay Lightning around here. I don't see any name a good team around here. We're in a room with the San Jose Sharks. There's nobody else here. The Sharks are here. Didn't intend to be here, but we've arrived. Why not stay? The worst place you can be is the mushy middle in pro sports. It's the worst. And the Penguins have been living there now for a significant amount of time. Great that they swung for the fences on somebody like Erik Karlsson. Fine. Try to win. I thought they actually put together what should be a decent roster. If the players on it would play to their pedigree and their paychecks, I think it would be a decent roster, but it's clearly something is radically wrong here. The bottom's where you go, and there's no better example of that. I want everybody to hear this very clearly, Limits, including you. Pull up a chair by the fireplace.
I got my blanket with me, too.
Yeah. Would you like something to drink? Perhaps some apple cider?
How about some hot cocoa?
Hot cocoa with marshmallows. Here you go. There you go. There's a nice cup.
Thank you.
And take a listen to Grandpa Joe, which I will be in about 3 weeks, by the way.
Yes, congratulations again in advance.
Thank you. There is no better example of how sinking to the bottom can save your franchise in all of sports history than the Pittsburgh Penguins. None better. Unless it's the other team in town, the Pittsburgh Steelers, because their 1970s dynasty was born of sucking for all those years. How do you think Terry Bradshaw got here? How do you think Franco got here? The Penguins, though, are the best example. Mario and Sid, that's all I have to say. The franchise would have been gone, decades ago, if not for those two guys, and they were both born of sucking, of losing, of sinking to the bottom of the league. There's franchises all over the place in every sport that live in the middle, and it's nowhere to be. You got to get to the bottom. By accident, the Penguins have gotten there faster than expected. Welcome aboard. It's Gilligan's Island. Have you ever seen that show, Limits?
I actually have seen a couple episodes, yes.
Got very frustrating. I'd watch it as a kid, and they had all these plans hatched to leave the island, and you knew they wouldn't anytime soon.
Did they ever leave the island at the end?
They might have, yeah. Went on to some poor lives on the mainland, I might add.
It was better on the island.
But, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about here with the Penguins. Plus, to extend the Penguins analogy here, they're concocting all these plans, and from appearances, they still might to try to leave Gilligan's Island. Yeah, this time we're going to build a little vessel and have Erik Karlsson, row us to the mainland.
Erik Karlsson went from the bad Sharks to the bad Penguins. What could he possibly be thinking?
He really did. Our next big plan, we're going to re-sign Ryan Graves to a $100 million contract and give him an ownership stake. No, this is Gilligan's Island all over again. Stop the plan hatching now. You're here. The 3-hour tour went awry. You're on Gilligan's Island. Stay. Make the best of it. It wasn't all bad, right? Remember the professor, how smart he was? Remember Ginger and Marianne and the professor and who else?
That's all the characters I know.
What was the rich guy's name? Can you look up the cast of Gilligan's Island as I attempt to extend this analogy? But it really is true. It really is true. You've arrived in this place that you need to be, that maybe you didn't even realize you need to be. Why not stay? The very first thing you'd have to do is talk to Sid. And then after that, you go full EJ, full Eddie Johnston. Who's your best goalie so far? Bloomquist, although it's been a little bit rough at times lately. So, yeah, send him to the minors. Get somebody horrible in here, which is to say promote Jari. Or someone even worse, if that's possible. Start trading away good players by any means necessary. Don't care what you get back for them. Don't care. Trade them away. Give them away. Stay at the bottom. It's a plan at least. I might give this a couple more games, couple more weeks, whatever. Maybe. But, man, all I'm saying is I'd be very, very tempted to stay on Gilligan's Island. Next.
Let's go to Tim in the North Hills.
Hey, Tim.
Hey, guys. It's on the topic of, why people might not be as interested in this. It's really interesting for me. I'm 31 years old, so I grew up with all these recent Stanley Cups and everything. And I will say I will attend games every once in a while. I'll root for them passively, but I'm just not a big hockey fan. But a lot of my friends, growing up, they were like, oh, we love the Penguins. They go to.
So you're a casual fan. You're a casual fan who got sucked into the winning, and you're very liable to leave pretty soon if it's this bad. Do I have that right?
I would say even a little less than passive. And that's just me from a hockey perspective.
Yeah.
I just never loved the sport. But my friends, I would describe them as that, except for, they were more passionate about it. But, I mean, it's this weird phenomenon where I'd say even a little longer than 3 years ago, they just sort of started like, oh, we only pay attention during the playoffs now. And then it became, we only pay attention if they make the playoffs. And it's so weird because even compared to the Pirates, who, as you can imagine, that's a very easy team to not pay attention to.
Yes.
It seems like all of my friends that are fans of the Penguins, they've just sort of, like, it was easy for them to drop the team. Whereas with my friends that are Pirate fans, they're all Steeler fans. Like, they tune in no matter what.
Well, that's interesting because I wonder about that. Those are really interesting observations there. I'm not saying this is true. I just wonder if the Pirates, because they've been around for so long, are more ingrained, in passing down from generation to generation. Whether, I don't know how much the state of things for a long time now has done to ruin that, but I still wonder if they're more ingrained than the Penguins. I at least wonder that, and that speaks to that point. Did you know Jerry Van Dyke was going to be Gilligan?
No.
That's unbelievable. He turned down the role, and it went to Bob Denver. There's never been a character, a television character, more suited to his role than Bob Denver as Gilligan. But it could have been Jerry Van Dyke. I can't believe this.
And the texters are saying you were thinking about the Howells.
Yeah,
Mr. Howell.
Thurston B. Howell. Yeah.
And also that in the series, they never left the island, but in the movie, they did, and they couldn't assimilate themselves in society, according to this texter.
Yeah, that's what I did remember. In the series, did they resolve to the fact that maybe the island was good for them? Were they happy with the island? I can't remember the last episode.
They liked their own island of misfit toys that they had. It was nice.
Maybe so.
What would you do with your own island?
Build a wiffle ball stadium for starters, patterned on old Forbes Field. You?
That would definitely be one of the top things that I would do.
Hokie, if you had a place called Hokie Island, first of all, would you like your own island? Secondly, how would you use it?
Oh, man, I would use it for vacation, just to get away.
Yeah.
And disconnect from the world.
Yes.
Hokie Island would be great, right? Just my family could go, right? Just to be a family and be away.
What would yours be called? Limits Island?
It'd be called the Bechtold Resort.
The Twin Cities? Mine would be, what would mine be called? Raymond's Resort? My middle name's Raymond. You could come there, Hokie. We'd have unbelievable weekends together. We'd bring limits. We'd play pickleball.
Field?
Have you played pickleball yet?
I have. I'm not very good at it. But
I like it. Do you?
It's good exercise. Yeah, it's good exercise, good footwork, and I'll tell you, just understanding all the rules. You can't go into the what do you call it, the cooker or whatever you call it. What's that area you can't go in next to the net?
It's called the cooker?
No, what's it called?
What's it called?
I don't know what it's called.
You can't go into the.
We didn't get into the graphic details. I just played a couple of games of it.
You can't. Like I like to play. We can get up in the net. And you can start slamming the ball. But you have to stay out of that.
Here's what I can't
figure out.
What's
that area? It's that area that's like you can't go in there and hit the ball, right?
It's
and then I always
the
forget.
neutral zone, like when you were a nose tackle.
Like when you serve, when the ball comes back, you got to let it bounce first.
Yeah.
And I always forget to let it bounce first.
I always want to hit it at the other person. That seems to me to be oh, my God, Hokie, something happened the other night.
What happened?
My stepson, Michael, texted me because I used to have Josh Miller on this show.
Yeah.
I said to Josh, he was obviously a punter. I said, Josh, why doesn't anybody ever do an onside kick? These were with the old rules.
Yeah.
You guys are so skilled, and the players are so fairly close to you, where you blast a line drive off the tee right at somebody, like dodgeball. They couldn't get out of the way of it. And then Michael texted me, I think 2 weeks ago, from a college game, and now I need to find this. I never found it. He said somebody just did what you've been talking about all. You saw it?
Well, I don't remember what game it was.
What happened? Tell me what happened.
Somebody blasted it off the player, and they recovered the kick.
Okay, this was a stroke of genius that nobody gave me credit for.
You should be a coach. You should be a coach, Starkey.
I can't believe somebody finally did it. It's a good idea, though, isn't it?
It is a good idea. I mean, if it's a surprise onside, I think if everybody's ready and they're waiting for the ball, I think it's different. But if you do a surprise onside and just nail it right at somebody, I think you have a chance there. You might be in business.
You got to show me the video of this.
I'll try to find it.
It's an extreme aside. I realize that, and I apologize for that. What I don't apologize for is Chris Hoke. He's here for the next hour. He's broken down all the tape. I'm very comfortable with that, and we're going to talk about the last game, the next game, and the Steelers' prospects coming out of the bye here. They open with a really good quarterback a week from Sunday, and that's Jaden Daniels. Chris Hoke.
Here we go.
In the house, 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge. Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Listen to this show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. And fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet, 24 Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing. Up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. High of 79 today with clear skies.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thursday Night Football tonight. It's the Houston Texans and the New York Jets at 8:15. 7:30 is when Westwood One's coverage begins. You can hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan and also on your Odyssey app. The Ducks are in town to play the Penguins tonight, 7 o'clock from PPG Paints Arena. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
We're always made to feel like one person can't make a difference. But everyone has a single person in our life that's made a difference. Maybe it was a parent, a neighbor, a teacher, a mentor. So when people say that your vote doesn't matter, you know that one person can and has made a difference. So why would you not use every opportunity to make a difference in someone else's life? That's what voting can do. It provides the power of a single voice, joining with millions of other single voices to make a difference. Because even that person who changed your life, they may have been just a single person to you, but they all had people who made a difference to them. They were never just a single person, but a collective of all the people who had made impacts in their lives. So this November, use your voice and vote to make a difference. Go to votehq.org to learn how to vote this election season. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
Fall into big savings at Sun Chevrolet in McMurray. 2024 Chevy Equinox up to $1,750 in rebates. 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 get 1.9% financing for up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. The Chevy Blazer EV and Equinox EV offering special leasing programs. Must take delivery by October 31st. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more on the lot right now, especially a great selection of 2024 Chevy Trax as well. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com to find the truck or car of your dreams. Sun Chevrolet, find new roads.
We've got the Texans at the Jets coming up on Thursday Night Football. Let's take a look at some same-game parlay props on ESPN Bet. You can find them in the app by tapping the SGP tab next to tonight's matchup. Here's one I have cooked up for you. Garrett Wilson, 60-plus yards receiving. Dalton Schultz, 40-plus yards receiving. Breece Hall, 30-plus yards receiving. You get the odds of plus 350. Download the ESPN Bet app and claim a 30% profit boost to use on your same-game parlay for tonight's game. Odds and lines are subject to change. Must be 21-plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the fan.
What's up, sandwich heads? Today on Steve-O's Sandwich Reviews, we've got the tips and tricks to the best sandwich order. And it all starts with this little guy right here. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Partial to pastrami, craving a Cubano. Yeah, sounds delicious, but boom! Add the crisp, refreshing taste of Pepsi Zero Sugar and cue the fireworks. Lunch, dinner, or late night, it'll be a sandwich worth celebrating. Trust me, your boy's eaten a lot of sandwiches in his day, and the one thing I can say with absolute fact, every bite is better with Pepsi.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
So the presidential is here, and you're trying to decide your vote, right?
Trump, Harris, Harris, Trump. I've gone back and forth.
And what about Senate?
Well, I've always voted for Casey before, but this time
I'll tell you what did it for me. Transgenders in sports. Bob Casey supports letting biological males play girls' sports. It's just not right.
You know, and it's Harris, too. It's too far out. It's not just fair play. It's taking scholarships from our girls.
Right. And Bob Casey backed the Biden-Harris policies on using tax dollars to pay for transgender transition surgery.
Kamala Harris even wants to pay for gender transition for prisoners. I saw that on TV.
Bob Casey is 100% on board with the crazy transgender agenda. It's nuts.
And we don't need any more nuts in Washington.
Bob Casey may be normal on some things, but he's nutty on this.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for United States Senate, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Friends of Dave McCormick and NRSC.
Fall into savings with Gutter Helmets. Save 50% off installation and enjoy 0 down, 0 payments for 1 year. Don't risk costly water damages. Gutter Helmet guarantees clog-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for your no-cost free estimate today.
Kamala Harris gets that everyday costs are too high. She has real plans to tackle price gouging, cut taxes for middle-class families, and make life more affordable. Her opponent's plan?
Donald Trump plans to impose what is, in effect, a national sales tax. On everyday products, it will mean higher prices on just about every one of your daily needs. A Trump tax on gas, a Trump tax on food, a Trump tax on clothing, a Trump tax on over-the-counter medication. Donald Trump's plan would cost a typical family $3,900 a year. When everyday prices are too high, he will make them even higher.
Kamala Harris, a better plan for lowering costs for a future we can afford. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC's responsible for the content of this advertising.
For the next 15 seconds, there will be no political ads. You're welcome. You know, we don't just remove junk, we restore sanity. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
Calling all premium cigar smokers. Don't miss the Verona News Cigars AJ Fernandez Smoker on Allegheny River Boulevard, Friday, November 8th from 7 to 10 p.m. Enjoy a great evening of cigar smoking, pig roast, the Heineken Beer Wagon, and Lawrenceville Distilling. Meet John Shabachi, AJ Representee. Save 25% on AJ Fernandez box cigars. Buy 5, get 2 free, plus raffles for great prizes. It's the Verona News AJ Fernandez Cigar Smoker. Friday, November 8th from 7 to 10 p.m. Call 412-828-9119 for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of the NBA. And right now, everybody out there listening with FanDuel can get 3 months of NBA League Pass. And it's really simple. All you have to do to catch every game, every big shot, every buzzer beater is place any $5 bet on the NBA to get 3 months of NBA League Pass courtesy of FanDuel. So we got a lot of fans out there that like the Indiana Pacers because of TJ McConnell. You want to make a bet on Indiana to do something this year, $5 bet, you do that, and then you're going to be able to watch them for 3 months. Not only that, but how about other guys like Bob Carrington, left Pitt, now with the Washington Wizards? Here's your chance to watch them on a week-in, week-out basis. FanDuel.com/Andrew to watch today. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. After a 3-month free trial, the full price of League Pass will be automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime, no refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
There are jewelry stores, and then there are jewelers. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. If you've been looking for a trusted full-service jeweler who can repair, refurbish, design, create, and appraise, give us a try. Or if you just need some advice or a second opinion on a family heirloom, we are here to help. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, our professional staff of trained experts have been helping Pittsburghers with their jewelry needs for over 40 years. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Castee Village or Peters Township. We're like having a jeweler in the family.
I'm Kamala Harris, candidate for president, and I approve this message. So many of you have told me about your plans for the future. Starting a business, buying a home, retiring near your grandchildren. But prices are too high. So let me tell you what I will do about it as president. I will take on price gouging. I will lower the cost of health care insurance. We cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors. I'm running to do that for everyone. And I will provide new down payment assistance to first-time home buyers and tax benefits to people who want to start their own business. Donald Trump, well, he wants to give more tax breaks to the wealthy, whereas I will cut taxes for the middle class instead. Because I know working people want to do more than just get by. You want to get ahead, and that's the future you deserve. And that is what I will focus on every day as your president. Paid for by Harris for President.
Tune in this week to Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, where they break down all the headlines in the NFL, presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers 6-2 at the bye. Baltimore hosts Denver this week. Baltimore's favored by 9.5. It's a 1 o'clock kickoff. Cincinnati hosts the Raiders. Cincinnati's favored by 7. Big point spreads around in those two games, but Cleveland is a dog at home against the Chargers, who's favored by 1.5. The other games going on in the AFC North this week with the Steelers and 49ers on their bye. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Chris Oak joins next.
The Chris Hoke Show, brought to you exclusively by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
We got Joe.
High five.
With the Joe Starkey Show.
All right.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Let's just continue the conversation, Hokie, as if nobody's listening. I think what's going to happen the second half is that, and I don't think this is like a bad thing or like saying the Steelers are going to fall apart or anything. They're not. I don't think. I think it's very reasonable they're going to win one of every 2 games. Look at little 2-game segments. At Washington, Ravens, split. 2 road games in Ohio, split. Cleveland at Philly, split. At Baltimore, Kansas City, split. Therefore, I think they're going to go into the final game at Cincinnati with 3, 4, 5, 6 they'll be 10-6. So they'll have a chance to go 10-7.
So they'll have
or
secured a playoff spot. I would think 10-6.
I think that's
and
very
now they're
reasonable.
playing for a home playoff game or playing to go on the road.
And Cincy will probably be playing for a playoff spot.
Yeah, which is going to make it. That's why they have to be determined. They don't know when it's going to be yet.
Right.
Last week of the season, they don't know what time.
Could be the game of the week.
It could be game of the week. And I think you're right. I think the Bengals, if Joe Burrow can stay hot, they're always a second half of the season kind of team.
Does that sound reasonable to you?
I think it does sound reasonable. I really, as I've looked at this in the last couple days, I thought, my goodness, you're on a death march here. I mean, you are facing a lot of tough teams. You're playing your division, which to me, I know we played the division well. I think we didn't sweep them last year. We only had 1 loss, but I think we swept them. And then you have division games. You have the Commanders, 6-2. You have the Chiefs, who are the Chiefs. And then the Eagles. Those are tough games.
Yes.
Division Chiefs.
Yes, that's why I'm saying. Just split them. Split them until the last one. And then you need a chance to go for 11 wins.
This is where you're going to see what kind of team we really have. Right? We're going to see now who the Steelers really are. I mean, you play against, let's be honest, you're not talking before this. I mean, great Falcons. They beat a Falcons team that's good now, but wasn't very good. Come at the right time, week 1. Week 2, the Broncos were a developing team. I think they're pretty good now. They're 5-3, I believe.
Yeah, they're
going
a playoff team right
going
now.
into Baltimore.
Yeah.
Going into Baltimore this week. And they have the Chargers, who were banged up. They're 4-3, but they're banged up when we play the Steelers. Then they lose 2 tough ones against the Colts away, Cowboys at home. Dak threw all over them through that. They're at the end, won the game. Then they play against really 3 below-the-line teams.
Yeah.
Raiders, Jets, Giants. And so right now, really, with what we've seen, they are where they should be. 6-2 going into this tough stretch, this brutal stretch over the next 9 weeks.
Well, let me ask you this. I didn't think I would start here, but the more I think about the second half of the schedule, it's weird because I don't know if a lot of people feel this way. I do. I'm less worried at this point about the offense than the defense. The defense has good numbers, scoring defense. They're very good. I thought they got a little lucky against the Giants. There have been times at home lately where they've been pushed around, and they haven't faced the quarterbacks that they're going to face here. They got Daniels, Jackson, Burrow.
I agree.
Hurts, Mahomes. I'm worried about the defense.
Much better quarterbacks the last 9 games.
And some star running backs.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I don't agree with you they've been pushed around. I don't think they were pushed around on Monday night, even though they gave up, 150 yards rushing.
Out-schemed then, or what do you think?
I just think that it was like popcorn. I think that one play there was a guy that wasn't in his gap. The next play there wasn't a guy in his gap. I don't think it was more of guys being pushed around.
Yeah.
I think guys can improve. There are players on this defense that need to get off blocks a little quicker and make plays. But it was interesting that touchdown run by Tyrone number 29. He ran it. Deshaun Elliott. I don't know where he was floating, and he still stepped up. He was a C-gap player on the play side. That was his play, and he wasn't there. And there's Michael Myers just walking into the building. Michael Myers scares me every time I see him.
Do you like horror movies?
I don't.
I don't either.
But then it was more of a popcorn, right? You had a play where Patrick Queen could have been in his gap. Another play where Landon Roberts didn't get over the top, or Patrick Wilson. So it wasn't like it was one person that stood out every play. It's just guys that random guys here, random guy there, not getting his gap.
Yeah. Now I've read, and I don't know how you feel about Pro Football Focus, where Larry Ogunjobi's play has slipped. that he's not having a great year? Agree or disagree?
I don't agree, and I don't disagree. Let me tell you why. He's not making the big splash plays. You know, you're used to Ogunjobi, and I've talked about this in the past. Ogunjobi will have a tackle for a loss. He'll have a sack, and then he'll get tangled up, and he'll get tied up for half a game, and he'll come out and make another tackle for a loss, right? And he's not making those splash plays right now. And so that's why they're saying he's not having a great year. I don't think he's having a bad year. I don't see him getting knocked off the ball. I don't see him getting destroyed. I just don't see him making those kind of splash plays that we're used to seeing from him.
Give Patrick Queen a grade, and if you would, put it on a curve based on what you expected. Based on what you expected, what's his grade so far?
I would say that, you know, it depends what kind of offense, it depends what kind of plays. If you're run right at Patrick Queen, he struggles at times, right? He's not a big guy. So if you expect him to take on a lineman and shed a block and make a play, that's not what he does. That's not his game, right? So that's where he struggles. Where he thrives is when he's able to flow and run to the ball. You saw him make a great play on a dump pass to a running back, right? Or you see like a toss play and he comes flying down the line. That's where Patrick Queen thrives. He's not a guy that you'll expect him to take on a lineman and shed and make plays at the line of scrimmage. That's just not him. That's a Landon Roberts. Landon Roberts does that. He's a tough dude, man, and you watch him making play after play at the line of scrimmage. So I think that you know what you're getting with Patrick Queen, and that's why I think you're seeing sometimes the Steelers give up some runs is because people are running between the tackles on them. And you're seeing that sometimes those plays are getting knocked off, or they can't get off blocks, and they're getting 4, 5, 6 yards rather than 1, 2, 3 yards.
Here's a question for you, Hokie. And Chris Hoke, 2-time Super Bowl champion, brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing and Heating. And I'm going to be a little all over the place.
Okay.
This is my third cup of coffee, and this one feels powerful. With Dunkin' Donuts flavoring, I might add, and a cinnamon sugar donut to go with it.
Look at you.
Yeah.
NIL deal with them or what? Do you have an NIL deal?
I should, actually. I should. This is going to be a long-winded question, Hokie, so bear with me because I've been talking about this a lot. You know Guy Montecalvo?
No.
Used to play at Penn State. Coached at Washington High. Was a great high school coach. He would always text me in recent years about the Steelers' lack of play action and what play action can do for you. In fact, I'm going to find his quote for you. I've become fascinated with this also because of Peyton Manning on the Manning cast, talking about
which is entertaining.
Great. And I want to be
really
entertained.
like watching that.
Me too.
I like it.
I love it. Talking about what play action can do to a defense and how he used to have a camera trained on him in practice, and they showed it. He obviously went back and went to the Colts and said, hey, get me my practice tape. And he said there's an art to this, to the play action by a quarterback where you need to make it look exactly to a T the way that it would for a run or for a pass.
You can't tell you're not supposed to be able to tell the difference.
Yes.
So what you're doing, you're trying to get the linebackers to suck up so it opens up spots and soft spots in your defense.
Yes.
And so Peyton Manning was really good at that because Peyton Manning was just an attention to detail kind of guy.
Yes.
So go on with what you're saying, though.
Yeah. No, that's basically it. But also, the Mannings and Belichick were marveling at how good Russell Wilson is at this. Tomlin poo-pooed it a little bit last week. I got the feeling that people are trying to compare Wilson to Fields, and he just doesn't want to, say bad things about Fields even indirectly. But, Hokie, this is an art. And lastly, I'll tell you this. I saw Bobby Knight, now the late Bobby Knight, 5 years ago at a coaching clinic at Duquesne. I was coaching my girls, 5th, 6th, 3rd, 4th grade basketball team. He said the most underrated thing and a forgotten thing in basketball coaching is fakes. Simple. Ball fake, pass fake, shot fake.
I used to watch James Worthy when I was in California. Give the little head fake underneath and go up and make an uncontested layup.
Yes.
No question.
So tell me, that's a long-winded way of saying, what is it like? How important is it? And what's it like as a defense dealing with a guy who is a master of play action?
As a D lineman, I really didn't matter to me, right? I played my key. I played what I saw in front of me, right? My lineman played pass, and he stood up. I played pass. My lineman fired off the ball. I played. So I'm not reading the quarterback. I'm reading, really, my lineman in front of me. What it does to the linebacker, right? It does to the safety. You know, if you're running the football, and Coach Tomlin, I think what he said a couple weeks ago was play action doesn't matter if you can't run the football, right?
Yeah.
And so if you're not running the football, I mean, Peyton Manning's always had a good running game. think about the running backs he played with, right? He had really good running backs throughout his career. And so if you can run the football, now you have that linebacker believing that it could be a run. If you can't run the football, the linebacker is going to slow play it. So if you come back and you fake the handoff and it looks exactly the same way as it does when you're gonna hand it off, you're gonna suck up that linebacker and all these crossing routes, these quick slants. You fake the handoff, you turn around, boom, boom, you have a quick slant out of the slot. You're going like Santonio Holmes used to go for 6. Remember those?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he would take that ball and if he got tackled, you were surprised. And that's what we get. And I think what's happening with the Steelers, the reason why the play action is working so well right now is because they're running the ball well. And Najee Harris, I think he's running the ball the last month better than we've ever seen him run.
Why?
Because
number one reason why.
I think the number one reason why, his vision. His vision. He's seeing the holes. We've always complained, everybody's complained who follows Najee Harris over the last, 4 or 5 years since he's been here, that Najee Harris runs in the back of his lineman. He's not seeing the holes. This last game, go back and watch the film. How many times did he cut back to the backside and he went for good yardage?
May I add to that with a question?
Yeah.
Isn't part of having vision having a little bit of space in which to exercise your vision? And doesn't the threat, now finally, the threat where a defense has to say they may go over the top, take more guys out of the box and present him with more opportunities to display vision?
Well, I think that, but let me tell you why I really believe the vision is there. Because he's not trying to avoid tacklers in the backfield. Very rarely now. I mean, it's happening, but not at the clip that we're used to seeing where there's guys in the backfield and he's having to make somebody miss a yard after he gets the handoff.
So you're saying there's not as many people in the backfield?
Not as often.
Yeah.
Not as often.
Why is that?
I think the guy's doing a better job of blocking. I think that everybody's kind of coming together. You're starting to see blockers. You're seeing the edge guys, the receivers, and the tight ends do a little bit better blocking. You get these long runs when the receivers are blocking downfield. If the receivers aren't blocking downfield, then he's got to get in the second, third level, and he's got to make guys miss. Now he's able to get to the second level at times without anybody there.
Yeah,
and he's able to accelerate. And so I think there's a lot of things that are coming on, but it starts at the line of scrimmage, and then when he comes to the line of scrimmage, he is seeing that cutback lane. And that's where there's been a lot of complaint. We talked about this earlier in the year where Patterson had a lot of success earlier in the year running the football. The game he got hurt.
Yeah.
Right? Jalen Warren, a lot of his success comes from cutting the ball back. Najee Harris couldn't cut the ball back. He's doing that now, and he's showing the ability to put his foot in the ground and accelerate at a rate that we haven't seen since he's been here. So this is very encouraging.
Yes.
And you're going to get Zach Frazier back, right? I think Mason McCormick's playing really, really well. Broderick Jones, if he could play better, right, I think that this can come together and this could make this defense very scary to play against. I mean, offense, very scary to play against.
Limits, do you have a question for the esteemed Dr. Hokenstein?
I do. Chris, from a defensive line perspective, when I expected Dexter Lawrence...
he can't hear you. He doesn't have
he doesn't have headphones.
Go ahead, ask me, and I'll ask him. It'll make for great radio.
So I expected Dexter Lawrence to have a pretty big impact on the game, and he did in the running game, but not so much in terms of rushing the passer. And basically my question is, in terms of Ryan McCullum, Mason McCormick, two very young guys, how would you approach it from a defensive line perspective? Because Lawrence wasn't able to get a lot of pressure on Wilson.
I was hoping for a shorter question than that, but that's
just
okay.
Because Dexter Lawrence didn't get sacks doesn't mean he didn't have an impact on the passing. I mean, he was getting pressure up the middle. Now, listen, this is one of the best defensive tackles in the game. And so he was the reason why Burns had a sack. He was the reason why Ajori had a sack. So, I mean, he was getting pressure up the middle and making Russ Wilson move in the pocket. There was one sack that he missed. So I wouldn't say that he wasn't having the impact. And listen, you play 60 plays. You look at T.J. Watt. T.J. Watt, he rushes the passer, 35, 40 times in a game. And because they're trying to block him, they're trying to do the same thing to Lawrence, not let him impact the game. But if you can get pressure on the quarterback 5-6 times in a game and get a sack or two, that's a good game. By all accounts. And I think Dexter Lawrence had a much more impact on the passing game than you're giving him credit for. But how would I listen, you just got to get in his way and try to do the best you can. I saw him one time just absolutely annihilate McCollum. McCollum did a good job. I'm not saying he didn't, but I'm saying one time, he just literally just threw him on his back and rushed Wilson. I wouldn't say he didn't have a sack in this game, but I wouldn't say he didn't have an impact on the game.
Is that a satisfactory answer, Limits?
It is. Yeah, he was definitely really good in the run game. Like watching Jalen Lawrence run into Dexter Lawrence, where the difference is like a whole foot
I
and
wanted
about
to ask you
100
that.
pounds.
Yes, that was funny on that play. As a connoisseur of nose tackles and a man who played nose tackle, started for a 15-1 team, I might add, at nose tackle.
Yep.
I don't know that I've seen many like Dexter Lawrence. Like, if you could pluck every nose tackle in history out of their prime, is he one of the most freakish athletes at that position you've ever seen?
Well, he's a freakish athlete. I mean, he can move, and he's a big guy. I think a lot of those guys. I think Casey Hampton can move. He was athletic, right, until his knees started to fall apart and he got older. But when he was young, he was athletic, and that's what makes a really, really good defensive lineman. Is you're athletic. You're able to move on your feet. You're able to dance a little bit, and be able to squeeze through holes that even a little guy can't squeeze through. And so that he's absolutely athletic in that way.
Who would be your number one pick? You're starting a team, you pick a nose tackle. Who's the number one pick of all time for rookie?
I'll tell you who was an absolute beast.
Ted Washington?
No, he was good. What was his name? The guy that played for the Chargers, the big nose tackle that we played against a bunch. I remember Jeff Hardings was a really good center. I saw him toss Jeff Hardings a few times. He was a really good nose tackle for the Chargers back in the early 2000s, mid 2000s. Haloti Ngata was tough too.
Jamal Williams.
He was tough. Now listen,
is that who you're talking about?
He's not a household name, but go back and watch his film. Sucker was tough. I mean, you go back and watch Haloti Ngata. These are guys. Haloti Ngata was crazy good, right?
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of nose tackles. There are some that get bigger names than others, right? I mean, if you talk about Jerry Ball, Coach Mitch, one of my favorite guys of all time. He would always talk about Jerry Ball. He coached Jerry Ball.
He was a hell of a ball player.
He was.
I'm sorry, Hokie. That's the
okay,
coffee
but
talking.
you remember when he would play? I mean, he was so tied up on that center. There's a lot of good nose tackles, but the reality is it's guys that are very big and strong.
Yeah.
And athletic.
But most guys aren't this big. This guy's Ted Washington big.
Yeah.
What
about Vince Wilfork?
Oh, yes.
He was big.
He was big.
And he can move.
Athletic.
Yeah.
Hokie, the only thing we'd be talking about today is if the Giants made a play late in the game with Highsmith and Watt on the sidelines. Now, those guys empty the tank. I'm not blaming them, but I watched a game the day before where Lamar's trying to come down the field on the Browns and Stefanski's calling timeouts to get his pass rushers rest. Don't you have to do that? How do you live with yourself if they score with Watt and Highsmith on the bench?
That shows you. Not in that, they had Loudermilk and they're their backups at D tackles too. Loudermilk was the one who flushed Daniel Jones out of the pocket on that play, right? When he had to throw off his back foot and he overthrew, I think it was Singletary, the running back, and that's when Beanie Bishop was able to catch that ball. Listen, that's when you have to have this believe in your backups. Right,
rather than call timeout.
It depends on the moment, but I think there was still time left in the game, right? And so what if they went down and scored? Now you got to have time. So I think you're thinking ahead. I think Coach Tomlin's always thinking ahead in those moments. But you got to believe in who you have. You got to believe in those guys. I mean, T.J. Watt comes out quite a bit in the game. I mean, if you watch,
and
he comes out more than most.
Yeah, if it was one of the two, I'd be like, all right, back up. Got to believe in him, but if I'm Tomlin and I see both those dudes on the sidelines, I 42 seconds left
without her big in the game, without her big out there either. And I'm trying to remember. I remember the left tackle. I'm not sure if Cam was playing right tackle or not on that play, but so you're playing with maybe one of your four starters, but that's when it comes into you're only as good as your 53rd guy. And you got to believe in that. I mean, you don't have the greatest player in the world right now, T.J. Watt, out there, but other guys have been able to get the job done, have proven that, and he went with it, and it worked out.
What'd you think of the Pickens play? I mean, it's a rule. He didn't have both feet. Is that a good rule, I guess, is the question.
Well, are we going to follow the rule book, or we're not going to follow I mean, I guess we can argue it. He got his right foot down twice.
Yeah,
that's
exactly
insane. It's crazy that I didn't realize, because I was at the game. I was sitting up in the club seats.
Yeah.
I didn't realize at the time. I thought that the ball was moving, and they said that he didn't make the catch until both his feet were off the ground. I didn't even realize until I got home and rewatched the game the next day that his left foot didn't even touch the ground. That's incrinculant.
It is incrinculant.
You know, I mean,
I've never seen it.
Never.
It's going to be absolutely incrinculant, Ballsy.
Just bad luck. I mean.
You couldn't hear that. Forget it. Just move on.
I didn't hear that.
No, it's okay. It was Jolie.
Yeah, I mean, you give that catch to him. There was another catch that was taken off the board early in the game because of Broderick Jones' face mask. I think this offense played much better than the scoreboard showed. There were a couple touchdown passes that were taken off the board. I mean, again, the Giants had the same thing.
Broderick Jones taking a lot of criticism. Is it justified?
I think, or let me ask you this question. I'll answer it with a question. When Dan Moore Jr., he got a bad rap around here. He wasn't good enough. He's not a franchise left tackle because he had a missed block here or there. He had a bad penalty here and there. It wasn't as many times as Broderick Jones. Why is he getting so much grace, but Dan Moore Jr. never got any grace? Because he's a first-round draft pick. Think about that for a minute. Dan Moore Jr.
I don't think he's getting grace. That's the thing.
Broderick Jones, but you hear people saying, but he hasn't started a full season yet. But there's all these buts. I'm tired of buts.
A lot of buts.
Yeah, no buts, no coconuts, right? I mean, that's the reality is this, is that when Dan Moore Jr. was a young fella, a young player, he wasn't given the latitude that Broderick Jones is given right now. He didn't give up a sack and a tackle for loss in the same series and then not get, and then say, oh, but he hasn't started a whole season yet. It was, we better go out and draft a first-round draft pick.
It might be, and you interact with people a lot on Bob's show, that you and I are having a different experience, because my anecdotal experience is that Broderick Jones is getting crushed.
Well, listen. Is he getting crushed every single play? No.
No. He's getting crushed
in the media
with criticism.
Oh, sure.
Fans and
it's justified.
Yeah.
But people then on the same breath are saying, but he hasn't played a whole season yet. But he has potential. But we moved up in the draft to get him. So they're giving him all these buts. Dan Moore Jr. is one of he is a bona fide left tackle in the NFL.
Speaking of good nose tackles, who was Butts for Redskins all those years? Who was their Daniel Butts?
I don't remember.
Remember him? City Limits?
No, I remember Jake Butt, the tight end from Michigan.
but that's my thing with Broderick Jones. He just got to continue to work, and sometimes you watch it and he has a really good play. I just want to see him finish plays.
Yeah,
I want to see him finish. Stay on your block.
Yeah, like I said this yesterday, and I used your quote from last week on that. Being young and all that, I can live with mistakes, but it's the aggression. Why is that seemingly lacking?
I'm not sure. But if you watch the film, everybody say, how can Hokie question? I'm not questioning his integrity. I'm not questioning him as a man. I'm just saying, when you watch the film, even when you're at the game, you feel it. Fans are yelling and screaming about it.
Yeah.
It just is not finishing plays. It seems like there's too many times when he's turning around and watching his guy run to the ball.
Yeah.
And he's jumping in the air sometimes, hoping his guy doesn't make the play. And it's just, a lot of times if you just stay on your block, good things will happen. Just finish the play to the whistle. And we're not seeing that every play from him.
Dave Butts was his name. 6'7", 290. Hokie.
Nose tackle.
Defensive. I don't know.
Yeah, that's a defensive end kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
6'7", 290. Who's the biggest human being you ever shared a locker room with?
Well, I didn't share a locker room with Villanueva, but he was a big boy, right? I mean, I know him. Look at Darnell Washington. Look how big he is. I mean, he's
about Mount McCullers, Daniel McCullers.
Yeah, he was a big man. I'll tell you, Daniel McCullers.
Max Starks,
I call him Big Grizzly. Max Starks was big.
Yeah.
Big. Was he Max 6'8"?
6'8", yes.
Yeah, Max is probably one of the biggest guys I've played against.
Who's the
biggest guy I played against? Orlando Brown. Zeus.
He yelled at me in the Ravens locker room.
He was. I mean, I'll tell you what. I remember one time, it was like one of my first starts. My first season I was starting in the NFL. And we were playing the Ravens, and he was playing the right tackle. That's when he had Jonathan Ogden, one of the biggest men I've ever played against, too, at left tackle.
Yeah.
And we're sitting there in the huddle during the commercial timeout. And I'm sitting there, and I see Zeus over there on my left. He's playing right tackle. We're lined up. We're on our huddle. And he's like foaming at the mouth. He's like a dog. He wants to kill somebody, right? He's sitting there, and he's smacking his arms, and he's shaking. And, dude, that was one of my my first season starting. I didn't want to look at him. It scared me to death looking at the guy. He was so huge. This guy was 6'8", 350 pounds, and maybe had very, very little. He was all muscle. And I was like, dude, I'm glad I'm over the center, not over this sucker, because he was a tough dude.
Who's the biggest crap talker you ever played against?
You know what? A lot of those crap talkers are on defense.
Really?
A lot of our best talkers on my team when I was there were.
Any quarterbacks who yapped a lot?
Not really. Not really.
Really?
Not at us. I mean,
what about Brady?
Brady yelled a lot at his team.
He did?
Oh, yeah. He would yell at his guys. I'll tell you what. There were times in games. You go back and watch those games. There were times in those games where we would be beating them pretty good in that first quarter, or we would slow them down, and Brady would be all over. You would see him in the huddle just berating them and yelling at them, and they would come out and they would respond, and they'd start moving the ball. I mean, they responded so well to him. He was a great leader. But there weren't a lot of guys that talk trash offensively. Think about it. The guys on my team, the team that I played on, for the Steelers over the years, talkers. Joey Porter, defense, right? Larry Foote, defense. These guys are talkers that I think of. Lethal Flowers.
Yes.
Right? I remember when I was a young guy that came in, he was trash. These were defensive guys that talk. I didn't know many on the offensive line, and that's who I would be able to.
Were you in the game when Joey Porter went on the Ravens bus after the game?
Oh yeah, I was there. I remember when he woke the sleeping giant. Remember what was his name? Todd Heap. Todd Heap. And
he hit Todd Heap
when Todd Heap was hurt.
Yes.
And everybody's like, dude, and then that's when Zeus got all fired up, right? And it just.
It sounds like Zeus rivalry. Is a guy you didn't want to be fired up or give him extra motivation.
I think the only guy that wouldn't mind meeting him in a dark alley would be James Harrison.
Were you on the field when James Harrison body slammed the Cleveland fan?
I was on the field. I wasn't in the game, but he wasn't in the game either. I was on the field, yeah. I remember that. That was insane. James Harrison just had a no-nonsense mentality, and Coach Coward loved that about him.
When did you notice the guy was on the field?
I think we all kind of saw it, but it's like everything. Everybody kind of sits there and thinks security is going to get it, and here comes James is kind of taking him in bodies. It was awesome. That guy had a really bad Christmas. He had a really bad Christmas.
I'll say. I wish someone had done that to that idiotic Yankee fan the other night who grabbed Mookie Betts' arm.
How about that?
And they would have been justified.
Well, that guy's been expelled.
Pull him out of the crowd.
Hasn't he been expelled from any
Yes.
baseball game forever?
Yeah. You would have been.
That's as bad as it gets.
Any player would have been justified pulling him out of the crowd and giving him the James
How
Harrison.
about this one? How about Gronk saying, I went to school with that guy?
What?
Yep.
Gronk was Rob Gronkowski was watching. He was there watching it. And he goes, "Oh my gosh, I know that guy. I went to school with that guy." And he said, that guy that's the kind of guy he was. And if I'd say anybody would do that, it would be him.
That is great.
Said it didn't surprise him at all. Watch that guy have a podcast in a week, probably.
Which guy? The first guy or the second
guy?
They're
brothers. No, the first guy, not the guy that held his right arm.
Yeah.
It was the guy that grabbed the glove and opened the glove.
I missed that. That is incredible. All right, Hokie, let's take a look ahead to the second half of the season coming up. Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm. But they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And October is Fire Prevention Month. The Fan and the National Fire Sprinkler Association remind you to test your smoke alarms monthly. All right, we got ball games coming up. Yeah, the local team's off, but we got plenty of games. The NFL continues, and there's no better place to get in on the action than on FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook. You'll get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. One trend for the rest of the season I'm looking at is Patrick Mahomes. At some point, he's going to get cooking. I mean, they're unbeaten, and he's practically as many touchdowns as interceptions. It's just, but he's Patrick Mahomes. He's got a new weapon there. Watch him the second half. Maybe get him on an anytime touchdown. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey, STARKEY. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey to make every moment more this season. 21 plus, present, Pennsylvania. First online, real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
You heard it here first on 93.7 The Fan last night during the Pat Narduzzi show. Narduzzi saying that Eli Holstein is cleared and ready to play quarterback for Pitt against SMU on Saturday night, 8 o'clock. 5 o'clock is when our pregame coverage begins right here on The Fan. Also listen on your Odyssey app to the 7-0 Panthers at a top 20 matchup. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Whatever temperatures this winter brings, your friendly and knowledgeable Bryant dealer, McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, is ready to help. McVeigh is committed to achieving a high level of training and skills and is backed up by one of the heating and cooling industry's most trusted names, Bryant. Whether you need a quick fix or an entirely new heating system, McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling will do whatever whatever it takes to keep you and your family comfortable all winter long. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling or visit callmcveigh.com to book an appointment. McVeigh and Bryant, whatever it takes.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
I occasionally have nerve discomfort in my hands, so the things I love to do
Let's play something, Grandma.
became difficult as I got older.
If you have occasional stabbing and burning in your hands and feet, try Nervive Nerve Relief. Nervive's clinically studied dose of alpha-lipoic acid reduces occasional nerve discomfort in as little as 7 days with continued daily use. Say yes to healthy nerves with Nervive Nerve Relief. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
This is the story of the one. As a warehouse manager, her job is to transform chaos into clarity and to see patterns where others see problems. Luckily, she's got a partner who shares her perspective. Grainger offers over 1 million industrial-grade products, backed by real person support and in-depth online resources, so she can tackle every task with precision and turn potential setbacks into streamlined success. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle. Tide cleans better than the leading competitive free detergent, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues.
Plus, Tide Free and Gentle has no dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on her skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Cloudy this afternoon, the high 83.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED in my 12 years of practice. But now you can get world-class care for ED 100% online by going to HIMSS.com. So what are you waiting for?
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle ultrafine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's big moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex, breathe, use as directed.
Lowe's knows that to win the job, pros need the best prices. That's why only at Lowe's, MVP's Pro Rewards members can get a volume discount on eligible orders as low as $1,500 at the Pro Desk. That means you get the prices you need to start any job, small or large. Because Lowe's knows pros. Valid in-store only. More terms and restrictions apply. Visit Lowe's.com/terms or Pro Desk for details.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Dodgers have been the dominant regular season team of this era, but disappointing in the postseason despite their COVID year title. Now they've changed the narrative. This year's Dodgers were defined by resilience. They overcame all kinds of injuries and speed bumps. That's what has to make this one of the most satisfying titles in the Dodgers' proud history. I'm Andrew Perloff.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats.
Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
O'Reilly! You've got questions? O'Reilly Auto Parts has answers. Need a pro you can trust? We've got that too. No matter what you need, our professional parts people have the training and expertise to help you do things right. Deep automotive knowledge. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
As you prepare to cast your vote, ask yourself, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Grocery prices up 26%. Gas prices tripled. Home prices skyrocketed by 46%. Kamala Harris's failures have left Americans struggling. Plus the border crisis. Over 10 million illegals have entered in the last 4 years, threatening our safety and security. Enough is enough. Stop the chaos. Vote for change. Right for America PAC paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
Shop early, save big, all month long during Black Friday build-up at Lowe's. Right now, get select pre-lit artificial Christmas trees starting at just $59.98. Don't wait to save. Shop these deals today, in-store or online, because Lowe's knows deals. Discount taken at time of purchase while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Did you know the cost to American taxpayers of each illegal immigrant is nearly $9,000 per year, according to the Federation for American Immigration Reform?
Total cost since 2021, $72.8 billion.
Our current leaders in Washington have irresponsibly allowed over 7 million illegals to enter the U.S., 5 times the number of illegal immigrants from our prior elected officials.
While millions of illegals place massive pressure on public programs, fentanyl pours across our borders, causing countless deaths. Washington leaves the door open and we pay.
Elected officials aren't just ignoring us, they're willfully defying the law they swore to uphold.
We cannot afford to let this dangerous agenda continue.
It's time our nation has a secure border.
This election, reject reckless spending and demand real border security.
Advocate for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
Look out! Here comes Wrong Way Rob Matsey. Always flying the wrong way. Matsey sent millions of your tax dollars to Philadelphia, while here in Beaver County, we needed help. In fact, Rob Matsey votes 99% of the time with the woke Philadelphia liberals. And Rob Matsey's not lying straight when it comes to our values. Rob Matsey voted to make it easier to let violent criminals back on the street. Matsey even voted to let biological males on girls' sports teams and in their locker rooms. With Wrong Way Rob Matsey in the cockpit, it's all left wing. Rob Matsey doesn't share our values anymore. A lifetime on the taxpayer dime made him forget where he's from. To Rob Matsey, Beaver County's just flyover country. But there's hope. Michael Parrish shares our values. He'll fight for jobs, lower taxes, and make life affordable again. Michael Parrish, he shares our values. One of us for a change.
Paid for by HRCC, authorized by Michael Parrish.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor.
Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle, and their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Inc.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township. Celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. The injury report brought to you by Shenderovich and Fishman. I saw where Nick Herbig, hopeful, he'll be back. Zach Frazier, too, once the Steelers get back from the bye in Washington. Shenderovich and Fishman, they've got your back. Not your wallet. Chris Hoken to the top of the hour, and who knows, maybe a little bit past that. Hokie, if you were a defense preparing to face these Steelers or looking at tape of them so far, what is the single biggest way that Russell Wilson has made them different from what they were with Justin Fields?
Deep ball. I would say the deep ball. I think he's doing a good job with throwing the ball, but I think I saw something where he's 5 for 7 on balls over 20 yards. And he's throwing the ball up in the air in a way that allows people to go up and get the ball. And if you watch, and I think some of the times people say, where'd that ball? Why did he throw that ball away? Or why did he throw that ball behind him? If you go back and watch the tape, he sees the field, man. And I've been actually pleasantly surprised. You know, coming from Seattle and Denver, and you know he was a great quarterback, Hall of Fame type quarterback, but we never really watched him. And so you come here and you see Justin Fields, and Coach Tomlin went out on a limb to bring him back on the field. There were a lot of people. He said I was a lone ranger.
Yeah.
Right? There was a lot of people that didn't want to put Russell Wilson out. They wanted to keep riding with Justin Fields. But the reality is, man, is the deep ball has been so impressive. His ability to this nice soft touch on the balls. He's dumped these balls where Justin Fields, a lot of the times where he got himself in trouble was when he would throw just beeline balls, right? Straight line balls. He's putting the ball up in the air, and that makes it very difficult for defenders because he's putting it up in the air and where places where only receivers can catch it.
Well, there was one to Scotty Miller that I thought was actually catchable. Do you agree?
Yeah, I think that ball was catchable. I think it was tough. I think you could have let him a little more, Starkey. Yeah. I remember exactly that play, watching it. I went back and watched it twice and reviewed it. It was a little short. It could have been out a little further.
So when you think about it, he was 20 of 28. Think about what that night would have been if Broderick doesn't have a face mask, if Pickens gets 2 feet down, if Najee doesn't drop a ball, if Miller comes down with this guy was bordering on a perfect
Najee,
night.
I think Najee had a linebacker right there. I mean, there was a guy a few yards away from him. So I would take that. When you're talking about the one of Najee at the beginning of the third quarter, drop the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's still a completion.
I'll give you the Scotty Miller one. I'll give you the GP one, right? George Pickens.
GP two.
Yeah, 2. And let me tell you something. And here's the reality was, yeah, that ball, I'm splitting hairs here, right? I mean, he could have been another yard out in front of him. I think it could have been an opportunity for a catch. It was a little short, and it went through the DB's hands.
Which one are we talking?
The ball to Scotty Miller.
Scotty. Yeah.
It went through the DB's hands.
Yeah.
The DB had his hands above Scotty Miller's hands, and his hands he just wasn't able to close on it, if you go back and look at it. So, but the deep ball is huge. I mean, how about that ball that was thrown to GP late in the game in cover 2?
And
just
my
a
God.
perfect throw.
One of the best throws of the year.
Perfect throw. Perfect. Well, only he could catch it. And so you look at throws like that allow the Steelers' offense to open up, and now it's going to open up the game for Najee Harris. It's going to be we talk about the scary next 9 games, but there's teams looking at the Steelers going, this is a different team.
Yeah.
This is a different team. With that element of Russell Wilson out there playing, this is a different type of offense that we're really going to have to prepare for.
What stands out about the rest of the league, if there's any storyline about Washington as you look ahead to them? They're as surprising as any team to me at 6-2.
They got a quarterback.
Yeah.
This is a quarterback-driven sport. There's no question about it. If you got a quarterback, you're going to win. If you don't have a quarterback, you're not going to win. Yeah, we'll win game here or there. But the reality is Jalen Daniels comes in, he plays good football, right? And it looks like the Commanders are going to be a good team for a long time now if he stays healthy. And that's the thing is you look at the Steelers, I mean, the last couple of years since Ben retired, we just haven't really had a top-level quarterback. And so it's tough to win when your quarterback's 50-50, and you just don't know what you're going to get every Sunday. And so that's the difference here with this Steelers team, and that's the difference with the Commanders who we're going to face in 2 weeks.
Hokie, You're an unbelievable man. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. So are you.
Happy Halloween.
You know that after this week, we're going to start singing Christmas carols. How about that? They're already putting Christmas stuff in like Target and Walmart and Sam's Club.
That reminds me, we're planning.
Are you putting together a Christmas album?
A Mulsey-themed Christmas album.
Okay.
Where Bob is going to join in. Donnie Football's going to do.
Bob, I listened to you last week.
Yeah.
Bob's not singing. It's you singing.
No. Bob sings better than me. Listen to him.
But he's not going to sing on the radio.
Oh, he does, and he'll sing on this album. Listen to Bob if you can. Play it for Hokie, the Rick Springfield thing. Listen to the passion here, Hokie.
I've done everything for Mulsey. He's done nothing for me.
You don't get that kind of passion everywhere.
That's serious passion. I don't know if he's on tune, but it's good passion.
And Donnie Football's going to do a dramatic reading of "'Twas the Night Before Christmas," a la Dick LeBeau, except this one will be the night before Mulsey. Wow. And then lots of things, Up on a house.
You might be able to sell tickets down at the in the cultural district.
I think we will.
You have everybody come and just watch you.
Mulsey the Snowman was a very friendly soul. You're not going to be watching horror movies tonight,
Mike Myers. Have you seen that video? It's like on social media with the guy who puts on a Michael Myers mask.
No.
And he drives down the road, and he'll be at a stoplight, red light, and somebody in the passenger seat's filming him from the side.
Yeah.
And he'll turn and look at the person in park next to him at light.
See that. Yeah,
and they freak out.
Yeah.
They start screaming, and it's so funny. It's so funny. He just turns and looks at him, and these people freak out. Would you freak out?
Yes.
What if you came out of your house one day to get the mail, and you saw him standing next to a tree?
Not good.
Staring at you.
City Dweller, are you a horror movie guy?
No, not at all. I don't like horror movies.
Michael Myers.
All three of us then.
He's the scariest one.
Yeah.
Scared. Freddy Krueger was not real believable.
There are ones I will watch. I think The Shining with Jack Nicholson is a great movie.
Great one.
But I don't. When it gets to the point of like the first one was that I ever saw was The Exorcist, and I'll never forget it. Where she turns her head all the way around.
I won't watch the one.
Why would you watch that?
The Conjuring is the first one I saw. It was terrible. I was in like 8th grade at a friend's house. It was terrible.
I know it ruins everything.
But when Michael Myers is like, it's like realistic. You like look out your window and he's sitting there staring at you.
Yeah. Not good.
That could happen.
Your favorite candy, Hokie?
My favorite candy. I love those Reese's peanut butter cups.
Yeah, those are
There's
good.
a little small little ones in the gold pack wrapping, right?
Yeah.
I used to love going out and people giving me like a full size.
Wasn't it great when your kids were of trick-or-treating age?
You bring it home, yeah. And the thing was, they'd come and throw it all out, and we would have to start giving it away.
Yeah.
I remember when I played for the Steelers, Coach Mitch, I'd bring it and put it in our candy jar. Because we had so much candy from all the kids, that I'd put it in a bag and give it to Mitch, and then we'd fill up our candy jar, in the defensive line room.
I love it. Have a great rest of the day.
You too, brother. See you next week.
All right. That's Chris Hoke, two-time Super Bowl champion. Tony Pauline, NFL insider, says the Steelers are keeping very close track of 3 wide receivers as we head toward the trade deadline. Which 3 are they? I'll tell you next. How's that for a tease, Dr. Hokenstein? Huh?
Great.
Thank you. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet, 24 Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing. Up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms, conditions, sunchevy.com. High of 79 today with clear skies and a lot of golf. See you, Hokie.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Dodgers won the World Series last night against the Yankees in 5 games in what was a dramatic game. Yankees had a 5-run lead. Dodgers scored 5 runs in the 5th inning off Garrett Cole, all of them unearned. Yankees got one back. Dodgers scored 2 more to win it in the later innings. Walker Buehler closed it out for the Dodgers in a thrilling winner. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This afternoon, expect partly to mostly cloudy skies, a high of 80 degrees, near record high temperatures, windy conditions. Overnight, expect partly to mostly cloudy skies, a chance for scattered showers arriving especially closer to midnight, temperatures hovering in the mid to upper 60s. And on Friday, partly to mostly cloudy, morning high of 67 with temperatures steady in the 50s for the rest of the day. I'm KDKA First Alert meteorologist Trey Fulbright with your forecast.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Real quick, raise your hand if you want to lose an additional 4 bands a year. Go ahead and put your hands up. Put your hands up. You voted for Kamala Harris. Oh, okay, my fault. Good, because I don't think people understand that voting for Trump means you will lose an additional $4,000 to $5,000 a year. If Trump is elected, he plans to add a 60% tariff on all imports from China. Anything in your house that says made in China, take the price that you paid for and add 60%. He plans to add a 20% tariff on all imports coming from every other country. With Kamala Harris's opportunity economy, she's not hitting you with the sales tax of doom. She's providing tax cuts to the middle and working class, so that means you will save an additional $4,000 to $5,000 a year. Plus the $25,000 she's literally handing to new homebuyers. Like, you know who to vote for in this November's election. It's Kamala Harris. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
NFL Insider says the Steelers closely monitoring 3 wideouts. One of these I had sort of forgotten about, but he'd be my top choice. I'll tell you who they are next. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net and the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Whatever temperatures this winter brings, your friendly and knowledgeable Bryant dealer, McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, is ready to help. McVeigh is committed to achieving a high level of training and skills and is backed up by one of the heating and cooling industry's most trusted names, Bryant. Whether you need a quick fix or an entirely new heating system, McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling will do whatever it takes to keep you and your family comfortable all winter long. Call McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling or visit callmcveigh.com to book an appointment. McVeigh and Bryant, whatever it takes.
So the presidential is here, and you're trying to decide your vote, right?
Trump, Harris, Harris, Trump. I've gone back and forth.
And what about Senate?
Well, I've always voted for Casey before, but this time
I'll tell you what did it for me. Transgenders in sports. Bob Casey supports letting biological males play girls' sports. It's just not right.
You know, and it's Harris, too. It's too far out. It's not just fair play. It's taking scholarships from our girls.
Right. And Bob Casey backed the Biden-Harris policies on using tax dollars to pay for transgender transition surgery.
Kamala Harris even wants to pay for gender transition for prisoners. I saw that on TV.
Yeah, Bob Casey is 100% on board with the crazy transgender agenda. It's nuts.
And we don't need any more nuts in Washington.
Bob Casey may be normal on some things, but he's nutty on this.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for United States Senate, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Friends of Dave McCormick and NRSC.
It's time to review the top 3 highlights of the day. I'm joined, as always, by my co-anchor, Snoop.
Hey, what up, though?
Snoop, number 1 has to be getting the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence at T-Mobile.
Yeah, you should hustle down to T-Mobile like a dog chasing a squirrel, chasing a nut.
Nice analogy, Snoop. Dogs do love to chase squirrels.
And squirrels love to chase those nuts.
On to highlight number 2, at T-Mobile, families can save 20% every month versus the other big guys.
That is very impressive. You know, y'all can take some of those savings and buy some Snoop merchandise.
That's exactly what I'm planning on doing with my savings, Snoop. Now, take it away, Snoop.
Head to T-Mobile.com and get the new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on them. Now drop that jingle.
24 monthly bill credits. Eligible trade-in on Go 5G Next. Well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 connection charge. Cancel entire account before receiving 24 bill credits and credit stop and balance on required finance agreement due. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See how you can save versus the other big guys at T-Mobile.com/switch. Apple Intelligence coming fall 2024.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Did you know that Wendy's has any size soft drinks for just $1? Yeah, any size, anytime. Like $1 Coke, $1 Sprite, or even $1 strawberry Fanta. Okay, could we maybe switch up the sound effect, please? 'Cause I'm losing it. Wow, no, not that. Any size soft drink for just $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
This is Matt Barnes, NBA champ, and I'm thrilled to be a partner of the Urban League to make sure you know the power of your vote. Black men have always led the way, and now it's time to lead our communities to stand up against those who want to silence us. We cannot sit this one out. Please vote.
Paid for by the National Urban League. Fall into big savings at Sun Chevrolet in McMurray. 2024 Chevy Equinox up to $1,750 in rebates. 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 get 1.9% financing for up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. The Chevy Blazer EV and Equinox EV offering special leasing programs. Must take delivery by October 31st. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more on the lot right now, especially a great selection of 2024 Chevy Trax as well. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com to find the truck or car of your dreams. Sun Chevrolet, find new roads.
Hi, I'm Rob Matsey. It's been my honor to represent you in Harrisburg. Now, I know the last few years haven't been easy. Folks are working too hard for too little, and politicians just point fingers instead of solving problems. I stay focused on helping you. Investing millions here to create good jobs and raise wages, leading the fight against big corporations to eliminate junk fees and fighting tax increases. And I'm looking after those who looked after us, lowering the cost of prescriptions and investigating mistreatment in nursing homes. I'm proud to be endorsed by organized labor, police and firefighters, Governor Shapiro, and folks from both parties. I've avoided the drama in Harrisburg and stayed focused on delivering for Beaver County. I'm Rob Matsey, and I'd be humbled to continue working for you.
Paid for by people from Matsey.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Eli Holstein set to go against SMU, as Pat Narduzzi said last night right here on 93.7 The Fan on his radio show. What's a top 20 matchup against SMU? The Panthers 18, SMU is 20. And Chris Boswell, back-to-back, has been named AFC Special Teams Player of the Month once again, this time for October. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Live from the Shorkey-Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Joe. It's the Joe Starkey Show. Joe. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I'm dreaming of a Mallsy Christmas. I can't help it today. I'm happy today. And we do begin taping tomorrow. And I think we should actually, with Ben Tenuta, do one of those behind the scenes, when they make an album. of what it's like on the cutting room floor, things like that. Outtakes is the word I'm thinking of. Donnie is going to do a dramatic Yinzer reading, which he can't help but do. He's classic, isn't he, of 'Twas the Night Before Malsey. You and I are going to sing some of the greatest hits. We're going to have a background singer. And also, Hokie said he'll get involved. And Pomp will also join us at some point, maybe remotely. But this is going to happen, and we begin rehearsals tomorrow, Limits, at approximately 8:30.
And I also recruited Mark Cabali to join us.
It was a joke.
He would be great on a dramatic reading, wouldn't he?
Yeah, very dramatic at times.
Yeah.
So he could work.
Is there a script he could read for Malsey the Snowman, something like that?
Malsey Bells?
Malsey Bells, yeah. The 12 Days of Malsey? Something. We'll figure out a role for him. Okay?
I think we should get Crowley involved.
I don't. Maybe Doran. Tony Pauline is an NFL insider. Here are the 3 receivers he says that the Steelers are pursuing. And 2 of them you could probably guess. One of them I had forgotten about. He was like one of the originals when this whole drama began about a year ago. And he sort of disappeared from my radar. So he works for Sportskeeda, Tony Pauline. He mentions Darius Slayton, which we knew about. Mike Williams, which we knew about. Maybe we didn't even know about them, Limits, that the Steelers were actually interested, but they just made sense. And the third is good old Courtland Sutton. How about that? He has reappeared. Pauline mentions, I've twice said the Steelers mentioned them as a team in the market to trade for a receiver. They were keying on Davante Adams, Pauline says, before he was moved. Now sources have attached the names of 3 receivers they will look to trade for. Slayton, Williams, Sutton. And here's a little key for you. I am told the Steelers have a lot of interest in the Broncos wideout. That's Sutton. But it's a matter of meeting Denver's asking price, which I'm told is high. Now, here's the part I don't quite get. The Broncos are in playoff position. He's their leading receiver. I know he has a big cap hit next year. His cap hit goes up. But Pauline says there's a 50-50 chance he'll go. Now, this is a guy that Russell Wilson has a good working relationship with. I think this would be incredible. Jeremy Fowler says the Steelers were showing continued interest. And I'm going off, by the way, a clip here on SteelersDepot.com. Josh Carney writing this. But he goes to Fowler, cites Fowler saying the Steelers were showing continued interest in Williams even after Davante Adams joined the team. Maybe especially since Davante Adams joined the team. Mike Garofalo reported Tuesday that the Giants would need to be, quote, blown away by a trade to move Darius Slayton. That gets a little bit ridiculous, okay? Blown away for Darius Slayton? Keep Darius Slayton. We'll bring in some other guy. That's what I'm thinking if I'm the Steelers.
Darius Slayton's a free agent at the end of the year.
Yeah. What? Forget it. You keep him then. Have Daniel Jones not throw to him the whole game again. Actually, he did against the Steelers. What am I talking about?
The only game, it seemed.
Yeah. Couple things then. I'm encouraged that it appears the Steelers are still aggressively pursuing a receiver. They need one. Really good game last game. Couple nice plays from Van Jefferson, who he grows on you, right? He's a good blocker. He's made some good catches, made a great catch down the sidelines, but he's a 3.
I'll take him as a 3.
I'll take him as a 3.
Really good 4.
Really good 4.
Take him as a 3.
Take him as a 3. Say something else, I'll copy verbatim.
Malsey is the nicest,
man alive.
We give Malsey a high five.
Oh, please.
You knew that's where I was going with the singing.
I would take him. Yes, I would. I'd want Adam Thielen. I'm with Patrick Peterson. Adam Thielen would be my number 1 choice. Other than maybe Courtland Sutton. But somebody's got to explain to me why Denver would get rid of its number one receiver, who's obviously helping their young quarterback mature very quickly, by the way. He looked like crap against the Steelers. Their whole offense did. And then suddenly they've come alive. Like, why would you just suddenly trade him? Especially if you're Sean Payton. And everybody's waiting for you to work some magic there, and you actually are this season. They're in the playoffs. Them and Washington would be the two most surprising playoff teams in the NFL right now. Why would you trade your leading receiver who's having a pretty good year? I don't get that. Because you're afraid of the contract next year? I don't know, man. That doesn't make sense. But if that is the case, and if Pauline is right that there's a 50-50 chance they'll get rid of him, I would be first in line. And here's the thing about these hefty prices for these guys. They tend to go down a lot right at the deadline. Because then you start to realize, obviously, that if we don't accept a lesser price, we're stuck with an asset that we want to deal. So who knows? Maybe Omar's playing chess while the rest of us are playing checkers.
And Denver restructured Sutton's deal
What
before
would
the
you
start.
rather play, by the way? Chess or checkers, if I offered a game right now?
I'd rather play chess.
Me too. I hate checkers. It just seems so stupid. It doesn't seem like there's strategy to it. It seems more a game of luck.
You know, in chess, my favorite thing to do is when they castle on the board. I just think it sounds fun.
Yeah.
When the king and the rook change places. Why? I don't know. I'm dumb. I'm not very sophisticated playing chess.
I like to capture the other team's Patrick Queen.
Yeah?
All I have to do is block him like everybody else has so far this season.
Well, that's the name of the game. Take the queen, you should win.
Tic-tac-toe is a game I truly hate. I hate it. I can't tell you how much I hate tic-tac-toe.
Really?
I don't know why.
Because there's so many ties.
No, there's a ton of ties. It's like the old NHL. I used to play it with my daughter, and it was just for the fun of playing. But I used to think, there's only 3 or 4 formulas here, and you know early in the game whether it's going to be a win or loss. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You try the same little strategy. You put that little X in the upper left corner. And
or in the middle.
Yeah, you know if they make the wrong move after that, you're headed toward a win.
You have to put one X in one corner and one X in the other corner.
That's exactly right.
Have you ever played the Flow game before?
No.
Flow? The Flow puzzles on your phone? Have you ever played it?
No, I hate phone games, too.
I have a 2,833-day streak of playing the Flow puzzles.
Do you have a record over those games?
I wonder if I do have the all-time record. Now, it says that that's how long the streak is, but I know there's been a couple days that I've missed it since then.
The greatest game ever invented of this ilk is Yahtzee. And I propose that I bring in Yahtzee, and you and I play one game every morning for 162 straight days, like a baseball season. Will you do that?
I will do that. I used to play Yahtzee with my grandfather.
I used to play Yahtzee with my friend Dan Doran. We would drink Jenny Cream and have 7-game series.
What if we played Yahtzee with Doran?
I'm missing that one. Is there
Dan Doran? Doran?
Oh, Doran Dickerson. Yeah. We could do that.
Took a while.
Yeah.
Do you think that if I tried to get acknowledged by the Flow Company for playing for 2,833 days,
you'd have your first endorsement? Yes.
Do you think that is the record? Do you think I have the record of Flow puzzles in a row?
Yeah, I do.
I've been playing it since my freshman year of high school.
I'm glowing right now, Limits. I think we're doing very well as a show. I just was handed a sheet of paper that I'm not allowed to talk about, but I'm glowing. Let's just put it that way.
And I'm glowing right along with you. We are the 2 stars at the top of the Christmas tree, and your star is brighter. But I'm still there. I'm still there with a little hand in the air.
You threw that in there at the end. I'm not brighter. We're equal, and you're brighter than me. And it's also been Pomp. A little bit of Pomp sprinkled in, a little bit of the Batconian Mongoose.
Yes, the Mongoose.
Kabali, but you know who it is most of all is the people.
It was a joke.
Is the people listening to the show.
100%.
Whether it's on YouTube, where you can watch us, or at least watch me. They really should train a camera on you. People are missing a lot. Or on the Odyssey app, at home, 937thefan.com, or in your cars. You're what make this show what it is, which a lot of people would say is a pile of steaming horse crap with green flies circling it. But apparently some people like it, too.
That's my favorite to see on the text line. Somebody will say, man, this show, come on, be better, talk about this. And the next text is, listen to you every day, really appreciate it, keep it up. Thanks for the show.
I love that. All right, your three choices, according to Tony Pauline, the three guys they're pursuing. Mike Williams, Darius Slayton, Cortland Sutton. Returns aside, and I'll throw in Adam Thielen, by the way, just on my own. Pauline's not reporting that they're even interested, so who knows? Of those four, all things being equal, which guy would you want on the Steelers? 412-928-9370. 928-9370. Oh, I knew what I was talking about. Yeah, Jefferson and Austin had good games. They've made plays, but they're both threes. And I think as you head into the second half of the schedule, you're going to be facing better quarterbacks, like way better quarterbacks and way better offenses. And as you need as many weapons as you can get for those games that the Steelers suddenly seem capable of winning, by the way, that are going to be shootouts. Like, I'm not convinced this defense is going to be shutting people down. I've seen too many disturbing signs that quarterbacks and other offenses may light them up. But guess what? I've also seen signs that the Steelers can light people up. And in the arms race that is the AFC, get your guy another weapon. If for no other reason, by the way, than depth. Like, what if Pickens misses a month for some reason? Twists an ankle, something like that. At least this gives you another viable receiver and a chance to survive without him for a while. You know what I mean? They're just too thin, plus they don't have a real number two still. Those are two great reasons to get another receiver, and that's why I'm heartened that Tony Pauline says they're aggressively pursuing three of them. But anyway, of those four, Mike Williams, Darius Slayton, Cortland Sutton, and Adam Thielen. Returns aside, contracts aside, all that crap. Which guy would you rather have on your team, most have on your team?
I would rather have Cortland Sutton, number one. And it's not all that he has the chemistry with Russell Wilson. I think that's a good thing. Sutton has dealt with injuries, not a good thing. But I think of all of those wide receivers, he still is at an age where I'm comfortable with the money that he's being commanded. And even though the deal's been worked around a little bit, I like the way that he runs routes. And he's a really good perimeter wide receiver, which is something that the Steelers utilize a lot, more so than the middle of the field. I think he'd fit this offense as an outside receiver. I'm not going to act like I'm a huge film junkie and break it down like the Nick Farabaugh of the world and others, but when I watch Cortland Sutton, his ability to do a lot of things similar to Cooper Kupp, obviously not on that level, but he is probably a tier below it, makes me the first guy that I would pick from in that group.
Yeah, I think he's different from Kupp and from Thielen in that he is an outside guy a lot of the time. Maybe I need to look at numbers closely, but that's certainly the impression that I get. But he did have 10 touchdowns with Russell Wilson last year. 10! Well, I think he'd be a nice fit. Having said that, if Thielen is healthy, I believe in every syllable that our friend Patrick Peterson told Pony and Muller the other day. I believe every single thing this guy said. And he plays corner. Now, to be fair, I think he was presented with a choice, and I don't know that Cortland Sutton was on that list that Pony presented him. I think it was more along the lines of Slayton, Williams, Thielen, that little group. I'm pretty sure that Sutton was not a choice. Having said that, this is what a guy who made his living covering NFL receivers said about Adam Thielen.
From your cornerback perspective, which one do you think would make the most sense for the Steelers?
In my opinion, I'm going to have to go with Adam Thielen.
Ooh.
Yeah, just because Allen is one of those guys, you can put him kind of anywhere. He can be that slot receiver. And I know we got Austin at that, but I feel like Austin is more like a big play type slot receiver. But if you have a guy like Adam Thielen that can manipulate and receive those cause those mismatches inside the numbers, I think that can be a guy that can really help that offense kind of flourish, because you got Pat as a tight end. We all know what he can do, but now you can add another element inside where you can move him, you can have him outside, and you can move him inside, and he's a guy who can win one-on-one matchups.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is all of that. So I think even with Sutton on the table, that a healthy Thielen might be my guy. Might be. Man, I wouldn't complain about Cortland Sutton. I've got to see more, though. Can you look up some stories from there, from Denver? Oh, Limitless Wonder.
I just got scared by somebody outside wearing a costume.
Dressed as Michael Myers
No,
again?
dressed as a crazy pop star person.
What if I dressed as Mulsey?
I'd be very scared. Look.
That's... Yeah,
who is that?
I don't know who that is.
Saying, I see you.
Yeah.
Look at all the hair and the fancy red hat. I'm sorry, I was completely distracted.
No, but it's understandable given what I've just seen. So I think all those things considered, Thielen would be my guy because of his versatility, opening up the middle of the field. A different style, completely different style receiver than Pickens. 412-928-9370. Let's hit the phones, shall we?
Yeah, let's go to Mike in Homestead.
Hey, Mike.
Hey, how you guys doing? How you doing, Joe? How you doing, City Limits?
Good.
Let's be realistic. Yes, we would love to have Sutton. It's not going to happen. They're not going to give up. They're still in the hunt. They're not going to trade him. Slayton is too much, basically what they're saying. And I think realistically, I think we're going to end up with Mike Williams, to be honest with you.
How do you feel about that?
Not bad. I mean, I think his better playing days have passed him by, but he would be a great red zone target. When we get down in there, he's tall, he's big. Maybe bring that down with both legs in bounds, unlike Pickett when he did last week. But I think realistically, like Slayton's out, Portland Sutton would be great, but they're not going to let him go.
Yeah, I've got to look a little more into that. I have limits on the case of looking a little more into that one, about why that would even be a thing when he's the leading receiver for a surprise team with a young quarterback. Mike Williams just seems like a guy in decline. The numbers paint a pretty stark picture. No pun intended there. I'm not real high on that. I could change my mind, I suppose, but I'd rather have actually any of the other three guys mentioned than him. Next.
Here is Jason in North Carolina.
Hey, Jason.
Yeah, hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, going back to the candy question. Okay. What's the best or worst candy to get on Halloween?
Yes.
The worst one, and it's actually posed towards Pittsburgh. It's called Six Licks. It's some kind of candy shell chocolate.
Are you doing some home plumbing right now? You sound like there is a body of water, perhaps a toilet near you. What's happening?
Do I? Okay, hang on 1 second. I'm actually at the gym. Work it out.
Okay.
Hang on 1 second.
No problem. We've got all the time in the world. We're just
no, you don't.
You
don't hang up on me.
No, we wouldn't think of it.
I've done everything for Mozzie. Okay. He's done nothing for me.
And he hung up on himself.
And then he hung up on himself.
Oh, my gosh.
While we're in a celebratory mood, can we get Pony calling Bob as George in Washington?
Hold on. Let me put my wooden teeth in so you can understand me better.
I still can't believe that.
It was a joke.
I can't believe it. I'm getting sick of the Kabali one. How about...
Oh, you're getting sick of Kabali?
At least, no, not him, of the It's a Joke.
You know what we haven't heard enough of?
Shall I call you Ron? Dr. Dick? What should we go with here?
You can call me Ron.
Oh, my God. Jason Mackey did a column in the Post-Gazette where he interviewed Dr. Dick.
No way.
Yes, he did. Look it up. Google Mackey, Dr. Dick, and you'll find that column. It's unbelievable. Truly. Although Dr. Dick is renowned as a sports marketer here in Pittsburgh. Remember he
did.
Yeah. Yeah, there it is. Quotes from Dr. Dick.
Dr. Ronald Dick. He spent 13 years working in sales with the 76ers and the Nets.
I didn't know that.
That's what it says. It's in the second line of the story. First line.
Why don't we get Dr. Dick on next week? Because I'd love to talk about that.
I know he's listening.
Plus sports marketing. There's always something to talk about from a marketing perspective. You know what I would ask Dr. Dick? When the Penguins really start to go downhill, what happens to all the marketing brilliance that has been assigned to them? And it's rightful, by the way. The Penguins were given the golden goose, and they got as many eggs out of it as they could. But the real story is they were given the golden goose, right?
Right.
So when they start not to win, Where do you go in terms of marketing your team if you're the Penguins? Certainly not back to Gen X.
Can't market just Crosby, Malkin, and Letang anymore. It's not getting the job done.
Post those guys.
Oh, post those guys?
And we're getting close on a couple counts, I think.
You basically have to give great ticket discounts and great bobbleheads and T-shirts away, I guess. I don't know.
How did we get to Dr. Dick?
We played the drop.
Shall I call you Ron, Dr. Dick? What should we go with here?
But Ron. Is that one better than this one?
Dirtbag Dan is what I call him.
Remember Doc and Claysville? Saying, really?
I love you. I love you.
Help me, Dan, please. I can't take it anymore.
Dan has been solid. Dan has been Dan.
Let's go to, just to finish out this segment, this was Todd with the PM guys when Pickens was having troubles a few weeks back about what the leadership core of the Steelers should do, how they should address George Pickens.
Does anybody anymore in the locker room, like, TJ or Cam, come up to him and say, hey, what are you doing?
That gets me every time. You?
What you doing? It's so Pittsburgh, and it's just so good.
It's so good.
Maybe somebody did.
Maybe that's the key to the whole year, and we don't know it. Somebody was listening to Todd that day. Maybe TJ went up to Cam and say, why don't we go up to George tomorrow and just say, hey, what are you doing?
What you doing?
Oh, the Calliopes can be heard from here to Sewickley.
All right, Limits. Let's get to, what's next?
Destiny's Child.
Destiny's Child
thinks he's Nostradamus, so he's evidently putting the date out there.
I like this. Destiny's Child is a man of many missions, a man of many talents. He also covers the Penguins. And as I open the show today, in any other market, in any other sport, today would be a day we'd be wondering, what is the fate of the coach if this team loses tonight? Or what should it be? A team that's underachieved for 2 calendar years in a row now and is off to a disastrous start. 3-7-1 with a 6-game losing streak, playing a mediocre team at home. This is when NHL coaches get fired if they wouldn't have been fired already. It just is. That's a fact. So why aren't we all sort of on edge with this story and talking about it? Is it because we know it won't happen? Even if he loses tonight and Saturday to Montreal? I mean, what then? You're 3-9-1 with an 8-game losing streak after 2 bad seasons. Let's ask Destiny's Child about that, sort of about the vibe over there and whether he thinks that that's realistic or not. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates. Personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We're having a Halloween party in the other room. Did you try the pumpkin dip?
No, I did not. I tried the meatballs, though. Very good.
The pumpkin dip is beyond incrinculant. It looked like hummus. I thought it was hummus, but it wasn't. It was pumpkin. You know, you can put it on Tostitos if you like, vegetables, anything you like, Limits. There's a whole party going on over there.
And we weren't invited.
Yes, we were.
Yeah,
I just
we were
had all
invited.
kinds of food. It's 12:33. Time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums at 724-443-5610. Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Bye week for the Steelers at 6-2, but awards being handed out as Beanie Bishop has been named the NFL Defensive Rookie of the Month and Chris Boswell being named AFC Special Teams Player of the Month. So good recognition for 2 of the Steelers' most highly impactful players in the last couple weeks. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us here every Tuesday evening from 6 to 7 as we broadcast live from Midio's Pizza House in Allison Park to bring you the latest on the black and gold with Pittsburgh linebacker Elandon Roberts. Get the latest on our black and gold from a guy who knows. The Elandon Roberts Show is presented by Jim Sharkey Chevrolet in North Hills and brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. The Elandon Roberts Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The open border is one of the largest forces driving up costs of basic necessities. Each illegal immigrant costs taxpayers nearly $9,000 per year, according to the Federation for American Immigration Reform. Total cost since 2021, $72.8 billion. Fentanyl continues to pour in, bringing more countless, senseless deaths every year. We cannot afford to let this dangerous agenda continue. This election, reject reckless spending and demand real border security. Advocate for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
Breaking news on this one.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. Terms and conditions apply.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
So the presidential is here, and you're trying to decide your vote, right?
Trump, Harris, Harris, Trump. I've gone back and forth.
And what about Senate?
Well, I've always voted for Casey before, but this time
I'll tell you what did it for me. Transgenders in sports. Bob Casey supports letting biological males play girls' sports. It's just not right.
You know, and it's Harris, too. It's too far out. It's not just fair play. It's taking scholarships from our girls.
Right. And Bob Casey backed the Biden-Harris policies on using tax dollars to pay for transgender transition surgery.
Kamala Harris even wants to pay for gender transition for prisoners. I saw that on TV.
Bob Casey is 100% on board with the crazy transgender agenda. It's nuts.
And we don't need any more nuts in Washington.
Bob Casey may be normal on some things, but he's nutty on this.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for United States Senate, and I approve this message.
Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick and NRSC.
O'Reilly! You've got questions? O'Reilly Auto Parts has answers. Need a pro you can trust? We've got that too. No matter what you need, our professional parts people have the training and expertise to help you do things right. Deep automotive knowledge. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Dodgers have been the dominant regular season team of this era, but disappointing in the postseason despite their COVID year title. Now they've changed the narrative. This year's Dodgers were defined by resilience. They overcame all kinds of injuries and speed bumps. That's what has to make this one of the most satisfying titles in the Dodgers' proud history. I'm Andrew Perloff.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
O'Reilly!
You've You've got questions? O'Reilly Auto Parts has answers. Need a pro you can trust? We've got that too. No matter what you need, our professional parts people have the training and expertise to help you do things right. Deep automotive knowledge. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
The only thing worse than hiring no law firm after your injury is hiring the wrong law firm. And there are so many of them. When thousands of people call us every year asking to help them change law firms and hire us instead, I wonder why they ever called the other firm in the first place. They were smart to switch before it was too late. You only get one day in court. You know who has the resources and results to fight to handle your claim. And the big insurance company on the other side, they know it too. They know us well. You have to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, and know when to walk away. Walk our way. When you're fighting to get what you deserve, it's go big or go home. We are big for a reason, which is why we've recovered over $9 billion for our clients. When it comes to law, size matters. We're America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Kamala Harris gets that everyday costs are too high. She has real plans to tackle price gouging, cut taxes for middle-class families, and make life more affordable. Her opponent's plan?
Donald Trump plans to impose what is, in effect, a national sales tax. On everyday products, it will mean higher prices on just about every one of your daily needs. A Trump tax on gas, a Trump tax on food, a Trump tax on clothing, a Trump tax on over-the-counter medication. Donald Trump's plan would cost a typical family $3,900 a year. When everyday prices are too high, he will make them even higher.
Kamala Harris, a better plan for lowering costs for a future we can afford. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Tune in this week to Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, where they break down all the headlines in the NFL. Presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
As you prepare to cast your vote, ask yourself, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Grocery prices up 26%. Gas prices tripled. Home prices skyrocketed by 46%. Kamala Harris's failures have left Americans struggling. Plus the border crisis. Over 10 million illegals have entered in the last 4 years, threatening our safety and security. Enough is enough. Stop the chaos. Vote for change. Right for America PAC paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double hot, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Hey, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Well, I do now.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
Did you say you're cutting me off?
You earn, we match. Unlimited cashback match. See terms at discover.com/credit.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle. And their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Inc.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
An open fire. What a treat this is. Destiny's Child makes his return. He's on 93.7thefan.com on the video.
You know, Destiny's Child thinks he's Nostradamus, so he's evidently putting a date out there.
That you can follow there. You can watch us on YouTube or listen to us in a variety of ways, right? The Odyssey app, 93.7thefan.com, or driving around in your car the old school way. Andrew Destin of the Post-Gazette. Sure, he covers the Pirates, but he also covers the Penguins. Andrew, nice to have you back here. You're on the Sullivan Super Service fan hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And here's my question. Being around that team, is there any sort of vibe that these two games are important for Mike Sullivan regarding his job security? Because as we've been talking about today, I would argue in any other market, in any other sport, when you've had the lack of success for an extended period of time now that Mike Sullivan has had, and you're off to a disastrous start right now, your job would be in jeopardy. Is his?
First off, thanks for having me as always, Joe. It's good to catch up. I don't think it can be in jeopardy here, frankly. I mean, being around the team, it hasn't been a ton for me, frankly, in the early goings here, just with some time off in between baseball season and hockey season. But getting back into the swing of things, being around the team the last handful of days, it really doesn't seem like the job is in jeopardy. And that's not to suggest that the Penguins aren't serious about winning or anything like that. I think it just goes to the point of, I think it's hard really to pin the blame on Sullivan too much for what's going on here at the start of the year when you contrast that against the roster construction. Frankly, based on my observations just in the early going, you could make the argument that this roster is worse than last year's. And I think that would be a fair one, especially when you take into account the declining play of the superstars. Erik Karlsson in particular is somebody who has really struggled in the early going, whether that's a factor of him coming off the preseason injury, whatever it may be. But that's all to say that I don't think Sullivan's job is in jeopardy, and I understand the sentiment of in other markets, in other situations, that sure, maybe the seat would be a little bit hotter. But as you astutely pointed out in your writing today, Joe, I mean, this is a guy who still has time left on his contract, 2 years beyond this season. Fenway Sports Group has made it very clear how highly they think of Mike Sullivan. And I don't think that's going to change just based off of an early season losing streak that, admittedly, this has been a really rough stretch for the Penguins. But you also have to factor in the fact that part of that was the Western Canada road trip. So I don't think the job's in jeopardy yet. And frankly, I would be really surprised for it to get into jeopardy really at any point this season.
Yeah, it wouldn't be based off the start. It would be based off two radically underachieving seasons in a row where they didn't even make the playoffs, compounded and followed up by an all-time disastrous start, just to be clear about that. But if that's not the vibe, I'm not surprised that that's not the vibe you're getting. It's just I think, a function of what Fenway Sports Group thinks of Sullivan, of the time left on his deal. I think they want to be the Steelers, quite frankly. But the reality right now, Andrew, is they have sunk to the bottom of the league. And the other thing that comes up for me is now that you're here, why not stay? Why not start to move out some good players? And I realize there's contracts that are tough to get rid of, but why not make that attempt as an organization to start to lose more? I hate to say that, but anyone who knows the history of the Penguins knows that such endeavors have actually saved the franchise.
Yeah, I think that's certainly something that will be in play as the season progresses. It's probably a little premature right now. I'm not saying that they would wait until March, until the trade deadline or anything like that, but there's a couple factors at play there, Joe, right? And you mentioned one of them with the contracts. A lot of these guys, you can look at it based on the various contracts that they've got. Guys like Brian Rust, Rickard Rakell, et cetera. various players, it's different situations, right? Whether it's no trade clauses, whether it's hefty contracts. For instance, a guy like Erik Karlsson, moving him would be a really difficult endeavor just based off his level of play and the money. Right now, the Penguins are on the hook for $10 million of that contract for the foreseeable future. So a lot of these contracts, it might be easy to say.
Well, just to jump in, if the idea is to lose, then I think keeping Karlsson is a great idea. I guess I'm thinking about other guys on the team, like a Raquel, a Brian Rust when he's healthy. Would anybody could you entice Chris Letang into taking a deal? You send Bloomquist to the minors. You recall Tristan Jarry. Now we're really talking if the idea is to lose.
Right. And the Jarry one is a salient point, too, because I think that's such an important component of this, for this season and for the future, because beyond this year, 3 more years on the deal, paying him a lot of money. You don't want that to be a Jack Campbell situation like last year in Edmonton, where you're buying out the contract and it's dead cap money. In a perfect world, which this is me being way too half-class full, but in a perfect world, you bring Jarry back up at some point and he plays to some manageable level of play and at least proves that he's somewhat closer to that all-star form of the past.
Yeah.
That is very wishful thinking on my end, but he would be the type of guy that, again, if you're looking to move guys off who could help you lose in a theoretical world, Jarry would be the type of contract you would love to shed. But I think Raquel is certainly a top candidate just given how well he has played in the early going. He's somebody who has been moved previously, going from Anaheim to Pittsburgh. The contract is relatively manageable. If I remember correctly, it's $5 million per year. So I look at Raquel as a prime candidate for somebody who, A, has played well, and if you were to subtract him from the lineup, it would certainly help the Penguins lose more while also getting assets for the future.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Andrew Destin of the Post-Gazette. Yeah, man, I think this was headed in that direction anyway, and like I said, maybe they've arrived early, and maybe this precipitates a talk with Sid. In fact, if the organization did decide that, hey, we might as well start the blow-up now, then you have to have a conversation with him on, are you willing to go through this, or would you prefer to go to another team that's winning, that has a chance to win, and then, you honor his request either way. What sense do you get with Sid? Do you think if this thing were a total blow up, that he would want to stick through it, that his one team legacy would override the desire to win another cup?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not wanting to speak on his behalf in any way like that, but I will suggest this, is that just being around him the last few years, getting to understand his legacy and how much he means to the city of Pittsburgh and how much the city of Pittsburgh means to him, I would be frankly pretty surprised if he were somebody who would ask out. He had the opportunity to play through the contract and let it go and become a free agent next year, and, showed his financial commitment to the team with signing that extension and making it very clear publicly that he's on board with what won't be a particularly easy process. This is kind of, to equate it to another sport, it was kind of like the Warriors with the 2 timelines thing of a couple years ago. Of
sure.
Have your core, but also try to rebuild. That's kind of what the Penguins are going for here. And obviously in the early goings, it is looking disastrous, to use your word, Joe. But I would be very surprised if Sidney Crosby were to want elsewhere, want out, anything of that nature. Being here these last 20 years, going into this 20th NHL season, he wants to be here. He's made that clear. I would be pretty surprised. It would be a pretty significant pivot, in my mind at least, if he were to want to ask out and want to go play elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I would completely respect it and honor it. I think everybody else would, but it's become more interesting to me here because things have changed. I don't know that he signed up for a complete blow-up rebuild. Maybe he signed up for this vague rebuild, get some second picks back in trades, whatever Kyle Dubas is said to be doing right now. You mentioned the Golden State Warriors. Yeah, I mean, they still made the playoffs last year. They're still bringing in some young talent, and they're still kind of winning. They're off to a good start. What is this? I don't know what this is, but I think when Crosby signed, the implication from him was, hey, we're at least going to try to still win, aren't we?
Right. Yeah, this is significantly worse than expected, right? You couldn't have predicted Tristan Jarry to be at a level where it's unplayable in the NHL and has to go to the AHL to figure it out there. Couldn't have predicted Blake Lizotte, starting the year injured, and that's not to say that he's the franchise savior or anything, but that's a young guy who plays with young guy who plays with speed, who at least could help your bottom six. Brian Rust being injured at the start and now being injured out week to week, like pretty much everything that could go wrong feels like it has gone wrong for the Penguins, and we're seeing that embodied in moves from Mike Sullivan, like putting Sid and Gino on the same line, right? First time they've started a game together in a decade. Moves like that suggest that there is certainly a level of urgency here to somehow find a way out of this. But yeah, I think the dynamics have changed. I'm curious if that would change any internal conversations between somebody like Dubas and Sid, but no indications of that, at least based on what we're witnessing, what we're hearing. But my takeaway on it has this couldn't have gone much worse to start things off. I'm very curious how the next few weeks go because, frankly, if they keep playing like this, as you pointed out, Joe, they could be swimming with the Sharks the rest of the season.
Well, let me ask you this. What if this grows to 8 games, 10 games, 12 games? Does Tom Werner have a line that can't be crossed? The Penguins are on a 12-game losing streak and last in the NHL. Is it just completely off the table to change coaches?
That's a tough one. I mean, if I were running the team, I would say that you have to consider it. I mean, there's so many factors at play here, right? The finances of having a guy under contract, you'd be paying him not to coach. It's a 2-time Stanley winning cup. All of those resume things are important, but when you look at recent history, what have you done for me lately? Yeah, Penguins haven't made the playoffs the last 2 years after that extended run of doing so. Off to a terrible start this year. In this theoretical world, it would only be getting worse. I don't know necessarily if it's firing Mike Sullivan, but it would have to be some kind of change-up. Maybe it's making a really significant trade, making a big splash, dumping some, players like a Raquel to make a very clear signal of, okay, this season is lost. Let's recruit whatever benefits we can in the early goings and maximize the value of trading a guy like Raquel. And, that's a speculative world, but hey, if you're going to trade the guy in March, why not trade him in November, right? Maximize that value, get as much as you possibly can for anybody on the roster who is meeting expectations or exceeding them. So if this season keeps trending in the direction it's going, frankly, I don't think a coaching change is going to save them. In my opinion, this is not a playoff team, at least as the way the roster is constructed. So if the concern is that making a coaching change would be what it takes to get this team back on track, this is not last year's Oilers team, where at the beginning of the year they struggle mightily, they make a coaching change, and then all of a sudden they come within one game of winning the Stanley Cup final. I don't think that kind of change would be what puts the Penguins over the top. It's too flawed of a roster. It's too old, too veteran, too injured. There's just so many factors here to me that say that a coaching change, in my opinion, wouldn't be what fixes this team.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet, 24 Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms, conditions at sunchevy.com. High of 79 today with clear skies. In less than a minute, you also cover baseball. Story in the Post-Gazette about McCutchen and his future. Will they bring him back? Should they bring him back in less than a minute?
Yeah, kudos to my colleague Noah Hiles for writing that one up.
The Noah Constrictor, yes.
we love the guy. I would say that could they bring him back? Absolutely. And should they? In my opinion, yes. This guy means too much to the franchise. He has demonstrated that, he's limited in terms of not really being able to play the outfield anymore and that injuries can bang him up, especially at this veteran stage in his career. But they've said it publicly, the Pirates as well as McCutchen, as long as he can play and wants to play, he wants to do so here, and they want to have him here. So I would say that, in my personal opinion, I would bring back McCutchen. And it's not because he would be a charity case. It's far from it. He's somebody who has demonstrated he can still play at this level. It's not going to be a contract that breaks the bank. You can continue to go on a year-by-year basis for as long as he wants to and make sure you're not locking yourselves into some dead pot contract. I think you keep bringing back McCutchen, and you do it for what you did last year. Do it for a year and $5 million. There's nothing wrong with that.
Andrew Destin, read his stuff at postgazette.com. Thank you, sir. We'll talk maybe next week, huh?
Sounds like a plan to me. Thanks for having me, Joe.
All right. Coming up next, Pro Football Focus, the site that everybody rails against unless the numbers support a theory that you like. I want to hear more about Najee Harris, TJ Watt, Ogunjobi, Patrick Queen, all of those. Don't you, Limits? Who's on next? Tell the people.
We are going to talk to One of PFF's guys that covers some college football, also covers some NFL with the Steelers. It is Max Chadwick, the co-host of the PFF College Football Show, also to talk some Steelers.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroe.
And there's a lot of Steelers to talk about in terms of awards, with Beanie Bishop being named the NFL Defensive Rookie of the Month, Chris Boswell being named AFC Special Teams Player of the Month. The Jeff Capel Show is tonight at 6 o'clock as Pitt basketball begins its season. Also Thursday Night Football tonight, Houston and the Jets, 8:15 kickoff. 7:30 is when Westwood One's coverage begins right here on The Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompeani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of the NFL. Here we go with Week 9, and right now new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. And the game we're talking about is a shocker as far as the line is concerned. It's the Jets and Texans. The game is in New York tonight, and guess what? The Jets are favored in this game. Yes, that's right. The first-place Texans are playing against a team that has lost 5 in a row, and New York is favored. That makes me want to bet New York, because the odds makers, they're very smart, these people at FanDuel. They are a step ahead. What do they know about this game that we don't? New York just went to New England and lost, and Houston has C.J. Stroud and a top-notch defense. So I'm going to take the Jets in this game, FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I've just had a ton of work done on my home. I use precision pointing. Loving the results and would do it all over again. A 100% satisfied customer right here. However, they go far beyond residential work. If you're a property investor, have a multi-family home, duplex, fourplex, or a commercial office building, you know, one of those 120-year-old Pittsburgh structures, restore it, preserve it. Precision Pointing is the largest scaled masonry restoration company in the Berg. They get it done and get it done right. PrecisionBrickPointing.net.
We're always made to feel like one person can't make a difference. But everyone has a single person in our life that's made a difference. Maybe it was a parent, a neighbor, a teacher, a mentor. So when people say that your vote doesn't matter, you know that one person can and has made a difference. So why would you not use every opportunity to make a difference in someone else's life? That's what voting can do. It provides the power of a single voice, joining with millions of other single voices to make a difference. Because even that person who changed your life, they may have been just a single person to you, but they all had people who made a difference to them. They were never just a single person, but a collective of all the people who had made impacts in their lives. So this November, use your voice and vote to make a difference. Go to votehq.org to learn how to vote this election season. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Getting ready for more rain and longer nights? We've got you. Right now, you can earn up to $25 in bonus rewards when you buy 2 Sylvania Silver Star Ultra bulbs and 2 Rain-X Quantum Elite wiper blades. More rewards and better visibility at America's #1 lighting destination, AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Offer valid for AutoZone Rewards members. Restrictions apply.
Halloween's coming alive at Target. Jackie and Gordy, the Jack-O-Lanterns, here with last chance Halloween deals. Looks like Mom's got the old pumpkin bucket stocked with the best candy, starting at $5.99.
Lucky pumpkin bucket. Oh, there's Dad party planning with a same-day delivery order.
Yes, it's a BOGO 50% off pizza party with Target Circle. Plus, buy 3, save 40% on soda 12 packs with Target Circle.
Nice saves, Dad.
Make your Halloween come alive at Target. Need it last minute? Get same-day
same-day delivery with Target Circle 360. Restrictions apply.
Looking for the perfect weekend? Join us at Shooters Golf for brunch every Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Enjoy delicious bites alongside mimosas and Bloody Marys while catching your favorite football team on 30-plus HD TVs featuring the NFL ticket. Remember, golf isn't over. Our heated bays are open year-round, so you can swing your clubs no matter the weather, whether you're here for brunch, games, golf. Shooters Golf, located in Wexford, PA, your ultimate destination. Visit us today and make every weekend unforgettable.
We all want more. More laughs. More hangouts. More, this is the best takeout ever. Excuse me. But if you're 75 or older or 60 or older with certain health conditions, you've also got more risk of getting seriously sick from RSV. But an RSV vaccine lowers your risk, so you can keep doing more of the stuff you love.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Risk less. Do more. Get started at vaccines.gov.
This is Matt Barnes, NBA champ, and I'm thrilled to be a partner of the Urban League to make sure you know the power of your vote. Black men have always led the way, and now it's time to lead our communities to stand up against those who want to silence us. We cannot sit this one out. Please vote.
Paid for by the National Urban League. Fall into savings with Gutter helmets. Save 50% off installation and enjoy 0 down, 0 payments for 1 year. Don't risk costly water damages. Gutter helmet guarantees clog-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for your no-cost free estimate today.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
If you could, you'd buy her the biggest, most beautiful diamond ring out there. But your budget is pretty modest. Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. My dad always said, if you don't know jewelry, you better know your jeweler. If you're working on a tight budget, a bargain deal from a chain store might not be your best investment. Let one of our diamond experts guide you through the ring buying process. Urbanowitz Jewelers has been helping couples get engaged for over 40 years, and we can help you find the perfect ring at the right price. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Casti Village and Peters Township.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle. And their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Inc.
Are you ready to launch your career with one of the region's top builders? At PJ Dick, Trumbull, the Lindy Group, you can build something meaningful. Your future. Our dynamic internship and co-op program will immerse you in the industry from day one. Join a complete team of companies that has become a recognized leader in innovation, safety, and quality. Keep up with us on social media and check us out at www.pjdick.com. See you soon, future builders.
I love fall weather. The crisp air, the falling leaves, until someone in my family catches a chill outside. Luckily, Kohl's has deals on all things cozy. I got 20% off comfy layers and warm denim, $10 off because I spent over $50, and earned Kohl's cash. Now we're ready to bundle up and get back out there, thanks to Kohl's. Select styles. Offers end November 3rd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today, or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
Kamala Harris worked with Joe Biden to make things cost less for all Americans. Here are a few examples of what they did. They made a rule that prescription drugs can't cost more than $2,000 for people on Medicare like seniors and the disabled. They lowered the cost of inhalers to $35. They lowered hearing aid prices by making them available over the counter. And they lowered the price of insulin to $35 per month. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Steelers 6-2 at the bye. Washington up next week. All other AFC North teams are in action. We turn our eyes to college football. Pitt is 7-0 against SMU. Top 20 matchup at 8 o'clock. Right here on the Fan, beginning at 5 o'clock with the pregame show. Kickoff at 8. Penn State hosts Ohio State. Top 5 matchup. Nittany Lions third in the country. Ohio State is fourth. It's a new game in State College. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. We got more Joe. Come on, Joe! Ah! It's the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Let's dive into a little football here with Max Chadwick of Pro Football Focus. Limits, you apparently sent me something here. Yes, PFF has got you covered all season long with the best data, tools, and analysis in the game. Sign up for PFF Plus today to unlock all their famous player grades and premium stats. Well, they're also grades that'll tick you off, and that's part of the business here. Steelers fans get very angry, Max, sometimes at some of these grades. But like they say, all publicity is good publicity. You guys have a mid-season all-pro team out right now. Thank you for joining me, by the way. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. Let's look at the PFF mid-season all-pro team. Lamar as the quarterback, it's very hard to argue with that. Who else was in the discussion or should be, in your opinion?
Yeah, I think there's a bunch of quarterbacks you can look at that have been, playing really well this year. I would argue that Lamar Jackson has been the best, but even with his team struggles, I think Joe Burrow has also been playing lights-out football. And then I would even throw Jaden Daniels into the mix as well. Jaden Daniels as a rookie has been unbelievable this year. Has been a big part of the Commanders' turnaround almost overnight, honestly. Now they're looking like a legitimate playoff contender when a lot of people thought they'd be picking in the top 10 once again this year. So, yeah, I think Lamar should be the quarterback, but I think Joe Burrow and Jaden Daniels are a couple guys that I put right behind him.
How does PFF grade Russell Wilson through 2 games, and where do you think it goes from here with him?
Yeah, it's been very encouraging, right? You see a guy that, a lot of Steelers fans probably didn't want Justin Fields to get benched because Fields, as a runner at least, was showing some really good signs and showed his signs of being at least an average passer at times. But Russell Wilson came in and obviously has looked really good through 2 games so far. He hasn't really been like an elite quarterback by any stretch or measure, I would say, but he's definitely a better passer at this stage right now than Justin Fields, and I think that's what Pittsburgh's looking for right now. So Steelers fans have to be really happy with what Russell Wilson's shown through 2 games.
Through PFF size, and I realize like the site might have one opinion, you may have another. So through your eyes, as a member of PFF, the Steelers said to be eyeing a number of receivers. I'll read you 4. You tell me which one you'd go for by the trade deadline here. Cortland Sutton, Darius Slayton, Mike Williams, and Adam Thielen. Which one of those guys would most interest you regardless of the return or the contract or anything else?
Yeah, that's an interesting list right there. With a guy like George Pickens, who's a really good contested catch guy, I think I don't know if I would want to add another one, but out of those four you just listed, I would say probably Cortland Sutton I would take out of all of them right now. And I know Adam Thielen, I think, has suffered a pretty serious injury, so I don't even know if he'd be able to play the rest of this year. But, yeah, Cortland Sutton is probably the guy I would look at. But if you're looking for more of like a route runner type receiver, then you probably look at a guy like Darius Slayton. But I'd probably side with Cortland Sutton over any of them.
Now, has there been an update on Thielen, just out of curiosity? Because I thought he was back at practice.
His phone just dropped off. I'm going to try to call him
his
back.
phone dropped off. Okay. I thought Thielen was back at practice.
He's been limited at practice. At least he was limited at yesterday's practice.
I haven't heard anything like end of season. Have you?
No.
That's rather alarming.
He's expected to be activated.
I
thought
don't
this week.
I don't think that would be a good deal if he wasn't able to play the rest of the
season. Is
season.
that why Max's phone was disconnected?
It was Adam Thielen. Adam Thielen's agent
didn't like it.
Somehow got in there. PFF's midseason All-Pro team. Lamar at quarterback. I have no problem with that. Do you, Wonder Twin?
No, I don't.
Derrick Henry as your running back. I have no problem with that. Do you, Wonder Twin? Oh, I think Max is back here. Wide receivers, Nico Collins, Justin Jefferson, George Kittle as the tight end. So, Thielen, Max, you didn't hear anything new on that hamstring. You're just saying that injury might linger?
Yeah, I think that injury might linger. Yeah, and I think that could be an issue for it. So I don't know if they would go after a guy like Adam Thielen. But like I said, if they were looking for another receiver, I know it's kind of redundant to what they have in George Pickens a little bit, but I think Cortland Sutton's still the guy I would probably go after the most out of any of them.
Continuing to look at the midseason All-Pro team, Creed Humphrey. A lot of people here wish they had drafted him. I think that was the Freiermuth year. They took him in the second round. But they've taken Zach Frazier, and you guys have given him unbelievable grades so far. He looks like a rookie star, does he not?
Absolutely, yeah. Zach Frazier is actually the second highest graded center in the NFL right now behind Creed Humphrey. Now, Creed Humphrey has been far and away the best center in the NFL. Actually, you look at just the grades. Creed Humphrey has a 93 grade. The next closest, Zach Frazier, has an 82.2. So he's a grade that's 11 points higher than any other center in the NFL right now. But it's still really impressive that you have a rookie in Zach Frazier who's already looked like one of the best in the NFL already. So that's a slam dunk home run pick that Pittsburgh made in the second round of the draft and really helped fortify that offensive line that was a major weakness last year. George Kittle, the starting tight end on your All-Pro team. Where does Freiermuth rank among tight ends, would you say? That's an interesting question. I think that Pat Freiermuth is definitely a guy that me as actually a lifelong Penn State fan, I really liked his time at Penn State. I would say he's a above average tight end in the NFL right now, especially as a receiver. I would say probably like around a top 15 or so tight end in the NFL right now, I'd probably argue with. There's still some things to work on in his game, especially as a blocker. But I do think as a receiver that he has been a good player for the Steelers this year. Max Chadwick from Pro Football Focus. Okay, I'll toss in a little Penn State question. This is Penn State's best team since blank. Oh, good question. Thank you. You might have to go back to that 2016 season when they won the Big Ten title and were just left out of the 4-team college football playoff to find that. And you can even make an argument it's better than that team, honestly. So I'll actually be in attendance for that Penn State-Ohio State game this Saturday. I can't wait for that. And I think this is their best chance to beat Ohio State since that famous 2016 season that they had. So, yeah, it's been a long time since Penn State fans have felt this good about a team, honestly. And I think this is their highest ranking in 8 years as well. So it's been a really fun time to be a Penn State fan right now. Well, my producer here, Austin City Limits Bechtold, will also be at the game. Perhaps you two could cross paths. Yes, Limits, would you like to meet Max?
Max, I will be there as part of the 110,000.
Let's do it, man. That sounds great.
All right, let's go to Defensive Player of the Year. You have your defense out. Aiden Hutchinson, just a shame because he was having such a great year. 2 Steelers make the PFF midseason All-Pro team. TJ Watt on the edge, Cam Hayward inside. The rest of the team is Dexter Lawrence is your other lineman, Fred Warner, Logan Wilson. Your linebackers, McCollum, Humphrey, your corners, McKinney, Branch, your safeties, and your flex is DJ Reed of the Jets. Who's PFF's Defensive Player of the Year right now?
Okay, so I think it's two different answers here that I can go with. I think if the season ended right now, I would give it to Aiden Hutchinson because what he was doing through his first however many games he played was historic stuff. I mean, he had like a pass rush win rate at like 40%. Usually, just for reference, the top guys are like in the high 20%. And that's basically just how much you beat your blocker one-on-one. Not getting a pressure, not getting a sack. That could also happen, but are you just beating the guy who's blocking you one-on-one? And he was doing it 40% of the time, which is an absolutely ridiculous stat. And then he's still, right now, he's still second in the league in pressures behind Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa only has one more pressure than Aiden Hutchinson right now, even though Hutchinson has missed the last 2.5 games. So season ended right now, I would still give the award to Aiden Hutchinson. But since he's out for the rest of the season, he obviously will not win Defensive Player of the Year. Then I think you start to look at a guy like T.J. Watt, who has just been really, really good for the Steelers as he's been his entire career. He's become like the best run-defending edge in the entire NFL right now while continuing to be an elite pass rusher. Whenever the Steelers need a massive play, he seems to always make it for them as well. I think he's certainly in that mix. Fred Warner has been unbelievable as well at linebacker.
Yeah.
So I think those are two guys that I would say are definitely in the mix as well. But if the season ended right now, I would still recognize Aiden Hutchinson for what was a historic start to his season.
All right, Max, let's look up and down the Steelers roster a little. This seems to me like your grading system is along the lines of what we'd see in, high school English or something. So what is an A? 90 or above? 80 or above? What is it?
Yeah, I think in A, our grading system, like if you have like a 90-plus grade, that is like you're the elite of the elite, right?
Okay.
So that is where I would say 80 or above, you're like a really, really good player. 70 or above, you're an above-average player. And then when you're 60 or above, you're basically like league average, and that's just you're just doing your job, right? And then when you're below a 60, that's when you start to get to the guys that are below average, and then maybe even into 50s and 40s. That's when you start to get into like the guys who are really struggling out there. So it's a different grading scale than what you're used to in school. Like I know like a 65 in school would get you grounded by your parents probably. A 65 in PFF is actually like pretty average, right? So anything above 70 is pretty good, honestly.
All right, then let's run through some of these pretty quick. You have Russell Wilson at only a 65.7. Is that because of his rough start against the Jets, or he seems to have been playing better than that?
Well, yeah, and I think the rough start against the Jets, and keep in mind, like it's a very small sample size that we have for Russell Wilson right now. So that grade can change wildly as he continues to play, right? Because the season-long grades, the more you play, the less your season-long grade will get impacted because it's obviously a bigger sample size that you have. So if he continues to play like he did against the Giants, for example, he's a guy that could definitely move his grade up a lot. So that is why you see the grade maybe a little bit lower right now, because if any sort of bad play that you've seen from him could affect it wildly. But, yeah, like I said, that Giants game, that's what we're going to see from him going forward. He will move a lot higher up that list.
George Pickens is at an 80. That's close to elite status. And Najee is at a 78.7. He's been great. Where does that rank among running backs?
Yeah, 78 point. Yeah, like I said, it's around. I think it's like 16th in the NFL for running backs right now. So he's definitely been very impressive. Definitely been a really good bounce back year for him. Been really impressed by him as a pass blocker. He actually has the second best pass blocking grade among running backs, only behind Derrick Henry right now. So Najee Harris is I know it's a very forgotten part about playing running back, but he's been a really good pass protector too for Justin Fields and for Russell Wilson when he's been out there. So really good bounce back year for him, and he's definitely been one of the better running backs in the NFL so far.
I guess, but if he's only 16th, I don't know. I think he should be higher. Here's one I definitely disagree with you guys on. From the eye test, I'm not breaking down film, but Joey Porter Jr. at a 60, that seems very low for him, Max. What's happening there?
Yeah, well, listen, these grades, you got to keep in mind is just what their assignment is at the same time. We're not really grading off of how difficult like say if Joey Porter Jr., a guy who follows receivers all around, he's definitely a guy that just following the number one receiver all around, that's definitely a more difficult job than other corners, but we're not really grading just based off how difficult the job is. We're grading off how well you do your job. So that's a grade that, again, listen, I always say this in every hit I do. The grades are not the end-all, be-all. I know a lot of people, and it sounds like you guys are trying to do right now, trying to treat them like that. they're not the only stat that we go off of here at PFF. I know they're kind of the most front-facing stat that we have. But, yeah, it's just not the end-all, be-all, so you got to provide more context to it. And Joey Porter Jr., his job is probably more difficult than other corners' jobs. We can't really grade off of that because that's a difficult thing. That's really an impossible thing to do, honestly. So he's definitely played a little bit better than that. I would agree with you. But like I said, the grades are not the end-all, be-all here.
What is if it's not the grade?
Well, we have a bunch of other stats you can find at pff.com that you can dive into all the numbers.
I like that.
It's not. Listen, the grades are obviously the most famous stat that we have, but it is definitely not the only thing that we have either.
Well, here's what I would say, and I have a ton of respect for you guys and love your site because you have attempted to quantify what nobody else ever did. For example, a great example is turnover-worthy throws for a quarterback. Everybody will be like, that was a great game by that quarterback. Well, no, because when you look deeper, he could have had 3 interceptions, and he actually didn't have a great game. So I would suggest with a guy like Joey Porter, if he's going to get such a lousy grade when the eye test is he's actually been pretty good, and you're telling me that one of the reasons for that, perhaps, is that he's going against elite receivers and following around the field, there should be a way to account for that in your stats. If your site is in pursuit of the deepest meaning possible, then I think you guys should try to find a way to quantify that.
Yeah, it's definitely a really hard task, but at the same time, like, you got to look at it like there's some receivers that you might think are the elite receivers that maybe aren't playing to an elite level. So then it's all of a sudden you got to continuously look at who is playing at an elite level. It's impossible. I'm telling you, like, we tried to do it before, and it's just not a very possible task for us to do. So we try to just go off of what their job is and how good they are doing at their job. So, yeah, like I said, that's why the grades are not the end-all, be-all, because there is some context that needs to go into some of them, especially corners, because corners are a very, very difficult position to grade, honestly, with all the responsibilities that they have out there. So, yeah, Joey Porter Jr. has definitely played well this year, but obviously his job is probably more difficult than other corners.
Maybe, yeah. I guess. I don't know. 78th out of 110 just doesn't add up for me. But Minkah, you have with a better grade than a lot of people would give him. You've got him at a 75. What is he doing well that maybe people don't see because he hasn't had a turnover in a long, long time?
Yeah, he's the fourth best run defense grade in the NFL for safeties. He's been an excellent run defender. It's been the best game for him throughout his entire career. Actually, his teammate Deshaun Elliott has the third best run defense grade among safeties as well. So Pittsburgh has 2 great run defending safeties that they have there. And, yeah, Minkah's continuously been one of the best safeties that we have in the NFL, and that's no stranger to this year.
That's great stuff to me because Minkah oftentimes is asked to be a de facto linebacker, and he hammers people, and he's great in the run game. Hasn't been so good in the pass game, but it adds up to a really good grade for him. Lastly, I'll ask you about this guy. He's been a lightning rod. And PFF pushed to the playoffs in your fantasy league with in-season tools, award-winning rankings from fantasy expert Nathan, is it Janke?
Yanke, actually, yeah.
Yanke, yes. Do that at pff.com. Patrick Queen, this is not a report card that he would put up on his refrigerator here. He's at a 50.9, which is 70th out of 81 at his position. Tell us a little more.
Yeah, he's had some issues this year, especially. He's been a really good pass rusher, which I think is what he was his entire career. But the run defending has just been an issue for him right now. He's I think he has a 4th worst run defense grade so far. Just some missed tackles on tape and just not really fitting his assignments in the run game. He's a very hot and cold player. He's got some of the best athletic tools of any linebacker in the NFL. But you see some of the issues even dating back to his time in Baltimore. Sometimes the really athletic guys try to do too much out there, and sometimes you see the same thing with Patrick Quinn instead of just kind of doing what their assignment is. So he's definitely still a good player, and like I said, that maybe he's a better player than that grade would indicate. But I still think there's just a lot of issues in tackling and run defense he's got to fix right now.
Some of the linemen are ranked highly. The offensive linemen, we mentioned Frazier. James Daniels you had as the top player at his position in the whole league. The other end of the scale is Broderick Jones, 46.6. That's 73rd out of 76. That ain't good. What's happening there?
Yeah, he's struggled in pass blocking in his career so far, and even the run blocking hasn't been too pretty either. But he's definitely a developmental guy. Everyone kind of knew that of him coming out of Georgia. Really high upside because of his athletic tools. And offensive tackle, I will say, is one of the harder positions to come into the NFL and succeed immediately at. So you're kind of seeing him taking his lumps right now as a young player. And Pittsburgh's obviously still very hopeful that he can turn into a pretty good player, but obviously it hasn't really been too pretty for him so far in his career.
Max, great stuff. I mean, this always makes for really interesting conversation, whether people agree or disagree. That's the idea. I write columns for a living. If people didn't vehemently disagree with some of my columns, I'd be out of business. So thank you for coming on. Hope to talk to you again.
Yeah, I appreciate you having me on.
Absolutely, man. There he goes. That's Max Chadwick from PFF. And PFF has you covered all season long with the best data, tools, and analysis in the game. How did the parting go with Max?
That is good. It went well.
Nice guy.
Maybe I'll see him up at Penn State this weekend.
I think some of the grades you sort of got to stick to. Like if they have Joey Porter as a bad grade, then they have him as a bad grade. Tell us why.
Yeah, I don't understand the whole that grade doesn't tell the full story compliment there.
I thought the grade does tell the full story. It's a aggregation of all the other little stories to tell you the final grade. And listen, it's a good point that, hey, maybe Joey Porter's grade won't be as high as somebody else's number 3 corner because they're covering different guys. Okay. So how is that not quantifiable? Give the other, let's say it's, give me 3 receivers, Jamar Chase, Jefferson
and Lamb.
No, let's just say Zay Flowers. Let's say he had to cover those 3 guys the last game. Factor in their grades into his grade. You know what I mean? And make an adjustment. Find some way to quantify that. That's what they pride themselves on. They look deeper and give you a more real picture of what happened in a game than anybody else. So you can't say that's unquantifiable. Find a way to quantify it is what I would say.
Yeah, like if I have a C in my math test, then clearly I did not perform well. But if I thought I did really well and I was going up against maybe like the A math kids when I should have been in the B math, that's one way that you can put it. That maybe you need to put a little bit more of a quantifier, like an asterisk on the grade for more context. I mean, I don't get it.
Neither do I. I think Joey Porter's played very well. He's had some rough moments, don't get me wrong, but not to the point where he'd be a D if you graded him. Not even close to that point. But I'd be very interested in hearing the case as to why. And I think the best that Max had was he's covering good people. Well, that's what he's supposed to do. That's why they drafted him. Is he doing a good job of that? Apparently not, according to them.
And apparently Myles Garrett did well enough to be Defensive Player of the Year for them last year. I'll never get over that.
On the pass rush win rate. And now there's a lot of things, too, though, that I do credit them for and agree with them on. Man, do they have a horrible grade for Ogunjobi so far. 48.5. Broderick Jones is like an F- at this point. It's unbelievable, his grade. Did you hear what I said?
F-.
I mean, he's
been their worst offensive player, right? Considering expectations?
Yes. Yes, he has. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia. Peters Township, visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line, it felt like it was getting a little bit contentious, which I didn't intend for it to do. It felt like he thought I was going after him.
Yeah, I got that feeling too.
And their grades. I thought that's part of the deal.
How dare you scold the teacher?
No, he was fine. I like him, and I'd love to have him on again. But, you know, if you're going to put out these grades that you know are ticking people off or that people are praising wildly, one or the other, you kind of got to own it and tell us why.
I agree.
Fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We're going to wind up with a little text in the city. How do you like that? Weigh in with our friend City Limits right now at 412-928-9370 with a hot take or something good on the text line, and we might just read it. In the meantime, FanDuel, lots of things happening right now. I've been watching a lot of NBA here early in the season, and of course, NFL is really heating up just about midway through. No better place to get in on the action than FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook. You'll get started with $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Go for an anytime touchdown, over rushing yards. What are some trends we might see in the second half? I think the local running back is just taking off right now. Like this is new ground for Najee, I think. And I think he's a good bet to keep it going. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pat Narduzzi last night on 93.7 The Fan during his weekly radio show said E.Y. Holstein is cleared to play or ready to play at SMU Saturday night, 8 o'clock kickoff. 5 o'clock is when the pregame show begins right here on 93.7 The Fan. It'll end a great day of football as Penn State and Ohio State will kick it off at noon from Happy Valley. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. October is Fire Prevention Month. 93.7 The Fan and the National Fire Sprinkler Association remind you to install smoke alarms on every level of your house, including the basement. Test your smoke alarms monthly and replace the batteries at least once a year. You should also replace your smoke alarms every 10 years. Fire Prevention Month on The Fan is presented by National Fire Sprinkler Association and brought to you by North Country Brewing Company, Firehouse Red Ale, and Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Real quick, raise your hand if you want to lose an additional 4 bands a year. Go ahead and put your hands up. Put your hands up. You voted for Kamala Harris. Oh, okay, my fault. Good, because I don't think people understand that voting for Trump means you will lose an additional $4,000 to $5,000 a year. If Trump is elected, he plans to add a 60% tariff on all imports from China. Anything in your house that says made in China, take the price that you paid for and add 60%. He plans to add a 20% tariff on all imports coming from every other country. With Kamala Harris's opportunity economy, she's not hitting you with the sales tax of doom. She's providing tax cuts to the middle and working class, so that means you will save an additional $4,000 to $5,000 a year. Plus the $25,000 she's literally handing to new homebuyers. Like, you know who to vote for in this November's election. It's Kamala Harris. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC is responsible for the content of this advertisement.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED. And it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Want to keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play.
Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing kit. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable. And one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. You get the idea. And now, get yours with $1 any size soft drink. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wendy's Breakfast Burrito. The Dodgers got limited credit, and rightfully so, for their World Series title in the COVID-shortened 2020 season. But there's no dismissing this win. Yes, their unlimited budget does help, but there were still obstacles to overcome. A gambling scandal, a decimated rotation, a 2-1 hold of the Padres, Shohei Ohtani's shoulder injury, and Dave Roberts got his team to the finish line. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. You get the idea. And now, get yours with $1 any size soft drink. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing kit. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable. And one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Are you looking to grow your career? Waynesburg University offers a 100% online MBA program designed for working professionals. Financial aid is available. An MBA can open the door to career advancement and higher earning potential. Visit waynesburg.edu.
Lowe's knows you want to get even more value for the holiday. That's why as a MyLowe's Rewards member, you get new member deals every week on everyday essentials, tools, and more. And you earn points when you shop. More points equal more rewards to help you save on holiday and more. Not a member? Join for free today at Lowe's.com/MyLowe'sRewards. Because Lowe's knows deals. Program subject to terms and conditions. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. See Lowe's.com/terms for full details. Subject to change.
We're always made to feel like one person can't make a difference. But everyone has a single person in our life that's made a difference. Maybe it was a parent, a neighbor, a teacher, a mentor. So when people say that your vote doesn't matter, you know that one person can and has made a difference. So why would you not use every opportunity to make a difference in someone else's life? That's what voting can do. It provides the power of a single voice, joining with millions of other single voices to make a difference. Because even that person who changed your life, they may have been just a single person to you, but they all had people who made a difference to them. They were never just a single person, but a collective of all the people who had made impacts in their lives. So this November, use your voice and vote to make a difference. Go to votehq.org to learn how to vote this election season. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
So the presidential is here, and you're trying to decide your vote, right?
Trump, Harris, Harris, Trump. I've gone back and forth.
And what about Senate?
Well, I've always voted for Casey before, but this time
I'll tell you what did it for me. Transgenders in sports. Bob Casey supports letting biological males play girls' sports. It's just not right.
You know, and it's Harris, too. It's too far out. It's not just fair play. It's taking scholarships from our girls.
Right. And Bob Casey backed the Biden-Harris policies on using tax dollars to pay for transgender transition surgery.
Kamala Harris even wants to pay for gender transition for prisoners. I saw that on TV.
Bob Bob Casey is 100% on board with the crazy transgender agenda. It's nuts.
And we don't need any more nuts in Washington.
Bob Casey may be normal on some things, but he's nutty on this.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for United States Senate, and I approve this message.
Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick and NRSC.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle. And their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Inc.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Already looking forward to tomorrow. It's another Donnie Football Friday. Those have taken off like wildfire here. Limits.
We had a good preview with Donnie yesterday.
Yeah, we did. It's delicious. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township. Celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. What's cooking? Brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester, very kindly.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
You had another little treat from earlier today? Limits on time check, right?
It's 1:46. It's now time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency to get help with those premiums. 724-443-5610.
And fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet 24 Silverado 1500, 1.9% financing. Up to 36 months with approved credit through GM Financial. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. High 79 today. Beautiful outside. Read me some beautiful text from our faithful listeners. It's text in the city.
One of the texters is questioning and surprised, Joe, that it's the biggest Pitt game for years, maybe in the program since the ACC championship. Pitt is a dog, 7.5-point dog against SMU, despite being ranked 18th in the country, SMU 20th. Why do you think that is?
Vegas works in mysterious ways, my friend. They certainly do, but the obvious answer there is they don't think Pitt's for real, and they think SMU is, right?
They must. I mean, they must think that it's a bunch of fluke wins for Pitt.
Are there questions about Eli Holstein? Now, Narduzzi said he's going to play, correct?
Yes. Narduzzi said last night right here on the Fan that Eli Holstein will play.
But are there questions about him even though he has that designation of A, how will he hold up in the game, and B, what about his last couple games? Maybe Vegas is looking at that.
Yeah, I mean, I would understand if they're looking at the game before Syracuse as well, the Cal game. Eli Holstein did not play well in that game at all. Like a couple turnovers, 150 or so yards passing, and he didn't need to play well in the Syracuse game. But it's definitely something you can pinpoint.
That's beside the point, whether he needed to play well. He hasn't played well 2 weeks in a row, and he's coming off an injury. I don't know why they think this way, but maybe that's it.
I would hope your quarterback didn't need to play necessarily well and lose you the game if you have 3 pick sixes and 5 interceptions of the opposing quarterback, the best pocket passer in the country.
Next.
We get a texter here from Rich in Danville. Very complimentary text saying, as a St. E's and Baldwin High and Pitt alum, I'm an alum of 2 of those as well, that left the Berg in 74. I want to thank you guys for the great show you have. Retired in Virginia. It spends a lot of time with his 2 grandsons that he lives 2 miles away from. He says the way that you interact and respect each other with different age ranges is great.
What a nice man.
Very nice of him to say. Somebody else texts in, good afternoon, guys. I don't believe Sullivan has the ear of the team anymore. I believe change is necessary because you can't fire all the players, so the head coach should be the move. That's from Greg.
Sullivan wants them to be a hard team to play against. I don't know if you've ever heard that one before. He's been saying it for many years. They're an easy team to play against. He wants them to be responsible with the puck. They're irresponsible with the puck. He wants them to play sound, defensive, responsible hockey. They don't. They're last in the league in goals against, so they're not enacting what he wants them to. I know that's not complicated, but that's the bottom line here, and they haven't in a long time. But I think the moral of the story from that topic is not that many people really care right now. They're in it for the nostalgia tour. They don't expect much from the Penguins anymore. And the fact that in any other market, in any other sport, given what's went down the last 2 years of underachieving and a horrific start to the season, any coach would be on the firing line right now in that situation, but he apparently is not.
Quick final text. Great
Yes.
show, gentlemen. Did anyone hear Harry Callis talk about the Pirates maybe playing in the World Series against the Yankees next year? Is he getting high or not enough sleep? Yikes, David Irwin says.
Maybe a little bit of both. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Talk to you tomorrow.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Come on, Dave. Don't do that to Harry. Steelers off. Well, the bye week this week before Washington next week, 6-2 on the season, first place. Sole possession in the AFC North. Thursday night football tonight. You can hear it right here on 93.7 The Fan beginning at 7:30. Kickoff is at 8:15 between Houston and the Jets. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The open border is one of the largest forces driving up costs of basic necessities. Each illegal immigrant costs taxpayers nearly $9,000 per year, according to the Federation for American Immigration Reform. Total cost since 2021, $72.8 billion. Fentanyl continues to pour in, bringing more countless senseless deaths every year. We cannot afford to let this dangerous agenda continue. This election, reject reckless spending and demand real border security. Advocate for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
I don't feel so good.
You do feel hot. Dayquil Kids will take care of that fever.
What about my cough?
Dayquil Kids has that covered.
Will it make my throat feel better?
Yes, that too.
But will it taste good?
Yep, Dayquil Kids comes in your favorite flavor.
Purple?
Well, yes, it's grape.
Try new Dayquil Kids Plus Fever, the daytime coughing, aching, sore throat fever just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6+. Use as directed.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The World Series ended on Wednesday with the Dodgers taking the series over the Yankees. That means future odds are out for 2025, and LA is already the runaway favorite at 4-1. But Major League Baseball hasn't had a repeat champion in over 20 years, so maybe just wait to see what other teams make big moves in the offseason before laying down any money on the Dodgers to repeat in 2025. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Kamala Harris was supposed to secure our southern border. During her tenure, over 10 million illegals have entered America, with more arriving every day. Kamala Harris is still the border czar.
Border czar.
Border czar?
Border czar.
And the gates are still wide open. Kamala Harris had one job, and as she admitted on the NBC Nightly News, she didn't even bother to show up for work.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I don't understand the point that you're making.
Criminal aliens murdering Americans. Cartels allowed to flood our country with poison. Women and children sold as sex slaves. Taxpayer-funded benefits for illegal aliens. That's dangerously liberal. Kamala Harris's record is no laughing matter. To learn more, go to learnaboutkamala.com.
Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
Honey,
I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6812. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6812. That's 800-575-6812. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My entire family's obsessed with all things Wicked, but my kids can't stop watching the trailer, and now they're having a Wicked-themed sleepover. Do you think our internet can handle all of the streaming and memeing going on?
Well, we've engineered our Xfinity gateways to handle hundreds of devices at once, so they can all stay magically connected.
Wow. Are you a wizard?
I wish. No, just someone that won't let a bad connection burst your internet bubble. Now through November 12th, get thrillifyingly fast 300 megabit Xfinity internet with unlimited data included for just $30 a month for 12 months with no annual contract. Go to Xfinity.com to learn more. Keep the magic going from your screen to the big screen. And see Wicked, only in theaters November 22nd. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless plan to auto start bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently $90 a month. Actual speeds vary.
Good morning, Doctor.
Doctor?
Hi, Doctor.
Doctor?
Dr. Jackson's practice is growing.
What do you mean we're still short-staffed?
He needs a good patient doctor.
How do we not have enough doctors to doctor all these patients?
And he doesn't have the patience to sift through hundreds of resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
It's football season, and Uber Eats is dropping undefeated deals on all your game day favorites. This week, score buy one, get one free Crunchwrap Supremes from Taco Bell, only on Uber Eats. Craving even more? We've got you covered with game day deals on pizza, burgers, wings, and more all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Order Taco Bell for game day now through November 17, 2024. Second item of equal or lesser value. Terms apply. See app for details.
He stepped up to serve his country, deployed to Iraq. Now Chris DeLuzio is fighting for Western PA families in Congress.
I'm Mike Solanowski, president of FOP Lodge 91. Chris has had the back of local law enforcement. It's why we gave him our endorsement. Chris is a real one. He's protected Western PA families, and he's the right man for the job.
I'm Chris DeLuzio, and I approve this message. I joined the Navy after 9/11 to protect our freedom. Now it's what I fight for every day in Congress. Freedom from greedy corporations that raise costs and price gouge working families, and freedom from extremists trying to cut Social Security and Medicare and attacking our fundamental rights. I'm fighting the big corporations to lower costs and get families relief, and I'll always protect Social Security and Medicare. Because the freedom I defended is about helping our families achieve the American dream.
Chris DeLuzio for Congress, endorsed by the Fraternal Order of Police. Paid for by Chris DeLuzio for Congress.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Pierce Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $314 for 24 months with $399 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $195 a month for 24 months with $399 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires October 31st, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Kamala Harris gets that everyday costs are too high. She has real plans to tackle price gouging, cut taxes for middle-class families, and make life more affordable. Her opponent's plan?
Donald Trump plans to impose what is, in effect, a national sales tax. On everyday products, it will mean higher prices on just about every one of your daily needs. A Trump tax on gas, a Trump tax on food, a Trump tax on clothing, a Trump tax on over-the-counter medication. Donald Trump's plan would cost a typical family $3,900 a year. When everyday prices are too high, he will make them even higher.
Kamala Harris, a better plan for lowering costs for a future we can afford. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC's responsible for the content of this advertising.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Donnie and Sarah will be there tonight. Penguins look to get a win, maybe to give up less than 4 goals in a game for the first time in their last 7, and beat the Ducks. That game starts just after 7 o'clock at PPG Paints Arena. More fan headlines, which are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville, now open at 937thefan.com.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Every Thursday, first thing we start off with is the health report, okay, from the training room. Chris Hanks gives us a report, and figured might as well just let everybody know today that Eli Holstein is ready to go and got cleared today.
Let's go.
So Eli Holstein's ready to roll. So that was good news.
Excellent news.
That was breaking news on last night's Pat Narduzzi show. Pat going to join us in a half hour or just after at 2:35 today on this show. Eli Holstein's going to go. You know what, I'll be honest with you. I'll take you behind the curtain here on the PM team. Donnie Football over there, Chris Muller over here, Andrew Filipponi enjoying a little bye-week time off. I have a sheet. I'll hold it up here. Look, there's a bunch of writing on it. There's a bunch of little factoids, there's stats, there's little bits and pieces of information. That's how this business works. Once in a while, back in the old days, I would just come on the air with absolutely nothing prepped at 10 p.m. at night or at 2 a.m., and I would wing it. You got to do a little bit more work than that if you're on in the afternoon, which I do. But Donnie was expecting that we were going to talk Steelers to start today's show. Just get a little Steelers halfway point thought out there on paper, into the ether. Wrong. I thought about it, Donnie. What is this job all about? It's about entertainment, but what is it about when it comes to topics? It's figuring out what the people are into right now. What is there to get into right now with the Steelers? They're all relaxing. They're taking a long weekend. They're enjoying the fruits of a 6-2 start on their bye week. You know what is happening, though? Pitt is playing at 8 o'clock Saturday night in front of what I think will be about 35,000. It's one of those nice little on-campus type of joints. at Southern Methodist. Pitt is playing what I would call the most consequential game they have played in decades. They are playing their biggest game since probably the early 80s. 17th ranked Pitt, 20th ranked SMU. Pitt is 7-0. If Pitt wins, suddenly the path to the previously inconceivable starts to look more and more plausible. Not only that, 8 hours earlier, you will have Penn State playing the old boogeyman yet again, Donnie's guys, the boys from Columbus, the fighting Johnny the Barbers. Penn State, Ohio State, 3 hosting 4, even though 4 is a 3.5-point favorite. Penn State, yes, Pat McAfee, a home dog in this game. You'll have Penn State trying to land a kill shot to Ohio State in this matchup. Ohio State loses again, they're pretty much on life support, even though it'd be 2 high-quality losses. That would be just about all for them. Penn State wins, you can pretty much pencil them, put them in an ink into the college football playoff. Not only that, they would have done so while vanquishing the team that has often stood in front of them and in their way to get to the old 4-team college football playoff. So if part of this job and part of what we do is to take the temperature of what is actually happening, what is actually relevant to people, what is probably on people's minds in one form or fashion, I would be doing a disservice to what we do for a living to start at least by talking about a team that won't be playing a game again until next Sunday. Not even this one. You'll be knee-deep into regular time where it's getting dark at 5 o'clock the next time the Steelers play. This is, I would argue without exaggeration, one of the biggest college football Saturdays for fans generally in this region that I can remember. You could talk about Pitt playing West Virginia as a big day in the college football landscape when it was 13-9 and West Virginia basically had everything in front of them. Had a trip to the national title game on the line and so forth. But this is 2 teams, one of whom we expected to be in this position. The other, I think, even the most ardent Pitt believers did not think would be here. Both gunning to stay unbeaten. In Penn State's case, to make it almost assured that they get to the playoff. And in Pitt's case, to dramatically uptick their chances. And I am curious, not if you're interested, because I don't like to ask the "are you interested" question, but to what degree, does this move the needle for you? Does it have that big game feel to it, that big day feel? When the Steelers would play the Ravens back in the day, I used to just come on the air and talk about Ravens week, baby, and we'd go on and on and on about how much you hated Baltimore, you hated John Harbaugh, and you know everything about that team bothered the heck out of you, whatever. I'm wondering if people understand that this is a huge deal right now. I'm wondering if it's sunk in to this degree. Pitt wins this game, it would be, I think, by most measures, their best win of the year. Taking down a team that's ranked in the top 20, that's favored over them in this game. Suddenly you're 8-0. You would have to, I think, jump several more spots in the polls. You become a top 15 team if you win this game. You probably sneak up closer to the top 10. And then you start dreaming big, I think, if you're a Pitt fan. Then you start thinking, you don't say college football playoff and whisper it in hushed tones. You start saying we're going to handle Virginia. That's at home. They're not that good. We're going to be 9-0. Now it's Clemson, and guess what? Everything's on the table. Battle of 2 teams that'll probably be ranked in similar spots if Pitt rolls in there undefeated and Clemson holds serve till then. And then you go Louisville, Boston College. Louisville's tough. Boston College should not be that tough. But you'd have proof of concept that wow, this team is actually handling their business right now. I can start to believe that something crazy might be about to happen. I'm wondering if that's really registering for Pitt fans yet. I'm wondering if you're a Pitt fan like I've been pretty much my whole adult life and then several years way back. Mid-90s. Let's say 12-year-old Mulsey, 13-year-old Mulsey started getting into the Pistol Pete Gonzalez team in 97 and never looked back through all the ups and downs, mostly downs. I'm wondering if it's registering yet for Pitt fans, if you're allowing yourself to enjoy this and to expect big things here. They go in as an underdog. SMU's quarterback I thought was going to be hurt for this game because I saw a tweet while they were playing last week that he had gone down with what looked like a potentially gruesome knee injury. And then as it happened, his knee apparently held up and he came back into that game. SMU's going to have as close to their full complement as they can get. But, like, we're at the point now where I think, I at least personally, am looking at Pitt and saying it's okay to think big. It's kind of the way I feel about the Steelers. It's okay to think big for once. Yes, there's 5 more games. They've only played 7. Like, long road to hoe, I get it. But I am prepared to actually talk about this team as if I expect good things to happen to them. Syracuse was supposed to come in and be a problem, right? Kyle McCord then played the worst game I have ever seen a quarterback play in a big national spotlight type of situation. He pulled a full Peterman. 5 picks. 3 of them going back the other way for touchdowns. Pitt passed a test, and their offense barely did anything, and their offense has been their calling card for most of this year. It is a huge Saturday in college football in this town, regardless of which of the 2 major teams that call this area home for much of their alumni base you root for. It is a massive day. I know Penn State fans have belief because their team's always around this spot in the polls. I wonder if Pitt fans do. 412-928-9370. That's the Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line. I wonder if Pitt fans have belief. If you're a Pitt fan that is a long-suffering Pitt fan, I want to know if you are actually starting to think maybe we can have nice things. Because when they lost to Western Michigan in the Kenny year, there were big games down the stretch. There was a big showdown with Clemson. But you already knew they had that loss on their ledger. They're unblemished right now. You win out, you're in. Big. You're in easy. You go 12-0, you're getting there. You lose the ACC title game, I think you're still getting there pretty comfortably. Just wondering if Pitt fans are allowing themselves to enjoy it right now. To believe that something like this can actually happen. Donnie, I'm wondering too with you, because we'll get to the phones here coming up next. I'm wondering if I threw you a curveball. I didn't tell you until the show started, basically, what I was about to do. I'm wondering if you have appreciated the gravity of this moment. You technically are rooting for Ohio State tomorrow or on Saturday. You've been a Buckeyes fan. You're like a little Johnny the Barber acolyte here. But this is a huge, we haven't had a day like this where the 2 main teams in this area are undefeated this late in the season in a very, very long time. And it just hit me before the show. I'm like, yeah, I want to talk Steelers. There's Steelers stuff to get into today for sure. But like, holy crap, this is actually happening. Usually by this point on the calendar, I am like semi-tuned out of college football because I kind of know where Penn State is, and Pitt usually has a loss or 2. Let's just be honest. They might be 5-2, but you know they're not playing for anything. They'd have to go to the ACC title game and win it, and usually at that point it would feel like a major upset.
Yeah, now usually, like you said, Penn State is commonly in a spot similar to this. Maybe they already have a loss on their schedule. I don't know, maybe they played Michigan or they got tripped up by somebody else. It's more often than not when they play Ohio State, it is a big game. It's a big deal. So that's not a ton different, at least I don't think for Penn State fans in the area. And for any Ohio State fans in the area, they know that their team is in this spot pretty much every single year, where they either have 0 or 1 losses and they're trying to get their way to the college football playoff. For Pitt, a much different story. Now, a couple of years ago, the Kenny Pickett year, which you referenced, that was a lot of fun, but Pitt already had 1 loss. They'd eventually have a 2nd loss that would kind of spoil the season a bit, even though they won the ACC. This is really the first moment, though, because you've seen and heard people who have doubted Pitt, and it's kind of funny since both of the football teams that we talk about the most, the Steelers and the Pitt Panthers, they're basically in similar spots where they've had really good starts, and nobody wants to believe that they are any good. And we've just been waiting and waiting and waiting. Well, when's Pitt going to play a real team? This is the time where if Pitt goes in, if they go into SMU and they win that game, people that have doubted, people that have hated, whatever category you want to put that in, they have to accept, okay, maybe Pitt's the real deal. And if they win this game, I said this last week with Joe, if Pitt wins tomorrow, my confidence is going through the roof on them taking care of business the rest of the way. I think this is their toughest game left. I think they will beat Clemson in a couple of weeks.
I'm not sure I'm ready to say that just because Clemson's won 6 in a row, and the only team to beat them is a juggernaut Georgia team. But there's 3 teams right now with a better ACC record than Pitt because they've played more games. One's Clemson, one's Miami, and one's the team they're going to see, SMU. You pick them off, guess what? Now you only got 2 ahead of you. You pick off the other one that's ahead of you, and you handle your business. Always a kind of a bugaboo with Pitt. You handle your other business, you will find yourself in truly uncharted territory. And I'm wondering if Pitt fans are allowing themselves to believe that this might actually go their way. 412-928-9370. Hit us up on Twitter at 93.7 The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township, online, southhillskia.net. Pitt fans, it's a massive Saturday night, 8 o'clock in Dallas. Are you starting to believe? 412-928-9370. Here's Donnie.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins back home tonight. They host the Anaheim Mighty Ducks. Puck drop set for 7 at the arena. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of the NFL. Okay, so later on tonight, it's a Halloween night. Ooh, expect something spooky and scary to happen. And that would involve a Jets win, honestly, because of how unseemly their offense has been this year. You know, Aaron Rodgers does not have a 300-yard game. They're averaging fewer than 17 points per game. And yet here we are getting ready to watch them play the first-place Texans tonight, and New York is favored. All signs point to Houston, but because it is a ghastly night and the odds makers favored New York, I'm going to take New York and expect weird things to happen. And right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins on FanDuel. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is knowledgeable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Fan is bringing out the big boys for the Fan Game Day. Donnie Football and Mark Cabali host the Enhanced Fan Game Day. The biggest personalities, the hardest working hosts, bringing you our exclusive coverage before every black and gold game. Brought to you by Monsters Brewing, The Beast Unleashed, and Weather Seal. The Fan Game Day on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I think we were all thinking the exact same thing in the first few innings last night in New York, right? Well, pretty much from the very first inning, we were all thinking it. And then it was 5-0 in the third, and it seemed like a foregone conclusion. That series was coming back to L.A., except the Yankees themselves had other plans, such as throwing up all over themselves. I'm Jim Rome.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Young America, Kamala Harris thinks she knows all about you.
What else do we know about this population? They are stupid.
Kamala thinks you're too stupid to realize she's to blame for overspending and record inflation.
They are stupid.
She thinks you're too stupid to realize groceries now cost 26% more.
They are stupid.
Too stupid to see how she tripled the price of gas.
Stupid.
Kamala Harris thinks you're too stupid to notice home costs have skyrocketed, now 46% higher. Electricity is costing you 25% more. Healthcare has risen 18%. And cars are up a jaw-dropping 33%.
Bidenomics is working.
With all due respect, Madam VP, we're not that stupid. Young America, we can't afford 4 more years of Kamala Harris. To learn more, go to learnaboutkamala.com. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. www.rightforamericapac.com.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee? Only 25%, not 40%. Like some other firms. They're smart, they're aggressive, they're experienced. They have a 99.7% success rate. That means they win. Car accidents, motorcycle wrecks, tractor-trailer crashes, dog bites, any accidents, only 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman. 888-98-TWINS. They got your back, not your wallet.
Pittsburgh's expert in everything sewer-related, Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Need an ASCO dye test? Call Metz. Need a second opinion for a sewer repair? Call Metz. Black and gold hydrojetting with camera special, only $299. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining, 412-872-4105.
This is Pat Bostic for PGT Trucking. PGT, Pittsburgh's leader in the flatbed industry, is known for their focus on safety. Established in 1981, PGT Trucking offers innovative and quality transportation service driven by the proud professionals. Ask about their dedicated fleet solutions to handle all of your cargo needs. Visit pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com.
It was 50 years ago today, a tribute to the Beatles featuring Christopher Cross, David Pack, original lead singer of Ambrosia, Maxie Priest, Jason Sheff, longtime lead singer of Chicago, and Badfinger featuring Joey Mullen, performing their hits, plus favorites from Let It Be and Hey Jude. Friday, November 15th, Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall. Get reserved seats at librarymusichall.com. Produced by Dresky Entertainment.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Pat Narduzzi joins the show in 15 minutes. Very excited to talk about a man whose stock is continuing to rise, who's undefeated Pitt Panthers. It does sound weird to say that, who's 7-0 Pitt Panthers, 17th ranked, head to SMU to take on a 7-1 Mustangs team Saturday night. Man, I love, by the way, Donnie, before we do anything else, we'll get to the phones here in a second on this one. I love that game is in prime time, one way or another, because it'll have my undivided attention. I will throw the quad box on. I have the boys that all day Saturday because Alex is working, so I'm on single parent duty for 12 hours, which is fine. We're gonna go nuts and play and be stupid, but I'll have the quad boxes on multiple TVs and just be walking in and out of games. But once 8 o'clock hits, my appetite for that tends to go away, and I will put Pitt on, and that will have the undivided attention. I'll even go so much to say go so much further to say this. I think it sucks for Penn State that Fox does the big noon kickoff stuff. I think this game would be much better for them if it were at night. I do not like the fact that they're playing host to the best team they've seen all year, and they've got to play it at noon.
Yeah, I have a take about big noon kickoff. I think it sucks. I think it totally sucks.
I hate it.
Because whether or not you're even a fan of Penn State, and I know neither of us are, that game should be played no sooner than 7:30 p.m. That should be Penn State's whiteout game. It should be under the lights in Happy Valley. You want to have the best atmosphere possible. You're simply not getting that at noon.
Noon games, the only game that I always thought of should always have been played at noon was Michigan-Ohio State, because it traditionally was. They moved it once or twice to like a 3:30 kick when it was Troy Smith's team and it was 1 versus 2. Yeah, they moved it to 3:30, I think, and it was cool because it got dark at the big house and everything. But, man, otherwise, that's the only game that I think traditionally ever had the juice at noon. Otherwise, I can't get into it. 3:30 is better, and I think 3:30 might be the perfect time for a lot of these games, but for Penn State, Ohio State, they should be playing at 7:30. I think it's actually going to hurt Penn State in this game that it's like a sleepy noon crowd. Let's go to the phones. Talking a huge weekend, one of the biggest weekends. You know what? This late in the year, it's the biggest weekend in my lifetime in college football locally here, with Penn State and Pitt both undefeated, both facing ranked opponents. If you're a Pitt fan, you're finally letting yourself believe a little bit that this might actually keep going. Chris is in Indiana. Hey, Chris.
Hey, man, how you doing?
I'm good.
Good. You have to believe, man. This Pitt team is undefeated, actually fighting for a position to go up ahead. It's nice and refreshing that a Pitt team's actually fighting not to stay alive, but to actually get ahead and do something. I think they can go to college football. And I mean, they've won the close games. They've won blowout games. They've done it all. It'd be a shame if they lose this one.
I think the reason I'm asking is I think if you're a program that has greater tradition recently than Pitt does, if you're even the team that they'll see in a couple of weeks in Clemson, and you're used to winning big and playing in big games, I think honestly, even if you're Penn State and it hasn't gone your way, but you're very used to playing in big games, I think there's a certain comfort with days like this or with games like this. We're not going to get our doors blown off. We might not win. Penn State's probably biggest complaint about James Franklin is that he hasn't really won any of these kinds of games. But we're going to be in the game. We're going to have a chance to win the game. And I think with Pitt, there's at least, maybe I'm speaking for myself and not that many Pitt fans, who knows. There's always that part in the back of my mind, like, what if they just come out flat and SMU is all over them? SMU's only been beaten by BYU, and BYU's top 10 team. And they only lost by 3. So it's a quality opponent. It's the kind of team that if Pitt's off their game, they could find themselves down big and quick. Rod is on 93.7 The Fan. Hey, Rod.
I've been a Pitt fan since Danny Marino, Hugh Green days. I never got off the bandwagon. But the offense, even though it ain't going good right now, it's still firing. It's still getting touchdowns.
Well, it isn't going good because the defense scored 21 points last game. The offense couldn't even get on the field.
That's what I was about to say. Even though the defense only brought 2 starters back, the defense is finally catching up. So I think it's all arrows up, and Clemson better be looking out for Pitt.
I think the thing that makes Pitt really dangerous right now, and the reason that I am feeling better about them than I probably would have admitted to feeling, it does seem like now with what they did to Syracuse that their defense is in a position where it can win them games. Actually, when you take the last 2, the defense won them the Cal game when the offense couldn't get anything going, and that's against the worst team in the ACC, at least by conference record. Cal hasn't won a game yet. To see their defense actually rise up and win them that game, I thought was a pretty significant moment, and one that foretold, kind of, didn't foretell what was actually going to happen, but suggested maybe they were ready to carry their weight a little bit more instead of just getting stops for Pitt during comeback victories. And then when they did what they did to Syracuse, I think suddenly you feel like this is a full this is a 3-dimensional football team. This isn't the offense carrying the load, or this isn't a year where the defense is keeping them in games and the offense can't do anything. Like, it seems like they are variable and multiple in their ways that they can beat you. Sean is on 93.7 The Fan. Hey, Sean.
Hey, Chris, thanks for taking my call. Long-time Pitt fan, okay, but my youngest daughter goes to Clemson. So I've had the opportunity to see both teams play, and Donnie said that he thinks that they can beat Clemson. I'm just curious, and I agree with a lot of what Donnie says and you guys say, but have you ever seen Clemson play in person or on TV? Because you can't base it off what you saw against Georgia.
No, they got dudes, man. They have dudes most every year at Clemson.
I'm optimistic for Pitt. I think they should beat SMU, but, if the Clemson game is close at halftime, I'm going to have some serious optimism on what they can do. That's all I'm saying, because I still think the Clemson's probably a step. Yeah, they beat them a few years ago, but I still think they're like a little bit of a tier above them right now. I just think they have way too much talent.
They are a tier above them in talent, and then Georgia's several tiers above them because there are levels to this. I think they're a little bit of a tier above Pitt, but I don't think it's so much of a talent gap now, especially because Dabo won't use the portal. They don't have a single portal guy on their team. He claims that that's just coincidence. They haven't found anybody that's the right fit. Sure it is, buddy. I don't think you necessarily are going to run into an overwhelming amount of talent. If Pitt were playing Georgia in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and that was the game we were talking about, I'd be like, boys, you better stack every other win because that one you can pretty much just chalk up. It's just Georgia's Georgia or whatever. But Clemson doesn't quite have that fear factor for me. I know that top to bottom, they're getting better recruits, etc., but I don't think the disparity in roster ability and in talent is so dramatic that you take what I would call a little bit of a fatalistic, warning tone there, like Sean did. That's how I would kind of phrase it. Coming up, the architect of this, Pat Narduzzi, is going to join us at 2:35. It's 2:28 right now, about to be 2:29. Time is brought to you by Gina G. and Petro of RE/MAX Select Realty. We'll talk to Pat Narduzzi, who broke big news on last night's Pat Narduzzi show about Eli Holstein. We'll get into it with Pat on not the eve, the second eve, the penultimate eve of Pitt SMU, 8 o'clock Saturday night in Texas. First, here's Donnie with a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Baseball season is over. The Dodgers overcome a 5-run deficit last night at Yankee Stadium to beat the Yankees 7-6 and win the World Series 4-1. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart enabled. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
So the presidential is here, and you're trying to decide your vote, right?
Trump, Harris, Harris, Trump. I've gone back and forth.
And what about Senate?
Well, I've always voted for Casey before, but this time
I'll tell you what did it for me. Transgenders in sports. Bob Casey supports letting biological males play girls' sports. It's just not right.
You know, and it's Harris, too. It's too far out. It's not just fair play. It's taking scholarships from our girls.
Right. And Bob Casey backed the Biden-Harris policies on using tax dollars to pay for transgender transition surgery.
Kamala Harris even wants to pay for gender transition for prisoners. I saw that on TV.
Bob Casey is 100% on board with the crazy transgender agenda. It's nuts.
And we don't need any more nuts in Washington.
Bob Casey may be normal on some things, but he's nutty on this.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for United States Senate, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Friends of Dave McCormick and NRSC.
Did you know the cost to American taxpayers of each illegal immigrant is nearly $9,000 per year, according to the Federation for American Immigration Reform?
Total cost since 2021, $72.8 billion.
Our current leaders in Washington have irresponsibly allowed over 7 million illegals to enter the U.S., 5 times the number of illegal immigrants from our prior elected officials.
While millions of illegals place massive pressure on public programs, fentanyl pours across our borders, causing countless deaths. Washington leaves the door open, and we pay.
Elected officials aren't just ignoring us. They're willfully defying the law they swore to uphold.
We cannot afford to let this dangerous agenda continue.
It's time our nation has a secure border.
This election, reject reckless spending and demand real border security.
Advocate for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
Get ready to tackle the NFL action with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So here's a nice little SGP you could start building for Thursday night's game, Texans at Jets. Breece Hall over rushing yards. At the time I'm talking right now, everybody's healthy. Make adjustments as necessary. C.J. Stroud over 1.5 passing touchdowns. I like that one a lot. Stephon Diggs over receiving yards. There you go. You're building an SGP. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL, and that's FanDuel.com/Starkey. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and November is Veterans Month, a time to celebrate and honor the heroes who have served our country. This November, Awaken 180 Weight Loss is showing their appreciation for active duty, veterans, and spouses by offering 15% off your entire Awaken 180 program, free support for life included. It's a thank you for the sacrifices you've made, protecting our freedoms, and making this country what it is. This is special. Awaken 180 has never offered a discount, ever. If this incentive can help you turn your focus on you, your health, your goals, and your happiness, I say go for it. Do what I did and choose the solution for weight loss. So if you're active duty, a veteran, or a spouse of one, this month is about you. Celebrate Veterans Month with 15% off your Awaken 180 program. And as with all clients, receive free support for life after reaching your goals. Do what I did, Donnie Football did, Paul Alexander did, and over 23,000 others have done. Take control at awaken180weightloss.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of another year counting down. Another year missing your revenue goal. Another year wondering why your marketing isn't more effective. Another year worried about next year. The clock is ticking, but you still have time. Time to contact the experts at Scale Marketing. Scale Marketing is a full-service marketing agency who is expert in lead generation and revenue growth. How expert? Our clients see an average of 20% growth in the first year alone, with sustained growth from there. It's all part of our process. From your traditional marketing to social media to paid search, we'll take a forensic approach, digging deep to find the root problems in your marketing strategy. Then we'll fix them fast. At Scale Marketing, we can't stop the clock, but we can change your company's future. Find out how you can make your marketing budget work harder and drive more revenue. Contact us at scalemarketing.com. That's scalemarketing.com.
Did you know that a burglary occurs in the U.S. every 18 seconds and over $4 billion in goods are stolen each year? October is Crime Prevention Month, and Guardian Protection is fighting crime with a special offer. For a limited time, get a floodlight security camera and siren for 50% off with a Guardian home security system. This camera floods your property with light when a trespasser is detected and records video too. Get protected. Visit guardianprotection.com/fan. That's www.guardianprotection.com/fan. New customers only. Terms apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people. Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7. The Fan.
I think to set the scene for this interview with Pat Narduzzi here on a very spooky Halloween Thursday, it would probably be best if I prepared you with a little light reading. October 24th, 2024, the following tweet went out. Pitt fans, this is the man who will break your heart tonight. Kyle McCord, the best pocket quarterback in America. Unfortunately, he will lead the Orange to his first win in Pittsburgh since 2001. Score, Syracuse 31, Pitt 30. That was Andrew Filipponi a week ago. Need I remind you, this is what happened.
Looks left, fires left, the pass intercepted up the sideline, comes a man with the football, and that is Rashad Files for a pick six.
And then this happened.
Looks left, fires.
Whoops, hold on, let's go with this one. I get mixed up with all the pick sixes.
Back is McCord, throws that pass, intercepted with the football running down the field left side. He's into the end zone for the second pick six of the day.
This is unbelievable.
Wow. And it got more unbelievable because this then happened.
He wants to throw it on first down. Middle screen, it's intercepted on a tip. The Panthers have it. A trifecta of pick sixes for the Pitt Panthers in this game.
And now we welcome on the man whose defense was the architect of that terrifying performance by Kyle McCord. That would, of course, be Pitt head coach Pat Narduzzi. Pat, I think the last time we spoke, you were munching on a Snickers bar in the office. Do you have a Snickers again today for good luck?
I got no Snickers, but maybe I need to get a Snickers bar for sure.
I think we might have to do that. Now, in other ways that we could help goose things in your favor for Saturday night, do you want me to make sure Pony sends out a tweet predicting an SMU victory before the game?
Can you please get that done? With everything I've been told, whatever he predicts, the opposite happens. So please let that be done. We appreciate it.
He is a spectacular, whatever he says, whatever he puts out there, it's the kiss of death for what he actually thinks is going to happen. So I will make sure that we get an SMU victory prediction for him. It's the best thing that could happen, you guys. I want to start with that Syracuse game briefly. You revamped and had new personnel to start this year on a lot of that defense. I think, 2 returning starters? You can correct me if I'm wrong, Pat, but you were remaking a lot of your defense this year. And I'm wondering if you had any idea that it would be that these linebackers specifically would be as impactful as they have been.
Yeah, we knew it. We knew Kyle Lewis was a dude in spring ball. Matter of fact, after spring ball was over, talking to some of the guys, I told some of the linebackers that the best linebacker on our football team was Kyle Lewis. I said that to linebackers, in one-on-one meetings in my office. So that's the guy. And again, Rasheem Miles is right behind him. Okay, if not in front of him, who knows? I take both of those guys. Those two are dudes. Both playing at a high level, and so is Braylon Lovelace. Again, all 3 of those guys had those pick sixes. But even the week before, Lovelace had a heck of a game the week before as well when Miles was hurt. So. Kyle's made every game. He's healthy, and he plays like a beast all the time.
Pat, when you have linebackers that are able to do what those guys do, as a defensive, minded guy or a guy who's been on the defensive side of the ball for the majority of your career, what does that allow you to do with the rest of your defense? What kind of things does that free you up to feel good about doing schematically and everything else?
Well, you still got to go defend everybody, but you want to have athletic linebackers. We look for guys that are athletic that play tailback. Kyle Lewis played tailback and carried the ball in high school. So did Lovelace, and I'm not sure I don't remember if Biles did or not, but just athletic guys. That's what we're looking for. And I think when you got athletic, physical playmakers, you can have guys that can run, but if they're not playmakers like those guys have been, and Coach Manlack does a great job coaching those linebackers. I give him the credit. And obviously Randy Bates is the defense coordinator, but they do an outstanding job of coaching them up, getting them ready for game days, and they certainly did a great job last Thursday night.
Pitt head coach Pat Narduzzi appearing right now on the Fan Hotline. That's presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Pony did tell us, by the way, Pat, that he was taking a couple days off during the Steelers' bye week, but my thought is actually that he probably was too embarrassed to talk to you after that tweet. And so he just couldn't come on the air today because of that, and he decided to take multiple days off, in case you were wondering. We think his tail was buried so far between his legs he couldn't bring himself to actually address you after what he said about that Syracuse game.
Yeah, no doubt, Chris. We're going to have you back on the sideline for like a spring game here soon, but, he's not invited anymore. I'm just kidding.
Thank you. No. You don't even have to say just kidding. We'll make him sweat it a little bit. When you look at SMU, what are the challenges you see, and what's going to be paramount for your team to stop to get the win Saturday night?
Well, the first thing is, is we got to go out and execute. So, the first thing is it's about Pitt and what we do, not about who they are. But certainly, you're worried about what they do, and they've got great players as well. But we better just take care of our business. But the first thing you think about is, it's a road trip. So we got to be detailed on the road. Business trip down there. Weather doesn't look to be very good down in Dallas right now. Doesn't look like it's going to be a nice clear Pittsburgh day down there like we have up here all the time. So rain will be an issue. It sounds like maybe some even thunderstorms and delays. Who knows? But we'll be mentally prepared for everything that comes at us that night, and we got to go out and execute again against a top 20 team. A 7-1 football team that gets to play at home for the first time in I think 3 games. So they're going to be hungry to be at home. It's homecoming, where they're homecoming. The team to come in and get a W. So, all those things, they run the ball well. They stop to run well. That's the first, element of a good football team is the success they've had on both sides of the ball running it.
Pat, this is a strange question to ask after you guys won by 28 points, but did you feel that your offense got enough work and enough reps in that game against Syracuse, since it was such a strange game and how it played out and how you were scoring points for much of it?
No doubt. I mean, they were kind of upset. They wanted to go play another game afterwards. They felt like they got ripped off. They got ripped off a lot there. They had a total, I think, of 46 graded reps, and defensively, I think we had 102 graded reps. So defense is on the field twice as long. So, hopefully that just makes them a little bit fresher for this weekend as we head down to Dallas.
How are you keeping things level and in perspective? Because I know Pitt fans are excited. This is uncharted territory for people that weren't around in the early 80s watching this team this late into a season be unbeaten. So what are you doing? Which of your players are you relying on, team leaders to keep things level-headed? How are you handling all this, Pat?
It's just treating each week, as a new week, and that's all you focus on is that week. And I think, we've done that since game 1, and we'll continue to do that when we get to game 12 and whatever happens after that. So it's just, keeping the main thing, and the main thing is SMU. What we've done in the past doesn't really matter. I'm sick of hearing about sharks and interceptions for touchdowns, to be honest with you. I want to make new memories. This Saturday night at 8 o'clock. At Dallas and SMU. So, we're just working on the next. I mean, nobody cares what you want to do, where you want to go. The only place we're going is to Dallas, and worried about that one game. If our kids start to think about something else, then we got problems. But it's a constant focus on today. Today we just got done with the Thursday practice. That was the focus. Okay, now we can worry about tomorrow, which is a travel day and meetings and walkthroughs. So just one day at a time.
Last one for you, Pat, and always appreciate the chance to talk with you. Was reading the story on Yahoo just about kind of the hard questions you had to ask of yourself and the program after last year and the hard decisions you had to make and, blowing out a lot of the coaching staff, bringing in new coaches, new way of doing things. I know it's 7 games in, and I know you are a one-game-at-a-time guy. But coming off of 3-9 and having already doubled that win total, being where you are right now, how gratifying is it for you to see the changes that I'm sure weren't easy to make in some ways pay off to the degree that they have thus far for this program right now?
Those are tough decisions that the head coach gets to make, and they're no fun. As you said, not a lot of the decisions you make is fun, nothing that anybody really wants to do, but it's gratifying when you see what we've done this year with the breath of fresh air, as far as just a new offense, and it's been fun to watch. And like I said, but I'm looking forward to watch them Saturday, watch you guys go out and put on a show down in Dallas and see if they can do it again. See if they can go execute for 60 minutes, one play at a time is going to be the key.
And a healthy Eli Holstein to lead them. I wish you would have waited till today to break that news with me, Pat, but I was very glad, like all Pitt fans were, to hear that yesterday on your show.
Yeah, I was too excited to wait.
No gamesmanship. You just said, here he is. Come and try to stop him on Saturday. That's what you did.
Yeah, well, as soon as I found out about 4:15 from the trainer, Chris Hanks, and I was excited that it finally got cleared and had to spill it. I probably can't keep a good secret.
Pat Narduzzi, we appreciate it as always, Pat. Best of luck Saturday, and we'll talk again soon. Make sure E.J. Borghetti finds you a mini Snickers bar at least, so that this can be one of those good luck interviews.
I'm gonna go get one right now, and you make sure Andrew picks SMU. If you make sure that, I'll get the Snickers. You take care of Andrew, okay?
Done and done. Thanks, Pat.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
Pat Narduzzi. 17th ranked Pitt taking on SMU, 20th ranked Mustangs in prime time Saturday night. Should be a very, very good football game. Coming up, I do want to talk a little Steelers, Donnie. If you haven't noticed, they're at the halfway point, Mulsey. I just want to know what the halfway grades are. Donnie and I will throw out some halfway grades. Also, Pat there did bump Jason Mackey from his usual spot, so we'll talk a little Steelers. We'll have Jason Mackey in 15 minutes as well joining us to shoot the breeze on all things Pittsburgh sports. Maybe I'll even ask him about the World Series. Fan weather's brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. A high of 82, I think a record for today, and a low of 58 with rain possible overnight tonight.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Hey, it's Mark Morial, and I lead the National Urban League. And I want to make sure you know the power of your vote. Black men have always led, and now is the time for us to lead our community in standing up and, yes, voting. Much is at stake: criminal justice, police reform, jobs, economic opportunities, and education. These issues affect us, so we must vote. Reclaim your vote. Yes, reclaim your vote.
Paid for by the National Urban League.
This is an election alert. Election day is Tuesday, November 5th. Who you vote for is private, but if you voted is public information. That means your family, friends, and neighbors can check whether or not you voted. Studies show that making a plan to vote, whether it's by mail, early in person, or on election day, increases your likelihood to vote. Make sure you do your civic duty and make a plan to vote by Tuesday, November 5th. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
O'Reilly Auto Parts is honored to recognize the service of our military personnel. To show our appreciation, O'Reilly Auto Parts is proud to offer a 10% discount on many items to all active duty, reserve, veterans, and their dependent family members. Exceptions apply. Get details at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. You get the idea. And now, get yours with $1 any size soft drink. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle. And their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Inc.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-5795. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
From profit boost to same-game parlays, ESPN Bet is ready to hit the gridiron this season. And as the official sportsbook of ESPN, it's the only place to find exclusive football offers from ESPN personalities like Mike Greenberg and Stephen A. Smith. New players can get their first bet insured up to $1,000 in bonus bets by downloading the ESPN Bet app and signing up for the promo code RADIO. Download today. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Now is the time to save big on the rugged Jeep lineup and powerful Dodge vehicles at South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Ram, in Peters Township. Get a 2025 Dodge Ram 1500 Bighorn. Payment starting as low as $347 a month for 42 months. A 24 Jeep Grand Cherokee and Jeep Grand Cherokee L. Payment starting at $265 a month for 27 months. Hurry in today. These deals are hot and won't last long. Visit them online at southhillschryslerjeep.net or see a dealer for details.
Want more? Sure you do. More friends, a little more time, a few more laughs. More is a good thing. unless you're talking about risk of serious illness from a respiratory virus. But as we get older, we're more at risk for severe flu, COVID-19, and RSV. Worst birthday presents ever, right? But vaccines lower your risk, so you can keep doing more of all life's good stuff. Get started at vaccines.gov. Risk less, do more. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Look out! Here comes Wrong Way Rob Matsy. Always flying the wrong way. Matsy sent millions of your tax dollars to Philadelphia. While here in Beaver County, we needed help. In fact, Rob Matsy votes 99% of the time with the woke Philadelphia liberals. And Rob Matsy's not lying straight when it comes to our values. Rob Matsy voted to make it easier to let violent criminals back on the street. Matsy even voted to let biological males on girls' sports teams and in their locker rooms. With Wrong Way Rob Matsy in the cockpit, it's all left wing. Rob Matsy doesn't share our values anymore. A lifetime on the taxpayer dime made him forget where he's from. To Rob Matsy, Beaver County's just flyover country. But there's hope. Michael Parrish shares our values. He'll fight for jobs, lower taxes, and make life affordable again. Michael Parrish, he shares our values. One of us for a change.
Paid for by HRCC, authorized by Michael Parrish.
Pizza just goes better with Pepsi Zero Sugar.
Pizza. Thank you.
But don't take our word for it. In fact, don't take any words for it. Crispy and cheesy, paired with delicious and refreshing. My mouth is watering already. Ooh, too high. Yeah, we've all been there. Every bite is better with Pepsi.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
Wendy's breakfast burrito has an entire breakfast in every bite. Fresh cracked eggs, seasoned potatoes, American cheese, cheese sauce, and sausage or bacon. So the first bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. And the second bite is like fresh cracked American cheese, bacon. You get the idea. And now, get yours with $1 any size soft drink. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Real quick, raise your hand if you want to lose an additional 4 bands a year. Go ahead and put your hands up. Put your hands up. You voted for Kamala Harris. Oh, okay, my fault. Good, because I don't think people understand that voting for Trump means you will lose an additional $4,000 to $5,000 a year. If Trump is elected, he plans to add a 60% tariff on all imports from China. Anything in your house that says made in China, take the price that you paid for and add 60%. He plans to add a 20% tariff on all imports coming from every other country. With Kamala Harris's opportunity economy, she's not hitting you with the sales tax of doom. She's providing tax cuts to the middle and working class, so that means you will save an additional $4,000 to $5,000 a year. Plus the $25,000 she's literally handing to new homebuyers. Like, you know who to vote for in this November's election. It's Kamala Harris. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle. And their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Inc.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
In a battle of plucky underdogs, the Dodgers beat the Yankees in 5 games to take the World Series as the Yankees morphed into the bad news Bears in the 5th inning and gave away a 5-0 lead, only to then lose 7-6 on a pair of sacrifice flies later in the game. For more fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville, visit 937thefan.com.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
50-minute mark on the Fan, a little late, but that's all right. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Moments away from Jason Mackey joining us. I do think that Pat Narduzzi has, it's funny when we talk about my attitude towards Pitt right now and what everybody else is saying about Pitt. It is funny to just hear Pat in full-on coach mode when it comes to how he's viewing SMU. I mean, just absolute ultimate, oh no, we're focused on this week and this week only. It's not about SMU, it's what Pitt can do. I wonder if there would be a team that they could play this year where he'd say, actually, it is about kind of what those guys do. If they played Georgia, what is the extreme there? Or if they played Oregon? I actually wonder that, Donnie. Do you think he would be like, it is kind of what about Oregon wants to do here? We do have to stop what they'd like to do. I think when Pitt's playing most of the teams on their schedule, he's right to say that, but there are definitely times where that one would ring faintly ridiculous.
Yeah, there might be one of those, respect levels, I don't know, that you have with other teams or coaches, but also I think it does go back to every coach is going to say, well, if we don't execute, we don't have a chance. So I think that's where they'll go back to say it's about what we do.
Then again, though, Syracuse could easily say if we had been better, we would have not lost by 4 touchdowns to Pitt. Do we have Mackey? Is he jumping on video here? What an overachiever. Jason Mackey, the Post-Gazette, joins right now. He got bumped by Pat Narduzzi, but Jason, I assume you are okay with that because Pitt's 7-0. We would not have bumped you for a 4-3 Pitt team or a 3-4 Pitt team.
I'm quite all right. I'm not offended in the least. Pat can have his show. Pat can talk about big game on Saturday, man.
All right, what do you think? What do you think coming into that game? I mean, it's probably the biggest college football Saturday if you combine Pitt and Penn State. I can't remember a time in my lifetime. In fact, I'm almost positive there hasn't been one where each team was undefeated this late into the season. So, what do you make of Pitt's chances against pretty much the best team they've played thus far?
Yeah, it's going to be an awesome Saturday, Chris. I'm heading out to Penn State, and I agree with you. It's actually something I'm going to write about tomorrow.
Do you have tea and lozenges, Jason? Because I'm the one I thought was fighting a sore throat. You sound like there's several frogs living in your throat right now.
Dude, I've got tea, I've got lozenges, I've got nose dry, I've got everything you could possibly come up with, and I still sound like this. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you're going out to Happy Valley. No, it's fine. I'm just busting chops here. You're going to Happy Valley for that game. I mean, I don't think the stakes are as high for Penn State because they can afford to lose a game and still be in very good shape. But there are a lot of people out there. I know because I talked to them because most of my Penn State friends have not excommunicated me for not rooting for the team. They want to beat Ohio State just on the merits of we hardly ever do this. It never seems to go our way. What do you expect in that game?
It kind of comes down to the Ohio. I agree with you, Chris, but the Ohio State game, I do think it's bigger just because of how poorly they've performed against Ohio State, against top teams, 1-9 under Franklin. I expect Penn State to, dare I say, win. I think it's going to be
They're
close.
a dog,
I think
though.
it's actually going to be low scoring. I know. And the over-under is, 46.5. I'd actually play. I mean, that seems low, but I'd actually play the under. I think Penn State's defense is actually going to be able to somewhat handle the Ohio State offense. It comes down to the quarterback situation for me in Penn State, whether it's Drew Aller, whether it's Bo Prabula. They have to give them enough. They have to, get what they
Aller
got
didn't
against
make any
Wisconsin
plays
and
last
maybe
year.
more.
That was the story last year. It was Aller and McCord who could suck less in that game, and
Right.
both of them did a pretty bad job of it.
I know, and that was Aller's first Ohio State game at the Horseshoe. His first, remember back to last year, man, they were dinking and dunking and not really giving him too much, and it was his first kind of real indoctrination. It did not go well, and I think he's a different quarterback this time. I've been out there a couple times, been around them a couple times. He's so much more mature. It just comes down to health. Can he move? Can he do enough to give them a split? I think he can. But they've used the 2-quarterback system before. They've brought Bo in certain packages, but Penn State's a fun team, man. I like watching them.
Do you think that this is a Pitt team that can handle success on Saturday night against the best team they've played so far?
I do, and you know why, Chris? The offense has kind of been, I think it's a lot better than it's been the past couple of weeks.
Mm-hmm.
What they've shown defensively, to me, is why they can do this, and I think why they're going to stay grounded. I love the pressure Randy Bates' group has been able to get. Just frustrating. I know our buddy Kyle McCord and Pony wore it, and I loved hearing you guys talk about it, but, man, I do think Pitt's defense gives it a chance. The offense doesn't have to do too much, and I do think on the other side, that offense is much better than it's shown the past 2 weeks and probably has a lot of eagerness to improve.
Jason, we'll go rapid fire here on topics. Steelers at what I'll call the halfway point. You can't technically have a halfway point in a 17-game season, but they've got a bye week and they've got 9 games left, so good enough. Grade the Steelers as a whole for this first 8-game stretch, and then grade Mike Tomlin for the same period of time.
Steelers as a whole, I guess I'll go B+, maybe. I mean, I think it's fairly favorable. I've liked what the defense has done. The losses, they're close. I wouldn't have expected the Steelers to go, 7-0, 8-0, anything crazy like that. I think Mike Tomlin has done a good job. It seems like I did my chat earlier today, and every single time somebody complains about Mike Tomlin. Chris, I was listening to you and Pony, and I think this was before the game on Monday night. There was somebody arguing that Mike Tomlin has done a poor job. Maybe this was another, but no, I think he's done a very good job. I think he saw what a lot of us didn't see in making the quarterback switch, an unpopular move at the time. I think it was absolutely the right one. At the same time, I look at the Steelers and I still see maybe some warts, maybe some depth issues. I wish they had a little bit more, maybe along the defensive line. Haven't really gotten enough from that group. The second wide receiver spot, I still think they need to upgrade that, but it's a much, much different aura around this team with Russell Wilson under center.
Are you somebody with the Steelers where the Steelers are concerned who thinks that they are nearly a lock to make the postseason after starting 6-2?
I mean, I think the odds are very good. I don't think the Bengals are very good. I don't think the Browns are very good, and that's 4 of their remaining games. I think the Commanders are, average to maybe slightly above average, probably the same with the Eagles. And I think the way the offense is playing, they're giving themselves a chance. They have an adult passing game. They've started out exactly the way you would want them to start out. 6-2, and we got to talk about them, winning 4 of their remaining games to get to a 10-win season, which will largely put them in the playoff conversation. I think they can do that. Do I think they can win the AFC North? I think that's a little different conversation, but yeah, maybe not a slam dunk, but I think they've really upped their chances.
Should I expect the Pirates to be in on Juan Soto very soon?
Oh, yeah, he's going to listen to every team, right?
Yeah,
I'm sure they're preparing their bid now.
I should expect him to be wearing Pirates black and gold here shortly.
Man, unless he goes to a store around the stadium and purchases a Pirates shirt, I'm not sure that's going to happen. I've always wondered this, Chris. Do they actually formulate, a pitch, an offer, a plan? Do they
What's your gut tell you?
The least bit seriously.
What's your gut tell you to answer your own question?
Well, no. I mean, I don't
think they would look at that as honestly. I'm not trying to answer this in a troll way. Your question. I think they would look at that as wasted time. They'd say that's time taken away from making fungible plans and offers to players we're actually going to target. So that's kind of the depressing way I would answer that. All right, Jason. Thank you for the time as always. Hope your the voice is recovering and that you enjoy sunny, scenic Happy Valley this weekend.
All right, buddy. Thanks so much, Chris. Have a great weekend.
Jason Mackey of the Post-Gazette. He'll be at Beaver Stadium for a big noon kickoff that I think is going to hurt Penn State as they take on Ohio State in a battle of top 5 teams. Bob Pompeani, the legend himself, will join us next. You can text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text line 412-928-9370. We'll talk a very busy weekend in college football with Pomp, the World Series perhaps. Maybe even a little bit about Tristan Jarry, who made news for all the wrong reasons last night, even in a game that he won down in Wilkes-Barre. Pomp coming up next. Here's Donnie with a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt Hoops getting set for action next week, a 7 p.m. tip against Radford on Monday. We will have the first Jeff Capel show tonight at 6. Check it out right here on 93.7 The Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for my friends at McVeigh. And look, McVeigh is teamed up with one of the great heating titans, the most trusted names in the heating business, and that is Bryant. So when it comes to needing a quick fix, maybe it's gotten so bad you need an entirely new heating system, McVeigh will do whatever it takes to keep you and your family comfortable throughout the winter months. And yes, we do have record-breaking highs right now, but I regret to inform you soon we will see winter weather, and that's where McVeigh comes in. Visit callmcveigh.com to book an appointment. McVeigh and Bryant, whatever it takes.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. No Yankee fan will ever forget that complete and total dumpster fire of an inning, especially because things seemed so good until that point. Until then, it looked like they were actually turning things around. Credit where credit is due. The better team and the better organization won that series. I'm Jim Rome.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Purchase new wiper blades from O'Reilly Auto Parts today and we'll install them for free. See better and drive safer with O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I don't feel so good.
You do feel hot. Dayquil Kids will take care of that fever.
What about my cough?
Dayquil Kids has that covered.
Will it make my throat feel better?
Yes, that too.
But will it taste good?
Yep, Dayquil Kids comes in your favorite flavor.
Purple?
Well, yes, it's great.
Try new Dayquil Kids Plus Fever, the daytime coughing, aching, sore throat fever just for kids medicine. Safe for kids 6+. Used as directed.
So the presidential is here, and you're trying to decide your vote, right?
Trump, Harris, Harris, Trump. I've gone back and forth.
And what about Senate?
Well, I've always voted for Casey before, but this time
I'll tell you what did it for me. Transgenders in sports. Bob Casey supports letting biological males play girls' sports. It's just not right.
You know, and it's Harris, too. It's too far out. It's not just fair play. It's taking scholarships from our girls.
Right. And Bob Casey backed the Biden-Harris policies on using tax dollars to pay for transgender transition surgery.
Kamala Harris even wants to pay for gender transition for prisoners. I saw that on TV.
Yeah, Bob Casey is 100% on board with the crazy transgender agenda. It's nuts.
And we don't need any more nuts in Washington.
Bob Casey may be normal on some things, but he's nutty on this.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for the United States Senate, and I approve this message.
Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick and NRSC.
Kamala Harris gets that everyday costs are too high. She has real plans to tackle price gouging, cut taxes for middle-class families, and make life more affordable. Her opponent's plan?
Donald Trump plans to impose what is, in effect, a national sales tax. On everyday products, it will mean higher prices on just about every one of your daily needs. A Trump tax on gas, a Trump tax on food, a Trump tax on clothing, a Trump tax on over-the-counter medication. Donald Trump's plan would cost a typical family $3,900 a year. When everyday prices are too high, he will make them even higher.
Kamala Harris, a better plan for lowering costs for a future we can afford. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC's responsible for the content of this advertising.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle, and their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Inc.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. For over 35 years, we've grown by offering our clients more offices, more lawyers, and recovering more than $20 billion. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
We're already seeing outbound delays on the Parkway East. You'll be backed up from Technology Drive into the tunnels. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Right back out to the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. That's where we find our good friend, the legend himself, Mr. Bob Pompeani. Hi, Bob.
Chris, how are you today?
I still have a sore throat. You and I were commiserating via text message yesterday after the sports call. I said, hey, Bob, sorry. I hope I didn't sound crappy. I have a sore throat. You said, hey, funny, so do I. I hope I didn't sound crappy. So this is a great thing for us to be doing, talking on the radio right now. But glad to hear that you can at least get words out. I'm hoping that I'll last for 4 hours here.
Well, you know, what's the tricky part of this is if you get, like, excited and pump your voice a little bit, then it gets a little
What happened, Donnie, at the end of yesterday's show or in the last hour, I got a little fired up, and then I started just hacking. And Donnie I said, Donnie, I swear you're going to have to just sit here and talk and just say something because I'm literally going to have to drink a big glug of water to get my voice back. Anyway. Yes?
No, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I think this is unprecedented. I'm 39 years old, and I'm pretty sure I can say safely because Pitt hasn't been undefeated this late into a season since the early 80s, before I was born. This has to be one of the first times in a very long time that Pitt and Penn State have both been 7-0 this late into a season. So a huge college football Saturday. Whose chances, because they're both underdogs, Penn State home dog by 3.5, Pitt 7 on the road. Whose chances do you like better to come out of this weekend still undefeated?
Well, I think Penn State, Chris, has their best opportunity to take down Ohio State in the last several years. I do. Just because I think they're more on level ground. I don't think that Ohio State's quarterback play has been as good. I know that Aller was kind of iffy here. I'm not sure if I would expect he's going to play. But I think Penn State has a chance to win that game, and if they do, they're going to be in a really prime position here. Same thing's true of Pitt, though. If you look at Pitt 1-1, this game here against SMU, depending on what SMU team goes up, I don't know how they won a game with a -6 turnover ratio the other day, but they did. If they play sloppy football, Pitt will win. If they don't, I think it's going to be more difficult for Pitt to win down there. I think that team is, they play kind of it could be a track meet. But I think that if I'm going to pick a team, this may sound surprising to you, but I think Penn State has a better chance of winning at home just because I don't think Ohio State is as good as it used to be heading into these kinds of games.
Are you as annoyed as Donnie and I both are that Penn State-Ohio State game is happening at noon and not at least at 3:30 or at 7:30?
Yes, and Rich Walsh was up at State College yesterday and asked Franklin about it, and I knew his answer would be what it was, and he just said, no, noon football is the best. Everyone loves it, because he's never going to let that, get into his heads of his players that, okay, we should be playing at night and whatever. You got to be ready for it, and he is, and they should be. But yeah, I'm always for big games. That's one great thing about Pitt now. They're going to be in a situation where it's later at night. They will get a lot of viewership because of it. So this will be a big game for them. If they win, as long as they don't mess up against Virginia, that leads to a great showdown against Clemson. So they have everything to play for here. But so does SMU, quite frankly. So that's why there'll be a really interesting game. I think high-scoring game, too.
Did Richie play Toff Trees or the Blue Course after he was done talking to Franklin?
No, it was a day trip. I've been back. I know he wanted to, but especially this time of the year when it gets dark at 5, you can't do it.
Bob, give the Steelers at a de facto halfway point here this season. Give the Steelers a grade and Mike Tomlin a grade for his work so far.
Well, I'd give them an A and an A. And the reason the A for Tomlin is because he was willing to do what he wanted to do, which was put Wilson in at a time where people didn't think it was the prudent move based on how Justin Fields was playing, but he wanted to get another level out of it, and he has, I think, after a slow start for Wilson. So I think that's a bold move one he made, and they should benefit by it, knowing that he has 2 games under his belt now as they head into really the teeth of their schedule. The team, I expect them to be, at worst 5-3. So I give them an A- to say that, just because they had an opportunity with this schedule to be in good shape heading into this bye, heading into the second half of the season. It's not going to be easy moving forward, but I didn't expect it would be. So building up some collateral here in terms of how much their record is and gives them, a chance to, maybe you lose a game or two that maybe you didn't expect because they built up a 6-2 record is very important.
Bob, I know this one's off the reservation a little bit. The Penguins are playing tonight, but I'd rather talk about the baby Penguins because even though Tristan Jarry won, he gave up a goal that I think defied the laws of physics from where the shot was taken and how it somehow got in with no screen. Do you think we are ever going to see that guy playing meaningful, high-level hockey for the Penguins ever again?
I do. That may be a surprising answer for you, but I do. I think they're going to do everything they can to get him right. And, I saw that goal, and it was a terrible goal, and those are the kinds of goals he's given up, ones that should never go in, and they do. But he also made pretty good saves in that game as well. Whatever it takes, they got to get him right because there's not much else they can do. If you want to move away from him, okay, but you got a big cost there, and they're already to a point where they're paying off some other salaries here. So I don't know what it's going to take, but I believe that he will be back, and I believe that he will get to a much better level. If you look at his 20 games prior to his last 20, which have been abysmal, he had actually a pretty good save percentage and goals against average, and in those 20 games, they were a winning hockey club. So they need that Tristan Jarry and not the one we've seen most recently, but that's the problem. You can't have inconsistency. You have to be real rock solid, especially with that team giving up as many shots and odd-man breaks as they do.
What's the Pompeani house giving out for Halloween this year?
Well, we always do those big bars.
Very good.
I always feel like I don't want anyone to tell me, oh, you got cheap, and I'm not doing that.
No, we're a full-size house, too. I knew you'd be all class and be giving out full-size. Good work.
Well, I think you have to, and not only that, we used to. Now I'm older now. All the kids in the neighborhood are gone, but somehow, some way, we still get like 130 kids coming every year. I don't know where they come from, but they're around.
Best Halloween villain in one of the scary slasher movies?
geez.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to say Jason. I mean,
that's not a ringing endorsement for the big guy.
Yeah, because I'm not a big. I think he's not as intimidating as some would think.
He's lumbering.
Who am I thinking of with that? Yeah, I can't think of who's the guy with the
Michael Myers?
Michael Myers. That Michael Myers is the one that would really. I think that's the most intimidating one.
Pomp, one more thing. Should I dress up as my Halloween costume for the sports call tonight? I know you're probably not hosting, Richie is, but should I go as Darla from Finding Nemo, the kid with the mouthpiece and the rock and roll girl sweatshirt?
Well, first of all, I am going to be hosting, so you don't have to worry about. I am not going to be. I can't because I got to be on TV. I don't have enough to switch around. So no, you want if you want to, that's fine. If you'll get some clicks on that one for sure. Whatever it is you said, do it. I used to dress up a lot.
Bob, it is atrocious looking, this costume, and by that I mean it's very true to the character. It looks horrible.
Well then, what the heck?
All right, I'm going to
wear it. It's Halloween. The one night you could do it, and then if you're on the air at New Year's, where I am, we can do some New Year's stuff too.
All right, I think that sounds good and fair, Bob. I'll talk to you tonight on the sports call. Thank you.
All right, Chris. Have a good day. See you, Donnie.
Well, I got the blessing from the man right there. That kind of makes it less subversive, though, on my part. Like, he says, yeah, go for it. That means I can't say, like, everyone was so mad at me at KDK. They were all complaining that I dressed like this. Bob just gave it his blessing. But I'll do it, Donnie. You saw the costume. It's pretty good.
It was. I was impressed.
I'll get a clear plastic bag. I'll throw the little headpiece Alex had dressed as Nemo. I'll hold the bag up next to me.
And there's Chris. He's dressed like the girl from Finding Nemo.
That's Darla. She just had braces put on. All right, coming up, we asked Bob that question, and man, did he have Donnie beaming over there when he saluted the big guy, Michael Myers. We've got a PM team power ranking coming up. Donnie and I will each rank the 5 best horror movie villains, slashers, killers, the bad guys. First, though, here's a fan headline with Don.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thursday Night Football kicks off Week 9 of the NFL season. You can listen to that game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Texans and Jets, 8:15 kickoff in New Jersey. The NFL on Westwood One coverage begins at 7:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Join us here every Tuesday evening from 6 to 7 as we broadcast live from Minio's Pizza House in Allison Park to bring you the latest on the black and gold with Pittsburgh linebacker Elandon Roberts. Get the latest on our black and gold from a guy who knows. The Elandon Roberts Show is presented by Jim Shorkey Chevrolet in North Hills and brought to you by Julian Gray Associates. The Elandon Roberts Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's a Texas-sized showdown. I'm Sammy Pete, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. TCU and Baylor face off in Waco this weekend, and we could see some points. Pretty high total, 64.5. The BetQL model likes the over. Over 64.5, a 4-star best bet. They project this number in the 70s. I'm Sammy Pete. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
O'Reilly.
You've got questions? O'Reilly Auto Parts has answers. Need a pro you can trust? We've got that too. No matter what you need, our professional parts people have the training and expertise to help you do things right. Deep automotive knowledge. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmitt Smith on behalf of The Pen, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable. And one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards, Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
It's Nicholas Harry Callis here from the Fan Morning Show, and I did what you all thought I wouldn't do. I started Awaken 180. It was time, and yeah, it's easy. 21 pounds down in my first week, a ways to go, but I'll get there. Go to awaken180weightloss.com.
Kamala Harris was supposed to secure our southern border. During her tenure, over 10 million illegals have entered America, with more arriving every day. Kamala Harris is still the border czar.
Border czar.
Border czar.
Border czar.
And the gates are still wide open. Kamala Harris had one job, and as she admitted on the NBC Nightly News, she didn't even bother to show up for work.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I don't understand the point that you're making.
Criminal aliens murdering Americans. Cartels allowed to flood our country with poison. Women and children sold as sex slaves. Taxpayer-funded benefits for illegal aliens. That's dangerously liberal. Kamala Harris's record is no laughing matter. To learn more, go to learnaboutkamala.com. Right for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Halloween's coming alive at Target. Jackie and Gordy, the Jack-O-Lanterns, here with last chance Halloween deals. Looks like Mom's got the old pumpkin bucket stocked with the best candy, starting at $5.99.
Lucky pumpkin bucket. Oh, there's Dad party planning with a same-day delivery order.
Yes, it's a BOGO 50% off pizza party with Target Circle. Plus, buy 3, save 40% on soda 12 packs with Target Circle.
Nice saves, Dad.
Make your Halloween come alive at Target. Need it last minute? Get same-day delivery with Target Circle 360. Restrictions apply.
Now that Baird and Heffron-Tillotson are one, we're proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 8 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build secure financial futures. From our big-picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized master plan we'll create based on your unique goals and dreams, your financial security is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit rwbaird.com/Pittsburgh. Robert W. Baird & Company, Incorporated, member SIPC.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
More of Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Time for a little PM Team Power Rankings. A reminder first that Mike's Beer Bar's Fan Beer of the Month is Penn Brewing's Pumpkin Shandy, and that's benefiting Young Adult Survivors United. We're big fans of Mike, big fans of Mike's Beer Bar. Go down there, have a Penn Brewing Pumpkin Shandy to benefit Young Adult Survivors United. Time for a little Power Rankings. It's Halloween. It's spooky season. What do we got here? We got the Rob Zombie remake of Halloween on the one big TV, Don. I have some sort of golf tournament on the small TV. And then we've got, Hellraiser, is it? Hellraiser. Hellraiser is a creepy-ass movie, let me tell you. Some messed up stuff happens in this one.
Yeah, I don't know if he's quite to the level of some of the other big dogs, but maybe we'll find out here in a few minutes.
He's creepy. Well, we're power ranking each of us the top 5 horror movie slashers, villains, whatever you want to call it. I think Donnie, in coming up with this, he more wanted to focus on the guys that are really taking a bite out of people, really getting after it. So let's just dive right in. Would you like to go first? You can go 5,
Sure,
4, 3,
Mulsey.
2, 1.
I'll go first.
I think you're the expert, and so I'm going to let you go first here.
And I think number 5 might surprise you because it is a little bit different than what the rest of the list will look like. But I did want to include somebody that had maybe a little bit of charisma. And
Little Riz.
Yeah, and a little bit more of a character than just like big guy.
Merciless killing machine.
Yeah, that just killed the hell out of people.
Yes.
So number 5, I'm going to go with Hannibal Lecter.
Oh.
I had it between him and Jack Torrance from The Shining. I mean, obviously both actors that played each role just knocked it out of the park. 2 of the greatest actors in American history. So I went with him, number 5. Now we're getting into the...
Hello, Clarice.
we're getting into the big boys here.
Man, he is a creepy SOB in those movies. He really is.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you want somebody a little bit deeper than just your regular...
And I think he honestly,
killer,
honest to God, man, I think if you put him up against most of these guys, he's winning because he's way smarter than them. He's just going to sneak up and have a knife just like, you know, he's going to, like, he disembowels people in those movies, man. He's messed up.
I am going to go, this might be a little bit low for this guy. I'm going to go Freddy Krueger at number 4. I know that he's usually part of the big 3. I'm not a huge fan of Freddy's game. I was never...
You've made it very clear that you're not, like, the biggest Freddy backer in the world.
Yeah, I mean, the movies are fine. I was never a fan of the whole, like, dreams thing. I understand the idea that Wes Craven was going for. I think he had, like, a bad nightmare, and that's why he made the movies. I'm pretty sure that's just what sparked everything. Robert Englund always did well in those spots,
Do you still have
too.
nightmares, by the way? I can't remember the last... I couldn't, like... Do you have nightmares only as a kid? I've never asked anyone that... Like, I don't have nightmares.
Yeah, I can't think of the last time I had one.
No, neither can I. Like, it has to have been close to 30 years ago. I can't even tell you what it would have been. If I have dreams right now, I usually don't. They're just... They don't make any sense. They have nothing to do with anything almost all the time. Anyway.
He's certainly never in them. So I got him at number 4, maybe a little bit low. I might get some hate on that one. Number 3, I'm going to go with Leatherface, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. This guy, a bad dude. Bad dude. You don't want to be messing with this guy. They've made how many remakes of it? That's the other thing with the horror genre. You're able to just... They're all tentpole films. You're able to just make... like a dozen of these bad boys if you make one of them.
Are you ready for a cheap, easy moneymaker? Do we have the franchise for you?
I mean, you pretty much put anything out there, and you have like, all right, well, we got about 10 that we can put in the hopper. So he's number 3. Number 2 is Jason Voorhees, one of the most intimidating figures in the horror genre. The big man will show off his athleticism a time or two. He won't just give you that stoic walk through the woods. Sometimes he'll hit you with a hop or a skip or a jump, and he'll be able to take people down. Plus, I think he is also, like, the biggest size-wise. I think I once looked it up.
Oh, he's like 6'10", 4 bills, probably.
Yeah, I think they had him at, like, 6'6", like 330 or something. A monstrous figure.
You know what I laugh at? They're like, he's a huge guy. It's like when they say that about a wrestler. Yeah, put him in, though, against an offensive lineman, like Brock Lesnar just getting ragdolled around by, like, some guy named Frank that you've never heard of, like a 6'8" guard, 325. He's a big pro wrestler. Oh, that's impressive. Here, he's just going to get absolutely pancake blocked.
We're going to put him against the late great Larry Allen and see how he does.
Look at big Larry Allen go.
And then number 1,
I already wrote it in.
It's my man. It's Michael Myers. I can't go with anybody else. I mean, the OG Halloween, I think, is one of it's probably my favorite horror movie. It is one of those ones that just started a revolution, per se. Like, you can pinpoint movies in whatever genre that really just start a wave or a craze of movies of its same kind. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what you can say about the OG Halloween. And Michael Myers, he is the stoic shape. He will just walk, and he'll chase you down. It's just a light
he'll walk you down. Yeah, he'll walk you down. I told you.
You could be running for a mile, and he'll be right there behind you.
He's 3 yards in a cloud of dust. He's Army or Navy football back in the option days. He's just going to churn out yards and wear you down.
And also, I think it's pretty clear he was the inspiration that Kane and Undertaker had for some of their
zombie
some of their character moves. Yeah, the sit-up, obviously. Kane, when he first came around, he would always do the little head nod.
Can you imagine Michael Myers
right
walking the ropes to take somebody's arm off, though? Just getting up there like the Undertaker going old school.
Oh, yeah.
Walking the banister.
He'd just stick him right to the canvas. So there you go. Hannibal Lecter, Freddy Krueger, Leatherface, Jason Voorhees, Michael Myers.
My list is going to surprise you. Number 5. I'm going to go with a guy that maybe I'm a prisoner of the moment and I'm affected by what I was just watching. And I know this is going to seal it for me with Doran right off the bat. The Candyman. What a creepy MFer that guy was. He's got a hook for a hand. He's got bees everywhere. When he opens his big coat, he's just got rib cage exposed. He's one of those science experiment skeletons with bees everywhere. Just bees. He's making out with Virginia Madsen and putting bees down her throat. That guy is a weird dude.
I really did think about him. Plus, that's a good, original character,
right.
I feel.
Well, he's like a Clive Barker. It's based on something by Clive Barker, so it's based on a novel. I don't know, man. The Candyman's just kind of hanging out. There's kind of a vague, Dracula vibe about him, too. Like the way he's very upright and everything. Candyman's a creepy dude. All right, this is going to surprise you. Number 4, Captain Spaulding from House of a Thousand Corpses. You like that one? Mulsey digging a little deep into the Rolodex.
The late, great Sid Haig.
Correct. Very creepy. You get introduced to him, 2, punk-ass crooks are trying to rob him, and he is just about to drag them into the deep end, my friend. Those guys get off easy. He kills them right away.
Oh, that is a wacky movie. I mean, that and then Devil's Rejects, the sequel.
Now, do you think that I've already screwed myself here by going with, not Candyman so much, but Captain Spaulding's niche?
No, I wouldn't say you screwed yourself.
He is an unsettling character in those movies, man. I mean, he is. Everybody in those movies is unsettling. He is a good one, I think.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'll say this. I'll be surprised if I don't get a text from my dad giving you props for making that pick. He loves those movies, especially Devil's Rejects.
All right, I'm going to go with number 3, and everyone's going to laugh at me because I think we did something like this at the beginning of the month. I'm actually omitting multiple big names in the horror genre here. I am. There are going to be a couple guys left on the cutting room floor. This is strictly what scared 10 or 11-year-old Chris Muller. That I can't get the thought of that Ghostface mask out of my mind. And so I was too young to understand that all the Scream movies were until I got older, sly, winking horror comedy. When they want Ghostface to be scary in those movies, Ghostface is very scary. That mask is creepy, based on the Wilhelm scream or whatever. They just have him popping out. Also, because Craven is really good at directing this stuff too. The jump scares are always very good with Ghostface. So always popping out, always looking super brutal. The only thing that probably knocks him down a peg or two is, I think on per film, no bad guy legitimately gets their ass beat more than Ghostface. He does.
I was gonna say it'll be like a teenage chick. He'll just get an elbow in the face and flop backwards.
But that makes him a little more realistic. He's not supernatural. He's just got a non-stop motor. He's the T.J. Watt of killers in these movies. You can try to chip him with one co-ed. You could have a cop shoot him. He's nothing but running on pure adrenaline, Big Ghosty. Number 2. Leatherface, like you, I got to put him on my list. You want to talk about just unhinged energy here. Just a big, insane dude with a chainsaw. That's it. Just chasing people. They tried to make him funny for a Geico commercial. Don't do that. Come on now. Leatherface is horrifying. Those movies, the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre is terrifying. Even though I want to say from recollection, not a ton of blood. It's more of a suggested, uh-oh, Leatherface got another one. But him popping out with that chainsaw running, man, is terrifying. And then, number 1, there was an obvious double number 1 here. Big Mike, you evangelized me. Ain't nobody better than Michael Myers. Relentless. Occasionally he'll show a little bit of a heart, briefly. He looks like he's got a couple vulnerabilities. The one, they're beating the crap out of him in the Rob Zombie remake. Everyone's taking turns just whooping ass, and he still is killing people. He gets up and just starts doing his thing again. Now, do we think he is more supernatural and demonic than Jason, or is he just, again, very motivated?
I think he's a little bit more supernatural than Jason. I mean, they're close because they those dudes just always roll back. Like, that's the thing with Kruger, that he's kind of different. Like, okay, he's a dreams guy. Sometimes they can get rid of him. They pop right back. That's always the story with these guys. But, like, at the end of – I feel like his sometimes get – well, I guess you could say it about all of them. So what am I even saying here? Like, I was going to say they all get outrageous. Like, of course they'll get blown to bits, and here they go. They're right back.
The entirety of Freddy versus Jason is them just killing each other over and over and shrugging it off like it's like a slap on the face.
See, that's where it should have been Freddy and Michael there. Like, we got to have the two big boys going at it. Like, that's like Irresistible Force meets the Immovable Object. It's
but
like Andre and Hulk Hogan.
They needed to have speed versus power. Styles make fights. All right, so my 5 best horror movie slasher villains are the Candyman, Captain Spaulding, Ghostface, Leatherface, Michael Myers, Donnie with Hannibal Lecter, Freddy Krueger, Leatherface, Big Jason Voorhees, and then, of course, Big Double M, Michael Myers. That is your PM Team Halloween edition Power Rankings. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road, McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. We'll let KDKA handle it. Coming up, Mike Tomlin. Is he having one of his best seasons through 8 games? Let's discuss it. Coming up next. First, well, nothing. A message from nobody, I believe, Donnie.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Mostly cloudy skies this evening and some showers developing mainly after trick-or-treat, with our temperatures mildly stepping down into the lower 50s tonight. Not much of a warm-up tomorrow, so much more like fall with highs in the low 60s with mostly sunny skies taking back over. We'll keep it clear to start the weekend and temperatures stay cool in the upper 50s. From the KDK First Alert Weather Center, I'm meteorologist Ray Petlin.
He stepped up to serve his country, deployed to Iraq. Now Chris DeLuzio is fighting for Western PA families in Congress.
I'm Mike Solanowski, president of FOP Lodge 91. Chris has had the back of local law enforcement. It's why we gave him our endorsement. Chris is a real one. He's protected Western PA families, and he's the right man for the job.
I'm Chris DeLuzio, and I approve this message. I joined the Navy after 9/11 to protect our freedom. Now it's what I fight for every day in Congress. Freedom from greedy corporations that raise costs and price gouge working families. And freedom from extremists trying to cut Social Security and Medicare and attacking our fundamental rights. I'm fighting the big corporations to lower costs and get families relief, and I'll always protect Social Security and Medicare. Because the freedom I defended is about helping our families achieve the American dream.
Chris DeLuzio for Congress. Endorsed by the Fraternal Order of Police. Paid for by Chris DeLuzio for Congress.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
It's football season, and now you can get anything you need for game day delivered with Uber Eats. Well, almost anything. You can't get a running back, but baby back ribs? Yes. Uber Eats, official on-demand food delivery partner of the NFL.
Purchase new wiper blades from O'Reilly Auto Parts today and we'll install them for free. See better and drive safer with O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
We're always made to feel like one person can't make a difference. But everyone has a single person in our life that's made a difference. Maybe it was a parent, a neighbor, a teacher, a mentor. So when people say that your vote doesn't matter, you know that one person can and has made a difference. So why would you not use every opportunity to make a difference in someone else's life? That's what voting can do. It provides the power of a single voice, joining with millions of other single voices to make a difference. Because even that person who changed your life, they may have been just a single person to you, but they all had people who made a difference to them. They were never just a single person, but a collective of all the people who had made impacts in their lives. So this November, use your voice and vote to make a difference. Go to votehq.org to learn how to vote this election season. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
I'm Malcolm Kenyatta, and I approve this message. Firefighters, teachers, law enforcement, they watch out for us every day. And so many of their organizations have endorsed our campaign. From the American Federation of Teachers to the Pittsburgh firefighters. I'm Malcolm Kenyatta. As PA's next Auditor General, I'll fight to stop hospitals and big drug companies from ripping us off and ensure your tax dollars actually go where they're meant to. Because Pennsylvania needs an Auditor General who will stand up for all of us.
Paid for by Malcolm for PA PAC.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED in my 12 years of practice. But now you can get world-class care for ED 100% online by going to HIMSS.com. So what are you waiting for?
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy.
Imagine your team always looking and feeling their best in high-performance technical workwear. Cintas can make it happen. They have garments for almost every job imaginable. And with the Cintas Workwear program, you get freshly laundered garments delivered every week for everyone on your team. Great garments without the bother of laundry. That's a real perk for employees. Find out how Cintas can boost team image and morale. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Look out, here comes Wrong Way Rob Matsey. Always flying the wrong way. Matsey sent millions of your tax dollars to Philadelphia, while here in Beaver County, we needed help. In fact, Rob Matsey votes 99% of the time with the woke Philadelphia liberals. And Rob Matsey's not lying straight when it comes to our values. Rob Matsey voted to make it easier to let violent criminals back on the street. Matsey even voted to let biological males on girls' sports teams and in their locker rooms. With Wrong Way Rob Matsey in the cockpit, it's all left wing. Rob Matsey doesn't share our values anymore. A lifetime on the taxpayer dime made him forget where he's from. To Rob Matsey, Beaver County's just flyover country. But there's hope. Michael Parrish shares our values. He'll fight for jobs, lower taxes, and make life affordable again. Michael Parrish, he shares our values. One of us for a change.
Paid for by HRCC, authorized by Michael Parrish.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle. And their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Inc.
Real quick, raise your hand if you want to lose an additional 4 bands a year. Go ahead and put your hands up. Put your hands up.
You voted for Kamala Harris. Oh, okay, my fault. Good, because I don't think people understand that voting for Trump means you will lose an additional $4,000 to $5,000 a year. If Trump is elected, he plans to add a 60% tariff on all imports from China. Anything in your house that says made in China, take the price that you paid for and add 60%. He plans to add a 20% tariff on all imports coming from every other country. With Kamala Harris's opportunity economy, she's not hitting you with the sales tax of doom. She's providing tax cuts to the middle and working class, so that means you will save an additional $4,000 to $5,000 a year. Plus the $25,000 she's literally handing to new homebuyers. Like, you know who to vote for in this November's election. It's Kamala Harris. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC is responsible for the content of this advertisement.
This is an election alert. Election day is Tuesday, November 5th. Who you vote for is private, but if you voted is public information. That means your family, friends, and neighbors can check whether or not you voted. Studies show that making a plan to vote, whether it's by mail, early in person, or on election day, increases your likelihood to vote. Make sure you do your civic duty and make a plan to vote by Tuesday, November 5th. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Traffic is starting to build up on the outbound side of 28. You'll see delays from the north side up through 31st Street. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by WTAE. Wake up and watch Pittsburgh's Action News 4 this morning, 4:30 to 7 a.m.
We get it. You're headed home with information overload, but your mornings can be chaos-free. Hi, I'm Janelle Hall with Pittsburgh's Action News 4. We have all the news you need to start your day off right. Watch tomorrow morning from 4:30 to 7 a.m.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Dodgers beat the Yankees in 5 games in the World Series, largely thanks to a disaster inning for the Yankees in the 5th, where they blew an entire 5-0 lead, then went on to lose 7-6. Penguins and the Ducks tonight at PPG Paints Arena. Puck drop just after 7 o'clock. Donnie Football will be in attendance. If you see him, say hello to him, but otherwise let him go about his business. Because I don't think, unlike Pony, you're not buying people beers. Now, if Pony was going to be there, I'd say make sure you run up Pony's tab. You know what I'm going to say? If you see Donnie at the game and he wants one, buy Donnie a beer. Think of all the takes he's given you throughout the years. Anyway, more fan headlines, which are powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville at 937thefan.com.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Pony and Muller give you the insight to make it big in the world of sports betting. The Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'd have to look at what the actual line is for the Penguins tonight to give up over 3.5 goals, but I would imagine if you bet that kind of a number, you're probably not getting crazy odds because they've given up 4 or more goals in 7 straight games. 50-minute mark here on The Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Steve Palazzolo, the 33rd team. What am I saying? Old habits and whatnot. Steve will join us in about 20 minutes. What's going on with this Hellraiser movie? I got one of these weird demons in bondage gear giving this woman the mandible claw, basically.
I was never super into this one.
Is this supposed to be more like psychological horror? Aren't they like a sadomasochistic masochistic cult? Like, aren't they like they're like putting hooks in people, but they're not killing them? The Pinhead, that guy. Pinhead's a demon, isn't he? I thought Pinhead could kind of do whatever he wanted. I definitely wasn't picking him for my top 5 horror villains, though. I feel like Myers walks into the torture dungeon there and just slashes everyone to bits. They got the guy that looks like mini Jabba the Hutt, basically. Got the other guy with no eyes who's doing the mandible claw. You let Leatherface and Myers loose in there, man, it's going to be a problem.
He leads a group of bondage enthusiasts and demons.
Oh, come on. Myers and the boy, you're getting it'd be like the Expendables. You get Myers walking at the front, Voorhees has got his machete, Leatherface has his chainsaw. Hell, you can let Hannibal Lecter in there. He might actually want to go with the bondage crew, but he'd still beat him up. I'm glad I didn't put Pinhead in my list. That would get you laughed out of the room, I think. I don't care how cool his demonic powers are. That guy looks like a clown right now. That's all you can say about it. I was trying to think on Mike Tomlin. There are many debates whenever he's having a good season. I know we've gotten down into the weeds before on what constitutes a good season for a coach. And there are people who are very absolutist about this who say a season where he either gets to or wins a Super Bowl is inherently a better coaching job than one in which, say, he doesn't have his starting quarterback and therefore he goes 8-8 with Mason Rudolph, Duck Hodges as his passers. And honestly, the last time we had that kind of a debate, it was so long ago, Donnie, that I don't even remember what side of it I came out on. I think I was one of the people saying it's obviously a better coaching job if you drag an under-talented team, losing their best player and most important player, to like a competent season, like in 2019. So we've had those kind of debates about what makes a good season, your expectations, the roster you have, etc. I would have to say, you got to go back a pretty long ways, I would think, to find a year that's shaping up to be as good for him as this one is, Donnie. They had one of our biggest complaints about them in the last 3 seasons, 21 through 23, was that they were a playoff caliber team in 2 of the 3 as far as getting into it, but they never were a threat. Negative point differentials all 3 of those years. Minus 55 with Ben his last year, minus 38 in 22, minus 20 last year. And the minus 20 only got to that point because Mason Rudolph made it look better at the end than it otherwise was. But they were pacing to be pretty bad again. He got a lot of flack, and I think deservedly so, for not really having a plan B at quarterback or a next, a succession plan at the position after Roethlisberger finally retired. They, kind of just trumped through the wilderness and I think frustrated the heck out of people. Now, they still haven't won a playoff game since the 2016 season, the 2016 playoff season, where they beat the Chiefs. That was their last playoff win. I think you can go further back, though, Donnie. I think you could probably look at close to his second appearance in the Super Bowl, where they had some guy, Hayward's new to that team. They still have most of their full complement. But, they got there. They were objectively very good. His side of the ball was really good. The defense was still tops in the league. I think you'd have to go all the way back to a season like that to find a coaching job that's as good. Remember, he went 3-1 with Batch and Dennis Dixon that year starting football games while Ben was suspended. So they have Ben go 9-3. They have those two manage to get them to 3-1 and survive that early portion of the schedule before Roethlisberger would come back. I'm hard-pressed, though, to find a season that I think he's done a better job in since then than this one. For this reason, this is like the first time in a while. Picking Kenny Pickett is a collective, collaborative move. They all kind of had to wear that one. Colbert, Tomlin, Rooney, everybody involved. Bringing back Matt Canada, I think, is a Mike Tomlin thing he had to wear. Doing what he's done so far this year, with the quarterbacks that he's had to do it with. And then, specifically, when things had gotten off to a reasonably good start, probably better than anyone could have imagined, so they're already praising the guy, right? Like, hey, good job. Here's Mike Tomlin, just incapable of ever losing more games than he wins because he finds hidden vigorish here to magic dust to sprinkle over his team. They're 4-2. Then I think he makes probably one of the biggest scrutiny-bringing moves of his career, most heavily scrutinized decisions of his career, does something almost nobody, it seems like, in the court of public opinion wants him to do, and puts Russell Wilson in, and looks like he might have unlocked a different level for this team to find the last 9 games. He's making big decisions, taking big risks, in terms of the most important position on the field, the one that he has gotten the most maligned as far as his historic inability to handle when he hasn't had Roethlisberger around. And he's reaping the benefits. Like, they look like a legit team. If you go by point differential, which I often do, They're plus 68 right now. Would you like to know how many teams in the AFC have a better point differential than the Steelers at this moment? How many would you guess, Donnie? If I sort this conference by point differential, how many teams are better than plus 68?
I think the Bills and Ravens definitely. I don't know if I can think of another one. I don't think I would put the Chiefs because a lot of their wins have been relatively close.
As Starkey would say, wrong. It's just the Bills. Ravens are 20 points behind them, or 35 behind them. Bills at plus 84, Steelers at plus 68. This one's kind of gross. Broncos at plus 53, which just makes me. They got the Panthers on there. They've had a couple. The Spencer Rattler Saints, R.I.P. to Spencer Rattler's career. Our guy Fake John and Robinson's in shambles right now.
I'm going to have to take that shirt to Goodwill.
I know. He knows it's bad right now for old Spency boy, trust me. The Chiefs are plus 50. Like, if many of your complaints about the guy focused on, okay, doesn't understand how to handle quarterbacks, almost like he prefers to win super ugly at times and, like, won't run away with games, obviously being rebutted right now. I mean, they had a chance to run away and hide from the Jets when the Jets opened the door. They did it. They didn't put away the Giants, to be fair. But some of their wins early in the season, I think, are looking more impressive. Like, just kind of handling the Chargers the way that they did with Fields in there, I think that looks better. I can't believe I'm saying this out loud, but handling the Broncos in their building now that Bo Nix, like, they've gotten him to a base level of competence, seems better. Defense stifles Kirk Cousins. That's a good win. I mean, they have racked up. I know they have 2 frustrating losses. They have racked up like a pretty surprising number of quality wins early on there, and now they've beaten 2 teams in a row and looked better than they have all year doing it. Like, I'd put this in the top 3 or 4 seasons that he's had. So if I say 2019 is still one for me, then all the way back to their second Super Bowl appearance and then the Super Bowl win, I think if he's got a Mount Rushmore of seasons, this one is poised to be on there right now.
2019 was going to be the one that I referenced because if the question is, can you think of coaching jobs that he has done recently that sort of stack up to what he's doing right now, I still do think, even though that team was 8-5, they end up missing the playoffs because they dropped the final 3 games. I still think him being able to do what he did with that team that was quarterbacked by Duck friggin' Hodges, who is
a human meme.
Yeah,
I mean he's Mr. Laney Wilson. That's what he's known as. Yeah, I think he's happy to be known as that, by the way.
Oh, I don't think happy is even the right word.
Elated.
Yeah, I mean he'll remind everybody in the world that he's with Laney Wilson. But for him to be able
if you were Duck Hodges and you were with Laney Wilson, you probably would too. I mean, you probably would too.
Sure. But I've also never had a chance to play in the National Football League. What he was able to pull off with that team, if they would have gotten to the playoffs, I think he should have really gotten legit Coach of the Year consideration. If that team would have gotten to the postseason, all they had to do was probably win one more of those games, that final 3.
I think if they had specifically one of the games, I forget, there was like one that if they had won it would have done it for them, I think. Some certain other ones would not have, I want to say. But it was a weird situation. But, like, yeah, if they had won one more, they get in, he would probably have gotten consideration. He's not top on my list for Coach of the Year this year right now. Dan Quinn's got to be up there. I think O'Connell still has to be up there for right now, Don. But it feels like for the first time in a very long time, there are still some of the weird gaffes that people like us point out, like why are you challenging a play that isn't challengeable? You're on the committee that decides how these things work. You should know this. There's still the stuff that's always going to be, the answers from him are never going to be what people want to hear. He's still going to talk the same way. But in terms of the actual content of what they are doing, I mean, I think I'm probably underselling it. He made a massive roll of the dice to bench a 4-2 guy. Right? I mean, no one had ever done that before, benching a starter who was 4-2. I forget what the actual qualifiers are to make that a never-before thing, but no one had ever done what he was doing right there. For a guy that most people felt like was beyond his prime and was never going to see great football again, that guy has looked way more like his old self than I think any of us thought possible. And like to do that, you have to have a lot of faith in the guy, and you have to have seen something that you really believe. And he was doing it kind of on a wing and a prayer, because what Russell Wilson film does he have to go on? Virtually no preseason action. The last time he saw him, he was playing for Denver, and they threw him on the bench. Now, granted, I think that was mainly because there was a personality clash there, but he put himself out there in a way that I don't think he's usually accustomed to doing, and he has reaped the benefits. I would say his ability to guide them through some of those kind of tough slugfest games early, he's very comfortable playing those games. They didn't turn the ball over, generally speaking. That's why they won those games. They did just enough. And then this is where I would give him the most credit. And then his willingness to actually let them try to cook and turn it on once he trusted the guy that was under center more. Like, I think that's where he dispelled some of my previously held convictions about him, that he just loves to have his hands at 10-2 on the steering wheel. He's absolutely letting Wilson play freer and put the ball at risk more.
He also, since Roethlisberger retired, has fumbled the quarterback situation here for the last multiple seasons, whether it be through Trubisky, Pickett, Rudolph, the whole, fumbling between those three guys to where, okay, none of those three guys, besides Rudolph at the very end, none of those three guys gave a lot of reason to be backed by the head coach and organization, but they also, Mike Tomlin didn't do them any favors by the way he handled it.
And the Rudolph stuff at the end made him look worse because it's like, well, you might have been able to do this earlier, and who knows what your season would look like.
Yeah, you would have been in the playoffs comfortably, whatever it may be. This time it's actually working out, so I think that's where it catches people by surprise, too. Like, they thought the quarterback was over the hill, and they didn't expect the coach to make the right decision when it came to the quarterback. I think a lot of people thought, well, Mike Tomlin's tried this before. This will backfire, and we'll see that Russell Wilson's no good.
I think most people, quickly to put a capstone on this for now, most people have who don't love Tomlin or looked for reasons to find, to undercut his performance have said, well, he's always had a Hall of Fame quarterback, so it sort of, it undercuts what he's done. Who could screw that up, right? Here's why this is different this year. They're having success, and yes, they have a Hall of Fame quarterback. The decision to play the Hall of Fame quarterback was his, and it wasn't popular. Like, he didn't inherit anything here. He absolutely put his neck out there on the line for Russell Wilson, and so far 2 games in, and I feel really good about what's going to happen later, even though they might have a worse record these last 9 games than they did at 6-2 to start this season. He is the reason. He didn't inherit anything. He is the reason that suddenly they look dangerous, and that's why I think he deserves a lot more credit than he's gotten in recent years. I would say it's a top 4 year for him. The Super Bowl year, the other Super Bowl year, 2019, and probably this. And this one has a chance to supersede 2019. You get to the playoffs, you win a game or two. You're in the conference title game. It's immediately on your medal stand if you're Mike Tomlin. And I'm pleasantly surprised because I think he's shown dimensions as a coach that I didn't think he had. Like, just strictly being willing to let Russell Wilson throw the ball downfield and open up their offense has been pleasantly surprising.
And letting Smith do his thing as well.
Right, exactly. Yeah. I mean, finally admitting the error, although he was so bad and so loyal to Canada, I'm not sure I can really give him too much credit for that. But yes. Fan Text Line's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. That's 412-928-9370. I'm getting murdered right now for my Freddy Krueger omission in the top 5. I'm getting crushed.
People love the guy.
I know. I'm getting crushed for a lot of this, and you are just pummeling me in this power ranking showdown.
I mean, I think you made some savvy.
I made some art house picks, and that's why I'm getting killed for it. We're going to talk football, Tomlin, Russell Wilson, maybe horror movie villains too, with Steve Palazzolo of the 33rd team coming up next. First, here's Donald J. Football with a fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pitt basketball in action starting next week, Monday, 7 p.m., a tip against Radford at the Pete. Jeff Capel's show, the first one of the year, is tonight at 6. Check that out right here on 93.7 The Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Been this year. Aaron Rodgers does not have a 300. It's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner of the NFL. Okay, so later on tonight, it's a Halloween night. Ooh, expect something spooky and scary to happen. And that would involve a Jets win, honestly, because of how unseemly their offense has been this year. Aaron Rodgers does not have a 300-yard game. They're averaging fewer than 17 points per game. And yet here we are getting ready to watch them play the first-place Texans Texans tonight, and New York is favored. All signs point to Houston, but because it is a ghastly night and the odds makers favored New York, I'm going to take New York and expect weird things to happen. And right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins on FanDuel. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is knowledgeable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. How about Shohei winning the damn World Series in his first shot as a Dodger after 0 postseason games in 6 years down the road at the Big L? And how about the fact that the Dodgers did it with essentially no help at all from Shohei? They didn't even need this guy's help in the World Series. I'm Jim Rome.
Hey, sports fans, if you're not calling John Anthony, you're simply missing out. To prove it, I'm releasing your Thursday night report absolutely free on recorded message line. 1-800-244-5506. Houston at New York tonight is going to be a monster game, and I've got the side and total. Houston, New York, confirmed analysis, plus pro hoops and college football. That's 5 big plays. John Anthony has you covered. I love to sweep the board. Call now. Hear him for free on my recorded message. 1-800-244-5506. Information wins. John Anthony Sports, number one against the spread. 1-800-244-5506. You want the information? I've got it. Houston, New York, plus college football, pro hoops, and special prop action. I love to go 5-0 with the season free. John Anthony Sports, number one against the spread. 1-800-244-5506. That's 1-800-244-5506. Or go to johnanthonysports.com.
Sponsored by JFSR Group.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle. And their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Inc.
Cloudy with showers tonight, the low 54.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
Delays are starting to build up on the outbound side of the Parkway East. I'm seeing congestion from Technology Drive in Oakland all the way through Edgewood, Swissvale. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This traffic report brought to you by Two Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at twomenandajuncktruck.com.
At Two Men and a Junk Truck, we know cleaning out an entire house is a daunting task. Psst, but that's our sweet spot. Book us online. 2menandajuncktruck.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Twitter account is at 93.7 The Fan, and that's brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Here's a text you don't want to get from your wife, Donnie. Dude, did you eat all the chicken nuggets? Because when I'm hungry in a pinch, if I just want to heat something up, I eat dino nuggets. No shame in my game. It's the kids' chicken nuggets. I copped to having had about 10 to 12 of them total in the last, week. And apparently that is a grave sin for which I will possibly not recover here. We go out right now to the hotline for a chat with our friend. He is the co-host of the Check the Mic podcast, the 33rd team. That is, of course, Steve Palazzolo. Steve, hello. How are you?
Doing great. Can't get my camera to work, but doing well, and can relate to eating all the kids' food all the time. I do that often.
I thought that might be one that you could relate to, and yes, I feel like I am absolutely in the doghouse. It's very funny on my side of things. I see your video, and you are locked in the most thoughtful look, like you have just really started to consider deeply some question that I've asked you. So I will start here. Horror movie villains. Are you a fan of the slasher, the horror genre? You're Michael Myers, you're Jason Voorhees. No,
not at all.
See, me and Donnie wondered if it would even be possible for you to get intimidated. You're a big man. You're about 6'10", and you'd be looking down at all these clowns while they're walking after you with machetes and stuff. I'd feel in your shoes, just throw a baseball at one of their heads.
Exactly. Yeah, like Randy Johnson. Keep the baseball under the bed just in case. Chuck it at him. Yeah, I'm not afraid of any of them. I'm ready for Christmas movies. I'm ready.
Are you a Halloween candy guy, however?
I enjoy candy generally, so yeah.
What is the one you're taking out of the kids' Halloween stashes tonight when you are rooting through?
I think I saw your list yesterday. I like Twix. I like Kit Kats. I like those at the top. Butterfinger at times.
Ooh.
No Mounds or Almond Joys. Those got tossed as a kid.
I think what I saw somebody say was they're getting the peanut butter cups and grabbing them. Mounds, the kids can have those. They can learn to like Mounds and Almond Joy,
yes.
Which I agree with.
Daddy tax, you got to teach all that stuff.
Oh, yeah, I agree with you. That's like a healthy way to do it, although I think if I go and say dad tax tonight, my eldest will just start screaming at me and not really want to deal with that. Mike Tomlin, would you say this is one of the best coaching jobs he's done this year in a pretty long time, given where he has the Steelers at and given what the quarterback situation was coming into the year?
Oh, yeah, and the offensive line, like all the turnover that they've had there. I mean, I think it's a great job by Tomlin. I can't remember if I said this on your show weeks ago, but I'm starting to rethink how we evaluate coaches almost completely. I think we've just learned so much about how important the quarterback is to the coach and their perception, and we've only got a handful of coaches historically who elevate multiple quarterbacks. And so, Tomlin in this situation with like one of the cheapest QB rooms in the NFL, if not the cheapest, going 4-2 with Fields, going 2-0 after making the move to Russ, elevating the ceiling of the offense. I think he's done a great job so far.
What was your opinion of Russ in this most recent game against the Giants? It looked to me, at least, and I won't try to lead the witness too much, but I thought it was a markedly better game in terms of just what he did on his own than what he did against the Jets.
I completely agree. I mean, we didn't get to chat last week. I hated some of the overreaction to George Pickens making great plays on Sunday Night Football, right? I mean, it was an underthrow off of a corner that bounces 5 times. It was, to me, the Sunday Night Football game was Russ giving George Pickens a chance to make special plays, which he did. This game was Russ hitting some pinpoint deep balls. The touchdown to Calvin Austin, the second one to Pickens was just outstanding. I thought Russ played a much cleaner game. So if there was hype coming out of either of the games, to me, it was much more this game against the Giants than the first one against the Jets.
Does it look sustainable with Russ from what you're seeing? Like just the way what they're asking him to do, does that look like something that he can keep doing?
Oh, yeah, I think so. I mean, again, it doesn't mean you're going to hit, 3 or 4 deep balls every single game, but I think he's playing pretty clean. He is giving the receivers chances to make plays. It does feel like you're seeing a little bit more from Darnell Washington, Calvin Austin, Van Jefferson. You're seeing some of those guys have the opportunity to be elevated. Love the way Najee Harris is running. Probably unrelated, but maybe it is. So yeah, I'm describing it as raising the ceiling of the offense. I thought Justin Fields did well relative to really low expectations. I think Russ has raised the ceiling so they can have those games where they put up 30+.
Steve Palazzolo, 33rd Team, co-host of the Check the Mic podcast. Check that out at the 33rd Team. Where do you slot this team right this second in the AFC hierarchy and pecking order?
Oh, man. I mean, I still think the Ravens are a better team. I know that's probably not going to go over well here, and they haven't played each other yet, and maybe they end up splitting the series. I think the Ravens are still a better team. The Chiefs, of course, are the team to beat. But I don't know who else. I mean, it's still the Chiefs, Ravens, and Bills as the best teams. But the Steelers are sitting there competing with teams that they beat. Teams like the Chargers, teams that they can beat, like the Broncos. I think Houston tonight, maybe they're 4. Steelers at 5. in the AFC. I still like Houston, even though they've won ugly this year, though.
Based on what you've seen through 2 games, I know we've had this common discussion over the last couple of years where they've dragged their carcass into the playoffs, and we've all kind of just rolled our eyes and said, no way can they make noise. Just given what they've gotten from Wilson through 2 games, like, does this version of this team look like a better one that can actually win a playoff game, maybe more than that, if they get the right matchups?
Yeah, I think this is their best team since the COVID year, back when we said they were an overrated, the worst 11-0 team in history.
Which they were.
Right? But they do have the best opportunity. If they stay healthy, they get Nick Herbig back, so you get the 3-headed edge rush monster, you get the interior pass rush with Cam Hayward and Keanu Benton. I really like the way it's built, the team. And again, I don't think Russ is back to top 5, top 8 caliber Russ, but he definitely looks a little better than he did in Denver. So I think that's huge. Offensive line, if they can play a little bit more consistent, especially on the right side, I think they have a chance to do some damage. Not saying they're winning the Super Bowl, but damage can be done with the Steelers team.
Do they need a wide receiver from outside the organization to do that damage? Do they still need to trade for one?
I'm always of that mind for depth, because you can't trade after next Tuesday. If you have injuries, you don't have that opportunity for depth and for game plan purposes, right? I know that Darius Slayton name was thrown out there. Mm-hmm. You could fit a Darius Slayton into this offense without taking away, the depth. It just adds to the depth, right? It puts a little less pressure on a Van Jefferson, on a Calvin Austin. So yeah, I'm all about adding more bodies to the wide receiver room.
Any reason for concern, in your opinion, about their run defense, which has gotten gashed pretty good a couple games in a row now?
Yeah, I mean, look, anytime you have a weakness, it's like playing whack-a-mole. I think their pass rush is better than it's been this year because of the consistency. I think they've sacrificed run defense for a guy like Benton, who's a little less consistent against the run. So, yeah, I think it's a concern. But I think stopping the run often is just schematic. Hey, let's put 8 guys in the box, and you can stop it if you need to. So, less concerned about that than if it was an issue with the pass game.
How close is T.J. Watt to winning Defensive Player of the Year again since Aiden Hutchinson's done for the season?
It's just funny. I mean, I know the old arguments were, hey, he has the most sacks, he has to be the guy. He doesn't have the most sacks this year, but certainly has the impact plays. I'm closer to having TJ Watt as the Defensive Player of the Year this year because I think, again, the impact plays when he does it. I remember the forced fumble at the goal line against the Raiders. Like, his run defense, I think, has been elevated to a point where his all-around game is better than it's been in previous years. So I think he's more in the mix this year maybe than he was, last year or the year before.
He's Steve Palazzolo, co-host of the Check the Mic podcast over at the 33rd Team with Sam Monson, and he will be watching It's a Wonderful Life tonight once all the trick-or-treating has ended.
They have it in color now. Absolutely. I'm ready.
Thank you, Steve. Talk again soon. Oh, just dropped right out there. Man, yeah, he's locked in on the video screen. He was just like this. Like, ooh. He had that thinking man's face.
Then he got
on.
a new camera and it's been giving him fits.
Really? Man, I'll tell you what, those guys who have come up more through like the new media world, like not like on fixed cameras like we have in here, I feel like they're all way better at tech than us too. Like they have to do all that stuff themselves. I feel like much better than I am. I just hold my phone in front of my face like an idiot. Coming up, we've got a Donnie football debrief. There's one other Steeler who I think we haven't really covered much this week, who has, I think, been a big part of this this surge where suddenly, in terms of not just the record, but the eye test, they look a lot more dangerous. We'll talk about that guy in about 25 minutes. First, though, coming up next, a Donnie debrief and a fan headline right meow.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Thursday night football to kick off week 9 of the NFL season. You can listen to this game right here on 93.7 The Fan. The NFL on Westwood 1 coverage starts at 7:30. Texans and Jets kick off at 8:15. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. The beer of the month for October is Penn Brewing Pumpkin Shandy, a lager beer made with pumpkin pie flavoring and overflowing with taste of cinnamon, ginger, nutmeg, and cloves. The charity of the month for October is Young Adult Survivors United.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of of the month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
Celebrate the spooky season with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of these huge savings. Spell it backwards or forward. It spells the same. Zero Res!
We're always made to feel like one person can't make a difference. But everyone has a single person in our life that's made a difference. Maybe it was a parent, a neighbor, a teacher, a mentor. So when people say that your vote doesn't matter, you know that one person can and has made a difference. So why would you not use every opportunity to make a difference in someone else's life? That's what voting can do. It provides the power of a single voice, joining with millions of other single voices to make a difference. Because even that person who changed your life, they may have been just a single person to you, but they all had people who made a difference to them. They were never just a single person, but a collective of all the people who had made impacts in their lives. So this November, use your voice and vote to make a difference. Go to votehq.org to learn how to vote this election season. Paid for by American Independent Radio.
So the presidential is here, and you're trying to decide your vote, right?
Trump, Harris, Harris, Trump. I've gone back and forth.
And what about Senate?
Well, I've always voted for Casey before, but this time
I'll tell you what did it for me. Transgenders in sports. Bob Casey supports letting biological males play girls' sports. It's just not right.
You know, and it's Harris, too. It's too far out. It's not just fair play. It's taking scholarships from our girls.
Right. And Bob Casey backed the Biden-Harris policies on using tax dollars to pay for transgender transition surgery.
Kamala Harris even wants to pay for gender transition for prisoners. I saw that on TV.
Bob Casey is 100% on board with the crazy transgender agenda. It's nuts.
And we don't need any more nuts in Washington.
Bob Casey may be normal on some things, but he's nutty on this.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for the United States Senate, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Friends of Dave McCormick and NRSC.
You hear that? That's the sound of another year counting down. Another year missing your revenue goal. Another year wondering why your marketing isn't more effective. Another year worried about next year. The clock is ticking, but you still have time. Time to contact the experts at Scale Marketing. Scale Marketing is a full-service marketing agency who is expert in lead generation and revenue growth. How expert? Our clients see an average of 20% growth in the first year alone, with sustained growth from there. It's all part of our process. From your traditional marketing to social media to paid search, we'll take a forensic approach, digging deep to find the root problems in your marketing strategy. Then we'll fix them fast. At Scale Marketing, we can't stop the clock, but we can change your company's future. Find out how you can make your marketing budget work harder and drive more revenue. Contact us at scalemarketing.com. That's scalemarketing.com.
Build up to Black Friday with savings all month long at Lowe's. Right now, get up to 35% off select major appliances. Plus, save up to $500 on select LG major appliances. And get holiday inflatables for under $20. Because Lowe's knows deals. Valid 10/24 through 11/5. Applies to select LG major appliances only. Cannot be combined with additional discounts. See Lowe's.com for details and qualifying items while supplies last.
It takes a lot to prepare for game day as a dedicated fan, and preparing the perfect tailgate meal might be most important of all. That's why Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise is the MVP. Hellmann's Mayonnaise is the secret to bring out the rich and creamy taste to all your game day dishes, from buffalo chicken dip to your favorite sub sandwich and everything in between. So give it a try, and mayo game day be delicious with Hellmann's Real Mayonnaise. Shop at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store, and add some extra deliciousness to your game day dishes this football season.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Back with more Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It's that time again. Time for a Donald football debrief. Donnie?
The debrief, October 31, 2024. A little clip to kick us off here, Malsey.
Second and 6. Roethlisberger punts,
Throws long for Burris, and Burris has it. Touchdown, Steelers.
Do you know the game?
Yep, I do actually. That is the game where they broke the Patriots' regular season winning streak, or just overall winning streak. Roethlisberger's real coming out party as a force. 34-20, Deshae, pick six of Brady, just jumped a route. Did they score another defensive touchdown, or did they just force a fumble, I think? That was a big play.
They forced 3 Brady turnovers. Townsend had the pick six. Porter had 3 sacks. But yeah, they had another interception in there, a fumble lost from Brady that I think was a Porter, Kimo von Oelhoffen combo.
Mm-hmm.
October 31st, 2004, Halloween, 20 years ago.
Heady times to be at Penn State as a Pittsburgh fan in a sea of some Patriots fans and a lot of Eagles fans. The next week, they would just bury Philadelphia 27-3. Hines was doing the bird flapping. They took down 2 unbeaten teams in back-to-back weeks, which I don't think that late in the season had ever been done before. A team just doing both of the dirty work there. That was the first time you saw cracks with Brady against the Steelers. I mean, he owned them otherwise. I remember to start the 2002 season, so that was not even a good Patriots team. They just went 9-7, but Brady threw it something like 25 straight times against them that game. It just felt like he was going to have one over on them all the time. That game definitely felt like it put Ben on the map because it was like, all right, this guy's a nice story. Like, he's come in, he's won some football games. Like, he looks like he's going to be good for a long time, but they're still slow rolling him. They're still playing this very close to the vest and carefully. And that I don't remember him having insane numbers, but I do remember watching that game thinking they were letting him actually try to make plays.
18 of 24 for 196, 2 touchdowns, no picks.
Yeah, that's a pretty good game.
He had so many of those, just efficient games early in his career, games where he would not have huge yardage numbers, but it would be something like that.
He would have crazy yards per completion numbers and yards per attempt because he would be throwing very few passes, but he'd complete almost all of them, it felt like. What is that, 10 yards per completion there, and it's got to be close to 8 yards per attempt.
The run game, just a force in that one as well. Deuce Staley, 25 for 125, and then Bettis, 15 for 65 and a touchdown.
One of my random takes is if Deuce Staley hadn't gotten hurt so much, he would have actually been great here. I mean, because every time he played, it felt like he was actually quite good. But then his hamstrings were on tripwires waiting to be pulled. Yeah, I remember that one pretty vividly. I remember that one because I was up in State College hey, awesome, the Steelers are actually hey, cool, they're doing cool stuff. And then it got to a fever pitch the next week, though, when they just smoked the Eagles. That one was even more memorable because they just flat buried them in that game.
And then the 2 teams that they just beat in back-to-back weeks go on to play in the Super Bowl that year.
Dude,
the Steelers beat them. Now, the Patriots obviously getting redemption when it mattered most.
That was the worst game the Patriots played all year, I would say, because they only lost one other time, and it was to the Dolphins, which they always would go down there. They'd go down to Miami and inexplicably lose.
I think that's a pretty notable Monday night game. I think they lost 29-28. Was it that game?
Yeah. They were up 28-17 with 4 minutes left. The Dolphins scored, I think got an onside kick or had 3 timeouts still. And Darius Thompson, who is not a quarterback, threw the winning touchdown. No, he caught the winning touchdown. It looked like he said through it. A.J. Feely beat him. But, I say it's the worst game the Patriots played because in no other game all year were they outclassed as thoroughly as they were in that one. Steelers outgained them by almost 200 yards, won the turnover battle +4. The Patriots had 5 rushing yards that game. 5. The next week, what the Steelers did to the Eagles just almost defies belief. They actually turned it over twice, Eagles only once. Philly had 113 yards of offense, 90 passing yards, and 23 rushing yards. I mean, they just absolutely blitzed those 2 teams badly. Ward especially in that Eagles game. And then I just remember it was the rare time you'd watch those games and go, wow, they are really just going to absolutely slaughter these guys.
That Eagles one, that was the first time we saw the drama start between T.O. and McNabb. Walking away from him on the sideline.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah, that was the beginning of the end of the Terrell Owens era in Philly.
What did T.O. expect? He still got 13 targets that game. He's probably mad because McNabb was throwing the ball at his feet.
The Pats only ran the football 6 times in that game for 5 yards. Kevin Falk, 5 for 4. Cedric Cobbs, 1 rush, 1 yard.
Here's another one. Ben against the Eagles right after that. You said it. Just another classic, efficient game. Now, he did have both the turnovers. He threw a pick and he lost a fumble, but 11 for 18, 183, and 2 touchdowns. Passer rating was 109. They would put him in situations where he was either throwing, I would say, somewhat safe deep balls, or he would just get in those modes where he would scramble around, and then the play would always be a massive one because everyone would be out of position. I feel like he always got a ton of run after catch in those games.
That's also why his rookie year doesn't get a lot of love, I think, from a national view. Like, we all love it here, and he did something that we still have yet to see, even with some of the great young quarterbacks that enter the league. We haven't seen a guy win his first 14 games in the league. But people downplay it because, oh, well, look how easy it was around him. They do have to remember, people should remember, when Roethlisberger was called upon in some big moments as a rookie, he more often than not made the play.
I think the reason his rookie year doesn't get some of the credit that the rest of it gets, or that like maybe people here felt it should get, was, and this is just my thought watching it, I did feel like it was obvious if you were watching pretty closely that he started to play more poorly towards the end of the year. Like, teams, I wouldn't say figured him out, but
well, yeah, I mean, the Jets game they had no business winning.
Yeah, the playoff game they had no business winning, but like, I'm looking down the stretch of the season. The Jets game that they played in the regular season where they won by 11, 9 of 19, 144 yards, no touchdowns, 2 picks. Giants game that next week, I know his numbers don't look bad, but they weren't good. 18 of 28, 316, 1 touchdown, 2 picks. And then he did play well against Baltimore in the season finale, but like, the line of demarcation is actually that Philly game. So after that, bad game against Cleveland, but they win convincingly. Good game against Cincy, they win a close one. 9 of 20 for 131 and nothing against Washington. They win that game 16-7. Basically a perfect rating against Jacksonville. 14 of 17, 221 and 2.
Oh, that was the Sunday Night Football one. He let him down the field.
Yep. But then bad against the Jets, mediocre against the Giants, I would say average, and then good against Baltimore. Then he didn't play when they beat the Bills with Tommy Maddox.
Mm-hmm.
So my point is, he had that run of 5 games, starting with the first Cincy game and ending with the Philly game, where he was just awesome. But then there were some of those warts starting to show later in the year. Like, there was a book that was out on him. Obviously not a very good one because he's going to go to the Hall of Fame, but that was my recollection of that season.
And then he had what? He had 3 picks in the AFC title game against New England.
The AFC title game was, I mean, both of his playoff games were a mess. 17 of 30, 181. 1 touchdown, 2 picks against the Jets. And then he went 14 of 24, 226, 2 touchdowns, 3 picks against New England, including the ridiculously long pick 6 by Rodney Harrison.
Yeah, that's the one I remember.
Well, that was like the kill shot, too, because they're down 17-3 when it happens, and if he sends them in for a touchdown there near the end of the first half, you can like squint and say maybe they get back in this thing. But down 24-3, it was obvious they were outclassed at that point. And the Patriots were not shy about pouring it on either. All right, Donnie, good debrief. I got to shout out our guy Nate. Nate on Twitter, Nate Store on Twitter. He told us yesterday when he heard me hacking up a lung, he made it known that he had ordered off of Amazon a bunch of cough drops. And he, I think, had heard us talking about the candy-style ones, these Hall's Breezers, I guess. Pony, if he was here, would say, what, those Hall's Brazzers? These Hall's Breezers, they're like creamy strawberry cough drops. They're they're like more for like soothing. Very good. He sent us an economy-sized bag for me. That's great listening. Thank you, Nate. The only reason I know this because he said he was going to do it. I had to go out and sign for something in the hall. They had like the delivery guy for Amazon be like, hey, he needs to sign for this. I had to sign for a thing of cough drops.
Yeah, I remember from my time, I mean, you guys know I had a bunch of odd jobs, like during COVID, and then I was working part-time here before I got the little bump up. I oddly remember, like, if you go to, like, CVS or Rite Aid and you try to do the self-checkout with those, you need to, like, show somebody your ID, even if it's a cough drop.
I know for a while, like, you couldn't buy decongestants because they thought you were making meth with, like, Sudafed. A lot of little Walter Whites out there.
Heisenberg.
I still have to watch the rest of that show. I watched the first season. I liked it, and then, you know me. I'm like, I'm a serial offender in this department. I just stop watching.
I'm telling you, Chris. It's
Donnie,
one of the greats.
I don't have time. And then when I have, like, time to decompress at night, I just want to shut my brain off completely. Like, I don't want to think. I don't want to do anything. I'll tell you what, man. I'm going to have to start making a lot of soups, too. It's going to have to become soup season. I know it's 80 degrees out today, but I think it's going to get cold. If this throat condition stays bad any longer here, it's going to have to be soup season. And I do have this up. It's going to be up on the Saloni's Instagram page. I have Mulsey's wedding soup that's going to post. The recipe pairs nicely with a little Saloni's bread. My friends over there, they're posting Mulsey recipes, little tailgaters. You like wedding soup? You a wedding soup guy? Because that's going to be this month's. And then I think there's a chicken chili in the works for next month.
Now that piques my interest a little bit.
Wait, but wedding soup doesn't? I make the meatballs and everything.
I think it's fine. It's not my favorite.
I'm a fan of a good brothy soup. I'm a big fan of soup in general, though. I think, like, if you were going to say food groups to me, or, like, anything I can toss in a pot and make basically all at once, big fan of it. So that'll be on the Saloni's Instagram feed. I think it should be up there, hopefully, by the end of the day today, the Mulsey wedding soup recipe. And then you get a little Saloni's bread. Get after it, you know? What you got to do. Coming up next, one other guy. I've talked about Mike Tomlin a little bit today. We're on the Steelers bye week. We're taking stock of things as it pertains to the Steelers. I think there's one other player specifically. We could probably highlight some other people. I think there's one player who deserves some flowers for the way the team has looked. I'll tell you who that is coming up next. First, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. Visit Sun Chevrolet, Washington Road in McMurray, or at sunchevy.com. Record high today. I think it hit 81 or 82 degrees. It's going to be a low of 58 overnight tonight with rain possible. Here is a message.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tony and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Smale Kia, Tri-State Office Equipment, and Cedar Brook Golf Course.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check your sunroof is closed first before driving through the car wash.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, no. Wait, whoa.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
As you prepare to cast your vote, ask yourself, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Grocery prices up 26%. Gas prices tripled. Home prices skyrocketed by 46%. Kamala Harris's failures have left Americans struggling. Plus the border crisis. Over 10 million illegals have entered in the last 4 years, threatening our safety and security. Enough is enough. Stop the chaos. Vote for change. Right for America PAC paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
Look out. Here comes Wrong Way Rob Matsey. Always flying the wrong way. Matsey sent millions of your tax dollars to Philadelphia. While here in Beaver County, we needed help. In fact, Rob Matsey votes 99% of the time with the woke Philadelphia liberals. And Rob Matsey's not lying straight when it comes to our values. Rob Matsey voted to make it easier to let violent criminals back on the street. Matsey even voted to let biological males on girls' sports teams and in their locker rooms. With Wrong Way Rob Matsey in the cockpit, it's all left wing. Rob Matsey doesn't share our values anymore. A lifetime on the taxpayer dime made him forget where he's from. To Rob Matsey, Beaver County's just flyover country. But there's hope. Michael Parrish shares our values. He'll fight for jobs, lower taxes, and make life affordable again. Michael Parrish, he shares our values. One of us for a change.
Paid for by HRCC, authorized by Michael Parrish.
Kamala Harris gets that everyday costs are too high. She has real plans to tackle price gouging, cut taxes for middle-class families, and make life more affordable. Her opponent's plan?
Donald Trump plans to impose what is, in effect, a national sales tax. On everyday products, it will mean higher prices on just about every one of your daily needs. A Trump tax on gas, a Trump tax on food, a Trump tax on clothing, a Trump tax on over-the-counter medication. Donald Trump's plan would cost a typical family $3,900 a year. When everyday prices are too high, he will make them even higher.
Kamala Harris, a better plan for lowering costs for a future we can afford. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
So the presidential is here, and you're trying to decide your vote, right?
Trump, Harris, Harris, Trump. I've gone back and forth.
And what about Senate?
Well, I've always voted for Casey before, but this time
I'll tell you what did it for me. Transgenders in sports. Bob Casey supports letting biological males play girls' sports. It's just not right.
You know, and it's Harris, too. It's too far out. It's not just fair play. It's taking scholarships from our girls.
Right. And Bob Casey backed the Biden-Harris policies on using tax dollars to pay for transgender transition surgery.
Kamala Harris even wants to pay for gender transition for prisoners. I saw that on TV.
Yeah, Bob Casey is 100% on board with the crazy transgender agenda. It's nuts.
And we don't need any more nuts in Washington.
Bob Casey may be normal on some things, but he's nutty on this.
I'm Dave McCormick, candidate for United States Senate, and I approve this message.
Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick and NRSC.
Hey, this is Matt Barnes, NBA champ, and I'm thrilled to be partnering with the National Urban League to make sure you know the power of your vote. Black men have always led, and now it's time to lead our communities to standing up against those who want to silence us. There's so much on the line this election, from criminal justice, police reform, to jobs, economic opportunities, and education. All these issues affect our family's future. Our communities need your voices, so use yours at the ballot box. Please vote.
Paid for by the National Urban League.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy two. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM. Or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
At Progressive, we know there's a lot of things you can track. Steps, calories, heart rate, your pet steps, screen time, the whereabouts of your favorite celebrity, how long you slept, how long you didn't sleep, how long you thought about sleeping, how long you thought about sleeping. But none of these things could save you money, unlike Snapshot from Progressive, which customizes your rate based on how and how much you drive. It's much better for your bottom line than tracking your Cocker Spaniel's resting heart rate. So download the Progressive app today.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Hey, sports fans, if you're not calling John Anthony, you're simply missing out. To prove it, I'm releasing your Thursday night report absolutely free on recorded message line. 1-800-244-5506. Houston at New York tonight is going to be a monster game, and I've got the side and total. Houston, New York, confirmed analysis, plus pro hoops and college football. That's 5 big plays. John Anthony has you covered. I love to sweep the board. Call now. Hear him for free on my recorded message. 1-800-244-5506. Information wins. John Anthony Sports, #1 against the spread. 1-800-244-5506. You want the information? I've got it. Houston, New York, plus college football, pro hoops, and special prop action. I love to go 5-0 with the season free. John Anthony Sports, #1 against the spread. 1-800-244-5506. That's 1-800-244-5506. Or go to johnanthonysports.com.
Sponsored by JFSR Group.
You hear that? That's the sound of another year counting down. Another year missing your revenue goal. Another year wondering why your marketing isn't more effective. Another year worried about next year. The clock is ticking, but you still have time. Time to contact the experts at Scale Marketing. Scale Marketing is a full-service marketing agency who is expert in lead generation and revenue growth. How expert? Our clients see an average of 20% growth in the first year alone, with sustained growth from there. It's all part of our process. From your traditional marketing to social media to paid search, we'll take a forensic approach, digging deep to find the root problems in your marketing strategy. Then we'll fix them fast. At Scale Marketing, we can't stop the clock, but we can change your company's future. Find out how you can make your marketing budget work harder and drive more revenue. Contact us at scalemarketing.com. That's scalemarketing.com.
Kamala backed Biden on everything. She was the deciding vote for his disastrous economic agenda. Kamala and Joe raised taxes on the middle class, and prices soared. Kamala was in charge of his open border policies, giving welfare to illegals while Americans struggle. And their weakness invited wars. Now Kamala wants to double down on failure. It's time to turn the page on Joe and Kamala's failed agenda. President Trump fights for you. His strength kept us safe. Trump cut taxes for families. Prices were lower and the border secure. Now, President Trump can do it again.
And we are going to launch a new golden age of American success for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed.
Remember, Kamala broke it. President Trump will fix it.
I'm Donald Trump, candidate for president, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Donald J. Trump for President 2024 Inc.
Real quick, raise your hand if you want to lose an additional 4 bands a year. Go ahead and put your hands up. Put your hands up. You voted for Kamala Harris. Oh, okay, my fault. Good, because I don't think people understand that voting for Trump means you will lose an additional $4,000 to $5,000 a year. If Trump is elected, he plans to add a 60% tariff on all imports from China. Anything in your house that says made in China, take the price that you paid for and add 60%. He plans to add a 20% tariff on all imports coming from every other country. With Kamala Harris's opportunity economy, she's not hitting you with the sales tax of doom. She's providing tax cuts to the middle and working class, so that means you will save an additional $4,000 to $5,000 a year. Plus the $25,000 she's literally handing to new homebuyers. Like, you know who to vote for in this November's election. It's Kamala Harris. Paid for by FFPAC, ffpac.org. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. FFPAC is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Football is back, and ESPN Bet is bringing fans exciting new features and promotions to elevate your game day. Get in on trending parlays in the all-new Parlay Lounge experience. Check out one-of-a-kind offers from ESPN personalities and boost your winnings with Profit Boost all season long. The official sportsbook of ESPN has football fans covered. Download the ESPN Bet app today. Must be 21 plus and present in select states. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Did you know the cost to American taxpayers of each illegal immigrant is nearly $9,000 per year, according to the Federation for American Immigration Reform?
Total cost since 2021, $72.8 billion.
Our current leaders in Washington have irresponsibly allowed over 7 million illegals to enter the U.S., 5 times the number of illegal immigrants from our prior elected officials.
While millions of illegals place massive pressure on public programs, fentanyl pours across our borders, causing countless deaths. Washington leaves the door open, and we pay.
Elected officials aren't just ignoring us. They're willfully defying the law they swore to uphold.
We cannot afford to let this dangerous agenda continue.
It's time our nation has a secure border.
This election, reject reckless spending and demand real border security.
Advocate for America paid for and is responsible for the content of this ad.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Crews are on the scene of an accident on the outbound side of 28, just past the exit for the 40th Street Bridge. There is a lane restriction there that's causing backups to the north side. We've also got an accident on the outbound side of the Parkway West between Grant Street and Stanwyck Street. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Protect your home now and avoid costly damage with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET.
Fall into savings with Gutter Helmet. Save 50% off installation and enjoy 0 down, 0 payments for 1 year. Don't risk costly water damages. Gutter Helmet guarantees clog-free gutters for life. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for your no-cost free estimate today.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, the Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pens and Ducks tonight at PVG Paints Arena. Puck drop just after 7 o'clock. And, of course, we've got a World Series champion crowned. The Dodgers beat the Yankees in 5 games. Sloppy effort for the Yankees as the gentleman's sweep is what happens in the Bronx. More fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis in Monroeville are at 937thefan.com.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
50-minute mark here on The Fans, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. I like to think that this show, whether it's all of us together like normal, or whether it's a situation where one of us is out and rolling semi-solo with our pal Donnie in there, I like to think that this show corners the market on at least eating crow when is necessary. We all like to think we're right, but we're all often wrong. Like when Donnie thought Derek Carr was going to win the MVP award last year, I believe.